My boyfriend won't let me go over to his house, and he confessed that he is living a double life and hasn't divorced his wife, so I am thinking of nuking both of his lives. I have been dating my boyfriend for a year and a half. For context, 3 years ago, I got out of a terrible marriage of 13 years, but the divorce was finalized about a month after we started dating. He's such a nice guy. He's kind, funny, has a good job, and he was totally willing to take things at my pace since he knew I was affected by my ex-husband. For a while, my only complaint was that he smoked, which I didn't like, but once I told him, he immediately stopped smoking while at my house, which I'm sure was hard. However, as time goes on, it gets harder and harder to ignore the fact that I haven't ever been to his house or met his daughter. It really bothers me, especially since he's met all my kids many times now. They even have inside jokes, and my oldest daughter baked him a loaf of sourdough bread for him for Christmas. He also comes over to my house frequently. I've tried to talk to him about it, but all he says is that his house is messy. At first that made sense to me since my house is typically fairly clean, but I'm not bothered by mess at all and he knows this. I'm more bothered by not meeting his daughter. I'm not even sure if she knows about me. I knew that it would take a while for me to meet her, so I'm trying to be understanding. A few weeks ago, he invited me to her martial arts event so I could finally meet her. Then, 2 days before, he told me he had gotten the date wrong and we missed it. I was really upset, but he didn't seem to be. I'm not sure what to do. It might be her who doesn't want to meet me, which I would totally understand. When we started dating, I waited a bit before telling my kids. I told them they could meet him whenever they wanted, and 2 months after that, they asked to meet him. I just wonder if he doesn't want me to meet her or the other way round. He keeps saying we'll meet soon, but it hasn't happened. I don't think this is anything to end a relationship, but it hurts my feelings. Update: I was going to wait until tomorrow to talk to him since my daughters would be out of the house with friends. But he got here before my kids got home from gymnastics, so I sent my older daughter money for them to go see a movie. A lot of people thought I was being stupid or silly for not realizing he had a wife still, but he spent so much time here. He was off work a couple days last week and was here the whole time, watching movies with my kids and helping me do yard work. He was here on Christmas, although only half the day. How could you keep so much time a secret? I mean, it's unthinkable. Anyway, he got home, and I started to talk to him about it, how it made me feel like I was just a casual part of his life, where he was a huge part of mine. He assured me I was very important to him but still tried to make excuses. I told him, I'm sorry, but this actually is a big deal. It might not have seemed that way to him since I try really hard not to be pushy, but it really hurt me. Then he said, if it's so important to you, you can come over sometime soon. That sounded good, but then I thought about how it was always sometime soon with his daughter as well. So I said, we need to make a plan for me to come over this week, and he needs to stick to it. He looked really uncomfortable and said I couldn't stay the night because of my kids. I said they almost always spend one night a week with the neighbors, so I could go over then. He got really quiet, and I could tell he was trying really hard to come up with something else. I said, you're still married? And he said yes. Then he left without saying anything. I don't know what he told his wife. I think I should tell her, so I'm trying to figure out how to contact her. I know I might come off as naive and silly, but I am genuinely shocked. He seems so genuine. I called my older kids to tell them, and they were upset but said they were proud of me. They know it's hard for me to do stuff like that. My younger girls are still out and told me they might get dinner out too, so I'm just thinking alone. I was perfectly content with my friends, my family, and my cat. I think I'll be good with that for a while, but don't feel too bad, I'll be happy that way. My boyfriend won't stop saying that I stink, but the truth gave me an absolute horror. I have been with my boyfriend for over a year and everything has been great except for one thing. Every single day, at least once, he will tell me that I stink and smell of body odor. When we met, I showered every day, applied regular deodorant in the morning, brushed my teeth 3 times a day. Now I am so paranoid about smelling bad that I shower at least twice a day. I apply new industrial strength deodorant every few hours. I have a reminder on my phone, perfume, and I brush my teeth anytime I eat or drink something that isn't water. I feel like I'm going crazy. I didn't think I smelled bad in the beginning and I don't think I smell bad now, but I obviously smell bad to him, right? I'm that weirdo that keeps sneakily smelling their own armpits. I have been to the doctor and he has said there is nothing medically wrong. It has honestly gotten to the point where I literally shove my armpit in friends' and family's faces asking if I smell bad. They all say I don't smell like body odor at all. One friend even said I smell too clean, like a Lush store. I am getting so paranoid. He won't cuddle or anything when he says I smell. I really don't know what more I can do. I waited for him to make a comment this morning so I could talk to him. It was less than an hour after waking up that he said, God, you stink. I had already showered and put on deodorant. I snapped and asked what exactly was he smelling because, at this point, I'm one of the cleanest people on the planet, and if I still smell bad to him then we should just break up. He got all panicked and upset. I eventually got out of him that this is what his father always said to his mother. Apparently his father told him that it was a surefire technique to have a woman never leave you because she will feel too low to cheat, will love only you, and will always be clean. Needless to say, his father is wrong. He's packing his things and moving out of my house today. My boyfriend's coworkers joked about feeding me to pigs in their work chat, so I charged them with assault by threat and made them lose all their jobs. My boyfriend and I got into a fight about his job yet again. I noticed he was texting a lot after the fight, so I went through his phone once he went to sleep. I saw their first few texts calling me names and saying I'm self-sabotaging things, but then it turned dark. One coworker said he should roofie me, so I just slept and left him alone. The next one said she knew how to place a catheter, a feeding tube, and in 4 so they could knock me out and not unalive me. But then her next text made my heart stop. She said they could just chloroform me, pull all my teeth out, and feed me to pigs, so nothing was left. The next coworker said her grandparents do have a pig farm. My boyfriend? They said, Lamau, no, that's great, and of course, they immediately said they were all joking. I packed quickly and quietly, grabbed my daughter, and left. Now, my entire life as I knew it is over. I feel like I'm overreacting. I know the police can't do anything, so I can't even report it because they never said my name or anything. I'm just scared and sad. This is awful. Update 1. I have talked with him after unblocking him. I didn't tell him anything, but he claims it was a joke. No one actually threatened me. They were all just venting, and I'm overreacting like always. And he isn't going to argue with the voices in my head. I'm still not going back, but I'm letting him incriminate himself more. He also claims I was never supposed to see the messages anyway. That's his safe place, and I ruined that for him. Update 2. My daughter and I are safe. We left that night, and got to our safe spot, but we haven't looked back. I did report it to the police. I was able to gather enough proof that they were talking about me, and they decided to charge them with assault by threat, which won't keep them in jail for long, but long enough to maybe scare them into leaving me alone. The 3 of them did lose their jobs. While it was a locally owned business, I didn't realize it was a franchise. I reported all the messages to corporate and some more I had found about shady things, so I don't have to worry about them messing with anyone's food after the awful things they planned for me. I'm working on filing for full custody of my daughter. I met with an attorney for a consultation and got some sound advice on what to do until I can file and get the ball rolling. My ex has been blowing up my phone, rotating between begging me to come back and then attacking me about ruining his life over a joke and calling me every name under the sun. I did find out the coworker in the chat wasn't the only girl he was sleeping with. My friend went and packed up the rest of my stuff and grabbed one of his old phones by mistake. His Apple ID and most things were still logged in when I powered it on. Multiple dating apps, profiles, and thousands of messages between him and different women. He slept with a lot of them. No protection or birth control either, since apparently one of the girls was pregnant but lost the baby about a month ago. Lots of lies from him about being at work when he wasn't, and lots of lies about times he worked and things like that. It went back to at least November of last year. So, who knows how long that's been going on? So yes, my life is all flipped upside down, and I'm obviously heartbroken and angry, but my daughter and I will be okay, and I'm okay with that. We aren't ever going back, and I'm just ready to move on, get settled again, and get every standard test available.
My boyfriend's entitled best friend told him I cheated so that she could date him. My boyfriend has known his best friend Carly for 5 years, ever since Carly moved in next door to him. I know she's obsessed with romance books, so I think she's convinced herself they'll fall in love just because they're next door neighbors. And watching Taylor Swift's You Belong With Me music video has added to her delusions. Anyway, it took a while for me to notice the signs, but thinking back, it was clear from day one that she did not like me. For starters, when my boyfriend introduced me to her, she said, "Oh, so you're the little girlfriend." At first, I brushed it off, but everything got worse from that moment on. One time, she even called me a pet because I'm always following him around. I've told my boyfriend that I don't want her around me anymore if she's just going to keep making comments like that. He told me she was just intoxicated that day and didn't mean it, so I should give her another chance. Plus, all his friends are her friends, so it would be impossible to go somewhere she isn't. But fine. I put my feelings aside just this once and gave her the benefit of the doubt. So, we end up going to a friend's house party. It's pretty PG stuff, so if she says anything wild, alcohol doesn't work as an excuse. We're one of the first people to get there and we're just talking with our other friends. At some point, I lay my head on my boyfriend's lap and as if on cue, Carly shows up. She comes running towards my boyfriend, calling him bestie, and has her arms wide open for a hug. I guess she expected him to get up and hug her back, but he just stayed seated and pulled me closer to him. She noticed that and her face became visibly angry for a second. Before she switched back to happy, she said, "Bestie, you're not even going to hug me now? Is it because your girlfriend's here? Is she the jealous type?" I rolled my eyes at that. My boyfriend said, "No, I just don't want to hug you." I tried so hard not to laugh. I knew she was pissed now, but she masked it really well. She responded with, "Well, why not? You love hugging me. You always hug me to sleep, remember? Come on, just hug me." I think she was trying to make me jealous because of her comment about him hugging her to sleep, which is so not true. My boyfriend just shook his head and she kinda gave up, but she threw the nastiest glare my way. Eventually, my boyfriend got up to get us something to drink and Carly ran over to sit next to me. She told me, "Listen, just because you have him now doesn't mean you'll always have him." I asked her what she meant by that, even though it was so clear she wanted him. She said that I was just his plaything and he'll get over me once we have intimacy. Little does she know, he says I'm the best he's ever had. I asked her why she wanted him so badly and she denied it to the ends of the world. She called me stupid, but once my boyfriend came over with our drinks, she switched up. He gave me my drink and she instantly pouted, asking where her drink was. He said it was in the kitchen and then took my hand to take us somewhere she wasn't. I think he's been seeing that I was right, that she doesn't like me and she wants to date him. After the party, he went low contact with her. He barely answered her calls, and she calls him like 50 times a day. Whenever he did answer, he would make any excuse to hang up. Other times he told me to answer just to piss her off, which it did. She kept asking me why I was answering his phone and saying that I'm being controlling because she can't understand why he would stop talking to her all of a sudden. It wasn't until we went to a party, where we knew or at least thought, she wasn't invited to. My boyfriend and I had lots to drink and we ended up separated due to our different friend groups pulling us apart. I was with 2 girls and 1 guy. He was hitting one of my friends so me and the other girl were trying to hook them up. I guess from afar it looked like we were the ones hitting on him, I don't know actually. I didn't even touch the guy. But as I would later come to find out, Carly had convinced my boyfriend that I cheated on him that night with the guy. My boyfriend confronted me 2 days after ghosting me, which I assumed he spent with Carly, but he later reassured me that wasn't the case. He asked me to tell him the truth, that if anything had happened with this guy, I could be honest with him and he wouldn't be mad. I asked what he was talking about and he told me Carly had snapped pictures of me flirting with the guy and showed them to my boyfriend as proof. I asked to see these pictures and it didn't take long to see that they were photoshopped. Not only were they poorly edited, but my outfit had been switched with the one my friend had on, the one who was actually hitting on the guy. I wouldn't expect a guy to realize that, but I was wearing my favorite top that night, which was nowhere in sight in this picture. I told him to call up my friends to confirm my story if he didn't believe me, because unlike me, they weren't as wasted. He said he didn't need to because he believed me. He just needed to see if Carly had actually lied to him to ruin our relationship. Which yeah, she did, but it backfired completely on her. My boyfriend called her up and said he never wants anything to do with her ever again. She cried on the phone and begged him to reconsider, that I was the cheater and she let it slip that he should be with her instead. I laughed so loud at that. She was trying to hide it, but she had finally reached her breaking point and I was so happy I was there to witness it.
My boyfriend's friend added cinnamon to my traditional dish because it was too white and told me that I am a child for reacting, so I blocked them from everything. My boyfriend and I met at work 2 years ago. Technically I was working part-time during undergrad and he was a customer, but after a couple of months, we started going out. I really love this man and nothing has happened on this scale before, so I'm very confused about it. My boyfriend has a very tight group of friends. I am well acquainted with them, and their girlfriends. One of them, Dave, is married to Ellie. Ellie is an excellent cook and often hosts dinners, and everyone brings a dessert to those dinners. I am the youngest in the group, so most times they brush off my requests for contributing or bringing in a dessert. However, the last time I asked Dave and Ellie if they wanted anything extra like wine or some sweet dish for dinner, they said I could bring one of those sweet dishes I make for my boyfriend. I'm Indian, and even though I can't cook as well as my mom, and I'm in a different country for studies, I called my mom up and had her teach me properly how to make a specific Bengali sweet which is my favorite. I had my friends taste it and they said it was great. My boyfriend ate some and said it was excellent. Except, last night, I greeted Ellie and kept the dish in the kitchen. When the food was brought out and my boyfriend told everyone I made it, I saw that someone had added cinnamon powder to the sweet. You never have the sweet with cinnamon powder. The dessert tasted like cinnamon and I felt horrible. Though everyone said thank you and it was good, I think my face gave it away, and my boyfriend took me aside and said that Ellie had told him that my sweet looked too white and thought some cinnamon might bring some color into it. I don't know. I just felt awful and I started to tear up. My boyfriend then defended Ellie and said that his friends already think I'm a child and not make a big deal of this and we will talk about it. I told him Ellie asked him first, couldn't he have told her not to add cinnamon to the sweet? He told me he didn't think it was a big deal and asked me to drop the topic on the way home. I didn't text him good night and this morning he said he was sorry and said my crying made him feel like an awful person. Update, Ellie saw this post. My boyfriend texted me to see if it was me. I said yes. He said we needed to talk. He said he needed space from the relationship. I think with the way this post blew up and what happened because of a post, I should clear up some things. I never asked if I should leave my boyfriend for this. I asked if this was an overreaction, my crying, but having thousands of people tell me this was racially charged, Ellie wanted power, my boyfriend is shitty, etc. My brain went haywire. Boyfriend called yesterday and when I got there, his house, with my best friend, Dave and Ellie were there. Ellie was crying and Dave looked really pissed at me. My boyfriend told me to sit down and Dave started with how could I make a post that most of the people in the dinner party would recognize and know, and could shame Ellie and my boyfriend. My boyfriend was silent, and wouldn't even look at me, and was only shaking his head. It felt like I was a kid, being scolded by my parents with my elder sibling disappointed in my actions. That is what I felt and it looked. I admit, it was very spineless of me, but Dave went on for like a minute and I was just looking at my boyfriend waiting for him to defend me. I asked Ellie, why would she alter my dish, after telling me to bring an Indian dish? She said she thought Indian food would be brown. This woman has more Indian friends than me, and she thinks Indian food is brown. She grew up in the UK, for F's sake, and I felt so defeated. The comments, my friends, and people around me telling me his friends came first to him, not me. He said he didn't think the sweet was a big deal. I told him I would never let my friend alter something he spent 3 days learning, getting people to taste it and got his mom involved in. He saw I put a lot of effort into it, so why let her alter it? Why couldn't he ask me? Ellie started to cry and say that she wasn't being racist and she wouldn't know that I put effort into it and now she couldn't host dinners again. I said I used fake names, so why does it matter? Unless she and Dave went around telling people? Boyfriend told me he didn't expect this from me. My best friend piped up that he expected that my boyfriend would have a effing spine, so I guess they were both disappointed. My boyfriend told me, in front of Dave and Ellie, that he needs some space. I told him to get lost. I don't know what my best friend said to him after that, considering I left my boyfriend's flat. I kind of tripped in the metro station, so now I'm crying on my best friend's couch with an ice pack while his boyfriend keeps giving me peach schnapps and my relationship has toppled over. I wouldn't have stormed out had he looked at me once. He just looked 100% on Dave and Ellie's side, and acted like I was the one with the problem when she caused me hurt. If his friends come first when they cause me hurt, where would I have been if I decided to marry this man? My friends are good to me and are acting like I'm some fragile glass. I even heard my best friend and his brother whispering loudly from the kitchen and his elder brother wanting to threaten him via Insta DMs. I hate that this has come to this, considering I have always been the mom friend to my friend group. One of my ex's friends, from the dinner party, asked me if I really left my ex over a dessert, so I guess that's what he told people. It hurts. I know it shouldn't, but it hurts. I think it is partially my fault. I shouldn't have let myself be treated like this. There were signs and I ignored them. And now I think I'll never have another relationship because it feels like a horrible, anxious feeling. New update: after just more than 2 weeks, I have started to feel good about myself, even though I feel like poop whenever I remember my ex. I really hope I can put this whole thing to rest and I don't have to update again, for my sanity. Firstly, my ex called a few times last week. I had blocked him earlier, literally like 2 days after breaking up, and whenever he called my friends, they wouldn't pick up either. I wanted to handle this matter gracefully, and unlike what some people commented, no, I did not want my issues all over the internet and did not understand what was happening. I just wanted some advice on how to deal with my emotions and didn't want my friends to be mad at my then boyfriend. Thankfully, the trash took itself out. I still don't know if Ellie was racially motivated or if she just hated me. I don't even care now. I don't want a man who makes his friends scold me and humiliate me. I know I deserve to be at least somebody's first choice. My ex came by at my best friend's flat. I don't live there, and from what I heard from my bestie's boyfriend, he said he was very sorry and he now felt like I didn't deserve to be treated like that. He had thought, when he broke up with me, that I was overreacting and it was just a small thing I made a big deal out of. But then a few of his friends explained to Ellie that it definitely was a horrible thing to do, and told my ex he was a poop boyfriend. Huh. Who knew he had nice friends too? My ex didn't say anything more after that, just he was sorry and he said he doesn't want more hurt between us. I have decided to not contact him. I'm just done. A lecture from my mother on dating idiot men and crying every night for over a week has made me lethargic, and on top, I am fending off Dada, Bestie's elder brothers, insisting that I move in with them for some time because I'm not eating well. My dad said it's okay if I do. My family trusts my bestie and his family a lot. Needless to say, my work and studies are suffering. I haven't heard from Ellie or Dave and I don't intend to. The person who asked me if I left my ex over a desert, I told her what happened and she was appalled. I don't know what she told my ex, for him to apologize. Honestly, I'm so done with that group's poop. I went to one therapy session and I didn't feel good. I know I have to keep going for it to actually help me, but I can't help feeling so down. I have never been so emotionally low in my life and I am officially not dating for the foreseeable future. I am planning a trip with friends after my final semester of my master's and I really hope I don't bring the mood down. For my friends who have been so supportive and have always made me feel I have family, even though I'm away from home. I don't know what I would have done without having my best friend and his boyfriend, who keep telling me to drink the pain away, and Dada keeps on talking about the negative effects of becoming an alcoholic. Overall, I'm closing this chapter, and I don't think I'll need to update again. I'm not ever talking again to Dave and Ellie or my ex, so I don't expect any more drama. I just want to settle down to work and graduate properly. My boyfriend's friend called me a beach jokingly, so I kicked them out of my house. For context, I am living with my boyfriend Mike. He has a friend Victor who comes over a lot. Yesterday, Victor came over to watch baseball with Mike. Victor asked me to pass him a beer, so I passed one over, but I dropped it. It didn't crack open or anything, but he said, "Nice one, beach." I was honestly shocked and said, "Excuse me?" He started laughing and Mike joined in. I was very uncomfortable and genuinely didn't know what to say. I told Victor that I didn't appreciate him calling me a beach. He got super defensive and said he was saying it jokingly. I said it doesn't matter how you were trying to say it, I am uncomfortable. He got very huffy and said I was just being sensitive, and then he said, "And you're probably going to accuse me of being a sexist now, aren't you?" Can't say anything these days. This was wild because A, I didn't say anything about sexism, and B, what do you mean can't say anything? Can't call women beaches unsolicited anymore? What even was his point here? Mike hadn't said anything during this interaction until I called him out. I asked why he wasn't defending me and he said, "I don't know babe, you're being a bit dramatic." At this point I'd had enough, so I told them to leave and they went to Victor's to watch the game. Up until this point I thought I was in the right until Mike texted me angrily. He said I'd embarrassed him in front of a friend by being so melodramatic. He said Victor didn't mean any harm, and it was like how my friends call me beach lovingly/jokingly. He also said it was uncalled for me to kick him and Victor out of the house. I said it's completely different because my friends make sure I'm okay with it and don't say it in a derogatory manner like Victor did. Plus, My friends are wonderful women who have supported me for years, not some friend of my boyfriend's who I barely know. And I was supposed to just let myself be disrespected in my own home? He called me annoying again and then turned notifications off. He slept over last night and hasn't come home yet. He didn't even text me to let me know that he was alive. So I texted him saying that I didn't appreciate it all what happened and that we should talk about it if there is any chance of saving this relationship. He sent me these wild paragraphs that basically said fine, leave me. Good luck finding someone else who will want to F you, you'll never find another man because you're just another annoying crazy bitch. Victor was right, you're a hole. He basically typed an entire essay. It was pretty funny but also disturbing. I couldn't believe a man I thought I loved was saying such nasty and disrespectful things to me. I texted back, lol alright. Have fun calling me whatever the F you want with Victor, I won't be around to take it. Air done. My boyfriend's girl best friend shamed me in front of a bunch of strangers and accused me of lying about my abuse, so my boyfriend cut her off without hesitation. I have been dating my boyfriend for 5 years now. We've been living together in a small town, very close to where he grew up with his friend. His friend Sarah has always been very vocal about how much she loves him, how she knows him so well, how she has even seen him naked as kids, how she is like his sister. They only see each other about once a month. She has been to our house about 3 times. Something important about me. I was SA'd a few months before dating my now boyfriend. This was something that impacted me and has ruined certain aspects of my life. The guy who did it is a well-known person around the area, which means that from time to time I run into him. This brings me so much anxiety, so much pain, and the only way to feel better is venting about it. Sarah was at my house one time. I started bawling about it and decided to trust her. Big mistake. I told her everything. She knew the guy and she acted so compassionate and kind in front of me. One day we were having some dinner as a group. It was my boyfriend, Sarah and other people I didn't know. Sarah asked my boyfriend what he was planning to do after uni. My boyfriend, I'm not sure yet. Me, why not a master's degree? Sarah, God Sarah, stop pressuring him. He's worked hard all his life. Give him a goddamn break and let him decide what to do. She said it in such an aggressive tone. Mind you, I was just suggesting. I've never told my boyfriend he had to do something. He grabbed my hand and squeezed it, telling me it was alright and that he didn't think I was forcing him to do something. Then, Sarah asked what his future plans were for housing. I mentioned my family has a house in the southern part of the country and that we were planning on moving there in the future. I kid you not, these were her exact words. Sarah, hell no. He isn't moving to the south. He's staying here, and he better not go farther away. I was a bit annoyed. Why was it when I recommended doing a master's I was forcing him to do something? Yet she was prohibiting him from moving? Yet I was the controlling one? Anyways, Sarah then started talking about ex-boyfriends, and said she didn't mind if any of her friends got with her exes. I mentioned something to her like, I'd warn the girl first. I don't want anyone to suffer what I suffered. Sarah blew up. She was red in the face. These were her words. Sarah, how fucking dare you throw yourself in the middle of a relationship? Are you that possessive that you can't let your ex be happy? You're not over your ex and I can tell. You cried about him the other day. You're hurting boyfriend by not telling him the truth. She was accusing me of all these things. And then the cherry on top. Sarah, Rex hasn't been the same since you two are together. He's so quiet. He hasn't talked to me all day. You two keep showing affection in front of us all the fucking time. I've seen him naked as a kid and I know him so well. You're no good for him. She was annoyed at us holding hands and hugging each other in front of her. I started crying over her tone and her accusations. And then she said something that made me bawl even harder. Sarah, I'm so sure you lied about your essay. If it were actually true, you would have gone to the police. What did he do to you exactly? I blew up and told her in detail what he did to me in front of others. I was so embarrassed when I realized I told a bunch of strangers something so personal. Sarah, you're such a effing manipulator. Remember when I met you were crying over your weight? Sarah kept throwing things that made no sense. Anything she could she was throwing it into my face. She has an ed, and she threw my own self-esteem issues into my face. I wasn't expecting my boyfriend to say anything. Not only is he incredibly bad at confrontation due to years of abuse from his family, he's terrified of her. She has been like a sister, yeah, but as that big sister who bullied him as well. Anyways, we're moving to the south in a few months. Update. My boyfriend cut her off without hesitation. My boyfriend was quiet during the confrontation because he was abused as a child and confrontation basically makes him shut off. And Sarah was one of those who took advantage of his kind nature to force him to do things for her. I know from an outside perspective it seems like he's spineless and let me take all the abuse. He's aware of this and feels terrible. He, however, gathered enough strength to send her a pretty long message that night saying how what she did was unacceptable, how we were going to move, how she acts like a feminist yet shames an SA victim and basically made me confess what happened that night to a bunch of strangers. Final update. Sarah and her friend tried to contact me last night. She is blocked on our phones, so I received a message from her friend who I didn't know existed. I guess she realized my boyfriend was actually being serious about going NC, and she realized she effed up. The friend said that I should talk to my boyfriend and tell him to change his mind, because it was something she said in the heat of the moment and that she was sorry, and that she wanted us to have a girls' day to talk about the situation. I of course blocked that number without even responding. People have mostly been on my side, and Sarah is going crazy over this fact. I guess she realized she showed her true colors and that she doesn't have any power over people anymore. I guess she realized the only thing she could do was apologize, but I don't think she really regrets it. Even if she did, she used my trauma as a weapon against me and I will never forgive anyone who does that. My boyfriend's grandfather threatened to put me in concrete and throw me off a cliff, but my boyfriend wouldn't let him. Now, I wonder if I should continue our relationship. I met my boyfriend 6 months ago while traveling. His family is extremely wealthy, think billionaires, and I'm pretty sure they have some sort of mafia kind of relationship to the country they reside in. This is conjecture, but their wealth is very real. The things I've heard from him about his family are insane, their behavior is definitely not normal. The things they do remind me of some evil family out of a novel. If it wasn't for the fact that I fell in love with my kind and caring boyfriend before hearing about this, I would not have entered this relationship. I am planning on visiting my boyfriend in his family's country soon, and he's told his other family members when I'd be arriving. His grandfather, a man who has been banned from 11 restaurants for how he acts, who has to have a bodyguard with him because he's angered so many people by threatening to unalive them that it's created many grudges against him, who forced his own maid to have an affair with him, who threatened to shoot a government official to his face, seems like he decided he dislikes me. These are some of the tamer anecdotes from this family. My boyfriend told me that his grandfather threatened to put me in concrete and throw me off a cliff, but my boyfriend wouldn't let him. This has me rethinking the entire trip as I no longer feel safe. I told my boyfriend and he was upset, stating this is how his grandfather jokes and he obviously wouldn't do anything to me, but I'm not sure. I don't even know why his crazy grandpa decided he dislikes me all of a sudden. My boyfriend is normal, but he is very desensitized to the insanity of his family and doesn't understand why I'm afraid to visit him now. What do I do? Should this relationship be over? I do love my boyfriend and he plans on moving to my country eventually. So it's not like I'll have to deal with his family a lot, but if I can't ever visit him in a place he considers home and he doesn't understand my fears, I'm not sure about the longevity of our relationship. Update: I had a long talk with my boyfriend this morning about his family and canceling the trip. He was initially upset about me no longer coming to see him, as he really did want to show me the country he grew up in and spend time with me here. He didn't really intend to make me spend a lot of time with his family. Regardless, I did not feel comfortable either way spending time with people I find to be as objectively evil as them. Although my post focused on his grandfather, his actions pale in comparison to his uncle, and his mother is also insane too. He decided he would come see me instead, which is usually what we do. He clarified that his grandfather was really joking. I posted a screenshot of our text messages in another comment, but his grandfather was playfully threatening my boyfriend with throwing me off a cliff covered in concrete as a means to get him to do something. He offered to let me talk to his grandfather, but I refused. Still, I will not be risking it, so I'm not going. A lot of commenters on my last post gave me a lot of things to think about in regards to my relationship. One commenter asked whether or not my boyfriend being surrounded by such crappy people means that he sees having mistresses as normal, etc., and might bring that into our relationship going forward. Another one asked whether my boyfriend, coming from such wealth, could ever truly disentangle himself from his family with that much money involved. A lot of people were outraged at my boyfriend still having a relationship with his grandfather despite what he had done. I brought up all this to my boyfriend, especially how worrying it is to me that he seems so desensitized to how evil his family is, a lot of the stuff I couldn't bring up in my last post. My boyfriend told me he holds none of the values his family has. He spent a significant part of his life with his other parents' family in another country who are actually good people, so I think that's why he ended up so normal in comparison to his relatives. He told me he would never cheat on me, that he has been thinking lately that I am the one and he would love nothing more than spend the rest of his life away from his family and with me. I asked him if that was possible, considering the financial aspect. He told me he originally had worked under the umbrella of his family's companies at one time but could not go on because of how they had treated the poorer workers there and he didn't feel right about it. One member of his family called him soft because he actually treated the people there humanely and kindly, and he doesn't have what it takes in the family BC of that. Now he has his own company, but it doesn't have anything to do with that side of the family. He is running the company with the help of the other side of his family, which I said before is normal. He said that he plans to sell that business eventually and move here when we decide to take that step. I asked him whether or not he would be able to go no contact with his relatives. As I said before in edits, his family also did a lot of messed up stuff to him growing up and are also disappointed in him for not being more involved in their businesses. He told me he never intended to spend the rest of his life near them, and while he thinks they are insane, he doesn't necessarily hate them. He told me he would never invite them into our lives if that was what I wanted, that there have been many family members who move to foreign countries and live normally and they don't have anything to do with the main family. That made me feel better about the whole thing. He said that eventually, he may have to return to his country briefly to deal with any inheritance his grandfather may leave him, but outside of that, going low to no contact is fine with him. I feel like this conversation was enough to keep moving forward with our relationship unless he shows me that none of the stuff he has said here is true. This brings me to the biggest question a lot of people had: is this 6-month relationship worth being connected to that kind of family? My boyfriend has been one of the gentlest, sweetest relationships I have ever been in. He writes me love letters often, he buys silly sentimental things even if I just mention them in passing, and he plays me love songs on his instrument. He is extremely attractive and our intimacy life is great. I can tell there are parts of him that are messed up a bit from his environment, but the fundamental part of him I am attracted to is his kindness, not just to me, but to everyone I have seen and heard him interact with. I am not interested in my boyfriend's family's money. I do well enough in my own career, and even if he was penniless, it would be very easy to support us myself. If I felt like my life was truly in danger here by just being in a relationship with him, or that he would ever retaliate against me if we ever broke up, I would feel differently and we would no longer be together. While my boyfriend's family has their own paramilitary force in their own country, they don't really have any influence here in my country, and they don't seem interested in any part of their family that has moved away from them and lived normal lives. I think I am safe, and I thank others for being worried about me. This is the final update I will post on this account unless his crazy grandfather really does come for my life, but I doubt that will happen as there are many people to who he's made that threat and still remain breathing until today. My boyfriend's laziness turned our trip into a circus of madness, and I felt like a mother babysitting him, so I told him that he needed a therapist, not a relationship. My boyfriend is often late. He has overslept and been late for different things on multiple occasions. He does work hard and used to work night shifts, so I let it slide. Anyway, we planned a trip for the end of the summer months ago. Last night we were still trying to decide how we'd get to the airport when my mom told me that she could take us before work. I told my boyfriend, who lives 30 minutes from my house, to be at my house no later than 6 a.m. for my mother to drive us to the airport at 6:15. He promised that he would be there around 5:45. This morning, he was nowhere to be seen or heard from until around 6:20. He told me that his phone fell and he didn't hear it. By then, my mom had to leave and take just me, or she'd be late to work. I told him that he should drive to the airport or get an Uber. His mom decided that she would drive him an hour to the airport since he was too late for my mom to take us. He got to the airport a little after me and I checked in our bags. We get to the bag drop, and he realizes he does not have his ID. His wallet is at his house, which is about an hour from the airport. I tell him that I'm going to continue to TSA and go to the gate. His mom is going back to get his wallet, which will obviously take a while. I tell him that I'm getting on the flight regardless and that if he misses it then it's a result of his own mishaps. He then begins to ask me what to do if he misses it. I tell him that he's an adult and should figure out a way to make it to our destination by contacting customer service. I planned everything for the trip down to the flights and travel arrangements. I feel like at this point, I've done all I can do to ensure a successful and smooth trip, and I don't feel as if it's my responsibility to do damage control for him if he misses the flight. There is no refund for the Airbnb that we split the price for if we do not go. He's often late, which is why I told him an earlier time specifically to avoid that. I called him endlessly and he didn't wake up until way after the time we agreed upon. His mom had to go to him and wake him up. I told her that I was going to leave without him and she said, he was up late. So was I. I already told him that I was getting exhausted of planning literally everything and that I want him to begin to take some charge and responsibility. And this happens. Update 1. He had to rebook his flight and arrived later that day. In the process, still asking me what gate number the flight was, while the gate number was displayed on a screenshot that he sent me, instead of using the information that I spoon-fed to him. I should have known how the rest of the trip would go. During the trip, there were multiple instances that solidified the feelings that were already looming. Outbursts of anger that were followed by childlike behavior and excuses. When confronted, there were only excuses and a lack of accountability, all followed by, "But I'm trying so hard, what am I doing wrong?" Despite the issue being directly explained, he lost his debit card, and despite my efforts in tracing his steps, calling businesses we visited, and everything, he stormed off ahead of me in range, leaving me behind, walking alone on the street. When I explained why that bothered me and was unacceptable, here came more excuses and rambling about how he didn't mean for it to happen, but still did it. While walking to different restaurants, he cussed at men who'd even look at me, stared them down and almost caused a scene. He misplaced his wallet before dinner, and acted in the same rageful manner, cussing, slamming things, throwing items around, instead of calmly looking for his wallet. I sat there in disbelief, as this behavior had not been something I had seen before. I told him that this was unattractive and demonstrated a lack of control and emotional maturity. More excuses. There are probably more examples that I could use, but they're fleeing my mind. It's the night before departure. I'm in tears. It started at the beach. We decided to take a night swim. All was well, until he lost his ring in the ocean. Luckily, I was right next to him, so I was able to quickly use my hands and grab it. He got out to put it in the sand. Once we were done, he got upset that I sent his mom a video of him dancing. I walked away because I didn't want to hear it. He then called me back to tell me that he lost his ring in the sand. We look for the ring. By we, I mean me on my hands and knees and him walking around with a flashlight. I finally find it. We begin to walk back to the room. I say, "Can I say something serious? I am beginning to feel like your mother sometimes, keeping track of your things and helping you do damage control." He responds with a lot. How I didn't have to help him, how I don't acknowledge everything he's been doing, like calling Ubers and paying for things, how I'm not like his mom and how he didn't ask me to do anything. In anger, I tell him F you and walk away. Yes, I know this is unkind and I did apologize for my behavior later. I walk to the room alone. He begs me to talk when he gets there, and I don't want to. I shower and tell him one thing: this trip has really made me reconsider whether I want to be in the relationship. He goes berserk, begging me please to talk to him, saying that I don't acknowledge all the good he's doing, on and on. I tell him that I don't wish to have the conversation, don't wish to be touched, and want to be left alone. Here, I also apologize for my rude words. He tells me I'm always rude. He begins to try to hug me, I tell him to get off of me. He continues to touch me as I try to lay down in the bed, trying to hug and hold my hand. Here, I break down in tears. I run to the bathroom and begin to sob. I come out, as he's continually crying and begging me to talk to him. He begins to raise his voice and make a scene. I run to grab the pull-out bed from the closet to sleep on. He blocks me and pushes the bed, telling me I don't need it. I get increasingly aggravated because I'm being blocked, and tell him to move out of my way and leave me alone. He doesn't, and protests by sitting on the pull-out bed. I rip the comforter off of the actual bed and make a bed on the floor. He takes the blanket and pillows from under me, saying he won't let me sleep on the floor. He continues to yell in my ear for me to get up, that he loves me, put everything behind us, while he keeps pulling the pillow that I reclaimed. He has finally left me alone on the floor, leaving for the airport in 3 hours. Mini update: I'm at the airport now. When I left, he was asleep. He hasn't messaged me or read my texts, and his location isn't moving, so I'm assuming he's still asleep. Boarding in 10 minutes. Several hours later, I left for the airport, alone. When I left, he was asleep. When I boarded the plane, he texted me saying that I should have woken him up so that he didn't miss the flight. He said that I should have at least woken him up because apparently his phone was on silent. Update: I did break up with him via text. I told him not to contact my parents or come to our home. He did both the next day, texting my mom and leaving flowers at my doorstep. He is continually telling me he will seek therapy and that I am the only woman for him who he still loves. His mother actually told him that he should move on and find someone who doesn't fight with him all the time. I told her initially that his behavior was abusive and she agreed that he sounded like his dad, her ex-husband. I told her that I wouldn't even consider him in the future unless he sought therapy and that I had concerns about him passing boot camp. She told me that therapy makes your brain sick and that he should find someone who believes in him. My boyfriend's mother was trying to set him up with the next-door neighbor in front of me, so I quietly left and ghosted them with my food. I visited my boyfriend's family for the first time and it was so awkward. I was literally just sitting there at dinner and his mom started talking about how the neighbor girl is single, pretty, and a good Christian and she was going to invite her to New Year's. I was sitting there like, what the F? It felt like she was trying to put me in my place or something, and despite my boyfriend declining, he was being very unassertive about it when I would have been saying, what the absolute F are you saying, mom, in his shoes. So I got up, got my casserole, cake, pie, and wine from the kitchen, and headed out. Drove home to my place, and texted my boyfriend, not here for this reality dating show drama lol. Is your mom always like this? He asked me where I was and I said I headed out. I'm not into the trashy reality TV drama vibe. He asked where and I said I was at home. He said he didn't want me to spend Christmas alone and I said come on by then. He felt conflicted because his family was already tense after they realized I'd left with my cooking and the dessert. I said, come by or don't, just tell me when you figure it out. But then I ate a bunch of casserole and cake, drank a load of wine, and fell asleep. My boyfriend was texting and calling a lot when I was asleep, but I missed it all. He had apparently decided to leave the party and spend the night with me, but when I didn't answer he ended up staying. The next day I asked him if he sorted things out with his mom so she doesn't go saying that poop anymore. He said he wasn't interested when it was happening. I asked if he could have a serious talk after the fact because I was there when it was happening and I don't think she got it. He wasn't sure, so I just made other plans for the new year because even though he'd invited me to his, I wanted a good time and not to be dealing with pettiness. My boyfriend was frustrated I dipped on New Year too, and it's been an ongoing argument. I think he should have chewed out his mom on Christmas for being petty and weird. He thinks I shouldn't have ghosted with my food, especially because I brought a few big parts of the Christmas dinner. My boyfriend's soon-to-be sister-in-law acts like my boyfriend is whom she will marry, but his family backs her up because she has known him longer than me. My boyfriend and I have been together for almost 1.5 years. This is the best relationship I've ever been in. He's a great person, and we have no issues with him, except for his brother's fiancée. When I first met her, I wanted us to be great friends, but that hasn't been the case. Literally, the first time I met her, she was wearing a romper, came out of the bathroom, and specifically went to my boyfriend to zip her up, butt to neck. I thought it was odd, but we'd just met, so I didn't trip on it. Before I'd met her, he described her as his relationship advisor. He told her about me and how excited he was about our relationship. But each time I've seen her, almost weekly in the 1.5 years, she's made me uncomfortable. She'll pull him away to talk one-on-one. She touches him regularly and has little inside jokes, so I just sit there like an idiot, make silly voices, and make weird double entendre jokes to him. Sometimes, she'll be super nice to me, and sometimes she just ignores me. I never know which version I'll get, so I always act super friendly, but it's exhausting. One of the last times I saw her, she was friendly but did take the opportunity to say, you know, before you and Charles started dating, we talked every day about all kinds of things. We were best friends. Now we don't talk as much anymore. Initially, he seemed oblivious to how inappropriately she acted toward him. I pointed it out several times and gotten to the point where I told him if he doesn't shut down her weird touching, I'm either walking away or leaving because I'm uncomfortable. Issues with her have been our only relationship drama the entire time. We have never fought about anything else. Since making him aware, when she often starts touching him randomly or trying to pull him away, he'll resist and go somewhere else, whatever the case may be. But we seem to argue after each time we see each other. Yesterday, she and her brother received a mutual friend's invitation to see some live music. She was mostly fine, friendly, etc., but she chose the seat beside him, so I had to sit a couple of friends away from him, and was wiping his face, touching his face where he missed a spot shaving, weird stuff like that. At one point, I just walked away and chatted with my mutual friends. After we left, I expressed to my boyfriend that I feel I can't talk to him about my concerns with her because he gets so frustrated and says she's always been that way. They've known each other for 5 years, she'll be his sister soon, whatever. He's doing his best to keep her in check, but she seems to come out of nowhere with her touching and snide comments to me that maybe only another woman could understand the rudeness behind it. It turned into a loud fight, the likes of which we've never had. He's super apologetic today, though I don't like her, knowing that we'll both, hopefully, be part of the family soon. I know we need to sort out these issues. How do we go about doing this? I've thought about going out for drinks with her and explaining my situation, so she can't play dumb to how she makes me uncomfortable. He thinks he should talk to her solo, but that feels like I can't handle my issues and would create more weirdness between us. I love and want to marry him, and I want this to resolve so our relationship can flourish. Update: we will go to the parents' house for dinner on Sunday. All of us were there. Things were fairly standoffish. At one point, I was inside with the future sister-in-law and the dad, making small talk. Their mom grabs me and future sister-in-law to speak in a back room. She's a few drinks in and gets all teary-eyed that her boys are in turmoil. She said I'm the root of all the issues, so I need to get over it because she's not having her family torn apart. My boyfriend loves both of us equally, and I need to deal with that because they've known each other for far longer than we've been together. I can't try to dissolve all female relationships in his life. Then we hear screaming from the living room, glass breaking, so we go out there, and that's when all the real drama starts. The brother kept pointing at me with like a legit murderous look in his eyes, calling me a manipulative bee and a psychotic bully, all kinds of things. It was a screaming match, everyone telling each other to fuck off, and his mom was like, "Well, you started all of this, and now you have nothing to say? Defend yourself." His brother says, "She's playing a game. She manipulated my brother away from the family, so she's sitting there all pleased with herself, the thing dumb bee." The mom tried and failed to moderate this because the brother kept screaming. He was telling her to go F herself, saying any awful thing he could think of about me. He came incredibly close to my face. My boyfriend pushed him away and yelled at him. The brother kept making these moves like he was going to run at me, and future sister-in-law kept holding him back or telling him to take a walk, and he was furious. Their mom kept saying I needed to grow up and deal with my insecurities, kept saying that over and over. At one point, I asked her to stop calling me insecure, and she said it was the first time I defended myself, and now she respects me a little bit because I stood up for myself. This went on for 2 hours, and because I didn't deal with issues by screaming and name-calling, I was frozen. My boyfriend was saying a lot to try to defend me, that they were his concerns and didn't come out of thin air, which riled everyone up more. It was an absolute chaotic madness I'd never been a part of. In the end, their mom tried to laugh off the entire thing. I was in total shock because I've tried so hard to be kind and respectful to the family and always had a great relationship, especially with their mom, so I was taken aback. My boyfriend spoke to his mom the next day and canceled all plans with the fam, saying I was attacked, it was uncalled for, and he was furious. His brother has legitimate issues, and the mom makes excuse after excuse for his terrifying behavior. I seriously don't feel comfortable even being near his brother again. He sounds so close to losing it, and I'm concerned about my safety. I thank God my boyfriend has the complete opposite personality, but I have no clue how to move forward from this. As much as I'd never want to see the brother again, I know that's impossible. I'd be willing to speak to him about whether he could act more normally and calmly, but I don't even know if he's capable. My boyfriend's best friend spilled their messy past with me and she revealed that she was his yo-yo. I am leaving him before he could play me like her. My boyfriend Justin and I have been a couple for just over 7 months but started dating a couple months before that. Justin is confident, charismatic, passionate and driven, intelligent and emotionally mature, values his family, is especially kind to children and elderly people, and just has a presence that lights up the room. Anyway, the only real problem in our relationship, from my point of view, is his friendship with Olivia, who has known since her first year of university, 6 years. Boyfriend is smart with women, used to attention, and doesn't cross boundaries with them. The only time he comes close is with Olivia, and even then, it's mostly her initiating things, but the way she behaves around him is honestly the #1 source of conflict in our relationship. Things that make me uncomfortable. She is exactly my boyfriend's type. I have seen a few girls that my boyfriend has been with from his social media, and they all look more or less like Olivia. She's 170 centimeters, athletically built, has cat eyes and a pouty mouth, and just gives off a sexy aura. Olivia has always been nice enough to me, but when I first met her she gave me an eyebrows raised, let's see how long you last kind of look. I admit that I could be overthinking this one. She's always finding excuses to touch Justin. An example is brushing food off of his clothes/face, or fixing his shirt collar. She also likes to give him back hugs. Once, she hugged him from behind and I overheard her saying, "How come you never give me back hugs anymore?" The way she said it was low and whispery and rubbed me the wrong way. I'm 99% sure an objective passerby could have interpreted her tone as seductive. When I brought it up to Justin, all he said was, "Yeah, that was weird I guess." She has this cute act that she does for Justin when he doesn't want to do something for her. Sometimes she'll ask him to buy her something, like an ice cream, and when he says no, she'll stand in front of him and pout and make deer eyes. Or, sometimes she just grabs him and pushes him towards whatever she wants, points to it, and does the cutesy act. She greets him by saying, "Hey, you," and winking and pretend shooting him. Justin only listens to Olivia. He's a pretty stubborn guy and doesn't really follow others unless it's Olivia. One of the things that bothers me the most in this regard is an incident that happened in a club. Justin and I were drinking with his friends, when another group of people got in an argument with some of Justin's guy friends. Justin tried to defuse the situation at first, but the other guys were extremely disrespectful and he was on the verge of fighting 3 guys at once. I kept telling him to leave them alone, but he just wouldn't back down, even after the bartender threatened to call the police. Then Olivia walks over to him, pulls him by the arm, and yells at him, "Stop. You're acting stupid." She dragged him to the bar and they were talking there alone for 15 minutes. I know I probably should have gone and checked on him, but I was pretty shocked/angry considering what just happened. One of Justin's friends noticed me watching and told me, "Don't feel bad. It's always been this way with them," which made me feel worse. Yesterday we went to dinner with his friends. The day was pretty warm, so Justin was only wearing a t-shirt, but by the time we finished it was windy and quite a bit colder. We decided to take a walk along the riverwalk, and Olivia suddenly wrapped her cardigan around my boyfriend's shoulders. He started joking around and posing like a model before giving it back, but I kind of wish he would have just given it back to her right away. There are a lot of these kinds of instances where Olivia will do small, caring things for him, things that a girlfriend does. My woman's intuition just tells me that Olivia wants more from Justin than he's giving her. She's sarcastic and rude to him half the time because that's their dynamic/her personality. However, when he's not paying attention to her, I sometimes catch her stealing glances at him. Sometimes she looks smitten, sometimes she looks straight up lustful, and sometimes she looks sad. I think it's obvious she has feelings for him, but when I brought it up with my boyfriend he told me they were just close. There is much more to add, but I'm just going to end with this. I understand that some people are natural flirts, but Olivia doesn't act like this to any other guys in their group. Her personality is pretty strong. She's sarcastic and relentlessly teases them, but no touching, no cutesy act, none of the small, thoughtful stuff, and none of the misty-eyed gazes. Some of the guys even jokingly complain that they're jealous that she only acts like a girl to Justin. Yesterday, after the cardigan thing, when Justin dropped me off, I asked him to talk because I've been growing more insecure about his friendship with Olivia. We talked in my apartment for around 1 hour about it and didn't make any progress. Basically, he agreed not to meet Olivia alone but said that she was important to him, and told me some things they helped each other get through in university, and that he wanted her in his life. I tried to initiate intimacy with him after that, but he said he was tired and left. Basically, I'm at a loss for what to do now. I love Justin and really think we have a future together, but this friendship with Olivia is driving me crazy. Update: I met Justin to tell him that I was wrong for wanting him to distance himself from Olivia, but that I wanted, 1, for him to ask that she tone down the physical intimacy, and 2, that he disclose the extent of their relationship in the past. That talk didn't go as planned at all. I thought he was going to be understanding of me and honest about his feelings, but he stonewalled me and was super rude and an all-around asshole to me. As soon as I brought up Olivia he laughed and shook his head and asked me if I was really gonna do this poop again. I tried my best not to get emotional and just explain my point of view. The whole time he was leaning his head against the wall, didn't make eye contact, and was playing with his earrings. So when I asked if he understood my feelings and was okay with what I was asking of him, he smiled sarcastically and said, "Of course, honey," with a fake tone. He was extremely angry when I asked if they have hooked up before. His exact words were, "You haven't even been my girlfriend for a year. If you think you're entitled to know every little detail from my past, F yourself." He walked out after saying that, and I cried. He'd never talked to me like that or expressed anger towards me before. I was shocked, hurt and angry. Obviously, he was hiding something. I didn't know if something had happened between them or he had feelings for her or what, but I wanted to talk with him again, so I messaged him telling him I wasn't trying to make him mad, but that I felt like we needed to talk again. He didn't reply to my messages that night, and the next morning he still hadn't replied. I never thought I would do this, but I sent Olivia a message asking to meet for a coffee. Surprisingly, she answered almost immediately and agreed to meet in the afternoon. When we met, I told her about my feelings about their relationship, and how Justin had reacted the other night, and straight up asked her if there were any romantic feelings between them. She admitted that she has feelings for Justin, but that it was complicated. She said she loves him and hates him at the same time. She told me that I should leave him, that she wasn't just saying that because she wanted to be with him instead of me, but that it was because Justin has always been a player, has been charming and leading girls for years, that she's waited for him to change, that she knew she could never be truly happy staying by his side as a friend, that she should leave him too but couldn't. I thought she might try to BS me, but she seemed very sincere when saying these things. I asked her what the extent of their relationship was like in the past, and she told me that basically, she was attracted to Justin at first sight when they first met in university, but that Justin had a long-distance girlfriend at the time. Justin broke up with his girlfriend, they got closer. Justin had some problems that he counseled her about, which led to them kissing one night and having intimacy. That was her first time. She confessed feelings to Justin, but he said he didn't want their friendship to be affected if the relationship didn't work out. They were on and off FWBs throughout college. Justin had a handful of short-lived relationships during that time, and he cheated on one of his girlfriends with Olivia. When they graduated, their friend group rented a vacation pension on an island. One night their friend Ashley walks in on them in the bathroom. Justin told Ashley that it was a drunk mistake. Olivia was extremely hurt and refused to see or speak to Justin for weeks. After being ignored, Justin apologizes to her, tells her he has feelings for her, and they go on a few secret dates, but Justin never commits to a relationship and then backtracks and says he's confused about his feelings, not ready for anything serious. From that point on, they went back to being FWBs until Justin met me. I'm a little confused and skeptical as to why she's told me all this, so I ask if she has any proof. She searches chat logs and shows me multiple messages of him booty calling her. She starts getting emotional and tells me that Justin has amazing qualities but that he has some deep personal issues that he refuses to work on that prevent him from being a good partner right now. I asked her what she meant, but she wouldn't tell me. I could tell that she cared about him a lot. She's been single this whole time. There were likely many opportunities for her to end up in a happy relationship, but she turned a blind eye to them. All for Justin, who can't even admit that he has feelings for her. Even though I didn't like some of the things she did before, I actually sympathize with her a lot. It sounds like Justin put her through a ton of poop, gave her false hope, and taken it away, and she's always stayed by him for whatever reason. After, she told me not to worry about throwing her under the bus because she was going to tell Justin herself that she told me about them. She said she wanted him to be mad at her. Later that night Justin called me trying to explain himself to me, but I broke up with him. I was crying on the phone. I really didn't want to break up, but I knew it was the right thing for me to do. Regardless of what was true or false about his past, it was just too much drama for me to handle, and the way he reacted to me when I had originally wanted to talk to him scared me. He didn't try to fight me or ask me to say. We just kind of sat in silence on the phone for a while before hung up. My boyfriend's mom insists on serving food with garlic at every meal even though I'm allergic, and my boyfriend is not defending me, so I cooked our relationship and blocked him. I have a garlic allergy. It's not lethal, and I definitely wouldn't get anaphylaxis or something from it. The problem is that I get asthma if I eat it and it will mess with my digestion later. Everyone in my life knows that I can't have garlic, and I won't have garlic. Because of how prevalent it is, eating out is a nightmare. So, usually, my boyfriend and I have date nights at our apartment, and we cook for each other. But my boyfriend's mom has a family tradition and insists we all come to dinner at least once a month. She's a fantastic cook and usually a nice lady, but there's one problem. She wants me to come every time, but she always adds garlic to every dish. At this point, I've just started taking an inhaler and eating the Hawaiian roll she always serves. My boyfriend drives us, and we just get fast food right after. We've talked to her repeatedly about the garlic, and I've asked her not to use it, and she says she doesn't understand how it's such a big deal because it's not like you'll die. I've tried skipping the meals, but she throws a fit and drags her entire family into it. I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years and am best friends with his sister. I'm at my wit's end. How do I get this through to her? ETA. I have brought my food, usually mac and cheese. I did it twice, but both times, she was angry, which made for an incredibly unhappy evening. The problem is that she just won't listen, honestly. She has this weird mindset of, well, it's not like a kid with a peanut allergy, where you either have anaphylaxis and nearly/do actually die, or it's just something you can brush off, like lactose intolerance or something. I've tried bringing my food, but she freaked out and made the entire dinner uncomfortable. I'm tempted to eat some of her food and show how wheezy I get so she understands. I am going to talk to my boyfriend and his sister about this. Again, it's just so frustrating. I've had food from her that didn't have garlic, which was fantastic. I just don't understand it. Update 1. After my boyfriend woke up yesterday, we talked about how bothersome his mother's refusal to remove garlic is. He agreed that we should skip dinner until she does. Something about it still bothered me, so I called and asked her. She kept evading the question, saying she's just a garlic lover, that she doesn't understand the big deal, etc. Finally, after about 30 minutes of back and forth, she admitted that she didn't like me. I think I'm correct in concluding that she was trying to drive me from her family with garlic shenanigans, but maybe I'm overthinking. Anyway, I asked if it was because of my job, receptionist, my age, background, or whatever, and she just flat out told me that she doesn't like that I have my septum and tongue done and that I color my hair unnatural colors. She thinks it's unprofessional and proves that I'm too much of a wild child to date her son, which sucks because I like this woman, but I guess she was just polite out of courtesy rather than picking me herself. After I ended the call, I went to find my boyfriend, and he fessed up and said that his mother was not a fan. He kept hinting that we should break up, mostly by mentioning stuff like my friend Jenny has such a cute daughter and that sort of thing, which hurts like hell, but I'm glad I know. Anyway, my boyfriend and his sister have agreed to start a group dinner once a month. I will stop attending the dinners, and my boyfriend will go without me. Update 2. I broke up with him and spent the day fielding texts from him asking what the F was going on and why I was freaking out over his mom. I got the ick. The more I thought about how he didn't defend me when his mother refused to tell me about her underhanded tactics, the more I didn't like him anymore. It was like a switch flipped. So when he woke up, he got a call from me saying this wouldn't work out. We had a long conversation that turned into him being defensive. In the end, I was firm. I also sent a text to his sister along the lines of, if you've got questions, ask your brother, before I blocked her. Of course, it's kind of crappy that I lost my best friend and my boyfriend, but on the bright side, at least it wasn't cheating, and they just suck. My boyfriend's sister dumped her children with me because she wanted to party with her friend for 4 days, so I called the cops and ended her with a felony charge. My boyfriend and I have been together for 5 years. His sister, Claire, has a 1-year-old baby, Alex. Claire is a single mom and sometimes drops her baby off at our place when she has some errands to run. I will be honest here. I have no clue how to take care of a baby. I play with the baby, but other than that my boyfriend usually takes care of Alex. My boyfriend's work is on site, so he usually isn't home for 4 days and then comes home for 3 days. One day, Claire asked my boyfriend if she could drop off Alex for the day. Boyfriend was supposed to leave for work that evening. Since she had said that she would pick up the baby by evening, he didn't mention that. Big mistake. He left around 5 p.m. I was waiting for Claire and kept calling her. She picked up the phone around 8 p.m. and told me that she had gone to a place a few hours away with her friends. She told me to tell my boyfriend to take care of Alex for the next 3 to 4 days. I told her that my boyfriend already left for work. Then she just told me, then you take care of Alex. I will be back in 4 days. And then she hung up on me and switched off her phone. I freaked out hard. I cannot call my boyfriend because he is unreachable on site. Neither of us has family in the state that we could have called. I called a few friends but no one gave me anything helpful. The bag she gave Alex only had diapers left in it. The baby was crying her head off and I didn't even know what to feed her safely. I literally didn't know what else to do. So, I called the police and told them what happened. They directed me to a social worker. While the social worker was helping me take care of the baby, the cops called the cops where she was to locate her. The cops found her high marijuana and she had enough on her for them to classify it as possession and intention to sell. Edit. I don't think she actually sold anything. She probably just brought enough for her and her friends for the next few days. She didn't get any jail time. She had to do community service and plead guilty. Unfortunately, that also meant she got a felony conviction. This got her fired and she hasn't been able to hold on to a good job since. In my defense, I only wanted her to come back because I didn't want anything to happen to Alex because I was not capable of taking care of her. I did not think she was doing anything that would get her arrested. In her defense, she has left Alex at our home plenty of times, so it's not unreasonable for her to think that I would have no problem taking care of Alex for a few days. Also, this was probably the first time she took a break for herself since Alex was born. My boyfriend was pissed in the beginning but came around later. Their parents also think I wasn't in the wrong. She obviously hates me and thinks I ruined her life because she wanted a break for a few days. My bratty neighbor parked his favorite car in my driveway, so I got rid of it. I'm a single mother of 2 teenage boys and I live in a nice, quiet neighborhood at the end of a cul-de-sac. Every house on this street has a garage and I'm the only one that has a single car and parks in my garage. Almost every house on this street is a family home with at least 3 cars, but most have more. Some will park in their driveway and some will park on the street. It's never been a problem since everyone is considerate on how they park and no one has ever had an issue with getting in and out of the street. In addition, I tend to keep to myself. I'm not antisocial and I wave and say hello to my neighbors when I come and go from my home, but usually when I get home, I stay home. So, I say all of this to give you an idea that I'm a homebody and my neighbors pretty much know that when I get home, I stay home. About 6 months ago, the house to my right was sold to a larger family that consisted of dad, mom, and 3 teenagers. The day they started moving in, I made a point to go over to the edge of the property to wave and greet them in order to welcome them to the neighborhood. They were friendly and I was happy to have such nice people to move in next door. Also note, this family used their garage for storage and thus parked their 4 cars in their driveway. I didn't know it at the time, but their youngest son was just months away from his 16th birthday. I received a knock on the door and it was my neighbor, specifically the dad. We'll call him Dad. Dad, good evening, how are you? Me, we're okay. I'm sorry I can't open the door but my youngest came home from school with a sore throat today and so I'm not sure what's going on with him. How are you and how can I help? Dad, I'm sorry to hear that, I hope it isn't anything serious. We are okay. My son just turned 16 a few weeks ago and I'm sure you saw the new truck we bought him. Me, yes, I did. It's such a pretty truck and big. Does he like it? Dad, yes, he does. It's what he wanted so we got it for him. It is very big and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Me, I don't understand. Dad, we have been having complaints from some of the other neighbors that his truck is so big that they can't get around it when they are driving through and we're afraid that it might get sideswiped if he continues to park it in the street. Me, yeah, I've had some intense moments trying to get around it myself, but I'm sure he will get better at parking as he gets more experienced. I'm not sure what this has to do with me, I haven't complained. Dad, oh, I know you haven't complained, which is why I was going to ask if he could use your driveway to park since you don't use it. Me, very stunned at this, I do use my driveway when I leave and come home. I can't get to my garage without using my driveway. Besides, I have issues with depth perception and your son's truck is so big it will take up most of my driveway and I don't want to be responsible for any damage that might happen while it is on my property. Dad, well, we will make sure that he parks so that it will allow you to come and go without any issues. Me, that isn't possible. The only way he can park to allow me to get around him is if he parks halfway on my lawn and that wouldn't work because then he would damage my lawn. If you are concerned about his truck getting damaged then why don't you let him park in your driveway and then one of your other smaller cars can park in the street? Dad, we've already discussed that and we would have to park 2 cars in the street in order for him to use the driveway. It would be very easy for him to park in your driveway and I can assure you that it will not be an inconvenience to you. You don't even use your driveway. Me, I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I'm not going to be responsible for his vehicle on my property and I need to be able to come and go without worrying about someone else's property. Dad, very upset. At this point, you are not being very neighborly. I thought you were a nice woman. You don't use your driveway and this would benefit the whole neighborhood. Me, losing my temper at this point. Listen, I told you no and I to use my driveway every time I pull into my garage and every time I leave. I'm sorry you don't have enough parking for all your vehicles. I'm sure it's frustrating, but it's not my problem that you decided to buy a vehicle that didn't fit your property. Now, while I also find it irritating to try to navigate the road with that truck in the way, it is public parking and so I deal with it. I will not have anyone else's vehicle parking on my property. Now, if you don't mind, I have a sick kid and need to get back to him. Have a good day. With that I closed the door and then looked out the peephole and saw him give me the bird before he turned to leave. I just shook my head and had to take a moment to understand that I actually just had that conversation. I then loaded my son up in the car and left to take him to minor emergency to get him checked out. All tests came back negative and I was told he probably had a run-of-the-mill virus and to keep him home and do self-care. Was told to bring him in if he got worse but not to worry. I went to work the next day and told my coworkers the story of my neighbor's request and they were shocked. I had one coworker suggest that I send an email to my homeowners to explain what happened just to get it on record because it was such an odd request. I took her advice and typed up an email that day when I was at lunch and sent it. For those who want to know, it was just an FYI email, not a complaint email. It basically stated that my neighbor made a request to park on my property and when I declined, he got mad at me and I wanted it on record just in case anything ever happens. So very glad I did. So, Friday comes and my youngest son has been home sick since Tuesday afternoon. When I got home Friday evening, I checked him and he had begun to run a fever and was complaining of several other things. I had been doing self-care with him since Tuesday and he didn't appear to be getting any better. Around 7 p.m., I decided to take him back to minor emergency and loaded him up in the car. I opened my garage door and I was absolutely shocked to see that very big F-350 sitting in my driveway, blocking me. I can't describe to you how angry I was to see that vehicle sitting there. Now before anyone starts asking me how I didn't know it was in my driveway, it's because my street is very busy and cars are coming and going all the time and unless someone knocks on my door, I don't bother watching every vehicle that drives up and down the street. The only window that can see my driveway are the ones in my kitchen and I keep those curtains drawn and never look out of them. So, I get out of my car and stomp over to my neighbor's house and bang on their door. The mother of TH house answers the door and this is the conversation. Mom, irritated and kind of angry, can I help you? You are interrupting our dinner. Me, your son is parked in my driveway after I told your husband he couldn't. I need to take my son to minor emergency and that truck is blocking me in. It's at this time that Dad walks up behind Mom and proceeds to talk. Dad, he isn't blocking you in, you can get around him. Me, no I can't. You need to move that truck or I'm going to call the police and a tow truck. I need to get my son in to see a doctor. Dad, turning to call for his son and then turning back to me, he's not blocking you but I will have him move it. Me, it doesn't matter whether you believe he is blocking me in or not. He is not allowed to park in my driveway. No one is allowed to park in my driveway and if I find an unauthorized vehicle parked in my driveway again, I'm not going to bother to knock on your door, I'm going to have it towed. It was at this time I saw the son arrive at the door with his keys in his hands and I turned to leave and head to my car to wait for him to move it and I heard him call me that famous B word every woman has heard at least once in her life. I ignored him and headed to my car and watched as he got in and after some effort finally was able to back out of my driveway and parked his truck in the street a little way down the road. I was able to leave and take my son to minor emergency. But what my neighbors did next infuriated me to a point where I knew had to do something. I would make sure that they would regret their actions. My bratty neighbor parked his favorite car in my driveway. So I got rid of it. Part 3. My neighbor got a Sedilla monster truck, but they couldn't fit it in their driveway, so they asked if they could park it in mine. I told them no, but they disregarded me and put it in my driveway anyway. This prevented me from getting my child to the hospital, so I got their car towed. The neighbors got furious and called the cops on me for stealing their car. I opened the door and had the following conversation. Police officer, good morning ma'am. Sorry to bother you, but we had a report from your neighbor. He is stating that you stole his son's truck by having it towed from the street and we need to talk to you about this issue. Me, good morning officer. My neighbor is only telling you half the story. I had his truck towed this morning from my driveway when I returned home from minor emergency. I couldn't get into my driveway and I have already told him twice that him and his family can't park on my property. This issue started last week and I have emails to my house owners association, pictures of his truck parked in my driveway this morning, and a video of my neighbor's visit this morning where he called me names and told me he was going to sue me and call the police. I can show you if you would like? Police officer, yes. So, you are saying that the truck in question was on your property without your permission and that you had it towed? Me, yes. Last Tuesday he asked if I would allow his son to park in my driveway. I told him no and he got mad at me and flipped me off before leaving. Then Friday evening, when I was leaving, I discovered his son had parked in my driveway and I couldn't leave my garage. I went over and demanded they remove the vehicle and I told them at that time that I would have the truck towed if they parked on my property again. I came home late this morning and the truck was in my driveway, so I had it towed. Police officer, I just want to confirm, you are saying that it wasn't parked on the street but in your driveway. And you have proof of this? Me, yes, sir. If you will give me a minute, I will print off the emails that I sent to the House Owners Association that document the issues, and I will also show you the picture and video as well. With this, the police officer said that he would wait for me to print everything off. Once I got the emails printed, I then returned to the door. Opened my Photos app to the officer to show the truck in my driveway, timestamped. Handed my phone and printed emails to him. After looking at the photo where you could clearly see my house in the background, the truck blocking the entrance, and that it was partially on the lawn, the officer then read the printouts. He handed my phone back to me and asked me to open the video that I had referenced while he went over to the lawn to look. I watched him look at the area and then take a few photos. I could see my neighbor and his whole family standing in their driveway watching me and the police officer. The police officer returned and I handed him back my phone with the video ready and he watched it. After he finished watching the video, we had the following exchange: "Police officer, I am going to need a copy of that photo and video for my file. If I provided you with an email, would you be able to send it to me?" Me, yes, sir. No problem. Police officer, I have enough information for my files to determine that the vehicle was not on public property and was in fact on your property. I've made a note that you did not give permission for the vehicle to be parked on the property. Based on the emails you gave me with dates and time, it appears you did in fact advise your neighbor not to park on your property. Would you like to file a trespassing report for this incident? Me, oh, absolutely. Police officer, I can see you are not feeling well. You can either file with me now or you can go online. Getting business card out, writing on it, and then handing it to me. Here is my business card with my email address that you need to use to send me your photo and video in the case. His number was on the card as well. Do you want to file with me now? Me, honestly, I'm exhausted and would prefer to file online later. Police officer, okay. Reference this case number when you email your evidence and file the online report. Also reference my name in the report. One more thing, I saw in the video where the dad stated he was going to sue you for having the truck towed. He can sue you if he wants, and I would advise that you keep all of the evidence you provided me with today along with the case hash I just gave you. Give it a few days and you can request a copy of the report, and you will want to keep that as well. If you decide to file an online report, you will need to keep a copy of that as well. I'm going to go talk to the dad now and sorry to have bothered you. Me, thank you, officer. I'm sorry you had to come out. Police officer, have a good day, ma'am. Get some rest. With that, I closed the door and went back to bed. However, I am so mad that I didn't get any sleep. A few hours ago, I sent off my photo, video, and another copy of the House Owners Association emails to the email address the police officer gave me and then saved all of that information just in case. I also filed a trespassing report online. I then sat down and started typing this story. Not sure where this is going to go, but I am going to see it through. I know that I'm going to get a lot of pushback from people saying that I should have just knocked on their door and had them move the truck, but I feel that I was right to have the truck towed. I had already told them twice not to park on my property and it didn't stop, so this was the consequence. My bridesmaid wanted to wear an outrageous dress to my wedding because she wanted to stand out, so I slapped her and got her uninvited. I am getting married soon, and I only have 2 rules for my bridesmaids' dresses: they must be dark green. 2, it can't look like a wedding dress. I couldn't care less about the style. I wanted my bridesmaids to feel pretty. I thought these rules were reasonable, except one of my bridesmaids thought otherwise. I invited all my bridesmaids over for coffee and a little try-on, so I got to see their dresses. They all looked stunning in their dresses, and I was one happy gal until we got to my last bridesmaid. We're going to call her Shelly. Shelly came out in a big, fluffy, neon green dress. I'm talking highlighter neon green. The dress was so big it looked like it should have been at a quinceañera. Obviously, I was a little taken aback and kindly explained to her that it would be unacceptable to wear that to my wedding. She scoffed, rolled her eyes at me, and said my rules were stupid and the dress was fine. I was trying to keep calm, but on the inside, I was losing my poop. I told her, "Shelly, I only had 2 rules, and you broke both. They are reasonable, and everyone managed with them, so why can't you?" Well, she lost it. She started screaming at me and told me that she thought the color was ugly and she wasn't going to look bad at a wedding. She also told me she didn't want to look the same as my other bridesmaid. She wanted to stand out. I couldn't keep calm anymore and told her, "If you don't like the color, you don't have to be a bridesmaid and can kindly shut the FCK up because me or my bridesmaids don't want to hear you BTCH about my wedding." She stormed out. I texted her the next day that if she didn't want to wear a bridesmaid dress, she could always be a guest, and that way, she could wear whatever she wanted. She agreed. The next day, she sent me a screenshot of a $100 wedding dress on Amazon and sent another text below it saying, "This is what I'll be wearing to your wedding." After staring at my phone in shock for 20 minutes and considering blocking her, I asked her if she would like to have coffee with me and our friends, my bridesmaids, tomorrow. She said yes. So the next day, we were in my kitchen drinking coffee and eating the muffins I had made when I decided to bring it up. I explained to her it was unacceptable to wear a wedding dress to my wedding. She waved me off dismissively and said, "It's not that big of a deal. The dress is fine. You're so picky. Just be happy I'm coming, Abby." Immediately, my other bridesmaids rushed to my defense, explaining to her again why I didn't want her wearing a wedding dress. Well, Guess who threw a temper tantrum? She started screaming, saying we were all being unreasonable, and I quote, "People wear wedding dresses to other people's weddings all the time. When Shelley, do other people wear wedding dresses to others' weddings?" She told me about the dumbest answer I've ever heard. Lesbians. I spit my coffee out and laughed for a solid 5 minutes as I put on my I'm talking to a toddler's voice and said, "Shelley, the only time a lesbian wears a wedding dress to a wedding is for their D&, wedding." Correcting her just made her madder. She started screaming again and then told me the most awful thing. "F you and your wedding anyways. The only reason I was going was to see your fiancé and make him pick me." I have known this woman since 7th grade, so this was a punch to the gut. I regarded her as a close friend, and to hear her say she was only going to my wedding for my fiancé was heartbreaking. I yelled back some crude words and hurtful things, basically told her to fuck herself, then it turned into a screaming match. By the end of it, smoke was probably coming from my ears. What tipped me over the edge was the insults that were thrown at my family. I then slapped her and uninvited her from the wedding. It's a very dumb middle schooler thing to do, I'll admit. My broke uncle stole off my mom for years, then tried to move himself and his daughters into my mom's house, but he's now living in a place where he belongs. I grew up with just my mom and me. My dad has always been overseas with my family in Taiwan. My mom and dad met when my mother went backpacking in Asia. I sometimes get to go over and be with my dad 4 weeks out of the year. Now, my uncle, mom's brother, was always around, but not in a good way. He never seemed to have his life together. He constantly bounced from job to job, always needing to borrow money or, worse, taking things from our home that he never returned. My mom, being the kind and generous person she was, always bailed him out, even though it frustrated me. I tell her she was enabling him, but she'd just say, "He's my brother, I can't just abandon him," but be annoyed as well. My uncle lived off my mom's generosity for as long as I can remember. He'd stay at our house for weeks, sometimes months, without paying a dime. He was always asking for money, promising to pay it back but never did. My mom would give it but again be annoyed. That wasn't even the worst of it. He also had a nasty habit of stealing things from us. Little by little, things would go missing from my mom's jewelry, some electronics, and even sentimental items from my grandmother that had been passed down to my mom. I confronted him once when I found a ring that belonged to my mom in his coat pocket. I picked it up, and it fell out. I swear I wasn't snooping, but he swore up and down that she had given it to him. My mom was skeptical and locked up her remaining things for the first time around him. Then my mom begged me to let it go because I tried to file a police report. I took pictures and everything, and she was terrified of her baby brother going to jail. However, it wasn't just my mom he stole from. When I was a teenager, my uncle came to one of my school plays. He came to the back dressing rooms and claimed he had some food my mom wanted him to give me. It was Starbucks and a cake pop. I noticed he was lingering around my clothes while awkwardly asking me about my role, and how long the play would be because he said my cousins wanted to join too. I told him and gave him an itinerary, and he left abruptly after that. After the show I realized my wallet was gone. I searched all over the dressing room and asked other if they had seen it. I was sure I had left it in my bag, but when I asked him about it, because he was in there acting weird, he acted offended that I would even suggest such a thing. A few days later, my mom found the wallet in his car, but all the money was gone. He claimed it was a misunderstanding, that he thought it was his, but I knew better. I called my grandpa, and he knows his son better than anyone, so he ripped him a new one. He offered to open me a bank account so I wouldn't have to keep cash on me, and I accepted. My mom was so disappointed and told me how grandpa was always so unfair to my uncle, basically punishing him for the bad things he did, but grandma and my mom would baby him and enable the behavior. Oh yeah, he would rip off my grandma, too, until she basically died from breast cancer 2 years ago. Well, a year ago my mom found out she also had breast cancer, and it was really bad, like stage 3. She had chemo regularly and was always sick. I took care of her. My uncle was never around unless he needed money. When my mom passed away, it hit me hard. She was my world, but along with the grief came the will and responsibility of handling her estate. Surprisingly, she left everything to me. Our family home, her savings, everything. In her letter, she said she felt it was the only way of making sure I was taken care of and would live a happy life. She also left me videos and told me the order of watching them, such as kids. She wanted to be called Gammy I Cried So Hard, weddings, breakups, and a few other milestones I'm motivated now to complete. I also knew it would cause problems, especially with my uncle, and I was right. When he found out that he wasn't getting anything significant, he was livid. He showed up at the house, demanding that I let him stay and that I share the inheritance with him. He kept saying, "Your mom would have wanted me to be taken care of too," but I wasn't having it. I knew what my mom wanted, and she didn't want her hard-earned money to go to someone who never lifted a finger to help himself. A few weeks after my mom's funeral, I noticed some of her things were missing from the house. She always wore a necklace, an antique watch that belonged to my grandmother, and some cash she had stashed away for emergencies. I knew immediately who was behind it. I confronted my uncle, but he denied everything, accusing me of being paranoid from grief. He even had the audacity to suggest that I must have misplaced them in my emotional state. I didn't buy it for a second. I knew he was lying, but there was little I could do without proof. It hurt to think that he would stoop so low, but at the same time, it wasn't surprising. This was the same man who had been stealing from us for years, taking advantage of my mom's kindness when she had cancer and my grandmother's generosity before that. After that, I changed the locks on my mom's house and even ordered some cameras for Amazon. Reason 1, I was living alone now, and 2, my uncle kept showing up, letting himself in, and kept trying to get into my mom's room or my room when I walked out of it. Luckily, I had the keys to those rooms, had always locked them when I left them. My uncle had been trying relentlessly to get me to let him move himself and his daughters into my mom's house and give him and his daughters more of my share, basically think them 80 me 20. When I refused to give in, my uncle switched tactics. He started using his daughters, my cousins, to try and manipulate me. We were close growing up, and he knew they looked up to me like a big sister. Suddenly, they were reaching out, dropping hints about how we should all be one big family and how it wasn't right for me to take everything. It didn't take long for me to realize that my uncle was feeding them lies. He told them I was stealing their inheritance and turning my back on the family. They started to pressure me, talking about how we needed to honor my mom's memory by sticking together and how it would be selfish of me to keep everything for myself. It was hard. I loved my cousins, and I didn't want to hurt them or make them jealous in any way, but I also knew I couldn't give in. My uncle was trying to use them as pawns to get what he wanted, and he tried to contest the will several times but was denied because my mom gave him 1,000 with a letter saying she hoped he got his life together. I knew what she wanted and I couldn't stand by while they tried to take everything. I couldn't let that happen. I stood my ground, even though it tore me up inside. I told them that my mom left everything to me for a reason and that I wasn't going to dishonor her memory by giving in to their father's manipulation. They didn't take it well. They accused me of being selfish and greedy, and eventually, I blew up, calling their father a moocher and a bum and listing everything he stole from us and from grandma. They called me a liar and said I was jealous because their dad was here with them and not overseas, living his best life away from his problem of a daughter. I kicked them out after that and said they were starting to disappoint me by acting like I owed them anything. They cut me off after that, and my uncle stopped speaking to me. Soon after, I started hearing through the grapevine that he was spreading lies about how I'd stolen from him and the girls. It hurt, but I knew I was doing the right thing. After some time, I discovered that my uncle's financial situation had only worsened. His poor choices finally caught up to him. One of my cousins is in jail for 6 months for following his thieving footsteps. Meanwhile, I invested my inheritance and am thinking of selling my mom's house because one thing my uncle was right about is that it's too big for just me. I'll make sure to use it in a way that would have made my mom proud. And looking back, it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, standing up to my uncle and cousins. But it was necessary. I couldn't let them manipulate me into making a decision I'd regret. Sometimes, protecting your peace and honoring the wishes of the people who truly loved you means making tough choices, even if it means losing people along the way. Anyway, thank you so much if you made it this far in my family drama. For some reason I still feel uneasy, like it was too easy to get rid of them, but I'm starting college in 3 weeks and have already started looking at condos in California, so I'll be far away. Wish me luck. My brother destroyed my fiancé's expensive medical voice amplifier because of a bet, and is crying because he has to pay for it. My sweet fiancé suffers from ALS, and needs to use a specific medical vocal amplifier in order to speak and be heard properly. Most people are pretty fascinated with it since it's not a common medical device, but we could have never anticipated the awful situation he has been put in because he's disabled. My fiancé's voice is very raspy and weak, and if he attempts to speak without his amplifier, he can hurt or permanently damage his already weak vocal cords. I live alone with my fiancé, and a week ago, my little brother came to our place for a sleepover. I told him the only 2 rules in my house were that he could have friends come hang out, but no one could stay overnight, and to never touch my fiancé's amplifier. One night, while my brother was staying with us, he had a friend over who was still there when I went to sleep around 11. I didn't want to be rude in front of his friend, so I texted my brother and reminded him of the rules before I went to sleep. Well, the next morning, I found both my brother and his friend asleep in the living room. On top of that, my fiancé's amplifier suspiciously wasn't working correctly, and he was straining his voice to speak. That afternoon, I got a DM from my brother's friend who had slept over, and he admitted that my brother had the bright idea to bet his friend that he could microwave my fiancé's amplifier, and it would still work afterward. It did not. He lost the bet. I immediately left work to drive to my parents' house and confronted them about what my brother had done. I showed them texts as proof, and my brother became angry about his friend ratting him out. He only realized how serious the consequences would be after I told my family how expensive the amplifier was. That's when my brother started to cry, telling me that he had been saving for a car and had already picked one out. I explained to him that my fiancé and I's wedding was coming up and that he needed his amplifier for the special day. My brother begged and begged me. My parents even asked me to push the wedding back, but I told them the resulting costs would be more than the amplifier replacement. In the past, my parents have let my brother go unpunished after screwing up big time. Like when he got suspended for fighting at school, they took him on vacation to the Bahamas. I knew both my parents and brother were going to do all they could to avoid replacing the amplifier, but I had enough of their crap. Even though my parents spent the next couple of days blowing up my phone with excuses for my brother, saying it was just a mistake, that he's just a kid, I held my ground. I told them that if they didn't have my brother replace the amplifier by next week, I would be taking him to small claims court since he was 18. My brother destroyed the dress that my aunt gave me for prom, so I sold his laptop and kept the money. My brother was born when I was 2, and my parents treated him like he was made of glass. My mom was actually told that she could never conceive after she had me, so when she got pregnant again, everyone called it a miracle child, and they made sure to spoil him after he was born. I was told to not go near him because I could hurt him. They went on a vacation to Bali with my brother but left me with my grandparents, even though I begged them to take me along. On my 10th birthday, All I wanted was to go to the playground for a while and enjoy myself, but they decided that it was more important to go and buy new clothes for their other child. As my brother grew up, he realized that he could ask for literally anything and my parents would never say no. He would ask to play with my toys, and suddenly they would become his forever. Because I always spoke up about how unfair my parents were treating us, he took offense to that. He would break things around the house like a flower pot or a beer glass, and then blame it on me. And of course my parents had to take his side. In fact, they even asked him how he wanted me to be punished, to which he would say, grounded for a whole week. Since he did that so often, my parents considered me a problem child and refused to celebrate my birthdays. When I was 13, I asked them why they treated us so differently, and their reply was, "Your brother was a gift from God, and looking at how much trouble you have been causing recently, we are glad we have another child to rely on for the future." I was so distraught over my parents not loving me that I cried myself to sleep that night. I was even bullied at school because I didn't have any stuff while my brother had all the new gadgets. But I didn't fall into depression, and instead decided to prove to them that I'm not a useless daughter. I started working really hard at school, and would sacrifice hanging out with my friends so I could get the best grades possible. But the one thing that I didn't want to sacrifice was my prom. I had been asked to go by my boyfriend, and it was going to be the one thing that would wash off my loneliness. I talked to everyone about it, and that was my mistake. A few days before my prom date, our parents punished him for the first time because they caught him underage drinking. He was grounded and was really mad that he wasn't being forgiven, and when he saw how happy I was, it lit a fire of jealousy inside him that he would use to destroy my happiness. My aunt had given me a wonderful dress, and I was excited to wear it. But on the day of the prom, I went to check in my closet and saw horror. That dress, along with all my other dresses, was torn into pieces. Someone had sneaked in and destroyed everything I could wear to go to the prom. I knew it was my brother, and I confronted him, but he denied everything, and claimed that he was grounded so he couldn't leave his room. Then I went to my parents, thinking they had changed after they punished him and would see what he had done. But they backed his story, and told me that I shouldn't accuse anyone without any proof. I ran to my room and cried, because there was nothing I could do as prom was just a few hours away. I called my boyfriend and told him what happened. He said that it was fine and we could have a date another time, but I could tell that he was angry. I didn't just want to stay quiet after that and let my brother get away with it. I knew that he did this on purpose because I talked about my prom, and I was going to get payback. On Sunday, his punishment was finally over and he went out with his friends to celebrate. I snuck into his room and started looking for something I could take. When I saw his laptop, I knew it was the perfect instrument immediately. I stole it and took it to the store, where I sold it for a decent amount. Since it was the latest model, my parents still haven't bought me a laptop by the way, so this was just leveling the playing field in a way. I kept the money and was never going to admit doing it. But never did I imagine that my brother wasn't done playing dirty. He went to our parents and told them that I had gotten pregnant, and then got an abortion in the same week. Of course, it was all a lie, but it didn't matter to them. They told me to my face that I would have to leave their house the second I turned 18. You know, despite everything they did, I still want their approval and recognition. So when they said that to me, I was distraught and couldn't sleep for an entire week. I started saving money to move out, and told my boyfriend, "Remember when I said he was definitely angry? Well, apparently I was wrong." He offered to move in with me into whatever apartment I chose and offered to handle 3/4 of the rent by himself, as well as pay my deposit for me. I don't know what I did to deserve such a man, but I couldn't be happier. I'm accepting his offer and we are already looking for a place together. My brother is parading around the house like he just won because our parents bought him a new laptop. But what he doesn't know is that before I leave, I am going to destroy everything he owns, and then I'll run away to a place where they can't reach.
My brother excluded me from his wedding and told me that I would be a distraction because of my amputated leg. Now he's dying of guilt and I am refusing to accept his apology. I'm in a wheelchair. My leg got amputated 3 months ago. I have not been feeling the best, and I felt worse when I got uninvited from my brother's wedding because my brother and his new wife basically told me that I would be a distraction and take the attention off of them. They didn't say distraction, but they definitely implied it. My parents were upset about this as well and were even planning on staying with me, but I told them it was okay to go. I did cry while they were at the wedding because I felt excluded, and while that was happening, I felt that I didn't really want to be bothered with my brother and his wife anymore. When my parents came home, they were telling me that people were asking about and asking where I was, so I guess I was going to be a distraction regardless. My brother tried calling me some hours after the wedding, but I didn't pick up. After that, he and his wife came by a couple of times, but I kept telling them that I didn't want to speak to either of them, and I asked them to leave me alone. I've been trying to ignore them, and they've been making it very difficult for me to do that, so I had to block them. I know my parents are upset by this, but they said that they don't agree with what my brother did and even told him and his wife not to come over for some time. My grandma and uncle have both called me on my brother's behalf, telling me that he's hurt, that I'm not speaking to him and that he wants to make things right. He was planning on leaving on his honeymoon soon and invited me to go out and take me wherever I wanted so he could apologize because he didn't intend to hurt me. It was basically the same thing he said to me in person, but he's just now getting other people to say it, too, because he sent the same things to our parents as well. The thing is, he did hurt me though, and I don't want to go anywhere with him. I don't even like going out now that I'm in a wheelchair because I feel like people stare at me, and it's embarrassing. I'm just hoping it gets better when I get my prosthetic. My family knows I don't like going out as it is, but I was willing to do that for my brother because I really wanted to go to my brother's wedding and to be excluded as that hurt. I was told to go because my brother felt really guilty, and they told me that everyone was still adjusting and he did not mean any harm because he would never intentionally hurt me. but I don't know why they keep saying that because whether he meant it like that or not, that's how I took it. My parents were upset at my grandma and uncle for telling me that but told me I should still consider the offer. If I refuse to go, would I be wrong? I'm not sure how many people think what I'm doing is wrong because nobody else has been saying anything about it. Only my uncle and grandma have been vocal about it, and I don't want people talking about me behind my back because they were originally upset when I got uninvited.
My brother-in-law brought his mistress home while his wife was battling cancer. Now the girls are avoiding him like a plague and he got his karma. I have a widowed brother-in-law, Chris. He lost his wife with cancer, but for me, she experienced worse with Chris than battling cancer. He cheated on her while she is on her deathbed and even brought his mistress to their house. He eventually divorced Lily because he did not want to take care of a sick person and that it wasn't what he signed up for. She died with a broken heart. Recently my single brother-in-law Chris has been hinting at me to introduce him to women and I've refused. Chris has been single for almost 3 years and he has been having a hard time meeting women. He tried flirting with my friend but she had been cold and non-receptive. This was my friend Grace. Grace is not interested in him due to his inability to be faithful and she wasn't physically attracted to him. He tried to flirtatiously engage with her during a small party my husband and I had last Saturday. During the party Grace had grown frustrated with his incessant flirting and at some point told him in no uncertain terms that she found him physically ugly and that his physical ugliness is only surpassed by the ugliness of his character. She told him this in private and so no other guest had heard her scathing review of his personhood. Chris left the party. The following afternoon while my husband and I were nursing a wicked hangover, my in-laws to my surprise called to scold me for having abused and embarrassed Chris. After a few minutes of us shouting back and forth on the phone, I reminded my husband that handling his family was his job. So while my husband argued with his parents, I reviewed our security cameras, and honey Grace verbally tore him apart. Grace reminded him that he cheated and divorced his late ex-wife Lily while she was battling cancer and that he then got dumped by the mistress for being a cheater as he continued to cheat on her. Grace told him that he wasn't a man of any significant value other than the few coins he had in the bank and that there's no way in hell she'd entertain his delusions of intimate grandeur and beauty. She also said the only thing he had going for him was his overbloated job title as an executive director to a third-rate company that will probably collapse in the next 5 years. As a parting gift she told him to consider some cosmetic work to improve his haggard appearance and perhaps to start praying for divine intervention to fix his rotten soul since there is no way a psychotherapist could ever come close to fixing whatever is wrong with him. My in-laws and Chris feel that I shouldn't have told my friends what Chris did because he's now perceived by my girlfriends as a terrible person. I told them he was unfortunately a terrible person and people would have always found out what happened between him and the late, great Lily. My brother is demanding that I split my niece's college fund in half and give it to his son. Now he's accusing me of dividing his family because I refused to divide my niece's money. I own a restaurant and offered my niece and nephew a job at the restaurant during weekends and school holidays when they were both 15. My niece agreed, but my nephew got a job that would allow him to work with his friends and didn't expect my offer. When my niece started working, she asked if I could pay half of her salary and save the rest. She told me that she could use the money for college or a car. I was very impressed at her wanting to save up, and I offered to pay her in full but save an amount equal to her wages. She was earning double. She was being paid $11, and I saved another $11 every hour she worked. My niece worked Fridays, weekends, and school holidays. My niece has a decent following on social media. You can even call her an influencer, so I paid her $107. This was also saved and increased with her increasing popularity. For every post she made on Instagram about my place. My niece and nephew are about to finish high school. I told my niece I had saved up about $63,000 for her to go to university and transferred the money to her account. I then got a call from my nephew thanking me for the money and asking when he was receiving his share. I told him I had nothing saved up for him since I only made a deal with my niece. My brother flipped out. He said I was unfair, and my nephew was very upset since he had to take out significant loans to go to university while his sister got a free ride. I told my brother it was not my fault that my nephew had nothing saved. My brother and his wife have been sending me insulting text messages saying I should split the money in half. This made me angry, and I said I couldn't split the money that wasn't mine and that would be up to my niece. I told her not to, by the way, because she worked hard for that money. And I also told my brother that if he was so worried about his children's education he should have saved up for them because he had 18 years to do so. I saved $63,000 in 3 years. My brother is now accusing me of showing wealth because I earn more than him, trying to divide his family, pushing my nephew for not accepting my job offer, and showing favoritism towards my niece. Am I the a-hole? My brother is giving his girlfriend false hope of making babies. Now he's livid with me because I slipped that he's already snipped a long time ago. My brother, Mark, 40, won the lottery when he was 20. It was $1,000 a week for life. He was young and wanted to travel. He dropped out of school and has spent his entire adulthood basically seeing the world. He comes home to visit every few years, and we FaceTime with him when he is near a signal. He doesn't travel first class or stay in expensive resorts, so he has actually built up some nice savings. He came home with a girlfriend, Haley, 28, this year. They met when they got stuck in South America during the pandemic. She has been traveling since she graduated from university and she works out of a laptop. I live in the same city where I was born. I love it here. I love being close to my parents and my grandchildren, and most of my siblings. Mark hated being the youngest of 8 and always swore he would not have kids. Our parents were older when they had him and they didn't have the energy for him, truth be told. Mark came home when he was 30 and told us that he had had a vasectomy and that he would not be contributing to the world population. Haley is a pretty young thing, and she is intelligent and sweet. I can understand why anyone would fall in love with her. We were having a family barbecue to celebrate Mark's being in town. There were maybe 30 people in my parents' yard and house. I was talking to Haley about her plans now that the world opened up again. She said that she was ready to settle down and start a family. I asked if they planned on adopting from one of the countries they had traveled to or if they would try in North America. She said they had talked about it and would be having at least one child of their own. This may be where I effed up. I asked where Mark got his vasectomy reversed or if they were having in vitro fertilization. I know they can harvest sperm from a testicle even after a vasectomy. She went very quiet and went over to Mark. They spoke, and they left. Mark called me later that night to scream at me for ruining his life. He hadn't told her, and he was planning on just continuing to travel and maybe adopt if they decided on it. He said I shared private medical information and that he never wanted to see me again. I apologized over and over. I seriously had no way of knowing that he was planning a future with this girl without telling her a pretty big piece of the puzzle might be missing. I feel bad for him, but I think he should have told her. Update: my brother now refuses to visit our parents if I'm around because I accidentally told his girlfriend at the time that he had a vasectomy when she told me that they were trying for kids. So it wasn't that he was planning on reversing his vasectomy or anything. He wanted to do the same as that poor woman's boyfriend, just lead her on until it was too late for her to have kids. He came by this summer with his girlfriend, and I stayed away. I guess he told this one that he and I have a bad relationship and that I'm jealous of his riches lol after his lottery win. I'm not going to do anything about it, but I hope she finds out before he screws her future as well. It's sort of funny, though. His lottery money may run out soon. It turns out that he should have paid more attention. The money he won, $1,000 a week for life, was actually only for 25 years. He does have savings, so he shouldn't be destitute, but he also does not have a pension. I am interested to see what happens in 4 years. My brother left his pregnant girlfriend alone to go on a trip and turned off his phone. Now, it has become the greatest regret of his life, but my husband is taking his side. My husband and I have been together since high school, and my brother introduced us. We have a beautiful 4-year-old daughter who adores Emma, my brother's ex-wife. My brother and Emma have been together for around 4 years. She is an incredible delight to be with, bringing out the best in him. Our entire family cherished her. Sometimes, I felt like my parents loved her more than us, and the same was true for my daughter. Emma was a fairy princess to her, and every time we went to take her up, she would cry and urge us to go home and come back tomorrow because she wanted to be with Aunt Emma. She was 26 weeks pregnant, 6 months, and we were all looking forward to it. My brother and she had always wanted a baby and seemed overjoyed whenever we visited them. She would have been an amazing mother. Emma had been feeling bad, and her stomach hurt, so she requested my brother to drive her to the hospital, where the doctor said everything was all right and sent her home. She kept saying she didn't feel right, but my brother dismissed it as her overreacting. My brother, husband and their friends went fishing the next day. Emma urged my brother not to go since she didn't feel right and needed someone to be with her. My amazing brother became mad, telling her to quit overreacting, that everything wasn't about her, and that he needed some alone time. Well, he turned off his phone and proceeded on the trip. Emma called me crying and asked if I could come over because her stomach hurt. By the time I arrived, she was half conscious on a bloody floor. I rushed her to the hospital. The hospital told me they required her husband's signature to carry out the operation. There was a lot of bickering. Although they saved her life, we lost the baby. She woke up screaming and weeping, asking where her child and husband were. It was horrible. My parents and her parents were in tears when they saw her. I kept calling the guys, but none of them responded. It was even more unsettling when Emma finally calmed down. It was as if she had given up, with no soul left in her eyes. My brother returned the next day to an empty, bloody apartment, ran to the hospital, and apologized to Emma while crying. She looked at him with no feelings and asked for a divorce. My brother grew depressed after that, and he would spend his days drinking in the baby's nursery. None of us consoled him. I suppose we all blamed him somehow. My husband went to meet him, and when he returned, he told me about the above and asked that I apologize to my brother for neglecting him and console him. I refused. He got angry with me and blamed Emma for the miscarriage, claiming that if she was truly ill, she should have gone to the hospital rather than making a scene and that my brother was suffering as a result of her idiotic decision. He kept defending my brother, stating that it wasn't his fault that he wanted some alone time before the baby, and so on. I couldn't take it any longer, so I told him that if he kept defending, I would divorce him. I took my daughter and left for my parents' home. It's been 2 days, and neither of us has tried talking. I'm not sure if I behaved like an and recalling all he said, I believe I should at least console my brother. I suppose I wanted opinions?
My brother made a hurtful comment about me and my parents did not punish him. Now they are upset because I'm calling them by their first names. I was adopted by my parents, Peter and Jane, when I was 4 years old. They've always been open about my adoption, and I've never felt like they treated me any differently because of it. They have 2 other kids, my siblings. We've always been a close family, and I've always considered Peter and Jane to be my real parents. Last week, I had an argument with my 12-year-old brother. I can't even remember what started it, but in the middle of it, he suddenly said, "Mom and Dad aren't even your real parents." Hearing that from him hurt more than I can explain. I've always seen him as my little brother, and I never imagined he'd say something so cruel. Afterward, I went to Peter and Jane, expecting them to be as upset as I was. But instead of grounding him or making him apologize, they just said he didn't mean it and probably didn't realize how hurtful it was. They pretty much brushed it off, and that made me feel like my feelings weren't important. Since then, I've been calling them by their first names instead of Mom and Dad. I know it's getting on their nerves because they've asked me to stop, but I've refused. I told them I'd stop when they either punished my brother or at least made him apologize for what he said. If he's going to say they aren't my real parents, then why should I call them mom and dad? Now they're upset with me, saying I'm being petty and that I'm overreacting. My dad has even started calling me princess because he says I'm acting like one. I know he's trying to make me feel bad or embarrassed, but honestly, it just makes me feel worse. He used to call me stuff like that all the time, and he knows it pisses me off, which is why he's doing it. He labeled me as gay for 3 years because I wanted to do ballet until I finally quit. Don't get me wrong, I love my dad. I don't think he's abusive or anything, but he gets like this when he's upset and just says nasty things to everyone. It doesn't happen that often, though. I have explained why it upset me so much. When I did, I started crying, and that's when my dad started calling me princess. From where I stand, it feels like they didn't take what my brother said seriously enough, and that's why I'm doing this. I don't want to feel like I'm making a big deal out of nothing, but at the same time, I can't just let this go without some sort of consequence. What my brother said really hurt me, and I need them to understand that. Update 1. Since I last posted, things have taken a different turn. My little brother actually came to me and apologized on his own. He looked really sorry and said he didn't mean what he said and that he didn't realize how much it would hurt me. We had a good talk, and I honestly believe he meant it. I've forgiven him, and we're back to being okay with each other. So, at least that's one thing sorted. But now, the real issue is with Peter. I don't know if it's because I've been standing my ground or what, but instead of things getting better, they've just gotten worse. He's still calling me princess every chance he gets, but it's gone beyond just teasing. Yesterday he actually posted a picture of a bunch of dresses on his Facebook page and tagged me in it with the caption, "Bet you'd like these, princess." A few of his friends even commented on it, laughing and making jokes about me. I felt so humiliated, and when I tried to talk to him about how hurtful it was, he just brushed it off and said I needed to learn to take a joke. Jane, as usual, is trying to play peacemaker, but she's not really doing much to stop Peter. She keeps saying things like, "You know how your dad is, he doesn't mean any harm," but that's not good enough for me. I'm still upset that neither of them took what my brother said seriously in the first place, and now it feels like Peter is making things even worse. It's gotten to the point where I'm seriously thinking about just keeping my distance from Peter. I've been avoiding him as much as possible, but it's hard when we live in the same house. It's like I'm being punished for standing up for myself, and I'm not sure what to do anymore. My friend said I can come and stay with him and I am genuinely considering it. I don't know how much longer I can keep putting up with this. My brother missed his wedding and blamed me. Now my family hates me. I still can't believe this happened or that I'm taking all the blame for it. My brother was supposed to get married a week ago, but he never arrived at the wedding venue on time. I know why, and because I was technically with him for a night, my family thinks it was my responsibility to take care of him. Well, the night before his wedding, my brother called all of his friends and talked about having one last day of freedom before he married the old ball and chain. He apparently wanted one last night as a single man. Mind you, we already had a bachelor party, so I don't know what gave him the idea to do another one. His friends were all up for it though, so we all drove to a STRP club of his choice. Something about having to live with the same woman for the rest of his life gave him the ick. I reminded him the entire time that he shouldn't drink too much because the very next day was his wedding. He told me to lay off and he knew what he was doing. At some point I did stop telling him and just watched him go to town with all the alcohol he was drinking. I'm not much of a drinker, in fact I try to stay away from it as much as possible, so I only drank one beer and called it a night. Everyone else was insanely wasted though. I had to call Ubers for the friends and drove the groomsmen and my brother to his house. I went back to my own house where I slept soundly. The next day, I went about my day before getting ready for my brother's wedding. I'm actually not one of his groomsmen, I was just a guest, which is why I don't think it's fair that all the responsibility latched onto me out of nowhere. If anything, our older brother should have been blamed since he's the best man and was tasked with making sure the groom attended the wedding. So I drove up to the wedding and my dad instantly started asking me about my brother's whereabouts. I told him I haven't seen him since last night when I dropped him off at his house after drinking for hours. That's when they told me no one from the groom's party was here and they've been trying to contact them for hours. An hour goes by and my parents try to delay the wedding as much as possible. At this point the bride finds out that her husband is nowhere to be found and immediately thinks the worst. He got cold feet and was standing her up at her wedding. I wouldn't put it past my brother with the way he was acting yesterday. He seemed like he did not want to get married and I actually felt bad for her. The wedding was delayed as much as possible and my father went to get my brother from his house, which was 2 hours away. The sun was setting by the time we got word that my father had picked him up and was on his way. My brother talked to the bride who had been crying all day. Her makeup was smeared and her hair got all messy. I tried to comfort her by saying that he definitely was not thinking of leaving her and he just overslept because he had a crazy night out, but she didn't believe anything I said. Because we were there all day, the guests ate the food, the priest had grown tired of waiting, and the bride even changed out of her wedding dress. It was not an enjoyable wedding. My brother came and instead of hugging his crying bride, he sucker punched me. I yelled at him asking what the hell was wrong with him and he started blaming me for making him miss his wedding. I saw my father looking disappointed at me as well. We started arguing back and forth and it wasn't until the bride got in between us that the screaming match stopped. I had told everybody who asked what happened. My brother went out, partied too hard. I dropped him off at his house with all his groomsmen, went home, and then came to the wedding. Everybody had believed me, but when my dad told this to my brother as he was berating him during the 2-hour car ride, my brother spit out a different story to save his own SS. Apparently, it was my idea to go party and he didn't want to go but I dragged him. He said I was the one that had taken him to a STRP club and said he needed to let loose before he married the old ball and chain. Then, I got him wasted on purpose because I wanted him to miss his wedding since I was jealous of his relationship. He told everyone that I was the one who wanted to marry the bride, so by making him miss his own wedding, I could swoop in and pull the if you ever need someone to talk to card to try to win her over. Everyone immediately believed his sob story, so they all turned their backs on me and villainized me. I didn't even have the friends to back me up because they were all so intoxicated. I'm surprised they remember we went out. It didn't hurt that my brother had used factual details in his story and just swapped it to make me seem like the bad guy. One of them even said they remembered someone saying old ball and chain, which confirmed my brother's story. They asked me why I didn't bring that up, and I said it was because I didn't want the bride to feel even worse than she already did by bringing up that her fiancé called her that. Nobody believed me and said I was a liar since I left out all sorts of details in my side of the story. My brother kicked me out of his wedding, and even a week later, I'm still getting messages from my parents telling me I embarrassed them. My brother did get married, but because he's on his honeymoon, I haven't contacted him, but trust me, when he gets back, I'll be the one sucker punching him.
My brother painted me as a wicked sister who stole everything from him, so I ruined his life by letting his wife know that he blew his inheritance away and was drowning in debt. I have two siblings, Mason and Brittany. Our mother passed away recently due to late-stage cancer, leaving us with a lot. My siblings each got more than $150,000 in money, sentimental but expensive items, and furniture. I did not get the money. I received the house, the land, and some items. The house and land, which had been sold off bit by bit over the years due to Mom's declining health and inability to properly tend to it, is worth far below the $150,000 my siblings received. Weeks passed and I finally felt like I could start doing things to the house. Now, I did say the house was dingy. It's not worth $150, but the housing market is crazy, so I thought it was a bit of a luck. It needs repairs: the roof, the chimney, the water heater, some pipes, the doors and windows for heating purposes, and everything inside is so darkly painted or made of wood that just sucks out all of the light. As I started going through everything in the house, which had specifically been left to me as stated in the will, I began finding things. Money is in books, and there are so many books. Money taped under beds, money folded into the fancy sheets, money hidden in the teapot, and cups that had been passed down in the family which we had never been allowed to touch in fear we might break them. I found jewelry in different boxes, hidden in the attic, the vents, in sock drawers. Some of it was so gaudy it had to be costume, but I put it all together and took it to be appraised. The worth of the jewelry is nearly half of what my siblings got. Even the would-be costume jewelry is worth something. Even now, I'm still finding things. I found antique items, fancy watches, untouched clothing and bags with price tags still on them, belts and shoes still in their boxes. All of this was tucked away, apparently hidden, and not talked about. Some of the clothing still had receipts, and since neither I nor my sister can wear them, I took them back to see if I could get the refunds or started selling them online, since, again, everything left in the house was specifically left to me. I took the cash and used it to help pay for the immediate repairs, and it almost covered the whole thing. I looked through the jewelry and kept what I liked, which was very little as I am not into that sort of thing, and put aside some for my sister and my brother's daughter. I liquidated the rest and put that into savings. I also put aside some of the bags, belts and watches for my siblings and their families. We can't fit the clothes, but those things are easier to swap around. I invited everyone over and gifted them the items, telling them I had found them while I was cleaning everything out and thought they might like to have them. Everyone was happy to get them, and there wasn't much bickering among the kids. They asked what else I found and I explained the jewelry I kept and the clothing I was selling off. My brother got a weird look on his face and asked if I had found any money. I told him I had, but tried to downplay it as mostly change and loose bills. He asked to see the money and I grabbed a giant water refill container I had started storing all the coins in. He told me that was a lot of coins and asked if I was going to use them for the laundry mat since I left them all loose. I rolled my eyes because I have a washer/dryer set. I told him there was no point in cashing them in until I cleaned the whole house. He told me to let them know so we could all split that in the money I got from selling the clothing. When I asked why, he said so we can split it. I asked him why I would split it when they all had gotten large cash inheritances, sentimental and expensive things, and some other things. I literally got the house, the problems, the cleanup, and the nice things I did find that I thought they might like. I handed over without being asked to. He told me I didn't have to be a greedy a-hole about it and to never mind. My sister gave me the side eye but didn't say anything, but I feel guilty for misleading how much I had actually found, even though it was all put towards making the house better. Update: my house already had outside cameras due to when I moved in and installed them, but I did go and add more to the property line, inside the house in key spots, and around the garage. I also put up no trespassing signs while I look through companies that do proper fences. The property is just small enough I can swing the fence. I did change the locks as soon as I read the advice to do so. I hadn't thought about that, since I work from home. Mom also kept a spare hidden in a plant because my sister used to lose everything constantly, so I made sure to remove it and not replace it with a new one. It's a good thing I did all of this because 2 days after my initial post, I had to run into town for groceries and a few quick errands. I live on the outskirts with neighbors a bit of a distance either way so they wouldn't notice anyone stopping by. I got a notification on my phone about movement and I checked because I wasn't expecting any packages. My brother was getting out of his car, looked around, and checked the windows. He tried his key in the door and got upset it didn't work. He checked the flower plant and kicked it over. The cameras around the house let me communicate, so I just said, "That was rude," to the speaker. He jumped and spun around to see nothing. I asked him what he wanted and he demanded to know why I put up cameras. I said, "Because I'm a single woman living in the woods." "Yeah, dumb poop." He shifted from foot to foot before saying he would be back so we could talk, and he left. I messaged the video evidence of him trying to get in while I wasn't home to him, his wife, my sister, and her fiancé. With the message I sent, I changed the locks because I don't know who mom gave them out to, like her friends, and I have cameras. Because of this attempt to get in while I'm not home, no one will be getting the new key. I don't just randomly try to get into your house when you're not home. He sent me a lot of nasty texts after that, trying to shame me for doing that. I told him he shouldn't be doing things he doesn't want others to know about, and that it's a reflection on him, not me. He told me I was a B and blocked me. My sister thinks I went too far by telling his wife because she is threatening to take the kids to her mom's, and she thinks I went too far by showing her fiancé because now he doesn't want him to have keys to theirs for emergencies. Somehow, I get the feeling this isn't over yet. Time to adopt a very big dog. Update 2. I am adopting a bonded pair of doggos from my local shelter. I did start a paper trail with both the police and a lawyer, who is a family friend. I documented the attempted break-in, didn't press charges but had them speak with my brother, and have him put on notice. He ended up getting new phone numbers, yes with an S, to contact me to berate me and shame me for sicking those pigs on him. I took all of those messages to the lawyer and sent off a few things, a cease and desist for the alarming numbers of calls, texts, social media DMs, and emails he sent me. Some were full of rage about how I took his kids from him, and the others were about how he knew you rat bitch found money in the house. My sister Brittany asked me out to coffee and apologized for taking Mason's side. She just didn't want the friction and thought the three of us could have worked it out together instead of getting others involved. She and her fiancé have the understanding that he handles his family and she does hers, I guess, for like disputes and things. So by sending it to him before she had a chance to even react to it, it felt like overstepping because I didn't give her the chance to do literally anything before her fiancé was losing his mind. I did apologize because I hadn't thought of it like that. I asked her what she would have done if I had just sent her the video, and she said she would have sat on it for like a day to think about it and then probably would have asked me for more information or talked to him to see what the hell he was thinking. She also said I was a effing moron for saying the gifts I had given everyone had been from the house. I should have said something about a bonus at work or something. I have no reason to trust her, but it makes sense, so I am going to cautiously keep in mind that she does have a harder time getting thoughts and emotions across in a normal way. All this said, I found something really weird and I don't want to open it. In the basement, tucked far into a corner and buried behind a bookshelf and under boxes and boxes of things, is an ancient-looking freezer. It was and still is plugged in. It's running. It was buried and dusty in a way that I knew there was no edible food inside of it. But you ever get that feeling that something just isn't right? Do I open it? Do I pretend I never saw it? Do I have someone else open it? Any ideas about why it was hidden? My one friend joked it was my grandfather's game box and it has decades-old deer inside of it. Is that a thing?
My brother punched me when he learned that I am marrying my brother's ex-wife and considering adopting his child after he abandoned both of them, so we are planning on screwing him financially. I have been dating my brother's ex-wife for the past 3 years. My brother married his ex-wife 8 years ago. After she got pregnant, he didn't want the child and forced her to abort. She didn't want to, so he divorced her in just 1 year and gave up all his rights. He even accused her of cheating just to justify his insistence on divorce. My then sister-in-law was devastated. She was a single mother. My brother pays alimony and child support. We all were childhood friends and lived in the same neighborhood. I don't know what she saw in him that she married him so early. My brother is a poss, and he bullied me as well. He is a golden child, after all. Before they got into a relationship, she was my best friend. I, of course, supported my sister-in-law throughout her pregnancy and helped my nephew when I saw that she was struggling. So, 3 years ago, we started dating. Although we knew many wouldn't approve of our relationship, we did not hold back because we've grown to love each other. We've been together through ups and downs, and I honestly cannot see my life without her anymore. We never told any of our family members, and I moved in with her. We avoided telling anyone to avoid any problems. So a week ago, my brother came to his ex's place, and he was shocked to see me and asked me what I was doing here. We had no choice but to tell him the truth. He was very mad at me, and he hit me and screamed at me. How could I do this to him? After a bit of a fight, he said he came here to reconnect with his ex and become a part of his child's life. He didn't know that I was a scumbag enough to do this to him. My now girlfriend threatened him to leave, and she doesn't want anything to do with him. He screamed at both of us and called us lovely names. At the end, we both threatened to call cops if he doesn't leave, so he finally left. Now all my family members, mom, dad, grands, are saying I shouldn't have had such a relationship with my brother's ex and I'm a scum. And they are ashamed of me. I should break up with her so my brother can be with his wife and child, and I'm an obstacle. I said to them that we were going to tell them soon and planning to get married this year or early in 25, and they called me names and threatened to cut contact and wouldn't attend the wedding. My girlfriend is saying not to mind them, that we will get married even if it's just 2 of us, and that I should report my brother for what I did. So my girlfriend came up with a devious plan that we will hold on to adopting and make him pay child support and another necessary fund, which is required in the future, and fight it for what she did to her and what he did to me. Update: yesterday, we sat down, called my family, and talked to clear things up. It was my girlfriend who talked to them, and she said even if we both don't get married there is no chance that she will be with him or allow him to meet her kid no matter what, and it isn't up to him to decide for her what she can and she can't do. My family and brother all started convincing her to give my brother a chance to be a dad and husband. After a lot of yapping, my wife said no, she had already found another man, and there wasn't much he could do to stop her. Then my brother started threatening me cause he knew I was listening. I didn't even say much. He said I went too far and said nasty things. My wife cut him off and said never contact any of us. So now we have decided that we are going to file a complaint in the morning and move somewhere else near her parents or at her parents' house. If I marry her, he won't need to pay alimony, but he will be required to pay child support unless I adopt him. So we decided to forget about money and go with marriage and adoption. We don't care about vengeance or money, we just want to live our life in peace and without any drama, and I'll never talk to my family or have any contact with them even if I or any of them die cause F them. My brother thinks that he outsmarted me by not paying rent in the house I let him and his family live. Now, he's being served with eviction notice because I sold it. A few years ago my brother needed help. I let him move into one of my rental properties and we did it all legal. Lease agreement and everything. Because I was renting to him at a break-even point, we agreed that he was responsible for all the maintenance of the house and yard. Well, he has 4 kids, and the hot water tank isn't enough for his family and he wants a new one. I told him to go ahead. He then proceeded to take the cost of the hot water tank and installation of that month's rent. I reminded him of our agreement. He said he wasn't making improvements to my property for free. I said that the old hot water tank was fine and he made the decision to replace it. Big argument and I didn't want to fight, so I said that he was not allowed to make any further changes to the house without my explicit agreement. So he stopped doing maintenance as a protest. The house itself is not pretty, but it is solid. It is old and the wiring in it was not meant for all the modern electronics we have. He wanted to add a new breaker box and run more outlets. I said no thanks. I cannot afford that since I'm not making any money on the house. He started getting bitchy about it and the rent started getting paid late. I tried talking to him, but he said that he had to buy some stuff for the house and he was low on cash. So I sold the house. While the house itself isn't great, it is in an older part of the city and the property itself is a quarter of an acre. Every time a house sells in the neighborhood it is snapped up by developers and tuned into multi-family units. Or one guy built a McMansion on his land. I know a lot of the developers and I didn't even need to list the house to have it sold in less than a week. My brother found out when he was served with an eviction notice. He called me to ask what the F. So I told him that the house was causing me headaches and I had an opportunity to make some money and I took it. He said I should have offered him a chance to buy it. I said that he was having trouble making rent. How was he going to qualify for a mortgage? He said I'm an a-hole and that he has the money. He was waiting to make me an offer. I asked him if he had money and why he was late on his rent. He started badmouthing me to all our family. A few of them took his side and tried to say I was being an asshole, so I offered all of them a chance to clear his debt to me if they wanted to share their opinion. None of them took me up on the offer. My parents are on my side and they said I shouldn't have rented to him in the first place. I feel bad for my sister-in-law and the kids, but I'm not going to spend the rest of my life subsidizing his. My brother told me that my wife should not have time for herself and I should not babysit our child. Now he's mad because he's going to be homeless. My wife and I had a baby 4 months ago. She has been suffering from PPD, and she's had a lot of breakdowns here and there, and it was just so heartbreaking to see. I decided to give her a day to herself and take care of the baby. So I took a small leave from work, gave her my card, and told her to do what she needed to do for herself. My brother, 35M, and his wife came over the same day she visited and asked me where she was. I told them she was out doing her things, and they asked why I was babysitting the baby. I told them it wasn't babysitting when it was my child, and I was giving my wife some time to herself. My sister-in-law scoffed at me and told me she should be home like a good mom. My brother laughed and agreed, saying caring for a baby is easy. I got pissed at him and told him, of course, it'd be easy for you because you live with mom, so you could just dump the baby on her. He and his wife got pissed and started yelling at me, so I kicked them out and told them never to come back unless they apologized. I told my wife about it, and she was sad that I fought with my brother because of her, but I reassured her that I didn't care because she was important. I got a call from my mom saying she agreed with me but told me I was a bit harsh about what I said to him, and I can't help but feel like an offer that. Update. First off, my wife has been doing great. She looks as happy as the day we found out we were having a kid. I give her the weekends to herself, considering those are my days off. I still help her with our child when I get off from work. Second, my mom called again to ask what happened between my brother and me because he only told her that I kicked him out for saying I was babysitting my kid, so I decided to give her the full story. Mom was pissed. Our mom was a single mother who raised both my brother and I, so she was beyond pissed that he would say something like that about my wife. The next thing I knew, she told him and his wife that they had 30 days to pack up and leave. My brother called and went off on me for apparently making him and his wife homeless. I just hung up because I couldn't deal with him anymore. My wife and I are planning a small vacation to visit her parents soon. My mom is coming with, and she's excited for them to meet their grandchild. My brother uninvited me from his wedding because I was fruity. My parents were furious that I do not care, so I made a group chat with all the family members and exposed them. This whole thing is so weird. I am gay. I came out at 16 and my parents told me they would always love me, but to not mention it to my older brother who I'll call Brick, then 19M, 30M now. When I was confused and asked why, they said that Brick had expressed some awful opinions about gay people. I limited talking to Brick until I moved out at 18, which wasn't much of a problem because we were never close. I went to uni, got a good job, and had an awesome boyfriend in my home city. Me and my boyfriend Angel live a peaceful life. Peaceful until a few days ago when I got a call from my brother. I was concerned that Brick was calling me, as we had never messaged before, just had each other's numbers for emergency purposes. I picked up because maybe there was some emergency happening. He opened the call with an annoyed "Hey man," and I knew something was up. He said he was getting married to his fiancée next year. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. I was like, that's great, Brick, and asked some boring wedding things that he begrudgingly answered. He then told me invites were being sent out in a couple of weeks, and that I could bring A+1. Here's where I made the mistake that started this mess. Without thinking like an idiot, I said, cool, I'll bring my boyfriend. Major mess up. Brick immediately started yelling insults down the line, screaming that he wouldn't have an F slur at his wedding. I didn't say anything and just hung up. I was rattled by hearing those words from my own brother's mouth, even though I knew his feelings about people like me. I told Angel, and he comforted me, ordering in my favorite restaurant and watching movies with me, which was awesome. We went to bed later, and I felt alright the next day. I sent my parents a message that Brick invited me and uninvited me from his wedding pretty much in the same breath and went on my way to work, not a clue of the crapstorm waiting for me when I got off. When I turned my phone on again after my shift, It was blowing up. Messages and calls from my parents and relatives galore asking me what happened. I phoned my parents back when I got home and gave them the rundown of what happened, and said I honestly didn't care because it's not like Brick would be coming to my wedding anyways. My parents immediately chastised me for my obvious disinterest and disregard of my brother's life. They told me I should apologize to him for bringing my personal life into his wedding. What? I told my parents to screw off and have been getting bombarded with messages from relatives to apologize to my brother and get my invite reinstated, and apologize to my parents for disrespecting them. But I really don't want to. Angel's reassuring me that I did nothing wrong, but it's still nagging me. Am I the a-hole? Update. I decided I didn't want to let this sit for any longer. I took a day off work, and I added my parents, Brick, and all the family that messaged/called me into one big group chat. For one advice I saw here, I laid out everything that went down to them, in case they were told a different story by my parents and brother. I told them that I was going NC with my parents and Brick no matter what, and if they didn't apologize and realize what they did wrong, I cut them off too. I turned my phone off and continued on without it for the rest of the day. Once I turned my phone on again, I had lots of messages from them. My parents were outraged, and Brick said nothing. Some of my extended family apologized and told me that my parents just told them I was mean to Brick about some of his wedding plan choices, which got me uninvited. Still trying to wrap my head around how stupid that is. Seriously think my parents might be Neanderthals. Anyways, the real story made others even more angry and more insistent that I apologize, and they were promptly blocked. I didn't answer any of my parents' texts/calls and blocked them. I feel like I have a weight off my shoulders. I'm not concerned about my parents showing up at our apartment, as they moved away from my city last year. Me and Angel are planning a lovely trip to France to visit his family during when the wedding will be taking place, which I'm very excited for. I've heard nothing but good things about them.
My brother wants me to pay for his children's church camp after he banned me from their house because I am fruity. Now, I am cutting him off and refusing to help him financially. I am married to a woman, and we have an 8-month-old. My brother and his wife have 2 kids. We used to be close, but they joined a church when my nephew was young, and our relationship changed. We haven't talked much for about 6 years. My wife and I are financially stable and help family in whatever way we can. We were never taken advantage of until this situation with my brother and sister-in-law. We buy clothes and school supplies for both kids, pay for nephew's summer camp, and private lessons for various interests. Last spring, when I shared the news of our pregnancy, I got a lengthy message from my brother letting me know that they can no longer support my lifestyle, and while they love me and hope I change my mind, I was no longer welcome in their home. They didn't want to confuse the kids. It's not the kids' fault, so I still paid for all the usual stuff last year. I'm supposed to pay for camp this summer, but they decided to send him to their church's camp instead. It costs double. They didn't ask if I was willing or able to pay more. I wouldn't normally mind, but why would I want to pay for him to be taught my lifestyle is perverted and sinful? I messaged them and said they should have asked me before changing his plan/budget for camp. They said they didn't need my permission to send him to church camp. I said that should mean they don't need my money either. My brother tried to convince me that it would benefit my nephew. They already promised him that he would be disappointed since they couldn't afford it. I feel terrible for my nephew, but I don't think they should have promised him anything before talking to me. He called to see if I'd reconsider 2 days ago, but I stood firm. He said I shouldn't take whatever resentments I have toward him and his wife on his kids. I said it goes both ways. My daughter would be innocent if they had a problem with my wife and me. Does he even know her name, birthday, what she looks like? Has he ever asked? After a long silence, he said, "Come on, Irene, you know that's not the same. She isn't even actually related to you. Nephew is your blood, and you guys were always so close when he was little. He misses you." I hung up and have been crying since. My wife and I talked and are considering cutting them off and putting the money I usually spend on them into a college fund instead. My mom says I have every right to be angry at my brother but should reconsider for my nephew's sake. It's not his fault, and he won't understand. He'll think now that I have a daughter, I don't care about them anymore. I do feel terrible about it, but I'm at a loss. Update. My wife and I have decided to no longer pay for activities unless requested directly by the kids. We will finish paying for their current lessons until they finish the course, but no more. To clarify, the kids know the things I purchase/pay for. It doesn't matter much to me, but I do always get thank yous from them. My parents have a good relationship with my brother and sister but don't agree with my brother's actions. My dad doesn't spend a lot of time with them because they've banned me from their house. But they worry about the kids. They worry about what the church will turn them into. Also, they don't help with the kids' activities because my brother won't take money from them, but they have offered. My brother wants to invite his annoying girl best friend to my wedding instead of his girlfriend, so I told him that his +1 is cancelled and I will be inviting the girlfriend myself. My brother has been with Leah for about 2 years. We all like her. She is super nice. I'm getting married next April and sent an invite to my brother's apartment. We decided to send invites to households and not individuals. For example, our aunt received an invite for her family and not for each individual. Last Thursday, we met at my parents' place. While there, I asked my brother about Leah's dietary restrictions. I know she is a vegetarian for health reasons and cannot have certain raw vegetables. He said she wouldn't come and he was taking his girl best friend, Amanda, instead. Now, their relationship is weird AF. Amanda has always been stringing my brother along, in my opinion. He always denies feeling for her, but let's be real here. Amanda would date other guys, blow off my brother, and then when things were on the decline with her partners, she would be attached to him again. Her last boyfriend broke up with her right around the time my brother, his then ex-girlfriend, Amanda, and her ex were supposed to travel to Spain. What did my idiot brother do? Go with Amanda alone because Amanda was uncomfortable with his ex-girlfriend. He acted blindsided when his girlfriend broke up with him. I didn't even say anything anymore because it's all so weird. So, when he said that, I asked if Leah had other plans, but my brother said that Amanda had asked if she could come because it would be an opportunity to see the old gang finally. I told him I would have invited Amanda if I wanted her there. Amanda is mean and cold. She always makes disparaging comments about other girls. At every event, around 1 hour in, she will make some sort of scene that either has her running away crying or sitting mad at a table telling everyone to leave her alone and then making a cryptic comment about something hurting her. I told my brother I was revoking his +1 and Amanda was not coming to our wedding. He accused me of being misogynistic and bigoted because I don't understand opposite intimacy friendships, which is BS. My husband has a female childhood friend who is his best woman. I love her too and she has been amazing. And she respects effing boundaries. She always included me and made a huge effort when I started dating my fiancé to integrate me into the friend group. Anyway, I said my decision was final. He could take it or leave it, but I would invite Leah because I like her. He screamed at me and told me to keep out of his business. I said to get rid of his weird effing feelings for Amanda. He is mad at me. My mom is furious with my brother. So am I the a-hole? My brother was caught on camera trying to sneak into my house to take surprises from the dingy house I inherited, so I sent the video evidence to his wife as a surprise. I have 2 siblings, Mason and Brittany. Our father died when we were young due to an undiagnosed heart problem. Our mother had ignored signs of bad health for years, even when we tried to get her to go see someone for it. She passed away recently due to late-stage cancer, leaving us with a lot. My siblings each got over $150,000 in money, sentimental but expensive items, and furniture. I did not get the money. I received the house, the land, and some items. The house and land are worth far below the $150,000 my siblings received. I had moved in with my mother near her end, and it really was only supposed to be temporary as I believed the house would be sold after her passing, and the money split 3 ways. I already had a plan to roommate with a friend and her family after mom's death to make that process go more smoothly. Most of my stuff has been sitting in storage for almost a year. As the only one who worked from home, I could watch the home health workers and nurses to ensure they were being kind, doing their jobs, and not stealing. Mostly, it was to make sure they treated my mother with respect and kindness, but my brother worried about someone walking off with her wedding ring since she was so attached to it. We all agreed for it to be placed in with her ashes, so I made a little setup and took care of her. My siblings came by frequently, 3 to 6 times a week, each of them. Mason had 2 kids, and Brittany only had 1, but they visited as well, though not as much near the end because it was hard for them. In the weeks leading up to her death, my mother had me pack up what items went to who in large boxes and set them off to the side. My siblings hated me doing this but understood it was what she wanted. The will was read. They checked their boxes to ensure my mom didn't miss anything when telling me to pack, and they left me at my house. Weeks passed, and I finally felt like I could start doing things to the house. Now, I did say the house was dingy. It's not. Worth $150,000, but the housing market is crazy so I thought it was a bit of a luck. It needs repairs, the roof, the chimney, the water heater, some pipes, the doors and windows for heating purposes, and everything inside is so darkly painted or made of wood that it just sucks out all of the light. I immediately had people checking the roof, the chimney, and the water heater. My siblings offered to lend me the money, but I declined as I had been saving to buy an apartment or something small since it was only me. I could also rent rooms for the local college students to get some of that money back. I picked out paints for different rooms but decided to leave the wood flooring. As I started going through everything in the house, which had specifically been left to me as stated in the will, I began finding things. Money is in books, and there are so many books. Money taped under beds, money folded into the fancy sheets, money hidden in the teapot and cups that had been passed down in the family, which we had never been allowed to touch in fear we might break them. I found jewelry in different boxes, hidden in the attic, the vents, in sock drawers. Some of it was so elaborate that it had to be costumed, but I put it all together and took it to be appraised. The worth of the jewelry is nearly half of what my siblings got. Even the would-be costume jewelry is worth something. Even now, I'm still finding things. I found antique items, fancy watches, untouched clothing, bags with price tags still on them, and belts and shoes still in their boxes. All of this was tucked away, apparently hidden, and not discussed. Some of the clothing still had receipts, and since neither my sister nor I could wear them, I took them back to see if I could get the refunds or started selling them online. Since everything left in the house was specifically left to me, I took the cash and used it to help pay for the immediate repairs, and it almost covered the whole thing. I looked through the jewelry, kept what I liked, which was very little as I am not into that sort of thing, and put aside some for my sister and my brother's daughter. I liquidated the rest and put that into savings. I also put aside some of the bags, belts, and watches for my siblings and their families. We can't fit the clothes, but those things are easier to swap around. I invited everyone over and gifted them the items, telling them I had found them while I was cleaning everything out and thought they might like to have them. Everyone was happy to get them, and there wasn't much bickering among the kids. They asked what else I found, and I explained the jewelry I kept and the clothing I was selling. My brother got a weird look on his face and asked if I had found any money. I told him I had but tried to downplay it as mostly changing and losing bills. He asked to see the money, and I grabbed a giant water refill container I had started storing all the coins in. He told me that was a lot of coins and asked if I would use them for the laundromat since I left them all loose. I rolled my eyes because I have a washer/dryer set. I told him there was no point in cashing them in until I cleaned the house. He told me to let them know so we could all split that in the money I got from selling the clothing. When I asked why, he said, so we can split it. I asked him why I would split it when they all had large cash inheritances, sentimental and expensive things, etc. I got the house, the problems, the cleanup, and the nice things I found that I thought they might like, and I handed them over without being asked to. He told me I didn't have to be a greedy a-hole about it and never to mind. My sister gave me the side eye but didn't say anything, but I feel guilty for misleading how much I had found, even though it was all put towards improving the house. Update: my house already had outside cameras when I moved in and installed them, but I did add more to the property line, inside the house in key spots, and around the garage. I also put no trespassing signs while looking through companies that do proper fences. The property is just small enough that I can swing the fence. I did change the locks. It's good I did all this because 2 days after my initial post, I had to run into town for groceries and a few quick errands. I live on the outskirts with neighbors a bit of a distance either way, so they wouldn't notice anyone stopping by. I got a notification on my phone about movement and checked because I wasn't expecting any packages. My brother was getting out of his car, looked around, and checked the windows. He tried to key in the door and got upset, but it didn't work. He checked the flower plant and kicked it over. The cameras around the house let me communicate, so I just said, "That was rude," to the speaker. He jumped and spun around to see nothing. I asked him what he wanted, and he demanded I explain why I had put up cameras. I said, "Because I'm a single woman living in the woods? You dumb poop." He shifted from foot to foot before saying he would be back so we could talk and he left. I messaged the video evidence of him trying to get in while I wasn't home to him, his wife, my sister, and her fiancé. With my message, I changed the locks because I don't know who mom gave them to, like her friends, and I have cameras. Because of this attempt to get in while I'm not home, no one will get the new key. I don't just randomly try to get into your house when you're not home. He sent me a lot of nasty texts after that, trying to shame me for doing that. I told him he shouldn't be doing things he doesn't want others to know about and that it's a reflection on him, not me. He told me I was a B and blocked me. My sister thinks I went too far in telling his wife because she threatened to take the kids to her mom's, and she thinks I went too far by showing her fiancé because now he doesn't want him to have keys to theirs for emergencies. Somehow, I get the feeling this isn't over yet. It's time to adopt a very big dog.
My brother's best friend shoved my pregnant wife against the wall and squeezed her breast hard to see if it was real, and my brother called her dramatic. Now I don't want anything to do with him. I am hurt by the situation and feel betrayed by my own brother. I have an older brother named Steven and a younger brother named Mike. My mom's best friend from med school has a son named Adam who was basically our fourth brother growing up. We pretty much spent every weekend at each other's homes, went on vacations together, and celebrated holidays together. When I was younger, I looked up to Adam and loved hanging out with him. He was a good friend, and I have so many wonderful memories with him from childhood. My feelings towards him started to change when I was a junior in high school. A good friend of mine told me that Adam was aggressive towards her, was always hugging her and rubbing her shoulders without asking, and once tried to pressure her into sleeping with him after she said no. At the time, I didn't think Adam meant to come across that way, but I started to notice more and more concerning behavior on his part. When we were 19 and in college, he slept with a freshman at our high school. He told everyone that he thought she was 16, which is the legal age of consent, but I still didn't understand why he'd sleep with a high school student after he graduated. I ended up going to the same college as Adam and my older brother Steven and played college baseball with both of them. Adam was liked on the team but had a reputation for being aggressive with women. He also made a lot of jokes that I didn't find funny. Once, at a party, he told me I could lose my V card by finding the drunkest freshman and taking her upstairs. I started liking and respecting him less and less the more he made these jokes and the more I saw him behave while we were in college. I met my wife Erin my sophomore year and we hit it off right away. She never liked Adam and told me she didn't really trust him because of some of the things she heard from the girls on her cross-country team. I distanced myself from him because of this and many other things, and he always accused me of choosing a girl over him. Steven continued to be best friends with Adam and never liked Erin in part because he thought she turned me against our childhood friend. I've explained to Steven a million times that it was Adam's behavior that made me pull away and that I don't want to be friends with someone who makes other people feel uncomfortable. But Steven always defends Adam by saying things like it's just his humor and he's misunderstood. My wife ran cross-country when we were in college and was very petite because of how much she ran. I also think she had an eating disorder at the time and was very restrictive with her diet. When we graduated from college, Erin got to what I think is a healthier weight for her. She's still active and in great shape, but she's no longer a twig. The biggest change was actually her breasts. They'd always been large proportional to the rest of her body, but now they're noticeably larger. Shortly after we got married, Adam approached Erin during a family holiday and asked how much she paid for her honker. She said they were natural, and he started laughing and said she had the figure of a teenage boy in college. Erin told me about this interaction, and when I asked Adam about it, he insisted he was joking and it was all in good fun. I told him to stop making comments about my wife's body, and Adam accused me of being sensitive. He continued to make comments about my wife's breasts every time we saw him, such as calling them a work of art and asking if he could take a picture of them for his future wife's plastic surgeon. Erin always just rolled her eyes, ignored him, and begged me to do the same. She thinks Adam is an idiot, and doesn't think it's worth it to argue with a guy like that. Since I pretty much only had to see him once or twice a year at the time, I agreed to do what my wife wanted. 3 years ago, when Erin was 7 months pregnant with our daughter, my family celebrated Christmas with Adam's family. I was speaking with one of my cousins when Erin came up to me in tears and asked to speak with me. She told me that Adam, who was belligerent and drunk, followed her into the bathroom. He shoved her against the wall and squeezed her breast hard to see if it was real. He wouldn't let go of her until Aaron kneed him in the nuts. When I heard what happened, I punched Adam in the face, told him he was no longer allowed near my wife and left with Aaron. The good news is my parents and brother Mike all supported Aaron and agreed that they no longer wanted anything to do with Adam. To be honest, no one in my family really liked or respected the guy, but they tolerated him because his parents were wonderful people and were like second parents to me before all of this happened. My parents both apologized to Aaron, felt guilty that was hurt at our family Christmas, and promised her that she'd never have to see Adam again. The only person who still has a relationship with Adam is Steven. A few days after the Christmas party, Steven called and told me that Adam felt horrible about what happened. Steven said Adam was drunk, meant it as a joke, and never meant to hurt Aaron. I told Steven that Adam intimately assaulted my pregnant wife. Steven said I was dramatic to call it intimate assault since he didn't touch her under her clothes or escalate things beyond feeling her honker. I told Steven he sounded like a moron and that Adam wasn't allowed near my wife. This has hurt my relationship with Steven, and I don't feel close to him both because he stood up for someone who hurt my wife, and his sister-in-law, and also because I don't understand why anyone would be friends with Adam. We're still civil to each other at family events, but I don't think we'll ever be friends again. Steven got engaged over the weekend and called to invite me to be one of his groomsmen. I think he did this out of obligation more than anything else. He also asked if my daughter, she's almost 3 now, would be the flower girl. I said yes, but then Steven told me that Adam was going to be his best man. I was shocked, but honestly not too surprised. I told my brother that I didn't want my wife or my daughter anywhere near Adam. I also said that if Adam could do something like that to Aaron, he could do the same thing to his fiancée Julia too. Steven accused me of holding a grudge over a dumb drunk mistake Adam made and also accused me of being jealous that he and Adam are as close as brothers and I don't have a close bond with either of them. I told Steven that he should keep Adam as his best man and that I wouldn't be a groomsman and my family wouldn't be at the wedding. Steven was furious, to say the least. Mike also declined to be a groomsman because he also hates Adam and doesn't understand how Steven could be close to someone who did that to Aaron. My parents asked Steven how he could choose Adam over me and his sister-in-law and asked him to reconsider having him as the best man, but Steven insisted it was what he wanted. He's told my parents and our other brother that Aaron drew a wedge between me and Adam, and now she's tearing apart our family. Luckily, everyone but Steven loves Aaron, and no one else thinks she's in the wrong. Long story short, my mom is desperate to keep our family together. She told me she disagreed with Steven inviting Adam to the wedding at all, let alone as his best man, but asked if I'd consider going to the wedding but not being a groomsman. I told her I didn't want my wife and daughter around Adam. She said she understood, but said our family would go with Aaron and our child and watch them the whole time. I said I didn't want to expose her to the man who assaulted her, even if there was no physical danger. My mom says she understands, but asks if I'd consider attending for the sake of the family. She basically thinks I'll never have a relationship with my brother again if I miss his wedding. My brother's fiancée called my parents selfish after they paid off her student loan instead of buying her a handbag she liked, so I called her out and loudly called her an ungrateful bee. My parents will pay off everyone's, my siblings and their partners, student loan debt as a Christmas gift this year. I am very aware of how privileged I am to have parents who could do this for me. My parents were able to help their 3 children through college, so we collectively had little student loan debt compared to most. I think between the 3 of us, they paid around $80,000. My boyfriend is going through paramedic/rookie school, and they're paying for half the city he works in, which isn't paying. He's incredibly grateful and cried when he read the Christmas card. However, my oldest brother's fiancée was actively rude and incredibly ungrateful about her gift. Keep in mind her student loan debt/credit card debt is so high it became a source of contention between my brother and her because once they get married, he will take on her debt. My parents have been aware and worried because my brother is financially stable. So, they gave both my brother and his fiancée the gift of not only paying off her student loan debt, she has a master's in education and $120,000 in student loan debt, but also her credit card debt as a Christmas/early wedding gift. In total, probably about $250,000. Not to compare, but my student loan debt was $25,000 and I was thrilled to not have to worry about that anymore. My brother's fiancée couldn't even pretend to be grateful. She kind of gave a fake smile and then went off to the guest bedroom to literally cry about it. Not happy tears, but tears of disappointment. She made a massive scene and acted super sad. She told my brother that my parents were acting selfishly because they worried about him and not what would make her happy, which apparently was a $3,000 handbag. She claimed she wasn't worried about her student loan debt because it would probably be forgiven anyway. I doubt that, and that my brother makes enough to pay off her credit card debt himself. He makes $80K. By the way, she makes like $65K, not enough to comfortable get rid of. Over $100,000 worth of credit card debt that is growing rapidly. My parents were upset but kept quiet, but I had enough and loudly proclaimed while she was in the next room that she was an ungrateful little beach. Everyone got angry at me. My brother and his fiancée left and my parents said I didn't need to escalate the situation but I can't handle any more holidays with someone so entitled. Am I the a-hole? Update. After the whole fiasco at Christmas, my brother started to see things more clearly. It was like a switch flipped for him, and he began to realize just how toxic his fiancée's behavior really was. A few days later, he reached out to me, and we had a long talk. He admitted that he'd been blinded by love and had ignored the red flags, especially when it came to how she treated my family. He apologized for not backing me up during the Christmas drama and for letting her disrespect our parents. We also talked about the bigger picture, and I could tell he was really torn up about everything. But when he found out that she had been spreading rumors about our family, it was like the last piece of the puzzle fell into place for him. He made the tough decision to call off the engagement, realizing that their relationship was more about her financial dependency and entitlement than anything else. After that, he thanked me for standing up for our family, even though I might have been a bit too blunt about it. Our relationship actually got stronger because of this, and I felt like we were on the same page again. My parents were relieved, too, and they appreciated that I was honest, even if it was a little harsh. In the end, it felt like a weight had been lifted. and I was just glad that we could move forward without any more of her negativity. My brother's friend organized a surprise birthday party for my twin brother and she invited me as a guest, so I am putting her in the friend zone forever. So I'm a twin, my brother and I hang out all the time and we are super close. In a few days it's our birthday. We share the same friend group and we're all really close and have been since school. He has a close group of girlfriends, about 5 of them, who I have also known for many years. I would classify them as being closer with him in recent years, but we are all still good friends and socialize often together. Now, I have been added to a group chat labeled my brother's name surprise dinner. It is a surprise birthday dinner for my twin brother organized by one of the girls in that group and they have invited me as a guest. One of them also said in the group that it would be nice to see me as well, so I just feel like an afterthought. I wouldn't really have minded if the girls wanted to organize a surprise birthday evening exclusively for my brother and themselves, but they have also invited my partner and some of my brother and I's closest friends. This feels inconsiderate and quite upsetting as I can't understand why I would be invited to my literal twin brother's surprise birthday dinner, me only invited as a guest, as it is also my birthday involving all of our friends. My girlfriend also found this action to be extremely rude and wondered why this girl didn't just reach out to her. Then they could have organized a surprise involving both of us instead, or have just involved both my brother and I and left the surprise element out of it. In the chat, it is clearly stated that we are all to arrive at one time while my brother is due to arrive 20 minutes later. The thought of attending makes me feel weird because it's just a celebration for his birthday when he and I are literally born on the same day. This isn't new information to the organizer. Also, every year my brother and I do something together because we want to and because we have the same friends. Last year our friends and my girlfriend set up a massive dinner for our birthday to which everyone was invited, including the girl group. So now I'm at a crossroads. I don't know whether or not to attend. On one hand, if I don't go I will feel left out because our mutual friends are going. But on the other hand, if I do go, I will feel like I am letting myself be disrespected and I will likely feel uncomfortable as it feels like only my brother is being celebrated. Edit. My girlfriend has just checked the chat and the organizer has booked the dinner for 10 people and a set menu. There are currently 11 attending excluding my girlfriend and I. If we went, this would make it way over capacity. Now we really aren't sure if we should go because what if we turn up and there is no room? This makes it slightly more awkward as we may not be able to just pull up a chair and join. The dinner is tomorrow also. Update. There's been a lot of common questions so I'll try to answer those first. Could this be a secret surprise for me too? No, definitely not. I was added to the group chat with all the other guests and was given instructions on when to be there and when we would all surprise my brother. Also, this girl is not that thoughtful, haha. And if it was a secret surprise my partner would have known and wouldn't have just let me suffer in silence. Does this girl have a crush on my brother? I was actually impressed by people's intuition. It's not really a straightforward crush. She's been hot and cold with him but they aren't together. I do think that she tries hard to be the most important girlfriend in his life though, so I think her organizing this surprise dinner is her way of further trying to achieve that status. So you guys were spot on, haha. To the few who said that I needed to get out of my feelings and go, I would have had absolutely no problem at all if they wanted to do something with just my brother alone, if they had just left it to their girl group to celebrate him and left me out of it. I respect that they are closer to my brother, and I would have been happy for him. The problem arises when I'm invited as a bystander and my partner and some of my best friends are invited too while completely disregarding that it's my birthday also. That's what made me feel crappy. Why haven't some of my closest friends who were invited said anything? I got a call from a friend the day of the dinner, and he said he spoke with our other close friend and they agreed that it was extremely rude and a strange thing to do. I asked him why none of them spoke up on my behalf and he just apologized and said he didn't have any excuses for it. They still ended up going to the dinner. My other close friend rang up the day and she said that she is not attending because it doesn't feel right to do. Then this close friend ended up texting one of the girls from that group explaining why she wouldn't be there. The girl then responded with excuses and said it's not that big of a deal. So, I spoke to my other close friends who are also twins, they weren't invited to the dinner, and just asked them how they would feel if they were in this situation. They pretty much said what the majority of you all said. They were so angry on my behalf and said that it was extremely messed up and that they wouldn't go if this was them. They then created a new dinner plan with myself, my girlfriend, my brother, and our closest friends so that we could have a new celebration after our birthday instead. I didn't go to the dinner. It was 2 nights ago, so my girlfriend and I went to see a movie instead. We figured if we took the radio silent route our absence would hopefully speak for itself. I was really considering saying something in that chat, but I also not wanting them to paint me as aggressive. I was also considering calling my brother the morning of and ruining the surprise because I wanted to let him know what was going on and just talk to him. But at the same time I felt like an asshole doing that to him. I wanted him to have his moment too. So I decided to wait until the day after the dinner to say something. I spoke to my brother yesterday, and showed him the post, and he recognized that it was very rude and stupid of her and said it felt weird for him too. He explained he had nothing to do with it, which of course I already knew, and let him know that I never blamed him for it at all. He said that at the dinner the organizer said that she invited me and my partner but that we just didn't come. So he wasn't actually aware that I was invited only as a guest until afterward. But he hasn't said anything to her yet. I'm not sure if he will mention something to her later or not though. The organizer hasn't said anything to me either, but I don't really care about hearing from her anyway. Yesterday both I and my brother went to the new celebration dinner together, which was really nice and we both had a really good time. So really this whole thing just highlights who my actual friends are. My brother's girlfriend has an alter of my child. She pretends to act like her and I'm scared. I'm 34, my wife is 32, my brother is 27 and my brother's girlfriend is 26. My brother has been dating his girlfriend for about a year now. She's a nice girl but at times her behavior is odd and erratic. She asked over and over again to babysit for my kids, girl and boy, 3 and 5. My wife and I have always said no. This weekend we had a barbecue and she was acting extremely strangely, only speaking in a baby voice, not talking to any of the adults, running around with the kids. My wife pulled me aside at one point, extremely upset. She has found her in our 3-year-old's room, in her playpen/ball pit area, sucking her thumb covered in our daughter's blankets with all of her stuffed animals. My wife was completely confused as to what was going on, and when she asked my brother's girlfriend what she was doing, she responded in a baby voice that she was tired and needed nappies. My wife came immediately to get me, and we both confronted my brother to ask him what the hell was going on. My brother got extremely embarrassed. He said that his girlfriend has dissociative identity disorder and one of her alters is a 3-year-old girl. My wife and I don't know anything about this disorder, so we didn't really say anything, just told him to please go get her and keep her out of our kids' room. He went to get her, but within 15 minutes he still wasn't out. I went to go see what was going on, and his girlfriend was extremely upset, insisting that he call her Evelyn, our daughter's name. That was the last straw for my wife. She told her to leave, and the brother's girlfriend started straight up sobbing using her baby voice, saying she's confused and doesn't understand why everyone is being mean to her and calling her the wrong name. That night my brother called and admitted that not only is one of her alters a 3-year-old, it's very specifically our 3-year-old. He said he can't talk to her about this because when she's not her Evelyn alter she doesn't remember anything, and when she is her Evelyn alter she isn't rational. My wife and I told my brother she's not allowed at family functions anymore, and she's not allowed around our kids. My wife was extremely upset and told my brother that his girlfriend was psychotic and that she wouldn't understand why he was still with someone like that. My brother is upset that my wife said those things about her and said he understands we would be upset about her having an alter of our daughter, but she can't help it and we should be more understanding because it's a disorder due to childhood trauma. Did my wife and I handle this the right way? We know nothing about this disorder, and doing research into it, the medical definition doesn't seem to match the way my brother's girlfriend is acting. She doesn't have an official diagnosis. Apparently it was rude of my wife and I to ask if she was getting treatment or had a diagnosis because therapy isn't available to everyone and self-diagnosis is valid. She comes from a very affluent family and definitely has the resources to get therapy and a proper diagnosis.
My brother's girlfriend yanked my highly sentimental bracelet so hard that it broke, so I made her flustered and leave when she came over again. The summer after my senior year of high school, my best friend and I went on a senior trip. We got matching permanent friendship bracelets together there. It's a thin gold chain that is welded around your hand at the studio with no clasp. I have not taken it off for 2 whole years. It's meant to last forever, but if you need to do an MRI or something, you can use pliers, scissors, or something to cut it off, but it takes significant force. I'm staying at my parents' house instead of going to my college campus because I'd like to live to see senior year. My brother is living here too. Last week, he brought his long-term girlfriend, Mary, to meet us for the first time. I was talking to her. It was a little awkward, but whatever, when she noticed my bracelet didn't have a clasp and asked about it. I explained the situation of the permanent friendship bracelet, but while I'm talking, she literally yanks my bracelet to take a closer look at it. She yanked it so hard it literally effing broke. This chain is delicate but, again, a significant force. It literally left marks on my wrist. That's how hard she pulled. Obviously, I'm just fucking shocked because who just grabs someone like that? Even if it wasn't my most sentimental piece of jewelry, that poop is just rude. So I yelled, "What the F is wrong with you?" And my brother stormed over and got mad at me for talking to his girlfriend that way. My parents got concerned and came over, so I showed them my broken bracelet and the marks on my wrist. Note, she had not apologized, and never did. I went to my room instead of staying with them, admittedly cursing along the way, but I assumed the night was cut short after that. The bracelet cost about $200, and although I could get it rewelded, I would have to fly to New York, which is the only place this jeweler offers to reweld the bracelet, which I can't afford to do as a college student, nor is travel safe right now. I'm just keeping it in a box right now, the part where I might be the asshole. I requested $300 from her for my bracelet. That's more than the cost of the bracelet, but it's the cost of a round-trip ticket to New York once it's safe to travel again. It makes no sense for her to pay me the price of the bracelet when I care about this bracelet and getting it back on my wrist. Maybe it's stupid to take a trip just to get it reweld, but I'm doing that as soon as possible since it really does mean so much to me. My brother says it's just a stupid bracelet, and I'm being ridiculous. His girlfriend has not responded to my message, so when she tried to come over to hang out with my brother yesterday, I sat in his room with them and kept asking her if she saw my message repeatedly until she got flustered and left. While she left, I told her not to return unless it was with my money. My brother says I'm an asshole who's trying to destroy his relationship.
My brother-in-law is making claims that he knows my secret and I don't understand. My brother-in-law, 30, is my sister's, 29, husband. We live on opposite sides of the country and my sister and I aren't that close, so I'd say that we don't know each other very well. We see each other at family gatherings maybe a few times a year, and he's always come off as a very average, kind of quiet guy. Around 2 months ago, I received a text from him out of the blue. It wasn't to check up on me or asking how I'm doing. The message said he's aware of what's going on but that there was no need for me to worry, and he'd keep it hush-hush. I wrote a quick message back asking what on earth he meant, but all I received back was another reassurance that I had nothing to worry about and that he was on my side. At that point, I gave up and assumed it was some weird joke, even though my brother-in-law has always been pretty serious. Recently I was in a Zoom call with my parents and sister. The first thing my sister asked when she saw me was, "Are you going to tell everyone the truth or just my husband?" Obviously I was confused and I mentioned the text message brother-in-law sent me, but my sister still seemed angry at me and I have no idea why. The next day, I called up my brother-in-law and asked him what the hell is going on with this. He was very cagey on the phone and just kept repeating rhetorical questions back at me, like, "Do you know what's going on?" I'll admit that I lost my temper at one point and snapped at him, since he wasn't giving me any answers. That was a bad idea since this morning I got a new text from brother-in-law telling me that he tried to do me a favor that I clearly don't appreciate. He mentioned we'll see what happens this weekend, which is the next time we're all meeting for a late Thanksgiving. Honestly, I'm terrified. The thing is, I have no idea what secret my brother-in-law could possibly be talking about. I don't live a very exciting life and I mostly keep to myself. There's a still part of me that's scared of whatever truth he says he's about to reveal, even though I don't think I've done anything wrong. What do I do? Hi everyone. Just before Thanksgiving, I posted about my brother-in-law harassing me over a secret. Well, Thanksgiving came and I was terrified. I almost backed out entirely and stayed in bed all day instead of going to the Zoom meeting. I did end up going in the end, and the first 20 minutes were incredibly awkward. My family and I aren't really compatible at the best of times, but there were silences that lasted minutes. Eventually my mother gave in and said we better get this over with. I've never been more terrified in my life. I somehow snapped my phone case in half because I fidget with things when I'm nervous. My brother-in-law started talking about how he tried to keep my secret from me but I clearly wasn't grateful. And then he told everyone you should know that she's gay. Everything got really awkward again, except for a different reason. My whole family already knows I'm gay. I have no idea how brother-in-law never found out before now. I don't get on with my family, but me being gay has never been one of our issues. It's something nobody bothers me about and we don't talk about. My sister lost it with him immediately and said, "Really? This is what you've been going on about?" We ended up ending the Zoom call very early since my parents decided they were tired, but I think they both just didn't want to deal with this anymore and were sick of me/brother-in-law. I've decided to block brother-in-law's number in my phone, since other than this we had no messages anyway and I'm not going to be visiting my sister anytime soon. My brother-in-law is mooching off and living rent-free with my mother while breeding like a rabbit. Now he's being thrown out of the house and he is using his kids to shame my mom. My sister, her husband, and 5 kids have lived in my parents' basement for 11 years, almost the entirety of their marriage. They moved in shortly after their oldest was born and right after my parents remodeled the basement. The first several years they lived there was rent-free, and then they started paying a small amount in rent for the past few years. My sister has wanted to move for years, but when they first moved in her husband was in school, and now has sporadic contractor type work where he will be on a job for a couple of months, and then not have work for another several months. My dad passed away about a year and a half ago, and the house, on several acres of property, has become a huge burden on my mom to try and keep maintained. The neighborhood has rallied around her and they come to mow the lawn and help in her garden regularly, but it's still overwhelming for her. No help from my brother-in-law. There is a kitchen and bedrooms upstairs for my mom, and a kitchen and bedrooms in the basement for them, so historically there have been very separate and distinct living spaces. Lately though, she has noticed that when she is out of town, things in her space upstairs will have been moved or used and the kids have confirmed that they and their dad hang out upstairs and watch movies. Their TV in the basement is broken, and they haven't replaced it. This feels very violating to my mom, and she doesn't like feeling like she doesn't have her own space in her own house. She has decided that everything is too much to handle anymore, and wants to look into selling the house and property and downsizing. She told my sister that she would like to get the house ready to put on the market, and asked that they move out sometime in the next several months so she can refinish the basement again. She thought the conversation was good and my sister took the news very well, but then a couple of weeks later she was watching the kids and one of them said, "Grandma, why do you want us to be homeless?" Apparently that is the message the kids are getting from their dad. There is no gratitude for my parents letting him mooch in their basement rent-free/very reduced rent for over a decade. Just entitlement and resentment for her needing them to move now. Incredible. Update. After they moved out, my brother-in-law struggled to find stable work, but my mom has been doing much better now. She found a smaller place nearby, which has really helped her. The neighborhood has been amazing, rallying around her to lend a hand. It's a relief to see her happy and settled again, away from the chaos. My brother-in-law told my niece that I am a girl because men shouldn't be sitting at home all day and doing childcare, so I'm going to make their lives miserable. My wife and I have 2 kids. My wife works a full-time office job, while I work from home with extremely flexible hours. Basically as long as I meet my deadlines no one really cares how many hours it took or what time of day I work outside of some Zoom meetings. My sister, let's call her Barb, and her husband, let's call him Nick, live nearby and work full-time jobs. They have a daughter, 5, let's call her Tracy. Because of my comfortable work schedule, when our kids started going to daycare, we basically decided that I'll be dropping off and picking up my niece from daycare alongside my own kids. I didn't really mind and I thought it was great for my kids to spend time with their cousin. I get along with Tracy as well, and always thought I was her cool uncle. She's a sweet kid and usually well behaved. So anyway, most days I bring her and my kids back to our house. I make them snacks or dinner, and in the afternoon/evening my sister comes to pick them up. A few days ago the 5-yo kids were watching Bluey on the TV as I was preparing snacks with my 3-yo and I suddenly heard yelling. I rushed over to see what's up and my son was yelling at her that my dad's not a girl, while my niece yells back he is. He's a FT. That's like a girl. The word is different in my language but the meaning holds, as is the distinction between using it versus simply addressing a gay person. I'm kind of in shock at first, but I turned off the TV, and I sat her down and began explaining that this is a very bad word and we shouldn't be calling people that, and that regardless, I'm not a girl. And because this is a bad word she should apologize to me because we don't act mean to each other in this family. And if I hear this again I'm going to talk to her parents and she's going to get in trouble. She said she won't get in trouble because that's what her dad called me, and he's not in trouble. I was stunned. I told her that regardless of what her dad said, it's a very bad word and she's not to use it with me or in my presence, and that she should apologize regardless because it hurt my feelings, which she did, because she's a really good kid. We talked some more and I prodded her about other things her parents said, and from what I gather, getting info out of a 5-year-old being obviously a difficult and unreliable process. Nick, my brother-in-law, told my sister in Tracy's presence that men shouldn't be sitting at home all day and doing childcare, that cooking is a woman's duty, as is cleaning and really most of the things I do around my house. And that I'm a girl. I interpret this as not really a man, because I do housework and my wife earns more money than me. I explained to her the best I could that men and women could work from an office or from home, and that my wife or Barb working long hours from the office doesn't make them men, and vice versa. But I didn't dwell on it with her since it's not really her fault. I didn't immediately bring it up with my sister because I figured it would be a difficult conversation and I didn't want to have it in front of the kids, and I wanted to talk it out with my wife first as well. I did talk to my wife that evening and she seemed really upset as well. I told her that I think I should demand an apology from Nick and my sister, and she agreed. I called my sister and told her what happened, and she said that it's just a word and I'm blowing it out of proportion, and obviously Nick doesn't dislike me. I said I don't care whether he does or doesn't dislike me, he is talking poop about me behind my back to my niece and to her, and she is apparently very chill about this, rather than standing up for me. She said that was how Nick was, and I should stop being a drama queen. I told her to F off and if that was how she felt she could pick up her own child from daycare, and hung up. I know it was really short notice and rude, but I really felt like I was being disrespected by people I did so much for over the years, and were my family. My wife said she understood, and that I shouldn't back down until I at least get a proper apology. The next 2 days were a weekend and there was no daycare. I assumed there would be calls or texts from Barb, but there was nothing. In fact, the suspicious lack of any messages or calls made me think she didn't take my words seriously, and this actually got me even more angry. The calls did come when it was time to pick up Tracy for daycare and I, obviously, didn't come. I dropped my own kids off, and didn't even answer for a while. I know it was petty but I was stewing for 2 days and figured letting Barb stew for a few hours seemed really appropriate and felt really good. Around noon when she called again I did pick up. I was going to smugly tell her that I was ready for my apology, and we would put it behind us, but I didn't get to. Instead, she went off on me, about how I was irresponsible and I flaked, and she was so late for work because of me, to which I just said I told you I wasn't going to pick her up. You had 2 days to make arrangements, and she kept yelling at me, so I hung up again. She kept calling and sending me texts about picking Tracy up from daycare, to which I said I will not be, then stopped replying. When I came to pick my kids up, Tracy was expecting me to take her as well, and I didn't, which was very rough on me and her both. Like, I know it's not her fault and she's 5, and she suddenly doesn't get to go over to our place and play and have snacks, but at the same time, I didn't want to just let this thing go. I felt like I deserved an apology, and still do, so I explained that me and her mom were fighting, but I'll pick her up again when we work it out. She obviously didn't take it well, because she's 5, but I apologized, took my kids and left. Well, a bit later I got a call from my mom. Barb roped her into picking up Tracy, but my mom is disabled, so she was having a really hard time with Tracy, and asked me why I was being mean to Barb. I told her everything, expecting her to take my side, but instead she also pulled a "you know how Nick is," to which I replied that the more I realize how Nick is the less I like it, and if he thinks all this poop in general and about me specifically, I sure as F ain't going to be doing free labor for him. She said I was blowing this all out of proportion, and I told her I wasn't the one doing it, because all I asked for was a effing apology, and everyone else seemed to prefer all of this poop to just giving it to me, to which she said I should just be the bigger man and not let it get to me, to which I said I was done and to have fun with Tracy. That evening I got a call from Nick himself, which I was hesitant about, but chose to answer on the off chance that I was actually about to get that apology. Nope, apparently my behavior is causing Barb great distress and we're family, and how can I do this to my own sister? I told him that since we're family, how can he talk poop about me to his kid, which I take care of daily, and he said he was only joking, and it was all in good fun. I told him it was neither good nor fun for me, and I want my apology. He blew up on me, telling me I was a FT and couldn't take a joke, and called me a hysterical little girl. I told him to F off and that I was done with him and hung up. This led to a bunch of calls from Barb and my mom, which I didn't answer. Barb texted me that it wasn't fair for Tracy to pay the price for me being petty, and I told her that it wasn't fair for Tracy to pay the price of her parents being ungrateful pieces of poop, to which she just yelled at me a bunch about how she was going to lose her job and I was being cruel to her and to mom. I told her I was done and unless her next message was an apology I will be blocking her number, and it wasn't, so now I blocked her. Past few days my mom's been picking up Tracy and it's been really rough seeing her in daycare, and explaining that grandma's going to pick her up, which she hates, and tells me she isn't having fun with grandma and wants to come over to our place, and it's breaking my heart, but at the same time, I never got a single apology from anyone but the 5 and I feel like letting this go would just be telling my family that it's okay to ignore my boundaries, but at the same time I do love my niece and I don't want to traumatize her or have her resent me. She is a good kid and none of it is her fault. My bully coworker keeps calling me by my dead name because transgenders are an affront to God, so I reported her to the manager and now she's screwed. I just found out some uncomfortable information. So, a while ago, I talked about the lady who had been misgendering me at my job, and she still has been misgendering me, but I've just been putting up with it and ignoring her. Come today, and this really nice pregnant lady that I work with comes to me at the end of my shift and whispers to me if I'm okay with Ebony, the transphobic coworker, misgendering me and using my dead name. My heart dropped down to my chest because I knew Ebony was misgendering me, but I didn't know she was using my dead name, let alone even know what it was. Everyone pretty much calls me Leo. I've only told one person my dead name, who hates Ebony. The only way that she could have known my dead name was if she was looking over my shoulder while I clocked in or some other way. Either way, that was an invasion of privacy. I asked the pregnant lady what she meant by Ebony using my dead name, and she told me that apparently, Ebony had been talking behind my back and had said, "Oh yay, I saw her real name," and kept saying it and telling the people she was talking to what my dead name was. Not only that, but the other day when I was working, I'd thought that I'd heard her call me by my dead name, but I couldn't tell because I'd only caught a little bit of what she said since I had audio processing issues and she was not fully within earshot. Now I know for a fact that she had. I went to my boss about this since he's always been respectful of me, and he's going to talk to Ebony. But I'm so upset and hurt because who would do this? I've been nothing but nice to her, and I've only tried to be polite to her, and she's only been nasty towards me, going so far as to tell people private information about myself. Information that I haven't told anybody about, and she has no right to tell people. She has no right to tell other people's business. And the fact that I had to hear this from somebody else tells me she knows what she's doing is wrong. If she continues to do this after my boss talks to her, I'm escalating it to HR. I won't tolerate disrespect like this. For those wondering if I even pass, I do. I've been happily on testosterone for 2+ years. My voice is decently deep and masculine, I have visible facial hair, and dress in very baggy clothes. I very much look male. Update, my manager is reporting this to HR. In most places, this would be grounds for termination. There's also the fact that she has potentially put me in danger and is a target for even more discrimination by outing me and my dead name. I very much visibly pass as a man since my voice is fairly deep and I have a mustache and beard, so there is no reason she should be doing this, and people at my job are constantly confused when she refers to me by the wrong pronouns. I am not the only person who sees this as a problem. This is the message I got from my manager. Report ID is redacted. They advised, I will hear from someone from UPS in the next 3 to 4 days and the full HR investigation may take 30 days. Second update 2 days later, I sent a text to my coworker, hi it's Leo. Can you guys send me y'all's experiences with Ebony in one or a few messages? As well as her history of transphobia? She said, she butted into a convo I was having that I wasn't even with her about trans delete themselves, and she just butts in, saying she said they should commit delete themselves cause they are an affront to God. She then went on a tangent about the entire community basically also throwing me in and made very clear people like me and you that should just not exist. Safe to say she isn't a very kind person after all. Soon as the attention turns to trans and queer people then it gets nasty and insult God's planet sucks cause I thought she was cool, but now I can't even look her in the eye without feeling like she's burning a hole into my skull. If you don't like us keep it to yourself. This is work, not a church. Update 2. So my manager texted me stating that a person from UPS security would be contacting me to schedule a time to discuss things and give my statement. When the person contacted me, I let her know when I'd be available. My manager then stated that he'd need to see me after my shift, so I could grab some forms. During break, I waved over the nice pregnant lady, we'll call her A, and the coworker whom I had trusted with my dead name, we'll call him T. I'd asked them if they could give me their numbers so they could each detail their own experiences with Ebony. Afterwards, I finished my shift and met with my manager who informed me that T had given a statement of his own experiences with Ebony. I'll admit, I was super nervous. I hate conflict, and any time I have dish out consequences, I end up feeling guilty no matter how much the other person deserves it. My manager then sat me down, read me the policy review, and explained that me, him, the UPS security person, and a union steward would sit down with me and take my statement. Funnily enough, my boss mentioned that, usually Ebony would be the person they'd have as the union steward, but he understood that, with this situation, it would be grossly inappropriate. He must have noticed how stressed and antsy I was, because he then highlighted that, he feels that this shouldn't backfire on me since no one has ever come to him with problems about me. He mentioned how he respected the fact that I came to talk to him about this. I then mentioned how this situation made me extremely nervous and he said that I don't need to be. He mentioned how mine and T's statements about Ebony's behavior lines up with past issues he's had with her. He also said that I'm not doing anything wrong and that, whatever happens with her is not my fault and that I'm not responsible for her actions. He said he wants to have a safe environment for his employees and to come to him if problems arise from others. I was then given the paper to write my statement on and the policy review to sign and give to him tomorrow. I'll be honest, I'm terrified. I've never done this before. Reported someone to HR, that is. Verifiably, I am somewhat of a doormat sometimes, and my loved ones tell me that I'm too nice or forgiving. My partner explicitly stating that it took both my mom and him to convince me to escalate this to HR instead of just leaving it at my boss, solely because I just didn't want to be the reason that she possibly loses her job. All of this being said, I feel some form of confidence as well. My manager told me, before I left his office, that he's proud of me for standing up and advocating for myself. I think I'm proud of me, too, but still scared crapless of the outcome.
My bully tormented me and made my high school life a nightmare, so I called him beyond repulsive because now he's trying to ask me out. I started university this year. My school is outside my home province, so I wasn't expecting to see too many people from high school here. However, I saw this one guy from high school, Thomas, here. To say Thomas and I had a difficult past is a bit of an understatement. He tormented my friends, especially me, during our preteen years and for the first 2 years of high school. He would always call me the most hurtful things and was your typical bully. I don't know why he hated me, though he probably thought I was an easy target. He stopped picking on us around grade 11, and I thought that was it. According to some of my friends, he turned over a new leaf around that time. Fast forward, and I see him during orientation week. He approached me and said hi. I returned his greeting, and we made some small talk, but I kept things relatively short. During this chat, I learned that we're in the same program and even in the same residence building. He seemed happy with this, as in his words, it was nice to see a familiar face. Over the next few weeks, we've been chatting regularly, given that we have similar schedules. I've been trying to give short, polite answers, but he doesn't shut up whenever we talk. I sometimes suspect that he actively seeks me out for a chat. Earlier today, when I was at the campus gym, I saw Thomas. I tried to avoid his general area in the gym and kept my AirPods in my ears, hoping he would not notice me. About halfway through my set, I heard him call out to me. We talked briefly, and then he started asking me if I needed help with any of the equipment or anything like that. I declined his offer, and then he bluntly asked me out. I didn't think I heard him properly, so I asked him to repeat what he said. He then said he wanted to take me out for lunch or something like that. I said that now wouldn't be a good time, but he persisted and said that it could be fun. At this stage, I snapped. I told him that I thought he was beyond repulsive and dumb as poop if he thought I'd go out with him. He looked very shocked at this, and before anything else could be said, I grabbed my bag and left. Later, I told my roommate about this, and she said I was sort of in but she could understand where I was coming from. Update: given that we are in the same RES and share several classes, and a 3-hour Monday lab, I have occasionally caught some glimpses of Thomas throughout the week. Given our lab, I saw him a lot on Monday, but we didn't speak. Throughout the rest of the week, I didn't see him too much and was starting to think things would end there. That was until Thursday night. I was hanging out in the dining area of the RES, catching up on some readings. It was around 9 p.m., so the area was largely empty. About 15 minutes into my readings, I saw Thomas, who I'm assuming is his roommate, walking around. I continued doing my readings and saw him standing close by. When I looked at him, he asked if he could speak with me. I said fine. I only think I did bother listening to him because I felt faintly bad for lashing out the previous weekend. He told me he was very sorry for bothering me in the gym when I appeared busy. He should have known that I'd still have reservations about talking with him, given how he treated me in the past. He went on for a few minutes about how terrible he was and how much grace I had for speaking with him for the past few weeks. Then he started saying things like how there were no excuses for his behavior and so on. I asked him if he thought there were no excuses, then why did he pick on me? Since I was a quiet kid, I said he probably thought I was an easy target. He denied this and just became quiet around this stage. I asked again, and then he said that he did it because he liked me for a very long time, were his exact words. He also said he wanted me to go out with him last weekend so that he could apologize more formally because he respected me. I admit I felt annoyed at this stage, so I told him his apparent feelings were a cop-out and that he probably thought it would make me forgive him. I told him that he was telling me this made my stomach churn. He looked a little surprised at this and didn't say anything. I then told him that he'd keep his distance if he had any of his so-called respect for me. He agreed and said that he was sorry for bothering me again. Friday passed by pretty smoothly, and I don't remember seeing him at all, so hopefully, he got the message. My cheating boyfriend and my gross friend got hospitalized when I gave him a BL job after eating peanut butter. She had an allergic reaction. I have been with my boyfriend John for a little over a year. We met after Isabel introduced him to our friend group and things developed quickly between John and me, while they remained close. This was no problem to me at the time as I always viewed their relationship as purely platonic, but as it turns out I was very wrong. This started around a month ago. Suspicions of their affair started after I noticed John mentioning Isabel more often than usual and then exchanging looks and giggling whenever we hung out together. When I mentioned it, John would reassure me it's just an insider and me knowing IT would ruin the fun. But that's not all. John would also often, unpromptedly, offer that Isabel can stay at my house after long nights out. He lives with me because he just got fired from his job and apartments are very costly in this city. And while she stays for the night, I always catch John on not being on his side of the bed then seeing them talk on the veranda while having coffee or just talking. And they would instantly keep their voices down whenever they see me awake. I don't really want to be suspicious but it gets worse. A short while later John started staying late for work stating that he wants to accumulate overtime so we can spend more time around the holidays together. I know John hates working longer than required as he already comes home stressed out and tired from his normal shift. To prove my suspicions, I came up with a plan. Everybody in our friend group knows that Isabel has a slight peanut allergy. We have seen her allergic reactions and they're definitely not fun but they also aren't life-threatening. It is only facial swelling and redness. So last week while grocery shopping, I bought some peanut butter under the pretense that I wanted to try out a recipe I saw on TikTok. 2 days ago, John and I got up in the morning and during breakfast he exclaimed that he would be working late again. This is when I took the peanut butter out of the cupboard and ate 2 slices of toast with lots of peanut butter. Before he left, I offered to perform oral intimacy on him explaining it with only seeing him very late in the evening and not being able to wait until he's back. He happily agreed and I went down on him before he went to work. This is when the fallout happens. Later that evening, the group chat informs that John and Isabel have been hospitalized. John is bombarding my phone with messages and calls accusing me of poisoning Isabel on purpose. Since I never eat peanut butter or blow him in the morning, he must have put 2 and 2 together. He said that I could have unalived her for something I should have talked to him about. I don't feel like this was something I needed to be mature about and talk it out. Since Isabel and I have been close since elementary school, she betrayed my trust even more than John did. She deserved my revenge.
My cheating ex is trying to get me to be the father to her son after her lover ghosted them. Please help. I met my ex at a mutual friend's party and easily we got together. She was lovely and I felt like I had known her for a long time even though we just met. I love her principles and she often says that she is not up for a hookup because she wants to wait for the one as she came from a broken family. I courted her and we eventually got into a relationship. 6 months together, she got pregnant and had my son Peter. We were so happy and I tried to be the best partner that I could be so I worked full-time and often took part-time. It was all because I wanted to give her and my son a life that I believed she deserved. She said that she doesn't want to work anymore because she wants to be a full-time mom and partner. I was okay with it. But something happened that turned our relationship 360. When Peter was 1 year old, she started acting strange and went out most of the time. She leaves our son to her mom and then goes clubbing or going out of town with her friends. When I got back home from work, all the dishes piled up and she was just sitting using her phone. I could do the dishes if it is just the one she is ignoring. But the house seems to be in chaos with diapers everywhere, clothes are all over and basically seems like she had done nothing for the day. I tried to talk to her out of it. I asked her to do some basic chores like washing dishes or folding clothes and I could do the rest. Because I wouldn't want her to feel like she was a helper on top of caring for our child. But she got upset and left the house. I hadn't heard from her for a week, so I asked her friend where she was. Turns out she was in a male friend's unit. I went there and I caught her with her friend. I found out later that they had been sleeping with each other on and off ever since we got together. I kicked her out. I was blindsided, not going to lie. She had no remorse for what she did. I wanted to completely cut her off. But I had Peter to consider. So for my son's sake, I reluctantly put away my pride and agreed to co-parent Peter. She moved in with her friend. After a month, she then announced she was pregnant. I said good luck. She said there was a possibility I could be the father as we were intimate during the time she was cheating on me. Got the DNA test and I am not his father. It also got me worried about Peter, so I got him tested too. I was relieved that he was mine. Anyway, to the present, Peter is now 6. His brother Daniel is 5. I didn't have any interaction with Daniel as my ex hardly brought him with her when dropping off Peter. But the time he did come, he mostly stayed in the car. One day, my ex dropped Peter off to me and she looked like she had been crying. Before I could ask if she was okay, she left. It was Peter who told me that Daniel's daddy hadn't come home for a long time and his mother had been crying the whole time he had been at her place. This bothered me because I didn't want my son around their dramas. I was going to talk to my ex about this when she showed up to pick up my son. When she did, she had Daniel and he got out and ran to me, hugged my legs and said, "Hi daddy." I was a bit taken aback. I just awkwardly patted his head and gently told him, "I'm not your daddy, sorry." He looked at me confused and said, "Ex, you're my new daddy." I looked at my ex and she avoided looking at me. I told Peter to show Daniel his room. My ex didn't say anything. When they went into the house, I said, "What the hell are you telling that boy?" She broke down crying and said her AP had ghosted them a month ago and she doesn't know where he is. Daniel had been asking where his dad was and so she told him that I was his new dad now. I got angry and told her I was not his dad. She said, "But I can be, and that he needs a father." I told her to go find his real father then. She just kept crying and then got into her car and left without Daniel. I tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. Daniel came out asking where she went, looking frightened. I told him she went back to their house and he started crying. I don't know what to do. I'm left here with a crying kid that isn't my child. Any suggestions on what I should do would help immensely.
My cheating father is forcing me to have a relationship with his stepdaughter, so I am going to stuck in his head that he is a cheater. My parents divorced a year ago because my father cheated. He married the affair girlfriend like instantly. I think he's a complete jerk and told the judge I wanted to live with my mom, so I do, but they still said I had to go to my father's every other weekend. I don't want to see him, so I refused to go at first, but it was stressing my mom out with court stuff. I agreed to go as long as his wife is totally hands off and I can stay in my room and not be bothered except for one family activity of their choice. So that's where we are. Every other weekend, my dad picks me up, talks at me in the car because I won't talk to him. We go to family therapy where everyone but me talks. I stay in my room until sometime Saturday when I go out with them to do something fun, and then mostly stay in my room until my mom picks me up on Sunday. I have plenty of stuff to keep me busy, so I'm fine, but everyone else not so much. A fair wife has kids that would go to their dads on my weekends, so I never saw them, but the schedule changed, so now they're there when I am. 9M is fine. He asks to borrow a video game now and then, but he's like polite about it and gives them back, so sure. 12F won't leave me alone. Anytime I don't literally have my door locked, she's barging and trying to talk to me or wanting to do something. I tried to tell her to leave me alone in a nice way, but last time I just up and told her I never want to talk to her and I'm going to ignore her from now on. She cried about it. A fair wife got mad. My father said she's having a hard time with the divorce too and I shouldn't take it out on her. I told him he could stop forcing me to visit then and problem solved. Everyone is mad. My mom says she gets it, but 12F probably is just looking for someone not her parents to talk to. I just don't see why it has to be me. Update. So, tomorrow I'm turning into an unskippable cutscene in therapy. They want me to talk, so I've got a whole filibuster planned if I need it and no one else is getting a word in edgewise. My father will be addressed as cheater and a fair wife as adulteress from now on. If that doesn't get me dropped off back at my mom's, when the other two kids get to the house they are going to be told everything about the cheating. I'm rewriting the lyrics to a really catchy song to be about my cheating father so I can sing it at him and get it stuck in his head if needed. Guess we'll see if that works better than ignoring them. Update 2. It's been an intense weekend, y'all. I dropped all the nukes in therapy. My father nearly got kicked out of the session. He was big mad, but he wouldn't let me go home. As soon as the kids got to the house, I caught 12F and apologized for snapping at her and told her I had just been on edge a lot since her mom and my dad cheated and that's why everyone broke up. She didn't know, so she started crying and yelled at her mom and all hell broke loose, leaving out the rest for reasons, but my mom came to get me. The cops got involved, and it turns out a fair wife said she would divorce my father if he brought me back to their house anyway, so at least for right now I can stay at my mom's. I guess what happens next depends on what the court says, but I had to go talk to some people yesterday about what happened, plus I was able to record some of it, so I don't know, I hope it's enough for me to be free. My cheating husband blamed my dull underwear for his infidelity, then gifted me a lingerie. I told him I would use them next time I have intimacy. We have been married for a little under 2 months but together for 4 years. I love him very much and I thought he loved me too. Besides the usual quarrels and disagreements about dull and mundane tasks, we're good. He never complained about anything. Never. Our sex life was amazing and he told me so very often. He even texted me when we were at work all kinds of NSFW stuff that made me blush in my office. So, never in my imagination that he could do something so vile to me. One day, I had only one morning meeting. I and my colleagues went for lunch afterward and then we decided to go home. We checked with our supervisor and she said it was fine. I went straight home and I found my husband with another woman in our bed. I started running away in shock and he couldn't really leave the apartment before putting his clothes on. Enough time for me to take the elevator alone, then I went to my brother's house. He's been calling and texting me all weekend. Then he knew that I was at my brother's so he went there, begged the audience, and asked my brother to let him speak to me. My brother asked me if I wanted him to kick my husband out, but I told him that now I wasn't in total shock anymore, maybe I should just hear him out. My brother, sister-in-law, and my baby nephew left for brunch. My husband looked like he had been crying the whole weekend and wanted to hug me. I told him to stay on his side of the kitchen island and not to come nearer or I would scream. He started first with a half apology and later explained why he was cheating on me. He said that I never made an effort for him and my panties were dull and a turnoff. I'm always wearing comfortable underwear and never the sexy type. He felt like I didn't really care. I was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. Why didn't you tell me this? Why not try to buy sexy lingerie like many men did to their wives? He said he didn't want to offend me by suggesting underwear. So it was basically my fault that you cheated? He didn't say no and just looked at me crying his eyes out. I tried to remember what the girl was wearing. I couldn't remember because my eyes went blurry the second I saw them. He asked me what I wanted to do and that maybe we could fix this. He asked me if I wanted to know more about the woman in my bed. She meant nothing. I interrupted him immediately and told him that I was good. Then to get him out I told him I needed time to think, even though I already made up my mind. I have spoken to a lawyer and unfortunately, annulment isn't an option for us even though we have been married for this short period. So I filed for divorce instead. My husband learned it and was so angry about it. He thought I was moving on too fast with everything and without even properly hearing him out. Then, the next morning, I received a delivery to my brother's house. A beautiful gift-wrapped box and inside beautiful lace underwear. My size. Thank goodness my brother and sister-in-law were out on their usual walk and Sunday brunch because I broke down crying for 2 hours straight. After I calmed down I knew that my husband, after coming to his senses, would regret his very petty actions and would start reaching out to me. When my brother came home, I told him that I was going to visit my best friend and that he couldn't tell my husband where I was. My brother knew something was wrong because my eyes were still swollen, but he respected my wishes that I didn't want to talk about the details. I just told him my husband did something hurtful and that he would try to apologize once he calmed down. I was right. My husband went to my brother's house asking about me because I wasn't picking up or answering him. He called and sent me at least 50 messages. I didn't read any because I had muted my phone. I also called in sick. My husband apparently showed up at my workplace hoping he would see me there. I texted him that I'm not gonna burn or return them or cut his gift. I'm going to use them next time I'm having intimacy. That's probably what he intended for me to do with them and I'm going to oblige.
My cheating wife died with her baby and lover. Now, she left me with her life insurance and I will have her ashes delivered in cheapest URN offered. At the beginning of 2022, I caught my wife having an affair with one of her exes. Our marriage wasn't perfect, I was not the perfect husband I will admit. But, I did my best. I put effort into the entire 5 years we were together. I put my all into the relationship. I could not say the same. I was forced to confront the reality of who she truly was shortly after I caught her. She illegally evicted me from our shared home, lied to the police to try and get me arrested, tried to get me fired from my job, and tried to turn all of my friends against me. Some of these succeeded, while others did not. She has made my life a living hell since the day I asked her for the divorce. She has planted her heels into the ground over our separation to try drain all my finances and emotional strength from me. The only upside is we had no kids for her to use as weapons, but I soon found out that her policy of strict birth control with me did not extend to her suitor as he got her pregnant 5 months ago. I thought maybe this would help speed along the divorce, but it only rallied her in her efforts to destroy me. On Christmas Eve, my wife and her suitor went to a party where both of them got drunk. I find this fact terrible as all her friends knew she was pregnant as well. Her suitor drove them home, a mistake that would cost them both their lives. In the state I live in, our divorce is now considered to never have even started. I will be able to claim her life insurance policy for myself and move back into my home. Her parents called me up distraught yesterday, acting as if the last year had never happened and offered their full support to my funeral preparations for her. My confusion here was beyond belief, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree when it comes to my wife. I told them if they wanted a funeral, it was coming out of their pockets. I will pay for her to be cremated, and deliver her ashes to them in the cheapest urn offered if they desire. They called me horribly and tried to guilt me about her life insurance, but after only 4 minutes on the phone with them, I hung up and blocked every one of her family's numbers. I'm going to be taking a few extra days off work to move back into my house over the next week. I've already made arrangements to have her stuff hauled off so my home will be an empty canvas to start my life anew. I don't know if there is a God, or if this was just karma, but I truly believe now that I have come out on the other side of the storm. My children kept me out of their lives even though I gave them everything. Now they want a part of my retirement fund, and call me stingy because I refused to give them anything. My ex-wife and I got sick of each other about 10 years into our marriage. We had 3 kids by then and tried to make it work for their sake. It didn't work, and we divorced. I let her keep the house because it was the kids' home, and I wanted them to have stability. I paid child support, and I paid for extracurriculars on top of that. I had to work many hours to afford everything I was paying for, but I thought it was worth it. My mental health improved by being away from my ex, and the kids were taken care of. I tried to stay involved but couldn't support them financially or attend every event. I made an effort to be there for all the important things. Birthdays, Christmas, holidays. I also made sure that my custody time was sacrosanct. I would turn off my work phone and be present when we were together. But no matter how I tried, they got resentful that I wasn't always there. It didn't matter to them that they only got to participate in these activities because I was sacrificing for them. They wanted me to pay for the extras but somehow did not work to pay for the extras. I tried explaining things to them when they became older teens, but they argued that their mom worked and still managed to attend. We grew apart, and they cut me out of their lives. I hated it. I still made sure they all graduated from college without debt. One got a scholarship, so I had a little extra money to give them. I rarely saw them after they left high school. I have not seen them in years now. My ex passed away, and I sold the house. It was mine, as per our agreement. She could live there for free until she got remarried. She never did. The kids were expecting to get money from her estate, and they did. After everything was said and done, they each got about $31,000. They didn't get a share of the profit from the house. That will fund my retirement. I disliked my ex, but she was a good mom. I never wanted to get this money this way. I would have been fine letting her live there. Another 30 years. The kids came to my house to talk to me. They said that they were all counting on that money. I asked why. What made them think their mom was going to die on vacation at 53? They said that it wasn't fair that I got the house. I said I own the house, and their mom didn't leave it to me. As part of our divorce, I own the house and paid the taxes and maintenance. They said that they could use some help. I said that none of them were my problem anymore. I wasn't invited to their homes or asked to attend their weddings. I attended as a guest. They all think I'm being an a-hole and stingy. I think they would not have bothered talking to me except for the money. My Christian wife wants to send our teen daughter to conversion camp because she's lesbian. When my daughter found out, she did something horrible. My wife has always been really religious and that never bothered me before, but she went too far last night. Our daughter said she had something really serious to talk to us about. She ended up coming out to us as a lesbian. I was really glad that she was able to trust us with something like this because I could tell she was really nervous during our talk. I told her that her sexuality doesn't change how we feel about her in any way, that we were proud of her, and we would always support her. By the end of it, she hugged us and said she loved us. Then she went to her room and I asked my wife how she felt because I noticed that she was very silent throughout the whole conversation. She only nodded and agreed to what I was saying. She said that she needed some time to think about what was discussed. I told her there was nothing to think about. Our daughter is a lesbian and there's nothing we can do about that besides support her and be happy for her. It's as simple as that. She just kept repeating that I needed to give her time to process all of this. I have never seen my wife act this way before and it caught me off guard. I do know that she's struggling to deal with this because she's Christian and thinks that homosexuality is inherently wrong, but she never expressed malicious intent. Even so, this is our daughter we're talking about and she has to deal with this in the best way possible. Today, my wife acted very cold and harsh towards my daughter. Whenever my daughter tried to talk to her, she would ignore her and only respond when my daughter badgered an answer out of her. She came to me to talk about my wife's behavior and she said that she thinks telling us was a bad idea because her mom is acting really weird around her. She thinks that her mom hates her now. I tried my best to reassure her that her mom loves her. And we just have to give her time to adjust to this new change. I told her that I was going to talk to her mom about it, but everything was going to be okay in the end. Me and my big mouth. Later that night, I was talking to my wife and demanded to know why she was treating our daughter like she had just done something horribly wrong. She answered by saying that what she was doing was wrong. We needed to send her to a conversion camp immediately to help her realize she was committing so many sins, and she wasn't going to go to heaven now. I was shocked. I told her she was going to put her own feelings aside for the sake of our daughter because she is 16 and needs all the love and support we have to offer. I wasn't going to let her make our daughter feel like a bad person for something she can't control. It took so much courage for our daughter to tell us, given that she also knows that my wife is religious. How do I get my wife to accept my daughter's sexuality and stop viewing it as a bad thing? Update: it's been over 2 years since my original post, and over 1 year since I lost my daughter to suicide. My wife couldn't accept my daughter for who she was and was really adamant on sending her to conversion camp. My daughter found out and cried a lot. She said she wished she was straight so that her mom could love her. That broke my heart. I kept having talks with my wife to get her behavior to change, but she kept avoiding my daughter like she was the plague. The final straw was when I saw her searching up the nearest conversion camps and calling them. We got into a huge fight and told her there was no coming back from this. So, we began the divorce process. She moved out and went to live with her parents, whom my daughter absolutely adored. They of course sided with my wife when they found out, resulting in my daughter being even more devastated. The amount of nights where I held my daughter in my arms as she cried herself to sleep at night asking why she had to be the way she was, why her mother hated her, asking again and again if I hated her despite how many times I would tell her I love her unconditionally, including her sexuality, were too many to count. I put my daughter into actual therapy to help her try to process all of this. I cut back my work shifts to work less hours to try to be there for her. I tried to keep anything related to the divorce as private as I could because I didn't want her stressing about that even more. I keep on thinking what I could have done to stop that day. What else I could have done, what else I could have said. Every day I wake up thinking I should have done more. She left a note explaining how it's not my fault, but what else am I supposed to think? I haven't talked to my ex-wife for 8 months now. I'm in therapy, but to be honest I don't think it's working. Sometimes I wander into her room, sit on her bed, and sob for what feels like hours. I keep on expecting to see her walk home from school. To see her smile, to hear her laugh from down the hall. I miss you more than anything, Jesse. I'm sorry. My colleague made a false accusation against me and my company terminated me without an investigation, so I destroyed all their lives. I held a management position at a company. I asked a non-management employee of the opposite intimacy to step into another room to discuss her performance away from other employees. She was going through a divorce and had made a few mistakes, and while I didn't want to embarrass her, I did want to make sure the mistakes were addressed. She acknowledged it and thanked me. An hour later I was escorted from my office by security and was informed by my boss that an intimate harassment complaint had been made and proper protocol was to suspend me. I asked what it was and was told, "We need to investigate." I can't disclose that. He assured me that it shouldn't take long and if I wasn't guilty of anything, I'd be paid for the time out. I again asked what the accusation was and was told that as there was an ongoing investigation I was not permitted to know, but if they had questions, I would be contacted. I wasn't happy, but knowing that I didn't do anything wrong, I left the building. Later that night, I received a notification on my phone that my email password was incorrect. After 2 days, I called my boss asking for an update and was told he was not available but I would hear something soon. I began calling daily and received the same response. Finally, I received a letter in the mail informing me that I was terminated for exposing myself and requesting intimate favors from an employee. The employee listed was the young lady I had pulled into the side room. I immediately called up my boss and was told, he is unavailable, and said to say the matter is closed. My buddy, the IT guy, messaged me on Facebook asking what happened as he'd been told to deactivate my accounts. When I told him the whole story, he replied, "You took her into the X room. Dude, there's a security camera in there. We keep Y in there, so we always have the camera on." Sure enough, he pulls the footage and there I am, holding a pile of papers, pointing to them, and keeping my pants on the whole time. I left a message from my boss that the alleged incident occurred in a room with surveillance and that I would be contacting an attorney and subpoenaing the video record. I received a call back 15 minutes later asking me to please participate in a phone conference with him and HR. The conference went as expected. They didn't realize it had occurred in a room with surveillance. They have a zero tolerance policy that they have to enforce. You can't be too careful in this day and age, and they regret that this didn't come to light sooner. They've already replaced me, and as it wouldn't be fair to terminate my replacement as she's done nothing wrong, they don't have a job to offer me back. However, as a gesture of goodwill, they're going to pay me through my suspension, change my file so it reads that I voluntarily resigned, and provide me with a good reference. I replied that wasn't acceptable. They made a false accusation against me, withheld vital information that I could have easily refuted, refused to take my calls, and completely failed in their own investigation by not checking video footage that would have immediately exonerated me. They asked what I thought would be fair. I told them they could immediately terminate the employee who made the accusation and either give me my job back or pay me 1 year's salary in addition to what was offered. My boss said that he could not discuss another employee with me and that neither of those options are feasible. The only options I have are what he already offered. I replied that the options I gave were the only way I was not going to sue the company along with the employee. My boss replied that I signed an agreement when I was first hired saying I would take all disputes through arbitration and that I waived my right to sue the company. I do not remember signing the agreement, and I have not seen it, but it apparently says that I will take all disputes to arbitration. I will bear the costs of arbitration, and I will accept the decision in arbitration. He stated that I would not fare any better in arbitration than he's already offered and I'll be out the money to cover the arbitration. I feel like I'm being bullied here, and don't think he would have scheduled a phone conference with such immediacy if he didn't think the company was vulnerable to a lawsuit. I'm waiting on a callback from a few employment attorneys. Do I have a case? Am I wrong to feel that this is unacceptable? Update 1. Quite a bit has happened in the last few weeks. A friend of mine at another company, after hearing what happened, told me his company had an opening. I applied, interviewed, and at the end the manager asked me what I'd like to be called. 2 days later I got a call saying they'd gone with another candidate. My friend admitted to me that he'd gotten some flack for recommending me. Apparently, HR had worked with one of the employees at my former company and called the employee to ask what the deal was with me. To which the employee responded, he got fired for intimately assaulting a subordinate. I think he's actually being charged criminally. I'm literally crying as I type this. It's a nightmare that won't end. Long story short, I lost my poop and called up my old company. The boss wouldn't get on the phone with me, had an attorney draft a letter of demand and send it off, had another phone conference scheduled. They once again regret that an employee provided a reference outside of the prescribed channels. The employee was coached on the proper way to handle such requests. My attorney informed them that in addition to wrongful termination, we would be adding defamation to our complaint against them. They insist that they have not broken any laws and they cannot control the actions of an individual employee who went against company policy. So we're at an impasse there. Either I move ahead against them, or I walk away. At this point, I'm ready to drag this through court. I tried to take the high road and go elsewhere, but they're regretting a lot that they've done to me without any action to correct it. Oh, I almost forgot. A few days after my last post, they sent me a packet of papers, standard non-disclosure notifications, COBRA, and a blank copy of the arbitration agreement for me to sign. Why a blank one, you ask? Well, It seems somebody effed up. They weren't making people sign when I was hired, and HR never bothered to have me sign the agreement when I worked there. I of course have signed nothing that they sent me including that agreement. I considered allowing arbitration if they pay the costs and I have approval over who is selected, but my attorney has advised me not to do that. I wish I had better news to report. Things aren't as hopeless as they'd first seemed, but not as easily fixable either. As for the employee who made the accusation, I know you're eager to hear, but at this point, I can't comment on what's happening there. Update 2. Everything has been resolved, and I've been wanting to give you guys an update but had to wait until my lawyer gave me the okay to talk about things. So let's start from the beginning. I pulled one of my direct reports, Deborah, into another room to discuss a few mistakes she made, but did not discipline her further. After this, she went to Joyce, one of the managers above me but not in my direct line of report, equal to my boss in terms of reporting structure. When Joyce heard that I had taken Deborah into another room without any witnesses, she said to her that it was unprofessional. Apparently, her exact words were, you could accuse him of being inappropriate with you, and I would have no choice but to believe you. This was repeated several times, with a strong emphasis on no choice. Joyce then asked Deborah if I had been inappropriate with her, saying, "It will only happen again if you don't speak up now. If you do now, we can take action." Taking the not at all subtle hint from Joyce, Deborah accused me of exposing myself to her, and I was placed on leave pending an investigation. Joyce immediately sent out an email that nobody besides the secretary was to speak with me without an attorney present, and told the IT guy, Paul, to deactivate my access. James, my boss, had a resume from Terry, an employee in Joyce's department, applying for my job before the close of business that day, and she was hired. Paul and I talked, and he provided me with a video proving my innocence. The company continued to stonewall me and refused to talk to me. When they did, they attempted to push me into arbitration and to retroactively sign an arbitration agreement. I cut my losses, took another job, and was ready to move on. Sandy, an employee in Joyce's department, broke protocol, talked to HR at the new company, and told them I had intimately assaulted a subordinate which cost me the job. So that brings us up to date. My attorney and I launched a civil suit against the company and Deborah. Bet you're wondering how I know the above. Well, good old Joyce said she'd protect Deborah if she came forward. Unfortunately, that only extended to her job. So when she was named individually in this suit, corporate told her they would not be providing her an attorney. After realizing that she'd be putting her house up for collateral, she was all too willing to throw Joyce under the bus. Joyce went to Paul, the IT guy, who was one of her reports, and gave him a list of footage to be procedurally wiped as part of an archive clearout. He pointed out that the incident with me was on that list and part of an ongoing investigation. Joyce told him that it was no longer needed and to go ahead and wipe it. He refused, citing the fact that it would still be requested in the event that the suit moved forward. She told him to pack his things as he was being terminated for insubordination. He called the company attorney and informed her what had happened. The aftermath: several things happened at once, so I'll try to keep them as chronological as I can. Deborah's attorney contacted mine stating that, conditional on me dropping the suit, she would admit that she lied and explain what went on behind the scenes. Dana, the company attorney, got the call from my attorney with the details from Deborah shortly after she finished talking with Paul about him being terminated for refusing to destroy evidence. Deborah and Joyce were terminated for cause that day. Paul was told that his job was safe. My attorney received a call, and it was made clear that the company didn't want this to go any further and wanted to talk settlement. I won't go into all of the details, but what I can say is I was offered my job back with a very fair increase. I received back pay from the date of suspension, and a public apology was offered from the very top. Terry is now working in Joyce's old position. She's incredibly cool about things and felt horrified when she found out what happened. James and I are good now, and he has personally apologized for not sticking up for me. My cousin asked how much does my fiancé cost in front of our family, and our family is backing him up saying that it was just a joke. So I uninvited all of them to my wedding. Joke is in quotes because I don't know what to call it. Something my cousin said is dividing my family. My partner and I are getting married in 6 weeks. She is Eastern European and I'm from Spain. We're having a small wedding with less than 15 people invited. Just our families and one close friend. This is partially because of COVID but mostly because we prefer it that way. Last week I was spending time with my family, and my cousin starts to talk to me about the wedding. He says congratulations, but he says it with a smile on his face and it sounds like he's taking the piss. I tell him, thank you, but ask what is so funny. He says to me literally, how much did she cost? Well, my jaw basically hit the floor. I asked him what is he talking about, and he makes it even worse. He says I'm thinking of getting a Slavic girl myself. I was so shocked I couldn't find any words. I just started muttering I'm leaving over and over again as I put on my shoes to leave. I don't remember any of the words he said to me after that. My family has made some distasteful jokes about my interethnic relationship before, but never jokes about intimacy trafficking before. When he said that, it made me furious. It didn't sound like he was joking. Even if he was, I feel that it crossed a line. I didn't know how I was going to tell my partner, but I knew that I wasn't going to allow my cousin in the same room as her anymore. After driving for 90 minutes to get home, I had enough time to think about it. I called my cousin and told him he is no longer invited to the wedding. The next day I got spammed with calls, texts, and voice messages from my parents, uncle, and sister, telling me that I'm overreacting over a joke and causing divide in the family. So I told them all that they're also uninvited. My parents are not contributing to the cost of the wedding. They gave us €1,000 for an engagement gift, but after being uninvited they demanded it back. Even though I feel that you shouldn't be allowed to take back a gift, I gave it back to avoid drama and to tell them that we don't need their money. I don't think I'm overreacting because it's not fair to my partner to have people there on her big day who think that way about her. Even though my family make up half of our total guests, I don't want anybody there who feels that way. I'm okay with having none of them there. My cousin destroyed my relationship with our grandfather and got me kicked out of the house, so I nuked his life and stole his inheritance. 25 years ago my aunt passed away when I was a baby, leaving my two cousins who were both in their early 20s alone to fend for themselves. My grandparents, who were very wealthy, Put a clause in there that grandkids will receive half of their share of inheritance if a parent passes before the children reach age 30 and then the other half when my grandparents eventually passed. Both my cousins received a very sizable inheritance coupled with the money they got from selling my aunt's house. The older sibling blew all of his money, straight out of a book of the Bible. Within 6 years, he was back to living in a condo working as a police officer. Everyone in our small family knew he had a substance issue, so he was barely making ends meet with his officer's salary and buying copious amounts of substances. The next 4 years my cousin went to rehab 3 times, sponsored by my grandparents. He sobered up after getting his girlfriend, now wife, pregnant. Absolutely wretched woman. She saw my grandparents as payday and essentially baby-trapped my cousin thinking it was her ticket. Within 7 years they had 3 kids, so she is locked in tight. She's a nurse, and with 3 kids around they always needed a little boost. Guess who they would always ask? You got it, my grandparents. Being the kind spirits they are, they always lended a hand. My father, mother, sister and I got sick of it very quickly. My grandmother unfortunately passed away when I was 17, leaving my grandpa as the last remaining. I was undoubtedly my grandfather's favorite among the grandkids, which left a real sore spot in the mouth of my cousin and his wife. I had 2 more years at home before college, so I lived with my grandpa to keep him company and help take care of him. My cousin and his wife hated this, so much so that whenever they came to visit and I was not home, they would send their 3 gremlins into my room to destroy it. This was the start. The longer I lived there, the more they would mess with me. My cousin even went as far to place one of those little mechanical noisemakers in the cabinet in my room, the ones that play sounds at random intervals that make you think you're insane. Thankfully my German Shepherd would always hear it, and after a week or so she finally found it. They did this to distance me and deter me from taking care of grandpa so they could swoop in and be the heroes. This continued until one of the kids found my gun. By this time I was 18 and in the possession of a firearm. I use quotations because my grandfather has guns, but cannot aim and shoot them anymore due to arthritis and nerve degeneration. So when I moved in, he placed all the weapons in my hands should the need of self-defense arise. But should he see them out for any reason other than cleaning, there would be hell to raise. Being very well trained with guns and having a sense of pride in defending my home, I took this responsibility very seriously. I always kept a handgun in a locked container in my nightstand with the key on a high shelf out of reach from the gremlins. One fateful day, I'm out getting my grandfather food when I come home and my older cousin, his wife and my grandfather are staring at a gun on the table. It was my gun that I kept in the lockbox. It was loaded and had a bullet chambered. I always keep a magazine in the lockbox but never loaded into the gun. The lockbox was nowhere to be seen. My cousin claimed one of the children found the gun and was playing with it. I was 100% certain that he either found the key or broke the lockbox open to get to it and load it. As a 6-year-old would not be able to reach a key I could barely grab, figure out what it was to load my gun and chamber it. I tried my best to explain what my cousin had said was bullshit and that I never keep my firearms loaded in the house, but my cousin, who is a cop, scolded me on gun safety and threatened to have me arrested if I didn't leave, and hadn't arrested me yet because we're family. I was asked to collect my belongings and go back to my parents. My cousin had one, or so he thought. The next day I apologized to Grandpa and explained to him there was no way one of the kids could have gotten the key. He agreed with me and he apologized, but he thought it best I move out until things cool down, but once they do I would be welcome back home. Our relationship was a little fractured due to disinformation provided by my cousin. A month later, my grandfather died of a heart attack at 86. I was devastated. I was just beginning to get back into rhythm with him and rebuilding the trust that was somewhat shattered. To this day, I am still unsure of what kind of man he saw me as due to my cousin. Immediately, my cousin and his wife began sucking up to my dad. As they had sealed payday with Grandpa, it was time to move on to the uncle. This persisted for a month or 2. I wouldn't stand for it. Then came time for the will. My grandfather's lawyer read out the will to me, my father, mother and sister in our home. Our 2 cousins would be briefed individually on their share of the estate, per my grandparents' requests. Then the miracle line in the will comes to fruition. If anyone attempts to claim any part of the estate that is not assigned to them, they forfeit any assets they are supposed to receive and will be divided equally among the remaining family members. This was basically their way of saying if you try to claim more than you're given, you get nothing. My father is supposed to receive every piece of physical property, aside from 2 or 3 items he set aside for me, from my grandparents, as he is the only remaining child. The revenge. I hatched my plan. I called my cousin and told him all of Grandma's jewelry was to be donated to a charity auction. Grandma's collection of gems and metals was extensive to say the least, so a charity event wouldn't care if a few pieces didn't make it right. It was a lure of gargantuan proportions that my greedy bastard of a cousin could not resist. He bit right on it and headed over to my grandparents' house ASAP, determined to snatch up as much as he could. A handful would send his kids to college. Regardless of what I said, the jewelry was never going to go to him anyways, so his actions were purely his own since none of it was destined to be his. Coincidentally, Dad was on his way with the lawyer to my grandparents' house to overlook everything. Formality stuff. According to my dad's testimony, my cousin had 3 shoeboxes worth of Grandma and Grandpa's jewelry piled on the kitchen counter ready for loading into his car. My dad and the lawyer stood in the kitchen wondering why it was all there when my cousin walks in from my grandparents' bedroom with a 4th and final shoebox. The jig was up and he put 2 and 2 together that I set him up, which was true, but there was no penalty against me for exploiting my cousin's greed, so he would F himself over. It's worth noting that between the 18 years from my aunt's death and my grandpa's death, their wealth had increased several times over, so my cousin felt cheated and expected to receive just as much as my sister and I, despite receiving half of his already and blowing it. Throughout this whole ordeal, his younger sister, my other cousin, has not had a problem at all and is still weeping over Grandpa's death like the rest of us. However, just like that, my cousin lost enough money in the course of 30 minutes that made him contemplate his sanity. Over greed. My cousin's bitch of a wife apparently filed for divorce a few weeks later. We haven't heard from him in nearly 6 years as he is all but disgraced now. You can call this a fairy tale ending.
My cousin refuses to pay back the money she owes me but posts expensive jewelry on social media to show her success, so I commented and stopped her from playing pretend. My cousin Deborah cost me $2,000 on our interstate holiday last year. She accidentally, and recklessly, slammed the door of our rental car into the neighboring parked car. The rental car was under my name, consequently, I was liable for the excess payment. It's been over 8 months, and she has yet to pay me back. Deborah argued that the rental car was shared among all 7 cousins, and that accidents were a part of the risk of sharing a rental vehicle. Given that all the cousins had initially agreed to split the trip's costs, this $2,000 should also be split. Some of the cousins were on board, others weren't. I wasn't. I didn't agree to split the costs of entirely avoidable and reckless mistakes. Either way, because we couldn't decide, what ended up happening was that no one paid me a cent. After a few months of hounding Deborah and largely getting ignored, she broke down in tears, claiming that she was financially struggling and can barely make ends meet. For context, Deborah is an accountant at one of our country's big accounting firms. She has to be on at least 100,000 Australian dollars, so she isn't struggling financially, she's just bad with her finances. But whatever, I let it slide. And, honestly, I just remembered about the $2,000 last weekend. Deborah posted a photo of a Tiffany & Company necklace with the caption, "Hard work pays off. Success isn't easy, but it's shiny." I looked up the necklace. It cost 880 Australian dollars. I responded, "If you were half as successful as you are pretending to be, you'd pay me back the $2,000 you owe me." Honestly, I wasn't thinking. I was just acting out of anger. But unexpectedly, people started reacting to my comment, leaving comments such as, "Deb owes you money too?" And I see Deb hasn't changed a bit. That wasn't my intent, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it funny. Deborah deleted her post several hours ago but hasn't said anything to me. However, she must have complained to the other cousins because 2 of our cousins reached out and said, I went too far, and that I should have kept the matter within the family, which is easy for them to speak. They're not out $2,000. Before I let my anger get the better of me, am I the a-hole, or am I in the right here? My cousin slammed my birthday cake into my face and impaled me with one of the candles. Now I might lose my vision in the eye and everyone is calling me selfish for trying to sue her. I, 21F, recently had my birthday party with my family, as my mom begged me to make it a family occasion instead of going out with friends, so I relented. Literally nothing I wanted for the party happened. I wanted it to be 21 plus, so I could actually have a drink or two, but my mom said that wouldn't be fair to the adults with kids, and my teenage cousins who care about me. I asked for it to not have a theme, just normal decorations, as I didn't want it to be too childish this time around. Only instead my aunt suggested to my mom to make it Wizard of Oz themed since her daughter was really into the movie Wicked which just came out. Normally that wouldn't be a big deal if they hadn't gotten childish versions of everything. The only thing that actually looked fun was the piñata, as I have always loved those. But when it was time to burst it open, my mom called me selfish and said it was for the younger kids. Of course my 30-year-old cousin was right beside the kids, quite literally stealing candy from babies and making a fool out of himself like always. All the food was also favorites of my family, and even the cake was chocolate as the consensus was that chocolate was everyone's favorite. And no, I do not enjoy chocolate cake. I was used to things being for the family as a whole, and never for just one person, but I really wanted this birthday to be special and really wished they had just let me go out with my friends. Finally cake time arrived, and I already expected one of my younger cousins to run over and blow out the candles for me, so when it happened I didn't even fight it. Everyone started chanting for me to cut the cake, so I was in the middle of cutting the first piece, when I felt a pair of hands grab the back of my head, and slam my face into the cake. I immediately felt a horrible stinging pain coming from my eye, and for a second there was only laughter from my family, until I started screaming. It was described to me later that when I pulled my head up, red frosting covered my face, but the candle on the cake was sticking out of my eye socket, turning me into a monster of some kind. I just remember the pain and screaming. I started to cry, which made everything sting worse. Everyone else started screaming as the younger kids started crying and adults were freaking out. Finally my dad managed to get near me and just lifted me up and carried me to his car. He asked me if it hurt, and told me not to move at all. He buckled me in and rushed me to the hospital. I can only imagine what the nurses thought as I arrived, my face still covered in frosting, and the candle still sticking out of my eye. A bunch of people rushed me into the ER and a team came over to examine me, and asked a bunch of questions I don't even remember. They had to pin my arms down to remove the candle because I started convulsing from the pain. After the pain meds kicked in and I calmed down, I felt my dad hold my hand and the doctor told him I would need emergency surgery right away if they were to save the eye. But that it wasn't looking good, as some freshly melted wax sealed itself inside and was causing even further damage. I was terrified of everything going on and started crying. The nurse warned me to try and not cry anymore, or I might make everything worse. I asked her if I was ever going to see again and she said to just relax for now and I would get more answers after I wake up. That's when I passed out from the meds. When I woke up my mom and dad were in my hospital room, and both had been crying. They broke the news to me that the doctor was unable to do much of anything and I will probably have complete vision loss. My heart broke and I couldn't hold back from crying once again, which of course only caused more pain. After a few days I was allowed to go home, and my parents have been trying to make me as comfortable as possible. Then my mom came into my room a few days later, saying that my cousin had come to visit to apologize to me. This particular cousin was the 30-year-old idiot who shoved my face into the cake. I told her I didn't want to see him, but she said he's family, and family should forgive one another. I reminded her that I am now blind in one eye because of him, I didn't have to forgive him for anything. She told me I was being overly dramatic, and had him come into my room anyway. She walked away, and as soon as he walked in, he pointed at my eye patch and started laughing, asking if I was cosplaying as a pirate. I told him to shut up, and all of this was because of him. He just shrugged and said it was an accident, he was just trying to liven things up a bit. I asked him if he was even going to apologize, but he said there was no need as it wasn't intentional. If anything, I was the one who should apologize to everyone else for scaring them so badly. I got really angry and screamed at him to get out. He called me dramatic and started laughing even more. I hated him so much at that moment and threw my pillow at him. He caught it and was about to throw it back when my dad stepped in and told him to stop. He said he was a grown man acting like a child and needed to leave his house right away before he was dragged out. I was really grateful when he said that. My mom rushed over and stood in front of my cousin, shielding him from my dad, and called him crazy. She told him he was a guest of mine and I needed to spend some bonding time with my cousin. My dad looked over and asked me if I wanted him there. I told him absolutely not. He said if I didn't want to see him, I didn't have to. Then he stared my cousin down until he left. I heard my mom screeching at my dad as they followed my cousin out the door. A few minutes later my dad came in to talk to me, and asked if there was anything I needed from him. I told him what I really wanted was to sue my cousin. I told him I knew they were struggling with hospital bills, and my cousin is pretty well off with a nice job. I also really hated how he didn't think he had done anything wrong and wanted him to pay for what had been done to me. My dad told me this would cause a lot of issues and asked if I was sure. When I told him yes, he said he would support me no matter what and look into getting a lawyer for me. Of course, when my mom found out, she yelled at both of us, calling us crazy. My dad told her this was what was best for me as I deserved some form of justice from a grown man pulling such an idiotic prank. My mom said she would have nothing to do with it, and has since been staying with my aunt. My dad tells me she'll come around, but I don't believe him. Since then it got around very quickly to the rest of my family of what I was planning to do, and I have received so many hateful messages from people that I wanted to throw my phone in the trash. My cousin's parents even came over to argue with me in person, but my dad kicked them out and threatened to call the police if they came back. Last night I heard my dad crying in his room, and I realized how hard this must be on him as well, having to defend me from the whole family and being at such odds with my mom. Now I feel like I'm in the wrong, and shouldn't try to sue my cousin, or at the very least not involve my dad anymore, as much as I want his support. I feel so lonely and guilty, but most of all I feel such a loss. I feel the loss of knowing I lost sight in one of my eyes, and will probably be disfigured for the rest of my life, as well as the loss of any form of support from my mom. My cousin wants me to sell the house I inherited from my parents and split the money with her. Now she's threatening to sue me because I am cutting her delusion. I have a sister, let's call her Jane. Jane is not my bio sister, but we grew up in the same household. For as long as I can remember, Jane has had this victim mentality. Mom died when she was young. Dad was never in the picture, but my mom, her aunt/godmother, took her in. She lived with us for 13 years before she got married and moved to Idaho with her husband. We never had the best relationship growing up, but I assumed it was just sibling rivalry and we would grow out of it like me and my baby sister, 25 female. My mom passed away in 2020 and Jane thought it was only right that she inherit my mom's engagement ring, even after declaring at the funeral that my mom was not her mom, just a woman who helped raise her. I then moved back into my parents' home because I felt bad for my dad and didn't want him to be alone. After converting the top floor of our 3-story home into a mini apartment for myself, Jane raised concerns that there would be no space for her to come home to during Christmases. But we made do. My dad recently paid off the home and signed the deed over to me under the condition that he live there rent-free until he dies, since I had been helping him pay the mortgage and would continue to pay the taxes on the home. I dismantled the apartment on the 3rd floor, making it once again a 5-bedroom home. However, 2 of the bedrooms my sisters used to occupy are now a walk-in closet and a room for my dogs. I added a pool, a new bathroom, renovated the kitchen and turned the basement into a bar lounge area. Once this was completed, Jane asked me how we would split the sale of the home. I was confused as to what she meant. I was not selling my home. She stated that since my dad paid it off when he died, the house would go to all of us and we should just get ahead and sell the property now. I told her I was not selling and that my dad signed it over to me. She then said she would call someone to appraise the home and I would then have to buy her and my little sister out. When I told her again that I owned the home, I was not selling and she wasn't getting any money, she threatened to sue me. I told her to leave. A few weeks later she called my dad to ask what the plans were for Christmas and if I was going to be staying in a hotel, since I could not be cordial. My dad told her I would not be staying in a hotel, but she was still welcome to come and stay with us. I politely informed him that she nor her family were welcome to stay, and if he didn't like that he could also stay in a hotel. Now she's called my whole family and gone on a campaign of how evil I am for doing this over the holidays. Most of my family agrees with her except a few who do not want to be involved, saying that she only said she'd sue me out of anger after realizing something else was taken from her. Her mom, her dad, my mom, now her childhood home, which leads me to believe that maybe they are right. Am I being too harsh on her after all her struggles in life, or is she simply just a bitch? My cousin's fiancé threatened to remove me from the wedding because I refused to take off my eyeglasses, so I exposed her to my cousin and we found out the crazy reason she wants me out. I am my cousin's Mo, and her wedding we have grown up together and have been through hell and back together. She is like a big sister I have never had. When I was in 3rd grade, I started wearing glasses because I couldn't see far. She was the first person to tell me I looked beautiful in them, because I was insecure about how I looked in them, and that we could match because she also wore glasses. Well, fast forward to today. I went over to my cousin's and her son's wife's house to talk about last-minute preparation for the wedding and all the fun stuff. When we started talking about pictures of the wedding, this is where Sarah, her fiancé, told me that I should take off my glasses for the wedding and wear contacts because she didn't want them to ruin her wedding photos and that I would look like an outcast and all of the attention would be drawn to me if I'm the only one wearing glasses. To say I was shocked was an understatement. I have always been used to my glasses and I never took them off. I personally don't want to use contacts because it's so much work and I am a forgetful person and might end up sleeping with them on or something like that. I told Sarah that I wouldn't be comfortable with it and that contacts cost money since I have to get them in my prescription, which would take a while also. I much rather wear my glasses because I'm more comfortable with them on. She told me I was being unreasonable and that my cousin was wearing contacts for the wedding, so I should be a good cousin and not ruin the wedding pictures. If not, she would tell my cousin to remove me from the wedding, and I could attend as a guest. My heart kinda broke when she said that to me. I know my cousin wouldn't care if I wore my glasses, so I'm here asking strangers for advice. Would I be an asshole if I don't wear contacts for my cousin's wedding? And should I tell my cousin about this conversation with Sarah? Update. So on Saturday, my cousin called me saying she wanted to talk to me about something. I figured that would be a good time to tell her everything that went down with Sarah, so we met at a park next to our grandparents' house, and when I got there she was already waiting for me, but the vibe and energy seemed off. It was tense. I sat down in front of her, and no one said a word for like 30 seconds, but it felt like forever. Then my cousin finally spoke with tears running down her face, asking me why I wanted to drop out of the wedding and no longer be her mo. I was completely taken aback by what she just told me. I never once said I would drop out of the wedding nor say I no longer wanted to be her mo. As I was processing, she kept asking me questions. Do I not love her? What did she do? Why do I not want to be at the wedding? Why did I miss all of the wedding events she and Sarah planned? Do I no longer value the relationship we have and the stuff we went through? After 5 minutes of calming her down, I explained that I never once said that I was dropping out of the wedding and that I do love her and value everything we went through. As I was explaining all that to her, I started crying because why would she think that after everything we had been through? She told me that Sarah was the one who told her. I said I no longer wanted to be in the wedding and at all the events they had I always said I was busy. I looked at her confused, cause what events was she talking about? My cousin saw my face and started to realize I did not know what she was talking about. She started talking about a barbecue and a weekend trip to Arizona. The whole wedding party went one last month. I told my cousin I didn't know anything about this and I never got invited to it. I thought Sarah invited you. I never once got an invite or message about any of this. I proceeded to show my cousin my message with Sarah in the group chat of the wedding party, and nothing was there about the trip or dropping out of the wedding. My cousin was shocked and started asking more questions like, you didn't tell Sarah you wanted out of the wedding? When was the last time you talked to her? Why didn't you get invited? I explained to my cousin the last time I spoke to Sarah was when she told me about the contacts. I explained everything to her about how Sarah said if I didn't buy contacts she would tell her to kick me out of the wedding. She was livid. She started going on and on about how Sarah would stop bothering her about getting contacts for the wedding, and when my cousin would ask her why, Sarah would say it won't match the aesthetic of the wedding and would throw everything off. So finally, after weeks and weeks, she broke and got contacts for the wedding. My cousin looked at me and said I couldn't care effing less if you wear glasses. It's a part of you. Hell, I would think you look weird and effing unnatural if don't, dude. And the fact she said that to you, out of all people, I'm not gonna stand for that. So after talking about an hour she left and I just sat there shocked after everything was said and done. Later that day, around midnight, I received a call from Sarah. At first, I was confused because she doesn't call me, but I picked up thinking something had happened. Nope. It was her crying and screaming at me because I'm ruining her wedding and I'm being a selfish little bitch. After a minute of that, I just hung up. Then 5 minutes later got a text from my cousin to go over their house now. Once I got to the house, it was a mess. Stuff was thrown on the floor, paintings were broken, dog toys were all over the floor, and glass was everywhere. It looked like a tornado and an earthquake double-teamed the house. I walked into where my cousin and Sarah were sitting, and Sarah and just crying and screaming. Once she saw me, she started yelling at me and calling me every name in the book. My cousin had to tell Sarah to shut the F up, and once she did, everything came out in the open. Basically, Sarah doesn't like me. She hates that my cousin and I are so close. She has been telling lies to my cousin about me to get her to hate me. To which Sarah yelled out, "How the F am I supposed to know you don't like her or F her? No cousins are that close." To which my cousin said, "This ain't effing Alabama, you crazy bitch. She's my cousin. We grew up together, you effing idiot." After that, the night was a blur. I was extremely tired and just wanted to go home. My cousin came with me and she has been staying since that night. Sarah had been blowing up my and her phone, asking for forgiveness and to give her a second chance and wanting to make things right, but I told my cousin if she wanted to go through with the wedding, it was up to her. Update 2. A few days after my last update, Sarah's family and friends had been blowing up my phone, my cousin's phone, and just everyone they could reach had been contacted by Sarah. It went as far as stalking and breaking into my cousin's house. You see, the house my cousin owns is one of many houses my grandfather has built from top to bottom. He gifted my cousin's house to her because she was the first one to graduate college in the family, so her name is on everything. So my cousin ended up kicking Sarah out of the house. It caused her to go completely crazy, screaming, crying, things being thrown, threats, and anything you can think of that was bad. Eventually, my cousin had to call Sarah's parents and siblings to come to get her cause she was refusing to leave as they came and were packing her stuff up. Her mother tried reasoning with her, telling my cousin that she's taking things too far, and she doesn't need to kick out the daughter, and that our family will pay for hurting her daughter, etc. After hours and the majority of Sarah things being out of the house, she looked my cousin in the face and said, "Me and you are not over. This ain't over until I say it's over." This caused my cousin to change locks and get security cameras all over the house. Once everything settled, my cousin slowly got back into her life. She changed her number because Sarah would send texts from begging and pleading to threatening and harassing. As those continued, my cousin found 2 air tags in her car, which was not there before, so my cousin asked me to check my car as well, and sure enough, I also had 2 air tags in my car. As a joke, we decided to put the air tags on some stray animals, which we thought was the end of it, but no. Sarah has tried everything to get my cousin back. She went as far as trying to break into my cousin's house when all of our cousins took a trip to Canada, which led to my cousin getting a restraining order. My coward husband thought I baby-trapped him even though we are married for 7 years. He is now crying and begging for forgiveness after I sent him divorce papers. My husband and I have been married for 7 years. He lived next door and we just clicked. It was like a fairy tale. One thing I have always thought that made our marriage so strong was our friendship and trust in each other, although now my husband seems to think otherwise. Recently, my husband found out that his friend, Jeff, has been baby-trapped. Basically, Jeff's wife stopped taking the pill and fell pregnant a few months into their relationship, and only came clean after the wedding. Jeff came from a very conservative family, which his wife knew, and so he felt obligated to marry her after the pregnancy. Unfortunately, he also now feels obligated to stay regardless of the clearly messed up dynamic because he feels that he has made a vow and will stick by his wife and child. My husband, for some reason, has been really rattled by this. I am currently 4 months pregnant with our first, and my husband asked me yesterday if I was trying to baby-trap him. I first laughed because I honestly thought it was a joke. He was dead serious and doubled down. So I told him that we had already been married for 7 years and that a baby was not going to trap him any more than he already was. My husband did not like that answer and said that there was no time limit on baby trapping and that my intentions were clearly not pure given how I was acting as if his concerns were a joke. He said he had trusted me in the past, but my laughing in his face gave him no reason to trust me now. I did not really know what he wanted or how I was meant to respond, and I said we should talk about this in the morning. I woke up and my husband was gone, but I did have a nasty text from his brother saying that I had forced my husband into this pregnancy despite it having been a joint decision. My husband had insulted me and our marriage in a very hurtful way. I was so confused and upset that it didn't occur to me to be angry. In the meantime, I called my best friend. She came over with some chocolate and was furious when she heard. She called her husband to the house after I had gotten everything out of my system. He is a family lawyer, and he said that he would happily represent me if I wanted to go through with a divorce. Then, my mother-in-law showed up with my husband in the car not long after my best friend's husband arrived and she practically dragged him to the door. My mother-in-law said that he had showed up at theirs late last night saying that he was certain that I was using the baby to trap him. Fortunately, my mother-in-law is a smart woman and absolutely tore him a new one before dragging him to the house today to apologize. My worm of a husband did not look me in the eye the entire time but said that he was scared about becoming a dad and projected his fears onto me. He said he wasn't sure if he was ready for that kind of commitment, but he will step up, as if he is some kind of hero. I roll. I called him a coward and told him that he should stay with his parents until I was ready to talk to him. I didn't want to say anything about the divorce papers because I didn't know what his reaction would be, but he will find out soon enough. I also showed my mother-in-law the text from my brother-in-law, and her face was like a storm cloud. Overall, everything has settled a little bit. A few days later, I had a scan with the doctor, my mother-in-law attended with me, and the baby was happy and healthy. I finally found out the gender. I am having a little girl and I am over the moon. My mother-in-law was a gem and was so touched that I included her in the scan. She is very excited to be a granny. On that note, my mother-in-law organized a family lunch a couple of days after the scan. I was a little reluctant, but I knew that she had good intentions and wouldn't do anything to make matters worse. When I arrived, my husband and brother-in-law were there, along with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. It was quite awkward until my mother-in-law asked if anyone had anything to say. My brother-in-law spoke first and apologized for his awful text. He said that he was swept up in the moment and wanted to support his brother. I explained how hurtful it had been to receive such a nasty vindictive message. He knew as well as anyone that my husband and I had been trying for almost a year. Next, my mother-in-law looked quite pointedly at my husband but he actively avoided anyone's eyes. Eventually, she spoke up and announced that my husband would no longer be welcome to stay in their house. She said that she was ashamed to have her son behave the way that he has and that she would prefer to make space for her granddaughter rather than have some lowlife hanging around. My husband had opened up his mouth to say something earlier, but his eyes lit up when she said, "Granddaughter." My husband had always wanted a girl and he was suddenly in tears saying that he was so pleased to hear the gender. My husband suddenly wanted to touch my belly and asked if he could come home and paint the nursery. I told him in no uncertain terms that he was not welcome and that he had destroyed any trust I had in him. I told him that if I took him back, I would be worried that he would disappear at any kind of big news and that I couldn't have someone at my side who balked at the first chance. He asked me if I was telling him it was over, and I point-blankly told him that I had engaged a lawyer. My husband was kind of frantic but I felt so calm, like someone had put a blanket over me in the situation. Normally I am a big crier, but I felt so removed from everything. My husband said that this was not fair. He had shown a little bit of panic and suddenly I was throwing away our life even denying him his daughter. My father-in-law reminded him that this was the same baby he felt trapped by no more than 2 weeks ago. My husband said it was a mistake and he was stressed, but my mother-in-law asked him how he thought I felt. She asked him to imagine being so vulnerable and giving up your body to grow a family, then suddenly the one person you trust is accusing you of terrible things. He said it was a mistake and he projected his fears onto me. I told my husband that I felt so broken when he left because I had all these dreams of a beautiful family that came crashing down in an instant. He said that he wanted those things with me and he wanted our baby girl, but that he let the panic overwhelm him. I told him that wasn't a good enough excuse for what he put me through, and that he certainly didn't seem panicked when his mom had to drag him to my door to apologize. He didn't have much of an answer other than to say that he was ready now and wanted our girl. In all of this, in all the times he told me he wanted me and our baby, he never once apologized properly. After a very long discussion, the lunch wrapped up and my mother-in-law stood by what she had said about my husband not being welcome. He asked again if he could come home with me, and I told him that it was my house. I owned the house before. My coworker always blames her imposter syndrome for sucking at her job. Now everyone sees her incompetence. I am a woman and have a female coworker who, like most of us, myself included, struggles with imposter syndrome. Here's the thing, Allison. She is legitimately terrible at her job. She'll bungle something up and someone will need to go bail her out. Projects that should take 2 weeks take a year. Seriously. She claims to be making an effort to learn the technical skills required to do her job, but I have seen little to no improvement in the five years she's been at the company. We have interns outperforming her. It's routine that she's unable to perform her task, so someone else does it for her and then she often takes the credit. She claims that she's not respected by coworkers because she's a woman. But no, it's because her work speaks for itself. This coworker often comes to me to discuss being a woman in the workplace and imposter syndrome, seemingly looking for validation. Whenever she messes something up or doesn't understand something, she chalks up her feelings of not understanding to imposter syndrome and decides she's actually skilled after all. It's more Dunning-Kruger than imposter. I've spent dozens of hours teaching her to do things that she ultimately forgets and bailing her out of simple tasks. As women, we're constantly reminded to build up other women in the workplace. I feel like she expects this of me. She often cries about imposter syndrome and then I feel bad and try to say some platitudes like, hey, you can learn how to do this to make her feel better. I feel uncomfortable when she cries to me at work and feel as if a boundary is being crossed. In addition to being part of her personal mentorship squad/cleanup crew, I feel emotionally manipulated. I don't know how to handle this. We share a manager who knows about her technical misgivings and how much of a resource drain she is, but he's, inexplicably to everyone who works with her, kept her employed here for 5 years, so I don't know what I'd even say to him. I find it unlikely that I'll be able to affect her employment situation, but how do I extricate myself from being who she looks to for validation? Any other tips on dealing with a person like this? Update. I took the advice and did a lot better at short-circuiting conversations that veered toward the emotional. It felt extremely weird at first because I'd start going back to work and looking at my computer screen while she was still in my office staring at me, but eventually, she got the point and would leave. It didn't totally stop, but the conversations ended a lot sooner. The coworker still acts insane, but I got a lot better at redirecting it away from myself. A few months after the letter, I moved to a different team at the same company and I'm totally loving it. As a result, I don't have much more interaction with that specific coworker. When I told her I was leaving the team for a new opportunity, she didn't wish me well. She immediately started talking about how, oh yeah, well, I got a job offer too, but I turned it down. Okay, I don't think I believe it, but that's beside the point. In the weeks after I started my new job, she actually tried asking me to physically come to her location and do some of her work. I didn't play ball here. She stopped asking pretty fast. I occasionally see her when I visit my old boss. When I see her now, she bizarrely starts monologuing about how challenging/important/influential her work is. It isn't. It seems like she feels the need to prove herself to me now in front of her boss. It's a strange interaction every time. Then later, she'll often ping me and complain about how she's having a hard time with work/personal life/imposter syndrome/whatever. Now that I'm removed from it, I totally see that her game is pretend to know what she's doing, and when someone figures out she doesn't play the woman card and make people, particularly people in power, feel bad for her instead of actually working to get better at her job. This trick seems to have had moderate success so far, even on myself. I put up with her nonsense for too long, but I suspect it'll catch up with her eventually. There are rumors that her team is going to be disbanded or reorged or something. My old boss admitted that he's trying to help her build skills so she's actually employable by someone else after that happens. Anyway, Glad I'm no longer involved in that hot mess and can just watch from the sidelines. Setting boundaries really helped me be less of a target for her and will help me deal with other difficult coworkers in the future.
My coworker called me her work husband in front of the entire office, so I called her my work sister because only one woman gets to call me her husband, and that is my wife. Mary is one of my coworkers. We have been working together for 6 years now. We have 6 people in our department, and we frequently travel across the state to oversee government projects. We always travel in a group of 2. Although my travel partner changes based on the project, Mary and I are generally put on similar projects and enjoy each other's company. My wife also likes Mary. Overall, we have a very healthy work relationship. Onto the incident. Yesterday, we had a happy hour in our office, drinking after work hours and chatting. It was a group of around 10 people that stayed back. Mary was blabbering about how much we have traveled together in the last year. She was roasting me for my traveling habits, like always forgetting stuff in my hotel room and being sweaty and stinky when I joined her for breakfast in the mornings, because I go to the hotel gym. Everyone was laughing, and she was making it sound like how unbearable I was to tag along, all in good fun. I also told some funny and sweet stories about her and agreed with her, saying that I can be difficult to be with sometimes. Mary came to me, hugged me tightly, and told me she loved me and that I was her work husband. It was all innocent on the surface, but she might have been a bit drunk and just didn't let go of her tight hug. Also, I hate that phrase, as I have a wife I promise to be with forever, not just during non-working hours. After a few seconds, I became uncomfortable and saw a few people staring at us. So, to defuse the situation, I took her hands off my shoulder and told her she was my work sister, which is why I love to annoy her so much. That seemed to have upset Mary, so she left and went back to her desk and sobbed silently. I tried apologizing to her, but she told me how embarrassing the situation was. She said that she just meant work husband in a platonic way, but me calling her work sister made her sound like a creep in front of the whole office. She was also angry that I aggressively removed her hands from my shoulders while hugging her. I tried to reason with her that I did not like the work husband phrase, and people also gave dirty looks when she said it. So, I was just trying to ensure people do not take her words incorrectly. We talked for a few minutes afterward, and Mary calmed down. She hugged me again and left. I felt guilty afterward because I could see Mary's point. I made her sound like a creep by implying that she meant something inappropriate when she called me her work husband. However, I was a bit uncomfortable in that situation and just did not want people to call us that, or assume something was wrong. Update: as I sat in the office the next day, I knew things would be awkward between Mary and me. Mary ignored me the whole morning. Initially, I was planning to go and apologize to her, but after the post, I decided that I did not need to do that as I should be the one who was offended. Everyone in the office could see we were acting weird, and I heard some people gossiping about us. One of the ladies also came to me and asked me if I wanted to talk about Mary and me. Around 3 p.m., I was sitting in my office working. Mary came into my office and closed the door behind her. She was angry at me and started saying that I needed to stop being an a-hole and stop ignoring her. I told her to sit and talk about what was going on. She told me that she felt humiliated, and everyone had been staring at her the whole morning because of what I did. I also stood my ground and told her I was okay with her making fun of me, but calling me her work husband and hugging me in front of everyone for a long time made the situation awkward. She told me to get over myself and know exactly what she meant. Mary said that I made a big deal of what was supposed to be a joke and made it awkward for everyone. She said calling someone a work husband is normal and just means she knows me intimately as a spouse would. She said that because we spend so much time traveling together, she knows all the intimate details of how I behave outside work. I stopped her and told her I felt offended by the term work husband because I have a wife, and I do not want people to use that term to describe our relationship. I told her that she would not understand as she is single, but as a married man, I do not want anyone to describe me as a husband in any capacity. She said that I was again misinterpreting what she was saying. She felt that as we have known each other more than I have been married, she knows me more intimately than even my wife. I have no idea why she feels that way, and I also behave like her husband when we travel together. She went on about how we go out to dinners together after work, how I always insist on having breakfast together in the morning, to plan our actions of the day, and how I walk around in my underwear, referring to my gym shorts, around her in the mornings. She also talked about how we spend hours talking to each other during road trips and how I am the only man she can trust with any secret. She said I am the definition of a work husband, and I am just in denial. I was angry at this point. I told her I do all that because I consider her my friend, and she would be delusional if she felt she knew me more intimately than my wife. I told her I did not want to hear that term again, and it was extremely disrespectful to my marriage. Only one woman gets to call me her husband, and that is my wife. Moreover, if my actions give her such ideas, maybe we should stop being friends. She became apologetic afterward and told me that she did not mean to disrespect my wife and that it was not her intention. She apologized to me and told me to just let it go. She said that she loves traveling with me and does not want anything to change between us. She again said that I was misinterpreting her statement and just wanted to move on. She came to hug me again, but I just told her it was okay and stepped back. I also talked to my wife about the incident that night. As expected, my wife was angry at Mary and told me she hates the term work husband. She asked me if Mary had ever flirted with me during our trips or had a crush on me. I truthfully told her that I really have not felt that way, and she may have just said that because she was a bit drunk and is now stubborn about it. My wife said that she feels a bit uncomfortable about Mary now and that it strikes one for Mary, and I need to try to put more distance between us while traveling. If she repeats the same behavior, I should report her to HR. I promised my wife I would try to reduce my interactions with Mary outside work hours and be more guarded around her.
My coworker has pics of her adopted son posted to her timeline advertising him for rehoming, so I called CPS and got all her children taken away from her care. My coworker is kind of a weirdo, Mary. Her and her husband are one of those people that have a ton of adopted kids, 8 so far, and are super religious. To each his own. Mary enjoys telling everyone at work her business, so when she decided to adopt a kid from Ukraine, everyone heard about it. She went with an older kid because it was easier for her and her husband. she says. This was 2 years ago. Mary has asked me to babysit the boy a couple of times. I'll call him Tony. And it's never been a problem because I like kids. I didn't see any glaring problems despite Mary's constant dramatics about how awful the kid was and he seemed to like being over. It's just me and my boyfriend here, and our place is small but clean and really well kept. Mary's house is disgusting for lack of a better word. Mary would harp constantly about how much Tony liked it at our house, but I just chalked it up to the kid having a good time. Lately, Mary has been at work, talking to anyone who'll listen about how awful Tony is, how horrible he is to the other kids, and how she's going to get rid of him. She sent out a freaking mass email to everyone in our department asking if someone wanted to take her kid from her. She calls it rehoming and that it's okay. I logged onto Facebook today and same story. She has pics of Tony posted to her timeline advertising him for readoption and to contact her if interested. I haven't replied to her email yet, and I haven't commented on her post, but I'm this close to ripping into her for what she's doing. She's crossed the line from weird into full-blown psycho. Should I call CPS? I called the police just now, but they sounded completely confused on what to do. They agreed to a welfare check. The post is still up. Is this really legal? I don't know much about adoption and a quick search for rehoming gets me mostly results about animals. Any advice? Update. I talked with the cops about the situation and honestly, they were just as confused as I was. The person I talked to on the phone was just as stumped, but he agreed that at a minimum they did need to do a welfare check. I've had experiences with welfare checks before and I had the nagging feeling that something just wouldn't go right, and someone PM'd me the priority line for my state's Child Protective Services hotline. I got someone on the phone right away, and as soon as I mentioned that trafficking could be going on and that she was advertising the kid on Facebook, it was a public post here too. People, they acted with quickness. I gave them all the information I had on Mary and Tony and all I had from Mary about Tony's adoption. The person I spoke to right away said that she suspected that the adoption might not even be legal. I was floored. I emailed all the screenshots I had to the person I spoke with and asked for a follow-up if that was at all possible. I said that myself and my boyfriend were willing to take Tony temporarily if necessary, but the CPS representative said that likely wasn't possible. Then, the waiting game began. Last night was probably the most stressful night I've ever had. Hell, at one point, I was ready to drive out to Mary's house myself but was stopped by my boyfriend. It was tough. The cops followed up with us at approximately 2 a.m. Note that I haven't heard from CPS. The officer I spoke with was very cautious and limited in what he said, but he told me that CPS arrived at the home shortly after he did. In not so many words, he implied that Mary had been talking to someone about meeting Tony the very next day and that CPS suspicions were confirmed. Tony's adoption was not legal. Tony was rehomed to Mary and her husband from another state where placement needs to be approved by a judge. He didn't elaborate further except to say that other issues came to light and all of the children were removed from the home for their own safety by CPS. He didn't say how long they were there, but said it was a long time. I was asked to drop off all emails and printouts to the station in the morning, and I agreed. My boyfriend and I wanted to make doubly sure that all of our bases were checked, so I called our local FBI office who said they lacked jurisdiction in the matter but would be writing up a complaint and referring the issue to the State Department. We called the Ukrainian embassy and made a detailed complaint and I included the contact information I had for the officer from the department. The poop really hit the fan when I went to work to print out the email. Our company is pretty small and the company owner, I'll call her Big Angie because she resembles the mob wives lady, had gotten wind of Mary's email. Big Angie was furious, and waiting at Mary's desk to see if she would show up for work. My friend reported that Big Angie waited from 7:15 to 9:30 a.m. and that Mary came to work with a sob story about how her kids were being unfairly taken away. Mary wanted time off from work to clear her name and devote herself to reclaiming her family from this misunderstanding. I wasn't there to witness this, but Big Angie, who has 6 kids herself, apparently ripped Mary a new a-hole. Mary has been dismissed and rumor has it that Big Angie may or may not allow her to claim unemployment. My head is honestly still spinning from everything that has happened. The past 24 hours have been insanity. I'm so grateful that the system worked as quickly as it did. I only hope it works out a long-term solution to this problem and that Mary doesn't get to reclaim her kids. My heart is breaking for Tony and the other kids right now. I don't know what the F was happening in Mary's house that made CPS remove them that night, but I'm going to sleep better knowing that they aren't with psycho-ass Mary and her husband, at least for a while. What the future holds for Tony and the other kids, especially because Tony's adoption was apparently illegal, makes me sick, but I'm going to wish for the best. I need a damn drink.
My coworker is obsessed with taking credit for my work, so I started giving her exactly what she wanted. There's this coworker in my office, let's call her Megan, who's built her whole career on taking credit for other people's work. She's the type who, if you so much as come up with a good idea in a team meeting, will start repeating it loudly and then take it to the boss as her concept. For months, she's been getting away with this, and since I'm not exactly confrontational, I figured I'd just keep my head down and let it go. But it was getting out of control. Megan had gone from stealing ideas to outright taking my actual work and passing it off as her own. I'd create presentations, reports, and proposals, and somehow she'd end up presenting them to management with barely a word of credit thrown my way. My frustration hit a breaking point after our last project. I'd spent days on an analysis report, only to have her march into the boardroom and summarize it, taking full credit. And the worst part? Management actually believed her. So, I decided to take a different approach. If she wanted to steal my work, I'd make sure it was work worth stealing. Here's what I did. I created an elaborate, jargon-filled, 25-slide presentation about a fake process I called Optimal Revenue Integration Strategy, or ORS for short. It looked impressive, sounded professional, and was absolutely meaningless. Just buzzwords strung together. I intentionally left the presentation open on my desktop during lunch, fully expecting her to see it. Sure enough, Megan swooped in, borrowed it, and set up a meeting with our boss to showcase her latest insights. When the meeting happened, I sat quietly in the back, watching as she went through slide after slide, using words like synergize and monetize like her life depended on it. The boss's face went from interested, to confused, to downright skeptical. Finally, he asked, "Can you explain what optimal revenue integration strategy means in practice?" Megan's face went pale as she stumbled over the buzzwords, trying to make sense of it, but it was nonsense. She couldn't explain it because it wasn't real. The boss turned to me, knowing I'd been working on the project too, and I just shrugged, saying I had no idea what she was trying to convey. Megan was caught. The meeting ended abruptly, and she hasn't been able to steal my work since. I'm now known as the guy who actually understands the strategy in the office, and she's been side-eyed by everyone ever since. My coworker kissed me after I dropped her off. Now I want to ask her to be my girlfriend. Please help. I have a beautiful coworker, and became friends fast. Now we spend a ton of time together. I was very shy and nervous at first, but when I got to know her, she was very genuine and smart. We started playing video games, so if we're not working, we'll be on the mic together. I love her voice. I love her hair. I love her smile. Everything about her. I took her to get Poke and Boba after work. I was surprised when she touched my hand and laughed, and I almost died. When I dropped her off at her place, she leaned over and kissed me, thanked me, said she would be waiting for me at the game we played, and got out of the car. I am not going to lie. That was my first kiss, and I am a super virgin. My mind is reeling, and I don't know what to do. I kind of want to ask if she's my girlfriend, but that seems crazy. I don't want to ask her and make her think I'm clueless, and she laughs or never talks to me again. Also, if the kiss was bad and she wants to pretend it never happened, I don't want to humiliate myself. I don't even know if that was a date or not. Maybe I just move on and see what happens next, but I'd really like to try to make a move if she's into me. I don't know. Update. I was fully panicking and didn't know what to do. I'm a bit jittery right now, and I'm probably going to include too much detail, but I'm just very happy. So, we went out on a date. The day after I made the post, I dropped her off at home after work. I asked if she wanted to go to the mall with me this weekend. She laughed and said okay, and then I actually kissed her this time, which was awesome. I was very nervous the whole time. The mall was fun. I chose it because it's casual and there's a lot of stuff we both like there. We got drinks and she asked for a sip of mine and drank straight from my straw, which did something to me. She hugged me a lot. She let me kiss her a bunch. We held hands. I put my hand on her back, and I even played with her hair. It was nice. All in all, we just looked at cool stuff and hung out together, which was all I wanted anyway. We went to dinner at a noodle place. She fed me something she wanted me to try. I don't even remember what it tasted like because I was too busy panicking because she was feeding me. She also stole a dumpling off of my plate, which was really cute. I didn't even care that I lost a dumpling. I went into her house for a while and she mostly just showed me her anime figures and PC setup, but it was still surreal the whole time. I told her she was pretty and smelled good, and she laughed and told me I was handsome and smelled good, which made me almost turn into soup. I think we technically made out on her bed for like 15 seconds. I told her she was my first kiss and she laughed and called me cute. I almost turned to dust. When I left, she told me to message her when I got home so that she knew I was safe, and again, I nearly died right then and there. That was it. I'm home now and my heart is still practically pounding. I almost asked her if she was my girlfriend again, but I learned from the comments that that is a terrible idea, and I'm going to wait a few weeks and a few more really great dates to ask her to be my girlfriend. We've been messaging practically constantly since I got home. I'm sorry the update was boring and rambling and stupid. I'm just really happy.
My coworker refused to respect pronouns, so I gave her a taste of her own medicine. 3 years ago, a student named Jacob came out as Janet. With full support from her parents, Janet's transition was embraced by our school. Everyone from students to staff made the effort, except one, Mrs. Smith, formerly known as Mrs. Jones. At first, she played it off as forgetfulness. "I'm old, these things take time," she'd say, after repeatedly calling Janet by her dead name. But when I heard her boasting in the teacher's lounge, "I'll call him Jacob. That's what the system says," I knew it wasn't forgetfulness, it was malicious. So, I decided to teach her a lesson. From that day forward, I loudly referred to her by her former name, Mrs. Jones. Every correction she gave me, "It's Mrs. Smith now." She was always met with my sweetest smile. "Oops, have it. I'll try to remember next time." Word spread fast. Soon, students were accidentally calling her Mrs. Jones, claiming, "Sorry, it's just a mistake." Her frustration grew, but the admin wouldn't back her up, repeating her own excuse. No one would intentionally call someone the wrong name. By the time Janet graduated, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Smith had retired, having learned the hard way that respect is a two-way street.
My coworker was making my job miserable and bad-mouthing me behind my back while I was doing most of his task, so I got him fired and all my other coworkers backed me up. I work for a company that is growing rapidly. We just underwent a restructuring where our old teams were dissolved and integrated into one big team. My old duties were reassigned, and I was paired with John, and he is making my job miserable. A job I previously loved. Let's get to the personal things first. John is morbidly obese. He uses a rollator to get around the office. He grunts, snorts, oinks, sighs, and sometimes breathes like he's masturbating at his desk, which is right next to mine. He farts non-stop and makes a big production to excuse himself over it. He has loud rustling bags of snacks and pop that he is constantly making noise with. He listens to his music in his earbuds so loud that everyone can hear it 3 cubes away. And he is nosy, as in butting into private conversations, asking inappropriately personal questions, and not taking "I'd rather not discuss this with you" for an answer. Last week, I walked by his desk on the way back from heating up my lunch to see him with his shirt pulled all the way up, giant hairy belly, nipples, and all, putting on deodorant and complaining about how hot the office was. And his clothes are absolutely filthy most of the time. He sometimes wears the same filthy pair of jeans to work for days at a time. On a professional level, I am trying to figure out why he hasn't been fired. He is late every single day. He has the lowest productivity of everyone. He can't complete a single task without needing a supervisor. Now that we have merged, I am doing about 98% of the work. He cherry picks the task queue, grabbing the easy stuff to get his KPI up, and leaves me to deal with the hard stuff. Before we integrated, he was letting the queue get absolutely out of control so others who were trained in it would have to jump in, and as soon as he saw easy tasks disappearing that he had apparently been hoarding, he would throw tantrums, even throwing and breaking our company-provided Apple Smart Mouse. Now that we are integrated, the job hasn't changed. Only a couple of task lists have been renamed. It's the exact same process that he's been doing for nearly a year, but he is screwing it up, disappearing from his desk for a half hour at a time to go to the bathroom and throwing tantrums every time someone points out that he is, in fact, still not doing his job correctly. Then subs have to hold his hand and show him again, and then he screws it up again. This is a healthcare billing office. Our tasks are supposed to be a first in, first out process. His cherry picking of the inbox is causing problems because one patient is getting their things processed before another despite another patient being submitted first. I have already mentioned it to my subs that this is a real problem. All they do is come and re-educate him, and then we still have to answer and re-answer questions every 5 minutes and then listen to another tantrum when we point out, again, that he's still doing it wrong. This is a really great company. The pay and benefits are excellent. Lots of bonus opportunities. But this miserable, overgrown toddler is making me ready to quit. Update 1. So, he was pulled into a meeting yesterday. I finally went to HR after more than one coworker came to me to tell me that he was badmouthing me behind my back, calling me greedy for taking all the work, and it's unfair that he knows how to stay late. He's basically raking in overtime while what little after-hours work trickled in. Hundreds of dollars per week. Apparently, no one had really been looking at his performance because we were always caught up and we've been so busy that they never looked to see his productivity during overtime. I came armed with the numbers and told them, essentially, that if something doesn't change, I am putting in my notice. My coworkers backed me up. His disparaging remarks about me and management after hours, sleeping at his desk, he even fell asleep in our team meeting right before his meeting, the constant eating, as well as the unsavory behavior like practically taking off his shirt to apply deodorant at his desk and the offensive noises that he makes in the hours of overtime he was racking up doing absolutely nothing, as well as how he is late every day. He's been placed on a PIP, exclusively for his productivity and quality. He won't be allowed voluntary overtime or WFH until his productivity improves. Likely won't be around much longer. Final update, so they started by moving his desk to the other side of the office, closer to the director's office. One coworker mentioned to me that he remarked they can't fire me. I'm disabled. On Tuesday we had our weekly team meeting. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone knew by this point the absolutely despicable things he had been saying about people for just doing their jobs according to our job descriptions. Wednesday he was sent home early because management finally saw him sleeping at his desk with their own eyes. Yesterday, his KPI for 8 hours was 21. The rest of us were 150 plus. We just finished Q2 and we knew we had a bonus coming that was supposed to be announced today. Nothing life-changing, but we knew it would definitely be helpful. There was a lot of resentment against him because he literally doesn't work. He honestly didn't earn it. I went in this morning. Since they moved his desk, I don't see him come in anymore, but I assume it's late, as usual. Over an hour later, he hadn't done a single thing and I was just done. I'm just going to put my head down, do my work. Then I had a minor issue that I needed to ask our person about, so I got up and walked across the office to ask them. They weren't in their office, but then I saw it. HR is standing next to his desk while he packs up, and then he is quietly escorted out of the building. He didn't get the bonus and it was announced later this afternoon. Again, not life-changing but definitely needed. I managed just fine today, on my own. Today was a good day.
My crappy brother-in-law flipped at my wife and told her to get over her best friend's death because he was honest. Now he is being shunned by the whole family. I am married to the love of my life, Kay. We met when we were 17. She was out and proud whilst I was still in the closet, so we didn't start dating until I came out at 21. We got married in 2019 and have an adopted 4-year-old son, Jack. This comes in relevant in a minute. My sister Sarah has a long-term boyfriend, Steve, who the family cannot stand. They've been together for 8 years and the whole family has hated him from the first time we met him. He is rude, obnoxious, arrogant, and all in all a crappy human being. He's also someone who likes to claim that he is just honest, but if someone is honest back to him he flips out and sulks like a toddler. In fact, my toddler is better behaved than him. He isn't abusive to Sarah and doesn't direct these comments towards her, it's just the rest of us. He's actually a good partner to her and treats her well, which is his one redeeming quality. My dad and Kay hate him the most and will do anything to avoid him at family gatherings. Kay usually just ignores him and brushes off anything he says to her as she doesn't like conflict. However, there have been a few occasions that she has said something back, but it's usually said in a joking manner which amuses my dad to no end. My mom is a peacekeeper and will do anything to avoid drama, so she just changes the topic whenever he starts, but she and my grandparents all hate him just as much as the rest of us. Sarah is the only one who doesn't hate him. Our son's birth mother Tess was Kay's best friend, who sadly died in 2021. This was a real shock as she had an underlying heart condition that she didn't know about and simply went to sleep one night and never woke up. Jack had been left alone in his cot all day screaming for his mom before Kay got worried that Tess wasn't answering her texts and went to their house to see if she was okay. She found Jack in his cot and Tess in her bed. We adopted Jack as no one in Tess's family was in a position to take him in. We raise him as our own, but he knows who Tess is. Obviously, this is a very sensitive topic for Kay as it was so traumatic for her and Jack. Now, on to what happened last weekend. It was the anniversary of Tess's death on Saturday, So Kay, Jack, and I went to visit her grave. Kay is always quiet after going to see her, and this time of year is especially hard for her. On Sunday we had a family gathering at my parents' house. These happen every couple of months as just a catch-up for everyone. At first, nothing was out of the ordinary. Kay and my dad were off to the side talking as usual, only I could see that Kay was obviously struggling, so my dad and she went for a walk so she could clear her head. This is something they have done before, so nothing too unusual. However, Steve had an issue with this and asked why they had left and why he wasn't invited to walk with them. I explained that Tess and Kay just needed a minute. This wasn't good enough for Steve though, and he said she should have gotten over it by now. At this, my granddad, who is naturally a very quiet guy, said that his best friend had died over 20 years ago and he still had days where he missed him so much it hurt. You don't just get over something like that. Steve shut at that. Kay and my dad got back and she was in a much better mood. We all sat down at the table for our late lunch and started chatting. Everything was fine at first until Steve started trying to butt into Kay's conversation with my granddad. When it was obvious that they weren't going to include him, he very loudly stated, "This is bullshit. She's getting all the attention of everyone because her friend died 3 fucking years ago. Get over it for fuck's sake, we're all sick of hearing about it." The whole table went silent and I took one look at Kay and knew she was about to go off on Steve. Only it didn't happen the way I thought. Rather than exploding at him, she looked at him very calmly and said that she and Granddad weren't talking about Tess. They were making plans to take him to the Christmas markets, but if you want to be a dick then no problem. She then went on to say to him that everyone in the family hates him because he's a toxic, narcissistic fuckwad. Whenever he can't come to a family gathering, the whole family is much happier. That there is a reason he has no friends and that his own family can't stand to be around him. That reason is that he's rotten from the inside out, and that Tess may have only been on this planet for 32 years, but she made a bigger impact on people than he would if he lived until he was 150. That her funeral was rammed with people because she was so loved, whereas he'd be lucky if anyone other than Sarah was at his. After that, she got up and went to the back garden and I followed her. A few minutes later my dad came out and said that he told Sarah and Steve to leave. We went back inside and Kay apologized to everyone and said she should have just kept her mouth shut. Everyone other than my mom told her what she had done was right and it was about time someone told him. My dad then found it hilarious that a lesbian had been the one to tell him straight, which lightened the mood a lot. We spent the rest of the afternoon there before going to pick Jack up from Kay's mom's house as she had him overnight on Saturday for us. The reason I'm making this post is that yesterday I got a call from Sarah saying that her and Steve wanted an apology from Kay or they weren't going to Christmas. When I reminded her that we wouldn't be at Christmas either as it our year to spend it with Kay's mom, so it made no difference to us, she got really upset saying that she wanted an apology because Kay was way out of line. I said she wasn't and that I wouldn't even contemplate asking her to apologize because I agreed with everything she said and so did everyone else there. She ended the call and I just went back to work. Then today my dad called me and asked if Kay's mom would mind a few more for Christmas as he was refusing to spend it with Steve, so he and my granddad needed someone else to go. Apparently after Sarah had called me she has called mom and started ranting, and my mom had told my dad to get Kay to apologize, which he said no to, and they had an argument, and my dad has now decided that he's done with Steve even if that affects his relationship with Sarah. He's not having it anymore. My mom wants Sarah there, and she won't go without Steve, so my dad is going somewhere else and my granddad agreed with him. I text Kay's mom and she said they were welcome, so now my mom is furious and saying that my dad and Kay are ripping the family apart. So basically this has turned into a poop show. Kay has said she will apologize if I want her to, just to keep the peace, but I've told her no way. Everything she said was true. I just don't know where to go from here, and the people in my life all hate Steve that much that Kay could have physically attacked him and they would all still think she is in the right. Update. 8 days later. First thing was that I spoke to my grandparents on my mom's side. They were there when this all happened, but they're like my mom and just constantly try to keep the peace. That's where she gets it from. They were supposed to be spending Christmas with my mom this year but had changed their minds and decided to spend it with my uncle instead. They have made the decision to not be around Steve either as he causes too much drama. They asked if they could come and see us and Jack on the 23rd before they head off to my uncle's, which I happily agreed to. This really surprised me and it outright shocked my mom, as like I said they are the biggest take the high road type people I've ever met, but even they've had enough. The next thing that happened was my dad called to let me know that Steve and Sarah had now decided that they want Kay to make a public apology in front of the whole family and admit she was lying and that the family loves Steve. He was laughing as he told me this and called them delusional, so any small chance of a superficial apology went out the window. The third thing that happened was Jack getting home from after school club with a recorder that I am sorely tempted to shove up the teacher's backside. So all in all it wasn't a great day. Through talking to people on here, I also realized that Steve has been trying to push Kay and I out of the family, organizing trips that he knows we would be able to go on. We wouldn't have gone on them anyway, as a weekend away with him sounds worse than a paper cut to the eyeball, and him constantly trying to get my dad away from Kay whenever we are all together. I think this is because he is jealous of Kay and Dad's relationship, as they're very close and go on trips to classic car shows several times a year together, usually with my granddad as well. Anyway, things went quiet for a few days until the weekend. Our town has a big Christmas fair that runs from November through December and we always go to it with Mom, Dad, Granddad, Kay's mom. We decided to cheer my mom up a bit to go on Sunday and then out for dinner afterward. My mom was told that if Sarah or Steve showed up then we would all leave, and she promised they wouldn't be there. Things were a bit awkward at first but settled after a while. At one point Jack got my mom and dad to take him on the giant snow slide, and as my mom walked back over to us she had tears in her eyes. I pulled her to one side to see what was going on and she said that whilst waiting in line, Jack had said he was happy Uncle Steve wasn't here. When my mum asked why, he said that Uncle Steve was a bad man. My mum tried to say that he wasn't, but in typical stubborn 4-year-old fashion, he had argued and said he learned in school that people who say mean things all the time are bad people, and Uncle Steve said mean things all the time, so he was a bad man and that he didn't like him. There had been a case of bullying in his class a few weeks ago and the teacher had done a lesson on how wrong bullying is, so I think that's where this came from. This finally broke through to my mum. If even a 4-year-old can see what a horrible prick the man is, then she had to as well. She said that she felt stuck because she hated Steve and agreed with everything that Kay has said, but she loves Sarah and doesn't want to isolate her. I told her I would always be there for her, but I wasn't putting myself, Jack or Kay, through being around Steve again, and she needed to think about what she wanted. Not what I want or Dad or Kay or Jack or her parents or Sarah or Steve, but what she wants. She went quiet and then said that Kay's mum had told her she was welcome at hers for Christmas if she wanted to, and that she could decide on Christmas Day if she wanted. Kay's mum would save her a plate. We went back to the group and a little while later I saw Mum and Kay's mum having a deep discussion while walking behind us. Neither will say what they talked about, but Mum seemed a bit happier after their talk. They have also been talking since. Yesterday my mum told me that she will be coming to Kay's mum's for Christmas and they've been talking about going shopping together next week. When Mum told Sarah after calling me, Sarah predictably lost her mind and said that Mum was choosing us over her. My mum told her she was choosing to have a good Christmas rather than being belittled and made miserable, all for the sake of Steve and his so-called honesty. Sarah then called me and asked if I was happy that I'd won. She then did the unforgivable and used a few homophobic slurs towards me and Kay and called Jack the bastard of a whore. I ended the call, blocked her everywhere, and then let my family know what had happened and that I never wanted to speak to her again. They're all as appalled as I am, and my Ganny, Mum's mum, called Sarah and apparently told her she was dead to her as she won't have a bigot in the family. Sarah has been trying to reach out to apologize because she knows she has stepped over the unforgivable line, but I've just kept blocking the fake accounts that she's making on IG. Steve tried reaching out to my dad after this, and when he eventually answered, Steve tried to say that Sarah was just angry and didn't mean it. According to Mum, Dad ended up giving him a verbal lashing and told him that he was the worst thing that had ever happened to Sarah and our family. My dad has told Sarah he is disgusted with her but will be there for her if she leaves Steve. Until then, good luck. Mum has gone low contact as well, but wants to keep the door open so that Sarah isn't completely isolated. I had a few people saying that Steve may be abusive towards Sarah, but I really don't think he is. He usually acts like a dick when the attention isn't on him. He knows that when he says dickish things then all the attention is on him and he revels in it. After Sarah's outburst, I just think that they're both toxic and feed off each other's toxicity. She lets him get away with the things he says because she gets pleasure out of watching us all bite our tongues and keep quiet. So, Mum's angry, Dad's angry, our 3 grandparents are angry, extended family is angry, and Kay is being my rock. But I can tell she's really angry about what she said towards Jack. I'm just sad and done with it all. At least now I know what she really thinks about Jack, Kay, and myself, so there's that. Not the perfect update, but we move on. It will be nice this Christmas to have both sides of the family together for the first time and not have to worry about Steve being a PP, but I'm sad that is how my relationship with my sister has ended. I'm trying to get into the Christmas spirit, but it's a tough one right now. The only things that make me smile are Kay and Jack being goofy idiots to cheer me up. However, the recorder can go to hell.
My crazy ex raided a party and tried to get my girlfriend's eyes out with a spoon. I was at a party and suddenly, one of my best friends got a message from my ex. I'm coming. Everyone was confused and my girlfriend started fuming. To solve the dispute, I decided to call my ex and confront her. I called her and reminded her the 1000th time that we are no longer together and she should leave me the F alone. I told her that she is crazy and I don't want to see her again. I don't think that my approach was the best, because she started screaming louder than I ever heard someone scream. I couldn't even understand the words she was saying. I told her to go to a mental hospital because she has gone crazy. After that I hung up and went back to the party. The problem now was that I couldn't enjoy myself anymore. She ruined my entire night. The night went on and out of anger I started to drink more and more to the point where I was pretty intoxicated. I started telling one of my friends how crazy this chick is. She thinks that we are still together. She doesn't want to move on and it's been over 3 months since we broke up. Since we broke up, she keeps following me through the city. She wants to know every little thing about me. I was at the mall a couple days ago, shopping with my new girlfriend, and I could see her following us, everywhere. The same thing happened a week ago, when she started following me in traffic, to see where I was going. I was going to my girlfriend's place, and luckily enough, I spotted my ex following me, so I went back home. If I would have gone to my girlfriend's house and my ex saw where she stays, it would have not ended up well. Anyways, my girlfriend and I kind of forgot about my crazy ex eventually and we decided to go upstairs to have intimacy. It was going very well, but suddenly we hear people screaming from downstairs. I didn't think much about it. Everyone was intoxicated at that party, so I thought they were just being loud. The screams start getting louder and louder and now I hear people running up the stairs. I began to be a little sketched out, so I stopped what I was doing. Right after that, I hear someone knocking on the door aggressively and people screaming outside the door. I thought that those were my friends effing with me, so I told them to stop and leave me alone. But I was so wrong. They were not my friends knocking on the door. It was my crazy ex. Luckily, the door was closed with a key so she couldn't get in, but she was screaming that she is going to break the door if I don't open up. The girl whose house we were in also was at the door and begged me to open the door so she wouldn't break it, and that's what I did. I opened the door and saw my ex with a spoon in her hand. I told her to calm down and to come with me outside so we can speak. She wanted to remain there to speak and refused to go outside. I felt like I was speaking to a wall. She didn't want to hear a word I was saying. She was just screaming like crazy the entire time. Out of the blue, she started to slap me. I did my best to stop her, but my girlfriend intervened. She jumped on my ex and started fighting with her. It was not good. I didn't want my night to end up like this. My ex was much stronger than my girlfriend. She managed to put her on the floor. She grabbed the spoon and wanted to hit her with it while screaming, "I'm going to take your eyes out." I couldn't let this continue, so I grabbed my ex, put her on my shoulder and went as fast as I could downstairs with her. I went outside with her and did my best to calm her down. I told her that I am calling the police if she's not leaving right now. She started crying and left quickly after. As she was leaving, she kept screaming, "It's over only when I say so." I went back into the house, calmed my girlfriend down and left with her home soon after. My girlfriend insists on filing a police report on my ex because she will not stop. I am considering going to the police, but at the same time I don't want to ruin my ex's life. Any ideas on what I should do?
My crazy husband shaved my head. He said that it was just hair and laughed at me. Should I divorce him? My husband and I have always had a healthy, harmonious relationship, or so I thought. We never had a big fight and he's actually very caring to me. I know that he loves me so much, but something changed when we welcomed our daughter 3 months ago. He always seems to be out of focus and is away from home almost every day because of his job. He's always on his phone and isn't taking time to take care of our baby. My patient husband now seems to be irritated at everything, even with our child, but I'd still try to understand him because I think he is just exhausted from work. But that was until yesterday morning. We were getting ready in the bathroom and my husband was shaving next to me, while I was brushing my teeth. Out of nowhere, he takes his electric razor and runs it through my head, shaving a big part of my hair just above my forehead. At first, I thought he just pretended to do it, but then saw a big chunk of my hair falling into the sink. I got a complete bald spot and the damage is very visible. It's important to know that I've always had long hair reaching the middle of my back, never cut it short, not alone got a buzz cut. My husband likes my long hair too, and never told me to get a different haircut. So I totally freaked out, started crying, and yelling at him, while he was laughing. He told me it was just a prank and that it wasn't a big deal. He said it was just hair and that I could grow it out again. We had a serious fight afterward and in the end, he did apologize. He admitted that he was an a-hole but still insisted it was a prank and was funny, at least to him. Although he apologized, I still cannot forgive him. I will either need to wear a hat or scarf, brush my hair over, or get bangs, which I wouldn't do due to my face shape, to cover the damaged area. It will take years to grow out my hair again to its current length. However, what I'm most concerned about is that he still insists it was funny. I just don't get why he would laugh at my misery. It seems borderline sadistic and abusive to me. I'm also afraid that he would do something like this again in the future to me or even to our daughter because he finds it funny. I don't think I will ever be able to forgive or trust him and seriously consider getting a divorce.
My creepy best friend doesn't respect boundaries and won't stop obsessing over seeing photos of my girlfriend. Now I'm cutting him off. He's my only friend and I'm an awkward guy. Outside of him and my girl and family, I have no other friends. So this all started a little over 2 months ago. Me and him were chilling and I was showing him stuff on my phone. We were going through my camera roll cause I wanted to show him something. It was in my hidden folder and I opened it without thinking, and a bunch of pictures that me and my girlfriend took together when we were bored popped up instead. They were months old and I forgot they were there, otherwise I wouldn't have opened the folder. Either way, he saw it for a split second and I quickly moved the phone away, laughing and saying sorry about that. He asked what was that and I just said my girl likes to take NSFW pics with me cause she finds them hot. In some of the pics, she was nude with like my hand or mouth on her or something. Nothing too explicit, but they were definitely for my eyes only. He asked to see and I said no. He was like, "Oh come on, don't be like that." I laughed and told him to drop it. He did at that moment until he saw my girlfriend in person again and wrapped an arm around her when he said hello. Obviously she was confused and pushed him off, asking what his problem was. He laughed and said nothing, but he was blatantly staring at her chest. She shrugged it off, but it just pissed me off. I told him to knock it off and he said he wasn't doing anything. Since then he always asked to see something on my phone and normally I just handed it to him cause I have nothing to hide on my phone, but I found myself not being able to trust him and asked him what for. He said he wanted to look at the screenshots of the PowerPoints I took in class. I told him I'd just airdrop it to them and he says he doesn't want them in his camera roll and it'll be quick. I handed it to him and let him look at it for a few moments as I went back to playing my game and noticed he was typing a lot on my phone when he just wanted to look at pictures. I stood up pretending to grab something from my bedside table and saw him swipe out of the hidden folder after failing to guess my passcode to unlock it, then scroll through my camera roll for the photos. A few seconds later he said, "Oh man, can't find them," and handed it back to me. It's so obvious he was trying to unlock my folder to look at the photos and it just pissed me off. I want to confront him but I don't know what to say. I also suck at confrontation also. It's scary. And like I said before, he's my only friend and I don't want to piss him off and make him leave. My girlfriend doesn't know he saw a glimpse of the photos, but I reckon she doesn't care because she told me once she showed her friends the videos because she thought it was hot and wanted to show off Lamau. I don't know what he showed them, but it doesn't bother me. My friend trying so hard to look does bother me though. Update. So I went to see my girlfriend before she finished her shift, and while I was walking her home I told her about the incident. I told her how he accidentally saw one of the photos we took all those months ago and told her how he's been very weird about wanting to see more. She said he was being weirder than usual but never would have guessed that. She wasn't mad at me and understood it was all an accident, which was good. I was scared she would think I showed him on purpose and get mad at me, but the opposite happened. I also asked her if he had been weird to her behind my back or if he said or did anything to make her uncomfortable. She said not that she could think of. And I mentioned the time I saw him staring at her chest in my old post and she said she barely noticed. She just always found him annoying and she's glad that I'm starting to see the same Lamau. Guess I was just blind to his weirdness, I guess. I told her I'm cutting him off and she said she'd support me all the way, which is good. I haven't spoken to him yet. Quite frankly, I'm a bit scared because I'm about to cut off a decade-long friendship, so I just need a bit of time to process it, but I haven't spoken to him in a few days. He has no access to my girlfriend. We don't live together, so Therese, no reason for him to show up at her house or something. He sent me a text about 3 days ago and I haven't responded since. I don't know if I should just block him or talk to him in person. My girlfriend says she wants to scream at him for being a weirdo, but I don't want him getting in her face if something happens, so I told her I'll be doing it when we are alone. And I don't want her getting involved if things get down to it. I also plan on going to therapy to get some more confidence. I've been holding back from doing so for many years, but I want to make things work with my girlfriend and want to become a better man for her, so if something like this happens in the future, then I'll be quicker to act rather than prolong it for longer. It was so obvious in hindsight, but I was holding back a lot and I regret it so much. My creepy coworker called me gay and tried to flirt with a 14-year-old girl. I told the boss and he was fired on his first day. At the time, I was working as a door-to-door salesman. The day would start with everyone going to the office, then everyone getting into a car to drive to a different suburb. There was a newly employed salesman and this was his first day. He was assigned to my car, but his vibe was off-putting from the very start. Every word out of his mouth was about women and intimacy. Then he started commenting on all of the female employees that he literally only just met, how hot they were, which ones he'd bang, and just gross stuff like that. I was glad none of them were in the car to hear it, but at the same time, I wished one of them was. Perhaps with a girl in the car, he would have behaved himself. He then asked me about the women that work in our other branch in another city, since I used to work there. I was not comfortable objectifying them in that way, so I said I'm not going to answer that question. His reaction was disgraceful. I saw it in the review mirror. He whispered something to the guy next to him and then made a hand gesture. I confirmed with the guy afterward what the newbie said, and it was he asked me if you were gay. If you're wondering, the hand gesture was the stereotypical hand flip thing that people do to mock gay people. Being called gay isn't an issue for me, but on that topic, what was so effed up about that accusation was that in this creep's mind, not wanting to objectify women means you're gay. To him, objectifying women was a requirement for heterosexuality. At this point, we took a quick pit stop so we could get one last bite to eat before we reached the destination. He went to get his bag, which he left in my car boot. He tried to open the door and he met resistance. Now, for most people, if they try to open a door but can't, they reach the conclusion that it's locked. This, however, was not a smart person. In his mind, the reason why the boot wasn't opening was because he wasn't pushing the button hard enough. So what did he do? He pushed the button harder. He pushed the button so hard that he pushed it up into the door and broke it. I was so pissed. He denied doing it, but I saw him do it. I was in the driver's seat, watching him in the review mirror try to open the boot. I saw the moment it happened and I saw the panic in his eyes. For the rest of the day, if any one of us needed to get stuff from the boot, we had to go through the rear seats. Whatever though, we had a job to do, so I decided to sort it out later. I dropped everyone off at their streets, and we got to work. After stewing on it, I decided I was going to get him fired. I just needed to figure out how. Luckily, he would dig his own grave. At the end of the day, I drove around town to collect everyone. I picked him up last. He got in the car and said, "I just met the SCest hottie with the biggest honkers you've ever seen. F what I would do to her." I started flirting with her, then her mom came to the door. Turns out the girl was 14 though, so I couldn't sell to her and the mom wasn't interested, but damn, I wish I could go back there. The whole car went silent when he said that. I get that some people look older than they are. However, if you're a 30-year-old man and you're flirting with someone, the minute you find out they're 14, you shut the F up. You've made a mistake, now pretend like it never happened. Don't double down on it and repeat the story to people as if you've done nothing wrong. However, this is all I needed. It was like a gift from heaven. This guy loaded the gun, all I had to do was pull the trigger. I told the boss the next morning, I told him everything. He said, "I'll have a chat with him." This was not the reaction I was hoping for, so I said, "No, you're going to fire him, or I'll resign." I really didn't want to play that card, but I was one of the top salesmen and I knew he wouldn't want to risk losing me. I was bluffing, but luckily he didn't call me on it. He did fire him that morning. The moment he walked into the office, the boss pulled him aside. Shortly after that, the creep left and never came back.
My creepy coworker revealed to everyone I had been a part of a dirty video, only I never knew I had been recorded. Now I'm suing everyone. I work in a small office that is mostly interns. Recently we got a new guy who I was supposed to train. Right away he gave me a creepy vibe. From the moment we first met he wouldn't stop staring at me. He did it often enough other people noticed and asked me about it. I did my best to just ignore him as I knew he would be gone by the end of the month anyway. One day I found a note at my desk that said, "I know what you do in your free time." I'm a huge fan. This freaked me out and I immediately went to HR to report it. They checked the cameras, and sure enough it was the intern guy. They told me they'd question him about it, and I just went about my day. The next day at work, I had arrived late because my car decided to break down, and I had to take the bus. When I got to my desk, there was another note. It said, "You'll regret reporting me when lunchtime comes around, and your punishment is dealt." I got really worried and headed straight to my boss's office to show him the note, as the first shift for lunch had literally just started. When I entered his office he was watching a video with moaning sounds. I froze at the door and we both stared at each other like deer caught in headlights. He looked from the screen to me, back and forth a few times. He turned his computer off and said we needed to talk. I told him we did, because the intern guy did it again, and I handed him the note. He read it, and his face paled. I told him I was worried about what he would do, and my boss informed me he had already done it. I asked what he meant and he told me to check my work email. I pulled it up on my phone and there was a group email sent to everyone in the office, with a video link and a message saying someone among you likes to make videos during their free time. I clicked on the video and I saw me entering a room, and immediately, getting undressed. I was horrified and X'd out of it. I asked if he had seen it and he turned bright red. I started rambling, saying that I didn't make that video. I had never done anything like that before. My boss told me I needed to calm down, and that for now I should just head home as they would have to do an investigation. I said, on me, or the intern guy? He told me both. I was so embarrassed and angry at the same time I just stood there trying not to cry or lash out. He told me I needed to grab my things and leave, before he had to get security involved. I was so shell-shocked I just went straight to my desk to grab my jacket and purse. Everyone in the office at that point was staring at me, some were laughing, and a few others were checking me out. I felt my whole body turn red and I ran out the door. Once I got home I pulled the video up on my computer, because I had no idea where or how this video was taken, but I knew for sure that it was done without my permission. I followed the link to a dirty movie website, and found the account that had posted the video. Apparently they specialized in massage watcher videos. I had no clue what that meant until I was looking through other videos. Apparently, it is exactly what it sounds like. People would enter a massage room, undress, lay down and get a massage, then take a shower. The entire thing was recorded in HD with multiple angles. They had clearly put fake moaning sounds over the video, but I'm sure people watching didn't care about that part. I recognized the massage parlor as the one I go to every other week. I have back problems, so I have to go often or it's hard for me to do anything. I kept scrolling, searching for any other videos of me. I threw up right there and then, as I saw I had my own fandom following, because there were so many of me. I couldn't look away and watched all of them. I was disgusted with myself and the people who did this. I found more than a few where men would sneak in, while I was getting my massage, and pleasure themselves watching me. I felt so vulnerable and used. I turned it off once one of them revealed something worse than any of the previous ones. I spent about 20 minutes in the bathroom throwing up. As soon as I was done I changed, grabbed my laptop, and headed straight to the police station. When I got there I reported everything to an officer. I explained how my massage parlor had been recording me without my permission, and posted it on a dirty website. Then I was unsure, but others on there were also probably victims. I gave the link, my name and contact info, and the officer said someone would be in touch with me soon. As soon as I left the police station I went to a lawyer's office. At first the secretary told me everyone was busy, and I had to have an appointment. Then I told her I was trying to file a suit against a massage parlor for illegally recording people and posting them online. I guess she either felt pity for me, or understood how many dollar signs were attached to this case, because she got up and quickly got me a meeting with one of the lawyers. I told her everything that I had told the police, about the website, my massage parlor, my coworker, everything. She took notes and asked to see some of the videos. I showed her on my laptop and she paused it after a minute to say she'd check it out when I wasn't present so I wouldn't have to go through listening to it again. She suggested I look into getting a therapist after this because I had been through a trauma, and it was probably only going to get worse. I agreed with her, and asked her what the next step was. She told me that if the police contacted me again to inform her, she would need to be present for any meetings with them. She told me the odds are, this will result in a much bigger thing than I originally thought. She asked who exactly I wanted to go after because of all this. Did I want to keep my job? Or sue the intern guy? Or did I just want to go after the massage company? I told her I wasn't sure about the first two yet. All I really wanted was to stop them from recording more innocent people, and somehow inform the other victims of what happened. She asked if I wanted to make it a joint suit if she found other people, and I told her absolutely. For the next few weeks a lot happened. The police raided the massage parlor and arrested a lot of people. Other people were found who claimed they hadn't known they were being recorded. They're trying to figure out a court date for the entire thing, but it's difficult because new people keep coming forward, and for some reason a few were found to not have been recorded at all. So they might have just been trying for a money grab. I don't know. I decided to just find another job, as I know I can't go back to that office ever again, and I'm still unsure if I want to file charges against the intern guy. A part of me feels worse than ever because this trial is becoming a big thing in our area, and I've even had a few people recognize me as the massage parlor girl, even though I asked to be anonymous. I'm debating moving cities at this point. My creepy father-in-law wants to drink my breast milk. Please help. I have a 7-month-old baby boy. I'm breastfeeding but the baby is currently weaning. I'm convinced that my father-in-law is being weird about my breastfeeding and not in a that makes me uncomfortable way until yesterday. I made baby popsicles from my honker milk and father-in-law put in the group chat that I'd love to try one of those with the hearts as eyes emoji. I said what the F they're made from breast milk and he said he didn't notice that caption. Today I baked the baby some muffins. It's a recipe that called for a half cup of breast milk so I made them per recipe. Father-in-law came over unannounced and said oh yum, someone's been baking so I told him those muffins are for the baby, they're just fruit, flour, and breast milk. I have a normal cake we can have. I then left the room to wash my hands and came back and one of the muffins was missing. I asked my husband and he had no idea so I asked father-in-law and he said that he ate it. I said that's disgusting. I told him they were the babies and contained breast milk. He doubled down and said it's okay because breast milk is vegan. Note, no one in this story is vegan. I told him he was a creepy pervert and to get the F out of my house. My husband is baffled by the whole thing and was convinced it was a misunderstanding even though I explicitly said they're made with breast milk. Father-in-law said I'm a PP because I'd made loads and the baby wouldn't miss out. My mother-in-law was blowing up my phone until I asked her if she was really okay with father-in-law drinking milk that came directly from my breast. I think she didn't get the whole story. My sisters say it's fucking gross and father-in-law is a weirdo. I asked my husband what he thought I was mad about and he said he didn't realize that his dad actually ate the muffin. He thought I was pissed because he was messing with them. He also didn't remember the group chat incident but agreed that both incidents together were creepy. I called mother-in-law to clear the air and she revealed that father-in-law has always been very interested in lactation and she actually only fed her husband for 4 months and was always behind a locked door. Apparently, he moved jobs after a woman complained that he kept intruding on her pumping in a designated space in the office. I've told them father-in-law is not welcome around me and have asked for the key to our house back. I shared the concerns about him tampering with my milk and contaminating it, and also that if his own wife wanted him locked out then I'm entitled to that too. Husband said he won't be able to look father-in-law in the eye again. My cruel stepmom is the reason my twin died. She told me it's just an unlucky fate and move on. I live with my dad, my stepmom, and my younger brothers. Last year in September, my twin sister and I had a volleyball game at school. My dad was usually the one who picked us up from our games and practices, but he couldn't that night. My dad was out of town, so our stepmom had to come pick us up. She arrived an hour late because she had taken a nap and had forgotten about us. As soon as we got in the car, she started going on a rant about how we disturbed her nap. Long story short, she ran a stop sign at an intersection and we got into a horrible accident. Most of that night was a blur, but I remember the last few minutes before the crash. I was hospitalized for weeks, but my twin sister passed away that night. I can't describe how I feel. I lost my best friend whom I shared everything. My sister knew exactly how I felt about everything because we experienced life together. Now, I constantly feel like I'm a zombie. I'm not suicidal, but I often imagine or think about ending my own life because living is unbearable without my sister. Well, last night, my stepmom made a special dinner for her birthday. After the accident, I stopped eating dinner with the rest of my family. It just feels wrong to eat without my sister at the table, so I eat alone in my room. My dad insisted I eat with them downstairs. I protested, but he begged me. Dinner started normally. My stepmom announced to my brothers and I that she was pregnant. My brothers were really happy and asked for the gender of the baby. My stepmom excitedly said that it was a girl. My brothers kept talking about how they were excited about getting a younger sister. She mentioned how they could help decorate her nursery. I looked up and asked her, which room would be the nursery. She excitedly said that she was going to use my twin sister's room. She mentioned how she already started removing things from her room in the morning and putting them in the attic. I asked her why she didn't bother telling me before she went ahead and started moving my sister's stuff. It was a big deal to me because aside from me, no one has been in her room since she passed. Sometimes when I miss her, I sit in her room to feel closer to her. And some nights, I fall asleep in her room. My stepmom got really defensive. She said that I needed to accept that she was having a baby and needed the empty room. I told her that I understood that she was pregnant, but a heads up would have been nice before she started removing things from my sister's room. She looked at me and said that she didn't need to tell me anything because she was the mother of the household. She said she was doing what was best for the interest of her baby and she didn't need my negativity. I stayed silent trying to tune her out, but I snapped when she mentioned how I needed to accept my sister's death and move on. She said something along the lines of, "Your twin passed away and you need to accept that. It's hard, but you've got your father, your brothers and I plus, you're getting a new sister who you can build an even stronger relationship with. You need to move on because nothing will bring twin sister back." I knew I was getting angry, so I excused myself and left the table. My dad started yelling about how I was being dramatic and I needed to come back or I'd be grounded. I continued walking away, until my stepmom said, "I don't understand what her problem is. She couldn't even bother to be happy about my pregnancy, but she's angry about me moving things out of an unoccupied bedroom." I turned around and stared at her in disbelief. My stepmom often acts like my twin sister never existed. An example, 2 months ago, I was at Walmart with my dad and stepmom. We were buying a birthday present for my younger brother and they got into a conversation with an older man. I wasn't paying much attention, but the old man asked my dad how many kids he had. My dad said he had 4 kids, but my stepmom responded by saying, "No, 3. She does stuff like that all the time, which drives me insane." I started going off on her and she sat there quietly. I mentioned how she's been the cause of every major traumatic event in my life. I reminded her that she knowingly started sleeping with a married man. She knew he had a wife and kids, but she didn't care. She broke up my family, sending my mom into a deep depression which ultimately led her to move away. Then I reminded her that she was too preoccupied with ranting about how we disturbed her nap, which ultimately led to a car accident that had me hospitalized for weeks. And I lost my twin sister because of her carelessness. I told her that she had no right to just take things out of my sister's room. And I wasn't angry about her new baby, but the fact that she started boxing and removing stuff from my sister's room without even telling me in advance. Then finally I told her that it was cruel of her to tell me to move on from the traumatic death of my twin sister. She argued back that the accident happened and I was living in the past. She said everything happens for a reason and God works in mysterious ways. I straight up asked her if she thought that my sister's death could not have been avoided. And she responded saying, it was just unlucky fate. I reminded her that my sister would be alive if she wasn't distracted. My stepmom then told me, I make her feel like I wanted her to die instead. I just stayed silent and she kept asking me if she was correct. I turned to walk away and my stepmom grabbed my arm. I asked her to let go and she kept saying, you want me dead, don't you? I stayed silent again, but she kept repeating it. I eventually got mad and truthfully told her, my life would have been easier that way. She started crying and my dad called me heartless. I did apologize a few minutes later, but my dad snapped and asked me to leave my stepmom alone.
My dad abandoned us for some cheap for the streets woman and is begging for me back. My father wants to reconnect with me after 20 years. My family got mad at me when I refused to talk to him. For background, my parents met in their late teens and soon had me. 3 years later they had my sister, Maria. When my sister was 1 year old and I was 3 years old, my parents got separated. They never got married, because my father cheated on my mom with a woman who's over 20 years older than him from what I've been told, and they are still together now. Growing up, Mom never told me or my sister too much about John. I know that both his parents and his sister pretty much disowned him after he cheated on my mom, but they are irrelevant to this story. Anna never got full custody for us after that because she didn't know how. Back then she didn't know what full custody meant, but John still was sending Anna €200 a month for each of us until we became 18. I soon moved after turning 18 to live with a friend and in 2021 moved to another country where I currently live. After that I only kept little contact with my mom and almost none with my sister. Fast forward to the 31st of August, so 3 days before this post is made, on my birthday, I get a call from an unknown number. I picked up and the following conversation followed. Me, hello? John, Casey? Me, yes, who is this? John, it's me, John. Me, I'm sorry but I don't think I know you. John, I'm your dad. Me, I'm sorry? John, how are you? Me, why did you call me? John, it's your birthday, right? Me, yes, it is. John.
My dad is furious that my mom slept with other people in an open marriage he wanted. Now he wants to close their marriage, but it is too late. My parents got married when they were super young. My dad knocked up my mom, and their parents married them off. My grandfather was able to set up some business for my dad in a big city, and they moved here soon after my birth. My mom grew up in a conservative southern town where she was taught to be a submissive wife. And even after moving to the big city, she didn't socialize much. She had no friends and never went out. My dad was only there to provide for us. He was always away on business and wasn't there as a husband for my mom or as a father to me. My dad made a lot of money, so we never lacked anything. Growing up, I became my mom's best friend. We would talk about everything. I pushed her to make friends and to find hobbies. After years of pushing, she started going to a nearby park and made her first friend, a gym trainer. Encouraged by her friend and me, she decided to join the gym. She met a few more people there and started having some semblance of social life, but she continued to tell me everything. I think my dad's new secretary gave him the idea, but he asked my mom for an open marriage almost a year ago. He told her he wasn't happy in their marriage and that she wasn't providing him everything he wanted. My mom, who is a Christian wife, was mortified and told me about the proposal in tears. I suggested she get a divorce, but she said she didn't believe in it and she wouldn't be the one to end their marriage. As my dad pushed, I knew exactly where this would end up if my mom agreed. Her friend and I convinced her. My mom was hesitant at first, but she agreed that they would be completely transparent. My dad was a middle-aged man with a belly and my mom was an athletic woman who worked out regularly. I'm a 22-year-old woman, by the way. I don't know how my dad was so blind or what he thought would happen. I helped create online dating profiles for my mom almost 6 months ago. After getting an insane number of matches, choosing from them and chatting with them for months, my mom started hooking up with a few people. Getting all this attention has greatly boosted her confidence and she seems better. My dad hooked up with his secretary almost immediately. He's had very little luck with other ladies. With their transparency thing, my mom tells him about all her hookups. A few weeks ago, my dad screamed at my mom for something minor. Usually, my mom would have apologized, but with her new confidence, she didn't back down. There have been constant fights over the last few weeks. My dad starts fights by making snide remarks about my mom's clothing or appearance. He almost even called my mom a whore but stopped himself. I think open marriage finally sunk in. My mom told me he tried to have a conversation about stopping their open marriage, but she immediately shot it down. I think they'll split up. My dad was never there for either of us, but the thought of my parents splitting up still feels weird. I don't feel bad for my dad, but I wish he had put effort into his family. I'm happy for my mom, though. Update: a few days after my previous post, my dad left our home and had a divorce served to mom in a week. My grandparents didn't know about any of this, but my dad told them when he served the divorce. He also implied to them that my mom was cheating on him. Both sets of grandparents came to our home and started berating my mom. I kept screenshots of all my parents' communications, and my mom showed them to them, and it got way worse after that. Grandparents started fighting each other, blaming each other's children for causing all this. My mom's old church friends came to our home a few days after this. Back when my mom used to go to church, they used to look down on her for being from a small town. My mom has always been a very caring and non-judgmental person, so she disagreed with their bigotry, and they began excluding her from their activities. After meeting her gym friends, my mom stopped attending church. These church friends started calling my mom a slut, and she kicked them out. My mom is on a cut right now and has very defined abs and arms. So along with all the normal stuff getting thrown at her, my grandparents accused her of having a man body, and she also had a lot of random transphobia thrown at her. Her trainer friend has been a great support through all this. She contacted the attorney she used for her divorce. My mom spends much time at her house. Turns out, mom owns the business my dad is running. My mom's dad set it up in her name, so it belongs to her. I did not know this until now and assumed my dad owned it. The whole situation is a huge mess right now. Dad is living in some hotel and my grandparents left yesterday after a week of fighting and trying to force my parents back together. My dad lied and threw my mom under the bus by saying that he was paying her alimony, so I exposed him to his new family and ruined his marriage. I am in a weird situation and would like an outside perspective. I am my parents, mom, and dad's only child together, and I have a stepmom, Eve. From what I was told, my dad and my stepmom were a couple first, but things didn't work out shortly after they had my siblings, and my dad eventually met and married my mom after discovering she was pregnant with me. My dad didn't marry Eve, and from what my aunts told me, she was really bitter about that and used my siblings as a weapon to punish my dad and mom. My mom tried her best, but after she found out that my dad and Eve were sleeping together, she filed for divorce. During the marriage, my dad had an established business that grew. Because my mom was able to prove that she had done unpaid labor for my dad's business, my mom had some leverage within the divorce and agreed to relinquish a stake in the company for alimony, the house, and a car for herself while getting child support for me. For the next couple of years, my mom focused on me and going back to school because my dad convinced her to stop while taking a break from her studies to save up more money. She eventually graduated and tried looking for work, but nothing really interested her. My dad and stepmom, who had gotten married by then, were always angry with my mom for not getting a job so that they would have less alimony to pay and try to get 50-50 custody of me to try and reduce child support. But I never liked living with my dad full time because I was often made to babysit their younger children. My older siblings were never warmed up to me, and I didn't like the way Eve and her family would talk about my mom. Eventually, my mom got certified for a job she wanted and has been an independent contractor for years. Because of this, my mom submitted the paperwork to stop alimony, and she's been living life. Last week, when I was with my mom, Eve, my sister Zoe, 20F, and Eve's sisters were in the living room saying very rude things about my mom. They called her a side piece, a gold digger, and said that my older sister had to take out loans because of the increase in alimony that my mom was awarded. I walked in and called Eve and Zoe liars, saying that my mom was never the side piece and my mom has been working for years, so there was no alimony. There was a big confrontation, and I ended up leaving, but I later sent Eve, Zoe, and one of Eve's sisters a link to my mom's professional social media page that listed the companies she worked for. It turns out my dad never told his family that the alimony payment stopped, and instead of putting the extra money toward them, he's been keeping it for spending it elsewhere. It's crazy over there, and my dad and a few of his family members are saying that I'm wrong for meddling in grown folks' business. I just hated how they were talking and spreading lies about my mom, but maybe I went about it the wrong way, so am I the a-hole?
My dad signed away his rights when I was 2, and I ended up living in 6 foster homes. Now he wanted to meet me, so I rubbed in his face that I became the great father that he never was. My mom overdosed when I was 4. I was used to her passing out for periods of time, so I just made toast and watched cartoons at first. But on the 3rd day, I got bored and went to play in the playground. Someone became concerned and the next thing you know they're taking her away, and I'm going to stay with some nice people. They called my father to see if he had any interest when my mom died. He didn't, and neither did any of his family. He then signed away any rights he had. Well, none of the nice people were very nice. I could go into details, but let's just say that I was removed from the first few due to abuse. And by the time I was put in a decent home, I wasn't a nice little kid people wanted to adopt anymore. I was too old and an a-hole who hated them because I knew, in little kid logic, that even though they had red bunk beds and gave me ice cream after dinner, soon they would be like the rest. I eventually ran away when I was 16. My foster dad got mad at me for going in the fridge without asking. And the next thing I know I'm packing my bags because I figured someone would pay me to do shitty work and wouldn't treat me like trash. I'm 24 now, and my dad friended me on FB. We have the same name and he sent me a long message about how he's gotten older now and thinks I should meet my siblings, etc. I hate him. Maybe I shouldn't, but he left me with a hero and addict and went on about his life. He has a family now? Well, cool. I never had one. Not until I grew up and started my own. I honestly think that letting him know I don't want to be his buddy, son, or whatever he thinks he needs would make me feel better. I could stop hating and resenting him, unload it on him, and just move on. I also want to let him know that I lived in an apartment with my dead mom for 3 days, and we didn't have anyone who cared about us enough to come by. I want to show him the burns I have on my arm. I want to let him know that I hid from one of my foster dads every night under my bed and prayed to a God I no longer believe in that he would just leave me alone. I want him to know that I never had real birthdays or Christmas. I wasn't allowed to go in the fridge in most of these places, and in extreme cases, I wasn't even allowed to leave my room unsupervised. Would this be petty and horrible? Should I just ignore him? Update. I wrote a message. Is this okay to send? I decided I didn't want to come off as bitter or angry, but I don't want him to still have hope of some kind of Hallmark movie ending either. Dear Jack, I am 24 years old. I am not the little boy who cried when you left. I am a man with a son and daughter of my own. I've never spent more than a weekend away from them. I am a father and a damned good one. I don't need you anymore. Once, I needed you. When my mom died, I really could have used a dad. I could have used anybody. When she died, there wasn't even anybody there. No one cared about us. I spent 3 days in that apartment, eating toast and just waiting for her to wake up. And then they called you. Because you were my dad. You were 23, young, but not so young, really. If you had come and gotten me, you would have had a son. I would have loved you forever. But you didn't. So I went to a bunch of people who didn't love me but liked the check they got with me. It didn't make them treat me well. I have burn marks on my arm, and I still can't spend time enclosed in dark spaces after being shut in closets. An afternoon is a long time when you can't count. I didn't count on anybody. I used to pray the way mom did with me when I was little. But after praying for someone to come and rescue me long enough, hiding under my bed and praying that my foster dad wouldn't come in and would leave me alone for just one night, I stopped believing in most things. From 4 to 16, I lived in 7 different homes, and even the decent ones, I was never family. I didn't have real birthdays or Christmas. I wasn't allowed to go to the fridge and just get food when I was hungry. When I was 16, my foster dad and I got into a fight over a ham sandwich. Boy, what are you doing in our things? And so, I left, 16, with nobody to call, and $40. I just walked away with a backpack. Anything could have happened to me, but I made it. I'm a man now, and I don't need you. I don't want you to feel bad. I just want you to know why I can't be your son. I'm 24 and have never been anyone's son. I don't know how, and I just don't have it in me. Jackson. My dad stole my college scholarship money and threatened to unalive himself because I was angry. I said go ahead. I am currently a college freshman. I am on a full ride to my university. Every semester, I get a check sent to my house to pay off my housing costs, which is about $9,000. My unemployed father got evicted from my old address because he wasn't paying rent, so my family started living in a hotel. I was questioning how they were paying for the hotel, considering it was $150 a night. Turns out, my father used my college check to cash out and pay for the hotel for 2 months. I begged him to pay off my college housing costs for 2 months straight. He lied to me, telling me that it was attached to some funds, which were hard to get out. Very confusing, but keep in mind I have absolutely zero financial literacy and my father never went into depth. I brushed it off, hoping that everything would work for the best. My college housing gave my father a deadline to pay off housing costs, November 1st. I was stressed for 2 months, unable to eat well, sleep, socialize, etc. If my dad doesn't pay it off, I may or may not have to drop out. When the deadline hit, I called my dad and asked him why he hadn't paid off my housing costs. He finally revealed that he used the check on the hotel we were living in. I was furious and I started interrogating him like a prosecutor. He blamed the family for being responsible for using my college money, not himself, and also blamed me. He lent me allowance money for 2 months, telling me that it was from my relatives when it was actually from my $9,000 housing check. I asked him why he would do this and he said that he didn't want to stress me out. I cried telling him I worked way too hard in high school for me to drop out. I said that he owed me an apology 3 times over the phone, but he refused because he thought he had done nothing wrong since he was providing for the family. I asked him again and he said sorry in a mocking voice. I told him that he was full of poop and he started saying that he wants to put a gun to his head and kill himself and it will all be on me. This is not the first time he has done that. I told him to do it and I hung up. My mom called me and I informed her about the situation. She told me to apologize to my dad and I told her as psychotic as I may sound, I have no remorse, especially after what he did. My mom threatened to disown me but I somehow mended things with them for 3 weeks. It is currently Thanksgiving break and my father still didn't pay off my check and he said that he would get money Saturday to pay it off. My mom told me again to apologize to him after he paid my housing costs, and I said I would avoid conflict, but I think I'm way too stubborn to apologize, especially because I genuinely think I have nothing to be sorry for. My dad never fully apologized and made a joke out of me to the family. Update 2.5 months later. First and foremost, immediately after this happened, I managed to get a separate debit card without my parents knowing. I don't have a job now, but I'm looking to get one later on in the semester. I didn't go to the financial aid center because my dad somehow managed to pay me back. I'm going under the assumption that it's through my grandmother's social security checks. Last December, after weeks of calling my father to make up for my scholarship money and pay me back, He finally sent me a check for $9,000. The check came in my dorm mail around midnight. I was asleep by then and my dad was spam calling my phone to tell me it was in the mail. I didn't call him back until 1 in the afternoon because I had an exam that day. He started cursing at me, telling me how he couldn't sleep all night because I didn't answer my phone. I talked back and said, "The stress you put me through for 3 months by lying about my scholarship check is nothing compared to the stress you went through for a day." He started insulting me in every way possible, telling me that I was spoiled. I swore back saying, "Are you effing serious?" and he hung up. Moments later, my dad made my mom call me because he didn't want to argue with me. She screamed at me saying that I should always have respect for him as a father and that I should apologize for swearing. I said that yes, I did swear at him, but he did too, calling me bunch of slurs and whatnot. She also accused me of purposely ignoring them when I made it clear several times that I was asleep and I had an exam at 9 in the morning, hence not calling them at midnight. I told her that we shouldn't even have this talk because he was clearly in the wrong in this entire situation and every other kid would have gone to the financial aid center and my dad would have gotten in trouble. My mom misunderstood me for saying that I was going to report my dad. She had a mental breakdown and hung up. Moments later, my dad called and told me to go ahead and report him because I would be going to jail instead of him because he sent me some of the money from the check, which is bullshit. I called him out on his bullshit and he said that he was permanently severing ties so I could learn my lesson. He hung up. I didn't call them for a week until I realized that I didn't have a place to stay for winter break. My dorm closed. I swallowed my pride and called them back to apologize. They said they'll accept me back to the family. This honestly still keeps me up at night, but I literally didn't have a choice but to stay with them over break. Over break, they've noticed that I'm way more cold and distant towards them and they still wonder why. Luckily, I got the $9,000 check from my university to pay for this semester's housing fees. The best thing that came out of this is that I ended up reconnecting with my estranged sister, F25. Long story short, my father financially abused my sister for years, maxing out her credit cards and leaving her $20,000 in debt. They cut all ties a year ago after my sister started dating a guy they didn't approve of. When I was on good terms with them, they painted her as the bad guy, telling me that she betrayed them by choosing her boyfriend over the entire family. I also didn't know that my dad financially abused her. Turns out she was in the same situation I was in and ended up dropping out because my dad didn't let her take out a student loan. I talked to my sister and she said that she was honestly glad that she severed ties with them because she's finally financially independent, even if she's not financially stable. We're closer than ever and I probably consider her as a shoulder to lean on. Mentally, I'm really not doing well. I'm generally stoic, but this is taking a hard emotional toll on me because my family was my world. Before college, I always knew my father was insane, but my mother was my ride or die. I told her everything. I helped her through her marital problems. She told me everything. And the fact that she chose my abusive, unemployed father, the man that she always talked about wanting to divorce, over her daughter is heartbreaking. She still expects me to be her armchair therapist and she told me she wants me to act like how I did before. I told her over break that no matter what she does, she will never mend back the trust I had for her then. And my father, despite his flaws, I never expected him to use my check. He put such a huge emphasis on education and told me he wanted me to have the life he never had. And knowing he would sacrifice my education just so he could live in a fancy $150 hotel is very disheartening. Recently, I've been very isolated. I still talk to a few people, my grades are falling, and I haven't been eating or sleeping well. Maybe this situation should be a wake-up call for me, but I've come to the point where I'm completely apathetic about everything. I refrain from drugs thankfully, but even so, I feel like my life is on autopilot. Final update, I am glad to say that he no longer has access to my finances and I am in low contact with him. Thanks to the advice of this subreddit, I got my social security card and other documents months before I left for college. I also managed to get my first job. I distanced myself from my parents and I took a lot of time to reflect on them and their actions. They also distanced themselves from me after I finally put my foot down and refused to give them financial assistance. They said that I was self-absorbed and once again my father told me he would kill himself if I didn't help him. I told him that's a decision he would make and I can't be responsible for it. I realized no matter what I do, they'll never change. They will always be the type of people to financially leech off of others using their suicide threats and weaponizing self-pity. But they're too emotionally stunted to see the faults of that. Their psyche is so twisted and I spent a lot of time mourning for the parents I never had. They were never meant to be parents, but they're also people. Sometimes people like them exist. As for my mother, she completely turned her back on me and said that I was a TV villain for not giving my father the money he deserved for raising me and my siblings. I told her he was never emotionally present as a father and neither was she. Not just from the suicide threats, but also by being a threat to our well-being. She used to treat me as a friend and therapist, but rarely as a daughter. She used me to complain about the emotional and mental abuse my dad inflicted on her. But at the same time, she was also the person to turn her back on me in a blink of an eye, if it meant protecting my father's feelings and making him happy. Sometimes, she went as far as to attack me or my siblings if we did anything to make him cross. I guess I still have a lot of pity for her considering that she is an illegal immigrant in an abusive situation, but it doesn't outweigh the damage. It was impossible to communicate with her since he was her own little world. I don't think she really loved me or saw me as a person or a child, just an outlet for her emotional dysfunction. Recently my mother called me and lied about my dad being ill so they could rake a couple of bucks from me again. I told them to find their own source of money and hung up. I check up on my little brothers every now and then. They're currently still living in the hotel. While their physical safety isn't harmed, I still struggle with the guilt of leaving them behind and I'm unclear on what the future holds for them. This past year, I learned what it meant to be independent, not just financially, but to be free from the mental control of them and making those decisions for myself. Needless to say, I'm happier, I'm surrounded by good and caring people, my grades aren't great but better, and I'm finally in a good place right now. In the end, everything's gonna be alright, and even if it's not the end. My dad tried to force me to cut my hair, so my aunt decided to get revenge. I have never been so frustrated with one of my parents before, and I don't understand why the hell my dad is freaking out over nothing. I just recently turned 18, and I have two other older siblings. I am very close with my mom but not as close with my dad. My dad is super conservative, and I don't agree with a lot of the bullshit that comes out of his mouth. But he's never pissed me off as bad as he is now. Anyway, with my two older siblings, my parents made a deal with them that if they saved half the money for their first cars, then my parents would match their savings and buy them a car. Both my siblings successfully got their first cars that way, and I had always looked forward to getting my first car when I turned 18. Anyway, my family had taken me out to eat for my birthday, and we were having a great time just talking and laughing until I brought up the topic of the car. I had saved almost $3,000 in the past 2 years from my part-time job and I was pumped. My mom matched my excitement and said she was proud of me for working so hard. But my dad got weirdly silent, and when I turned to him and asked when we would go pick out my car, he said we needed to talk. For context, I've been growing out my hair for the past 2 years. It's very thick and goes past my shoulders. Girls at my school really like it, and I always get compliments. I take care of my long hair as well, and I always make sure it's washed and smells nice. My dad has said plenty of weird things about masculinity before, but until that day, I had zero idea he had any issues with my hair. My dad cleared his throat and said that I wasn't seeing a dime of my car money until I got rid of my girl hair. I laughed at first, thinking he was joking, but it turns out he was dead serious. I told him I loved my hair, and it took forever to grow and it looked great on me. I told him we had a deal, and I had worked hard towards this goal, and he couldn't just back out over something like this. It seemed like it was the first my mom was hearing about it, too, because she backed me up and told my dad my acting was controlling and ridiculous. My dad said the only thing that needed controlling was my feminine side, and if I was old enough to drive, I was old enough to look like a real man. He totally killed the mood of dinner. I just got sad and so shut down, and we all left. When we got home, I just went to my room and tried my best to hold in my tears. I had been so excited for my car, and he had just ripped it away like tea was nothing. I considered cutting my hair, but I really didn't want to give to my a-hole father what he wanted. A couple of days went by, and the mood in our house was cold towards my father. Both my siblings and my mom were mad at him on my behalf, but he wasn't budging. He said we were all being dramatic and that someone in the family needed to teach me not to be a sissy. My mom also had a talk with me, where she apologized for my dad's behavior and said she would try her best to pay for half of the car. I told her I didn't want her to pay it all, and that I was hurt, but I didn't want to act entitled. Well, I guess the news of my dad's behavior had started to spread to extended family members, and a few days after my birthday dinner, my favorite aunt called me. And I had no idea how much the call would change my life. Update: the aunt who called me was actually my dad's little sister, but she was nothing like him. She had always been my favorite aunt since she had always been sweet to me growing up. She had a really funny personality and a great career. My aunt never had kids and instead spoils me and my siblings with expensive gifts and trips. It didn't surprise me to hear from her after the news started to spread. As soon as I answered the phone, I could tell she was pissed off. I told my aunt everything that happened over the phone, and she went off telling me how sick she was of my father. She said that he was an idiot and bigot and he wasn't the only one with some pocket change. She called my father some names and made some jokes to cheer me up, and she ended the call saying she was going to make this all right. The call made me feel a lot better. Just to hear my aunt say that my dad was in the wrong and I deserved the car made me feel better. I didn't want to act like some spoiled brat, and I was just hurt and confused that my dad would choose to die on this hill. Well, the very next day after my aunt called me, my entire family was home, and it was around 6 p.m. I was in the living room with my mom and my siblings, and my dad was in his office. That's when we heard a random car pull into the driveway and beep its horn over and over. We all went outside, and to my shock, there was a brand new version of my dream car. My aunt hopped out of the driver's seat with a huge smile on her face, ran up to me, and gave me a big hug before yelling surprise. It only took me a second to understand what was going on, and when she hugged me again, this time she said, "You deserve this, buddy. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't deserve the things you worked hard for." I started crying as she pulled out of our hug. My aunt had always treated me well, but this was next level. It felt like a dream. My mom and my siblings were hugging me and congratulating me when my dad finally came out of the house to see what the commotion was. He looked livid when he noticed what was going on, and he yelled at my aunt first. He even tried to walk up to me and snatch the keys out of my hand. That's when my aunt physically got in between us and gave my dad a hard shove backward. She started screaming at my dad. She called him a failure of a parent and said if he wasn't going to love his son, there were plenty of other people in the family who would. She said he should be ashamed of himself, and my siblings and I had to stifle our laughter. When she said he was just jealous of my hair because he was a balding beach. My dad argued back at my aunt, and even tried to tell her that he would get the car taken away from me since he's still my legal guardian. My aunt said I was a legal adult, and the car was in my name and no one else's, and if he laid a finger on it she would call the cops on him for theft. I guess my dad realized he wasn't winning in this situation. He turned to my mom and said, "Are you really gonna let this happen?" And my mom just said yep. Without missing a beat. I wish my dad hadn't acted like such an A in the first place, but my aunt backing me up like that is certainly a core memory now. More than anything, my aunt's taught me about what kind of adult I want to grow up to be, and I just feel so loved and supported that my dad's bullshit means nothing to me now. My daughter began hating her mother after she met her fiancé and now she refused to invite her to the wedding because she was overbearing, so I'm letting her walk down the aisle alone. I have a daughter, Emma, who I've always had a very close relationship with. I've been married to my wife, Emma's mom, Laura, for 30 years now. We're a solid family, or at least I thought we were. Here's the backstory. A couple of years ago, Emma met her now fiancé, Tom. Emma and Tom met about 3 years ago, and things got serious pretty quickly. They started dating just a few weeks after meeting, and within about 6 months, they had moved in together. Laura expressed concerns at the time, feeling like it was all happening a bit fast, especially since Emma hadn't been in many long-term relationships before. Then, around a year into their relationship, Tom proposed. So, from meeting to engagement, it was roughly a year and a half. I think Laura just wanted Emma to slow down and really get to know Tom before making such big life decisions, but Emma took it as her mom trying to control her. We were happy for her at first, but something changed about a year into their relationship. Emma became distant from us, especially her mom. Laura and Emma used to be really close, but all of a sudden, Emma started snapping at her for little things, avoiding family dinners, and not sharing anything about her life. Then we found out why. About a year and a half ago, I overheard Emma and Tom having a conversation when they didn't know I was around. She was saying horrible things about her mom. Stuff that really broke my heart. Emma was telling Tom that she couldn't stand how overbearing her mom was, that Laura always tried to control her, and that she felt like Laura was jealous of her life and success. She even said she resents her mom for putting so much pressure on her when she was younger. I was floored. Laura has always supported Emma in everything she did, from helping her through college to emotionally supporting her during rough patches. I never saw any of this coming, but instead of addressing it right then, I wanted to wait and talk to Emma calmly later. When I finally brought it up with her, she completely shut down and got defensive. She claimed I was taking her mom's side and that I didn't understand what it was like to grow up with someone who was always in your business. She said some really hurtful things and ended up storming out. After that, she basically cut off her mom entirely, except for the absolute bare minimum communication for holidays or family events. Laura's heartbroken. I'm angry. It's been a mess. Fast forward to now, Emma's getting married. She called me last week to ask if I would walk her down the aisle. But here's the thing. I don't feel right doing it when she's treating her mother like this. Laura's not even invited to the wedding. Emma said it would make things too uncomfortable if her mom were there. I told Emma that I can't walk her down the aisle if she's excluding her mom, who's done nothing but love and support her all her life. I said that until she makes things right with her mom, I won't be part of the wedding. Emma was furious. She accused me of choosing mom over her, said I was ruining her big day, and claimed I was punishing her for being honest about her feelings. She's now threatening to go no contact with both of us, and I'm torn up inside. I love my daughter, but I can't stand by and watch her treat her mother like this. Am I the a-hole for refusing to walk her down the aisle? Update. I didn't expect my post to get this much attention, and honestly, I'm still trying to process everything. Things have changed a bit since I first posted, and unfortunately, it's not for the better. I tried reaching out to Emma again, hoping we could work things out, but what I found out has only made the situation worse. Here's what's happened. I sat down with Emma to try and calmly explain how much this situation has been hurting her mom and me, but she wasn't open to it. Instead, she told me she's asked Tom's mom to take on some of the important roles at the wedding that would normally be Laura's, like helping her get ready on the morning of the wedding and giving a speech at the reception. When I asked Emma why she didn't want her mother there at all, she laid out a few specific reasons that, frankly, felt more like excuses. First, she said Laura has a tendency to make everything about herself, and she was worried Laura would cause a scene or try to take the spotlight. Emma brought up how, at her engagement party, Laura made several comments to the guests about how hard it is to let go of your little girl and kept trying to give a toast even though Emma and Tom had planned for only the best man and maid of honor to speak. Emma said she felt embarrassed and that it was one of the reasons she felt Laura would try to control things on the wedding day. Emma also claimed Laura has a habit of undermining her decisions. For example, when Emma first started dating Tom, Laura expressed concerns that things were moving too fast, and Emma felt Laura was trying to influence her choice in partners. This is a sensitive topic for Emma because she feels Laura has never fully approved of Tom, and that tension would ruin the day. Hearing all this was hard. Laura may not be perfect, but the idea that she would intentionally make Emma's wedding about herself or try to sabotage the day is just unfair. She's only ever wanted to be there for her daughter, and I know Laura's been nothing but supportive, even when she's had concerns about Tom. When Emma told me that Tom's mom, Sandra, would be filling these roles instead, my heart broke. Laura has dreamed of helping Emma on her wedding day since she was a little girl. Being uninvited was already devastating, but hearing that Tom's mom is taking her place in these intimate moments feels like a complete betrayal. It's not just that Laura's being excluded, it's that someone else is being given the role she should have had. I tried telling Emma that this would only hurt her relationship with her mom further, but she doubled down, saying she needed people around her who supported her decisions and didn't make her feel guilty. She's convinced that Tom's mom understands her better and is more in tune with who she is now. It was a gut punch to hear that, especially knowing how much Laura has always supported her. As for walking her down the aisle, no, I haven't changed my mind. I can't be part of this wedding when Laura is being disrespected like this. It feels wrong to stand by Emma's side while she's doing this to her mother, who has only ever tried to be there for her. I'm not sure where our family goes from here. Emma is now saying she might cut contact with us if we don't respect her boundaries, and honestly, I'm heartbroken. I don't want to lose my daughter, but I also can't stand by and let her continue to treat her mom this way. My daughter chose her deadbeat mother over me and I punished her by cutting off her college fund. Now, she's in a disaster because her mom showed her colors real quick. I'm a single dad to my 18-year-old daughter, Emma. Her bio mom left us when she was young, and I raised her with the help of my wife, who has been a wonderful mother figure. Recently, Emma started reconnecting with her bio mom, and I initially supported this, hoping it would be a positive experience. However, it quickly became apparent that her bio mom hadn't changed. Emma began making excuses for her and started exhibiting increasingly hostile behavior toward my wife. She would say things like, "Maybe I'll just move in with my mom and leave you both behind," And you're not my real mom anyway, so why do you care? It escalated to threats where she implied she would ruin our lives if we tried to stop her from pursuing this relationship. During a heated argument, Emma expressed her desire to move in with her bio mom. My daughter also accused me of always loving my wife over her, but it was the other way around. This was the breaking point for me. Feeling that I needed to set boundaries, I decided to cut off her college fund and told her she had to leave our home. She was very smug and told us that she did not need my wife and me. Since then, my family has been vocal about their disapproval. They believe I should have been more understanding and that I overreacted. Some even argue that I'm pushing her further away and harming our relationship permanently. They think I should have tried harder to support her rather than resorting to such drastic measures. Update: about an hour after I posted, I got a message from Emma asking if we could meet up. She suggested a nearby coffee shop, and although I was unsure of what to expect, I agreed to meet her. When I arrived, I could tell right away that something was different. Emma looked exhausted and stressed, not at all like the confident person who left our home. She told me that her time with her bio mom had been a disaster. Not only had her mom treated her coldly, but she also demanded an exorbitant amount for rent, far more than Emma could afford. It became clear to Emma that her mom wasn't interested in having a real relationship with her, just in using her for financial gain. Emma was visibly upset as she apologized for the way she had treated me and my wife. She admitted that she'd made a huge mistake and asked if she could come back home. It was obvious she was genuinely remorseful, and she said she realized now how much we had done for her. I told her that I'm willing to work on rebuilding our relationship, but it will take time and effort on both sides. We discussed setting some boundaries and working through the issues that led to all of this in the first place. She agreed, and we left the coffee shop with a plan to move forward, one step at a time. It's not going to be an easy road, but I'm hopeful that we can heal from this and come out stronger on the other side. I'm still processing everything, but I'm relieved that Emma wants to make things right. I also agreed to pay for her college and she is really happy now, by the way.
My daughter got an infection because my parents pierced her ears without our permission, so I denied the right to see my daughter until they pierced their nose. My husband and I traveled down to Mexico to visit with my family. I am an American citizen, and my mom and dad are not. My mom and dad got my daughter earrings for her birthday. My daughter's ears are not pierced. She is only 1 year old. I told them I would save them for her until she was old enough to get her ears pierced. We left my daughter with my parents while we met up with some friends. When we went to pick up my daughter, my mom showed us that we didn't need to wait because they had taken her to get her ears pierced. I got my daughter, and I dragged my husband out of there before he lost his poop. We went back to our hotel. I am furious. My husband said that my parents are not allowed to spend time alone with my daughter ever again. I went farther. I said I would not be bringing her, or any other kids we might have, down here to see my parents. We checked out 3 days early and went home. On the way home, my parents called me to see when we were coming over. I ignored all the calls and texts until we returned to Phoenix. We took a couple of days to think things over and cool down. I finally called them. I asked them not to speak until I was done talking. I told them my husband and I were upset with them for getting our baby's ears pierced without our permission. I told them we went back home and probably wouldn't visit for a while. They said that my sister and I both had pierced ears when we were babies and that it did not harm us. I said that we were not going to change our minds. They started getting everyone, including my grandmother, to call me and say I was being ridiculous. I talked with my husband, and we came up with a compromise. We agreed that we would resume visits, but not alone time, with them if they both got their noses pierced. They said that we were being stupid and that they were not going to do that. I said no problem and hung up. We have started blocking anyone who tries to call us and give us poop for denying my parents their right to see my daughter. Update 1: Well, she is currently dealing with a serious infection in both ears from the piercings. How sincere should the apology be to make up for my 1-year-old being on antibiotics? Update 2: Firstly, my baby is okay. She got over the infection, and the damage to her poor little ear was only cosmetic. My parents have agreed that they will pay for any reconstructive surgery that might be needed. They also both got their noses pierced. I had one of my friends down there verify it. My dad got pierced like a bull so he could flip it up inside his nose. My mom got her nostril done. Neither thought I was serious until we ignored them for months. No pictures, no nothing. My husband is still furious but has agreed to accept their apologies. We also made sure that they understood that we would not be leaving our baby alone with them under any circumstances. They will have to go a long time to rebuild our trust. Before you ask, no, I will not force them to keep their piercings. The deal was that they did it.
My daughter invited her nightmare grandparents to my wife's birthday party and she was shocked by the reality, so I deleted all her social media and called her a spoiled brat. My wife's parents are terrible, completely abused her until she moved out at 18. My wife has always tried to be a good mother and break the abusive cycle. We both have good jobs, they want nothing, and we tried not to spoil. They have chores, know their manners, and are good kids in school. So my daughter came home one day and asked us to go visit her grandparents' house. We said yeah because we thought she meant my parents, but no, she meant my wife's. My wife immediately said no. Then I backed her and said they would have no part in their lives. She said I was overreacting and that she deserved to meet all her grandparents, and we were being selfish. My wife was diagnosed with PTSD, and still sees a therapist, due to all the bullshit that she went through. It really annoyed me and I sent her to her room. I talked to my wife and said that I should tell her what happened, so she understands why we are saying no, that her parents aren't good people. My wife was reluctant but agreed as long as she didn't have to be there so she wasn't triggered. I went to my daughter's room the next day, and I talked to her. I said, look, I understand you are upset, but we are not saying no just to say no. There is a lot you do not understand, but I'm going to explain it so that maybe you understand more. Your mom's parents were abusive. She was humiliated daily, screamed, and terrorized since she was 6 years old. Every moment and holiday was ruined by fear, and she almost died on Thanksgiving Day due to her stepfather. Your mom and her sister still suffer from the trauma, and we will never have a relationship with them. And I hope that she understands now, something along the lines of that. I told her and thought she understood. Anyway, it was my wife's birthday a week ago and she doesn't like celebrating honestly, but does it for us. It was actually a really great day. My wife's sister, our 2 other children, and my whole family were there celebrating at our house. At around 7 at night, a knock at my door and my daughter went to answer the door. We figured it was a friend of hers, but when she came right back into the living room, it was my crappy mother-in-law and father-in-law. My wife and her sister were both frozen, and they came in like they fucking owned the place, trying to be buddy-buddy. My wife asked them in a timid voice and said, "What are you doing here?" They said, "Our granddaughter invited us." She then tried to speak up more and tell them they needed to go, but they wouldn't. I got up and went between my wife and them and said, "Leave. They are unwanted here." My daughter really stood up for them and said that she talked to them, and that mom just exaggerated what happened, and that they were good parents. That's when my father-in-law said, "That's right, whatever we did to you ungrateful kids you deserve." That pissed my wife off, and she shouted to leave. I went up with my dad, and we would push him out, but he's 64 plus 250 pounds at least got us off him. And he pushed my wife into the wall. Her head hit straight back at the wall. She had to get stitches. As soon as that happened, my dad, brother, and I forced him outside. They said they needed to leave or we would press charges. Her mom kept saying she was a good mom. My wife was dramatic, and she just had bad children. Anyway, my mother took my wife to the hospital because we were still trying to get them to leave the driveway. My mother brought her there and back once they left completely. My wife didn't say anything the rest of the night besides thanking my mother for the ride and then going to our room. Her sister was freaked out too, and left, right after hugging my wife. My children were in the living room, and I told my son and my younger daughter to go into their rooms. I needed to speak to their sister. I admit I lost it. I effing screamed. She said she was so selfish, and I couldn't believe she did that. She still got into contact after I explained what they did to her mom when she was younger, how I was honestly disgusted with her. She started to cry and said she genuinely thought I was exaggerating, and it would be good for them to get together. She said she got in touch with them on social media, and they seemed great, how they made everything seem not as bad. And she said she didn't think they could be that evil and be related to us. I told her there were evil people everywhere. We had just tried to shield her away, because parents are supposed to protect their kids. I was so upset. I genuinely wanted to call her an idiot, but I didn't. But every move my wife made to move past her trauma was demolished by this idiotic decision. My daughter apologized and I said sorry doesn't cut it. Her actions risked her mother's health and everyone's safety. My wife talked to her and said that she no longer trusts her, and that these are the consequences of her actions. For meddling in something that was not her business to meddle with. She has no more phone and no more visiting friends until she earns the trust again. And we can add a punishment we see fit. I've comforted my wife as much as I can, but she's not great. While I think honestly I went too easy on my daughter, I figured I should have other opinions. Aita, update. We did make a report and are pressing charges. We will also do everything we can to get a restraining order. We didn't call the police because we lived in a secluded area, and it would take too long for them to get there. We deleted all my daughter's social media, and I did look at her text messages with the in-laws. She reached out first and kept pursuing them. There were 3 messages before that my in-laws ignored until they eventually responded. Also, that was not the first conversation we had with her about my wife's parents. It was just the first in detail conversation. I told her specific scenarios and events that happened without getting too graphic, but she and my other children always knew that their grandparents were bad. We had multiple talks growing up when we first started to explain why they only have one set of grandparents, unlike most of their friends, but we never said anything in specific detail about the actual events, only that their grandparents were bad people, who hurt their mother and aunt a lot. She told me she was doing her best and felt bad for distancing herself from her daughter, but she was just extremely hurt. My wife's going into more therapy sessions than she normally does, and we have set an appointment for my daughter to see one as well, and we will try family therapy to get back to normal. My daughter is refusing to talk to me after I found out she has a boyfriend and has been drinking. She ran off with her boyfriend and cut off all contact with us, and I want her to come back and apologize. I have 4 kids with my wife, 3 sons and a daughter. Our sons were born when we were in our late 20s, but our daughter came very late, around when I was 40. I'd like to add that I love all of them equally and would never discriminate. My first son began his own business in another country and the others more or less followed his footsteps. My daughter turned 18 very recently and we were all very excited for her. She is the star child in our family, the one that never disappointed us. She even got a job in high school so she wouldn't have to ask us for money, something that none of our sons did. But the college that she applied for is too far for her to travel from home, so she would have to stay at the college. My wife has partial paralysis and has trouble moving on her own. So with me reaching the old age of 60, we need a lot of help around the house. Our daughter has been happily fulfilling our needs so far. But I'm worried that her choice of college is intentional and she just wants to stop taking care of us. The reason for that is her recent attitude. Last Friday, I asked her to take her mother to a doctor's appointment. She already has her license, so this shouldn't have been a problem for her. However, she told me that she had plans and so we should reschedule the appointment. This was the first time anything like this had ever happened. I was reasonably mad at her, and told her you need to cancel your plans, young lady, because your mother is your utmost priority. She made a face that said, "Are you kidding me?" She started complaining because it was one of her close friends' birthdays, and that it wasn't fair because her plans were made weeks in advance. I told her that it didn't matter, she should know her priorities better. After some more backhand forth, I made her back off and she did what I had asked her to do, which was doing her daughterly duty. After she left, I told myself to calm down and that she is just going through her period. Me and my wife were already out of our prime when she was born, so we had to sacrifice a lot to take care of her. And we had raised our daughter with a goal in mind, that she would take care of us in return when we are older. I was certain that we had instilled good values in her. Things calmed down for a day or two, but then I received some horrific news over the weekend, our daughter had gone to a party to make up for the birthday she had missed, and she had decided to have a drink with her so-called friends. I was very disappointed in her, as I had made it clear that she wasn't allowed to drink until she was 21. Even my wife couldn't believe her audacity to go directly against our teachings. I confronted her about it in the morning, and her reply was, if it's going to happen in college, might as well do it now. What's the difference anyway? I don't know where she got this attitude from, but I knew I had to shut it down fast. I told her that if drinking is what you're going to college for, then I won't let you go there. You showed me that you aren't ready for the real world by doing this. She looked at me like she had seen a ghost. You can't possibly not let me go to college, that is not happening. She argued that she was already an adult, and could make her own choices. So I told her, you are under this roof, meaning that you are under my rules. To show her that I was serious, I brought her college acceptance letter and tore it in half in front of her eyes. She broke down in tears. Why would you do that? What the hell is wrong with you? But actions have consequences and she has to deal with them. Instead of comforting her, I taunted her by saying, don't tell me you also have a boyfriend now. Maybe that's why you were so eager to drink, because he's been influencing you in a bad way. Then she called me a jerk and admitted that she indeed had a boyfriend. I was flabbergasted. Now I was certain that I had made the correct decision by punishing her. She wasn't listening to her caring and thoughtful parents, and her boyfriend probably only wanted her body. I told her what was on my mind, and she told me I had no idea what I was talking about. By that point, I was tired and was having trouble standing up. So I went to lay on my bed, ignoring whatever she was trying to say. I thought that she would come around, and realized that I was only doing what was best for her. But 1 week later, she disappeared from the house. She ran off with her boyfriend, and it's been 1 month, and I've had absolutely no contact with her. Edit, my wife has had infrequent contact with her. Edit 2, as long as my daughter is safe and sound I'm not going to interfere. It's her life and if she chooses so, she will have to learn the hard way in life. My daughter made me pay for her wedding deposit, but she wrote a very hurtful post thanking her stepdad, so I dropped from being her ATM and watched her wedding crumble into pieces. I have 3 children with my ex Tracy, Michael, Linda, and Victoria. We split because Tracy had an affair with Stan, to whom she is now married. We never shared with the kids the reason for the divorce, as I didn't want them to blame either of us. This backfired as the kids saw their mom move out of the house into a small apartment, and I kept living in the house and remarried 2 years after the divorce. So they saw me as the bad guy. Stan and Tracy let them pretty much do whatever they wanted, and I had to be the disciplinarian who made sure homework was done, appointments were made, and deadlines were met. My 2 oldest children eventually realized that I was not the bad guy. My son found out that his mother had put nothing away for college for him as outlined in our divorce decree, and she told him to take out loans. My daughter realized that her grades would keep her out of her desired school program. My youngest never came around, so it was a surprise when her boyfriend asked for my blessing and asked for her hand. When I expressed that I didn't think she'd care about my blessing, he said she insisted on it. She began spending time with me and being polite to my wife, and it felt wonderful to have my daughter back. I went with them to book the venue, and they'll be getting married next summer. I paid the deposit and the first installment. I noticed she was becoming less communicative again recently, ignoring my texts or giving one-word replies and not coming over as much. On Monday, my son sent me a post from Instagram. My youngest had an engagement party this weekend to which I was not invited. One of the photos was her with Stan, and it read, "Anyone can be a father. It takes a real man to be a dad. This amazing guy has been my dad for 15 years even though he didn't have to be. I am so blessed to have him walk me down the aisle next year. #daddy'sgirl #futuremarks. My kids wanted for nothing their entire lives because I never let them go without. Even when they wouldn't talk to me, I made sure their needs were met. I texted Tracy to ask why I was not included. She replied that Victoria didn't want my wife there because she wanted a drama-free day. My wife has never started drama in her life. I asked if Stan and I would both be walking her down the aisle. Tracy didn't respond, but Victoria called me up, demanding to know what my problem was. I repeated my question, and she replied that no, Stan, her dad, would be walking her down the aisle. I told her that if that's what she wanted, I would be fine with it. I told her to let Stan know the next payment for the wedding is due in November. Stan and Tracy do not have the money for this wedding and think I'm being an asshole. Linda says Victoria will never speak to me again if I do this. Michael is on my side. Update, Victoria is having a hard time planning the wedding without the money I was giving her. Tracy told me that she and Stan are struggling to pay for everything. They have to make tough choices, cutting down the guest list, choosing a cheaper venue, and giving up on some of the fancy details Victoria wanted. It's clear the money problems are making things very stressful for her. Stan, even though he's trying, just doesn't have the money to pay for the wedding Victoria wants. Watching them deal with this is hard. I feel sad and frustrated. I want to support my daughter, but it hurts that she chose Stan to walk her down the aisle instead of me. Lately, I've noticed that Victoria is trying to be nice to me again. She's sending more messages, being unusually kind, and even visiting. But I won't be fooled again. I remember how she pushed me aside after I paid for the wedding deposit and the first installment. I won't let myself be used just because she needs my help now. As I go through this, my heart feels heavy. I never wanted it to be like this. My daughter refused the truck I gave her on her birthday because it's a grandpa car, and now is asking for it back. My daughter just turned 17 and my wife and I were planning on gifting her our old Ford Ranger as we were saving up for a new Tundra. We don't have much, My wife is disabled and can't work, and I work almost 80 hours a week to get all of our bills paid. My little girl is my whole world, always has been. She's full of life in both my wife and I want her to have everything that we didn't. But it kills me that I can't give her more. I tried to get the old Ranger looking as pretty as possible for her. I even paid to get a detail and had the inside looking brand new. My daughter scheduled her road test on her birthday and the day of. I had tears in my eyes when she ran up and told us that she passed. She was so excited, and so was I as I pulled around the DMV in the Ranger with a big ribbon I had stuck on top of it. I hopped out of the Ranger and ran over to my daughter and said, "Happy birthday, sweet thing." My daughter didn't hug me back and just looked at the Ranger like it was a piece of roadkill. In front of both me and the driving instructor, my daughter made a gagging noise and said, "I don't want to drive that ugly old thing. I want a white Jeep Wrangler." I admit I felt like less of a man getting humiliated like that in front of a complete stranger, and I took my daughter to the side to scold her. I told her that any 17-year-old would be jumping for joy over their first car, used or not. I reminded her that I didn't get my first car until I was nearly 23 years old and that her mother and I had been saving up for almost 2 years in order to buy the Tundra so we could gift her the Ranger. That's when my daughter said the most hurtful thing that I ever heard come out of my child's mouth. She looked me straight in the face and said, "You can be such a loser sometimes, Dad," and walked away. We drove home in silence and my daughter gave me the silent treatment for 4 days straight after that. When she finally decided to speak to you again, it was to ask me if she could sell the Ranger in order to buy her precious white Jeep Wrangler. I was so shocked I had raised somebody so spoiled and entitled and decided to talk to my wife before I made a decision. My wife was disgusted when she heard about how ungrateful our daughter was being about the car and said there was no way in hell she was selling that car. We spoke to our daughter together and told her that she had completely missed her chance to sell the Ranger, and that if she wanted that Jeep, she should hop on Indeed. My daughter went right back to giving us the silent treatment but spent the entire rest of the week slamming doors and kitchen cabinets with all her might just to annoy us. I have never been a penny man, but I decided to sink to my daughter's level for once. After a week of my daughter's brattiness, I printed out a McDonald's job application and put it in an envelope with a bow on it. I walked in on my daughter loudly cooking herself dinner in the kitchen, noticing that she was knocking the pots and pans around extra loud, and handed her the envelope with a smile on my face. I can't lie, it broke my heart a little bit to see her light up like that. I'm sure she thought it was either the registration to her white Jeep Wrangler or the money to buy it. When my daughter opened the envelope, she seemed confused as to what the document was, so I helped her sound out job application McDonald's, very slowly. My daughter finally dropped her angry act and began crying like a little toddler. She started apologizing to me over and over again and saying that she just wanted to be able to drive herself around, not to drive herself to some crappy job. I explained to her that I had held a couple crappy jobs just to buy the Ranger, and if she flipped enough burgers she might afford a nicer car like that.
My daughter stopped calling my husband Papa after she heard him say that she is not his real daughter. Now he's devastated and crying because she refuses to let him walk her down the aisle. I got pregnant with my daughter Sarah when I was in college. My parents and my then boyfriend's parents pushed us to marry, and we did. My late husband unfortunately passed away a week after our daughter's second birthday because of a heart complication that we did not even know he had. It was a very hard time for me and I went through a very bad depression. 4 years later, I met my now husband, Robert, on a blind date set up by a friend. He was one of my best friend's cousins. We hit it off and got married a year later. Even when we were dating, he was very hands-on with my daughter, and it did not take too long for my daughter to call him Papa. Even until we got married, and when I got pregnant 2 years into the marriage and gave birth to twins, he still acted like a father to Sarah. She was included in my husband's family reunions and the cousin group photo shoot that my in-laws organize every Christmas. Things took a bit of a turn when Sarah turned 18. She started calling him by his first name, and Robert and I were taken aback by her attitude change. I asked Robert what that was about, but he only shrugged, not knowing the reason. I thought things would return to normal, but she has consistently called him by his first name, so I asked her if we could talk. Robert asked if he could join, to which Sarah agreed. To summarize, my daughter overheard my husband talking about a Father's Day trip to his friend who owns a hostel. His friend asked him if he had forgotten to include Sarah since my husband had only asked him to prepare 3 bedrooms. My husband replied that he planned this trip for his real children only. It wouldn't make sense if Sarah were on the trip since he wasn't her real father. This made Sarah feel betrayed and hurt because she saw him as her real dad even if she knew he was her stepdad. My husband tried to explain that though he loved her as a father, his love for the twins was different since they were his real children. I wanted to just shut him up because he was overusing the word real, but Sarah told us to leave her room. What made that day even more depressing was that this day was her last week with us before she left the country for college. Since then, every time she comes home, Sarah acts like nothing happened but continues to call Robert by his first name. Robert didn't want to add fuel to the fire and tolerated it. And now, a few years after that, my daughter has announced her engagement to her longtime boyfriend. We were very happy for her as they have been dating since they were still college freshmen. 2 weeks before their wedding, we wondered who would be walking Sarah down the aisle. I assumed it would be Robert since I thought we had moved past that incident, but no. My daughter scoffed at me when I told her about Robert walking her down the aisle. She said, "I thought it was obvious that Uncle Greg, my late husband's brother, would be the one to do that. Besides, I'm not his real daughter. It wouldn't make sense if he walked me down the aisle." I did not talk back, instead apologized for my ignorance and told her that I'll speak with Robert about it since he also assumed he'd be the one to walk her down the aisle. When I told him what Sarah said, he was pissed, but I politely reminded him of the incident years ago, which upset him even more. He noted that it was a long time ago and that Sarah should move on. I, who was offended for my daughter, told him that he shouldn't be upset since he doesn't see her as his real child anyway. He then got teary-eyed and told me to not speak to him. He still attended Sarah's wedding but looked visibly down. We still aren't on good terms and have been pretending in front of relatives. My daughter does not know about this and I want to keep it that way. But nevertheless, it's been a week since my daughter's wedding and Robert is still upset. He only talks to me about the twins and household stuff, but beyond that, he keeps everything to himself. I feel really bad and think he is acting this way because of me. My daughter told me that she cannot accept me as her mother because we are not alike, so she paid for a DNA test and she was not pleased with the results. My daughter and I used to be best friends, we did everything together. She truly was the light of my life. Nothing she kept secret from me and we had each other's back. But things started to change on her teens: moodiness, lashing out, lies, etc. She started not to help me with house chores and be out until midnight. If I asked her where she went, she would lash out at me and say that she was an adult. I just thought it had to do with her age, that she would grow out of it. I really tried everything: family therapy, long talks about how much I loved her. None of it worked. She would either roll her eyes back or spit more of her venom. My husband works really long hours and isn't of much help, to be honest. He told me that teens are like that. He talked with her once and I overheard them laughing and I thought that it's gonna be okay. But I was wrong. When my daughter left the room where she and her dad talked, she saw me, rolled her eyes on me, and called me a snitch bee. I admit that I burst at that moment. She told me that her dad and she can relate and understand each other more because they are both white, unlike me. My husband is white, I am black, and my daughter is mixed, but she looks white. She really takes after her father. I really don't know what I did wrong, but her dislike for me began to become pure hatred. She would question all the time how someone like me could be her mother, when she was white and I was black. At some point she even demanded a DNA test. I said sure, if she paid for it. She was not pleased with the results. She is 17 now and has began dating this white boy and she is head over heels for him. She refused to let me meet him, and told me that having a jobless anger for a mother truly ashamed her. I am a Som. I don't think I have ever experienced such pain. Long story short, I couldn't take her abuse anymore and decided to go back to my family in Cuba. My daughter couldn't be bothered to even say goodbye to me. Few days ago I received a message from my daughter asking for forgiveness, lots of how she can't fit, is in a really dark place and lots of excuses. It may sound cold, but I don't want to see her face. I don't care about her apologies. I thought I had made the right decision, but my husband thinks I should really hear her out and forgive her. My family has been harassing me to go back to Miami and make peace with her, especially mother. And friends have been reaching out and have even called me a crappy mom for not forgiving her, and how I must have done something for her to behave like she did. My anxiety has been over the roof. I am back on my pills now. Is this really my fault? Am I the a-hole? Update post. I'll summarize it. I went back to Miami and she gave me a heartfelt apology and explained all the dark things her boyfriend was getting her into. We got into therapy once again. She left her abusive relationship and these past 3 years our relationship has become better than ever. It was not easy, but definitely worth it. I'm glad I didn't give up.
My daughter wanted her stepdad to walk her down the aisle instead of me. She's apologizing now that I'm not paying for the wedding. I caught my ex-wife blowing her affair partner and current husband at my daughter's 12th birthday party. I was completely shattered as a man at that moment, yet still had to put on a happy face and pretend like everything was fine for the rest of the party. The divorce was sort of complicated because I own a company and make significantly more money than my wife, and she kept bidding for a higher and higher child support payout and I agreed to each one. Although the divorce was such a painful and huge change in my life, despite working almost 80 hours a week, I did everything I could to make my daughter a priority and see her as often as possible. My daughter was only 6 when my wife cheated on me and we divorced, and we never argued in front of her. To this day I'm not sure if she knows the truth about why her mother and I split up. As I mentioned earlier, my wife, the man she cheated on me with, and I was forced to co-parent with him. I was happy that my daughter had 3 parents to love and support her, and I was honestly glad to hear my daughter speak so positively of her stepdad as she grew up. All that mattered to me was her safety and happiness, even though it was hard to come home to an empty house while seeing their happy family photos all over Facebook. No matter how I was feeling, I was only friendly and cordial with my ex-wife and her husband and never let my feelings affect my co-parenting with them. When my daughter turned 16, we all agreed that we would surprise her with a car, and I didn't mind chipping in significantly extra since I was the one with the most funds. Although my ex-wife and her husband never specifically thanked me for this, I think they just assumed that I would be paying for most of it since they knew I had the money. But my money meant nothing to me if I wasn't using it to help my family, and when my daughter graduated high school I paid for her full ride to her top college. I've always believed that I became a successful CEO because of how intelligent and motivational my college professors were, and I wanted my daughter to have those same opportunities and educational experiences. For a while, I felt like my daughter and I got closer when she was in college. She would check in with me often to let me know how her classes were going, and I would walk her through all the study tips I had used when I was back in college and helped her buy all her books and electronics. I was over the moon when my daughter met the love of her life when she was 26 getting her master's, and even happier when she called to tell me that he had proposed. I was so excited for my baby girl and I teared up just picturing how beautiful she was going to be walking down the aisle, and immediately told her that it would be my honor to pay for her wedding as her father. Of course, my daughter was ecstatic and she started planning her destination wedding in the Maldives. Although I had offered to pay for everything, I only heard from my daughter sporadically during the following months as she was planning the wedding. I got plenty of receipts and confirmation emails as she used my card to make reservations and hire wedding staff, but I was hearing from her less and less as the wedding came up. Only a couple weeks before the wedding, my daughter called me for the first time in weeks and gave me news that made me feel like she had shot me through the chest with a cannonball. She explained to me that after giving it some thought, she wanted her stepdad to walk her down the aisle instead of me. I have never asked for much for my daughter, I never remarried after my ex-wife and I really missed having a family after my divorce. Until that moment I didn't realize how much I had been looking forward to walking her down the aisle and just feeling like I was part of her close family once again. Even if it was just for that one day of her wedding. Even if it was just for that minute and a half of us walking down the aisle together. But she was taking all that away from me no matter how much I cried and begged on the phone to her. I was sobbing by the end of the call, but all my daughter said was to stop crying and to keep an eye on my email for the next reservation confirmation. The next day I got a barrage of texts from my ex-wife berating me for making unreasonable demands and even stooping low enough to say that this is exactly why she cheated on a sentimental loser like me. I sent a screenshot of my wife's purple text to my daughter, and my daughter responded with a single text that said, "Well, she's right, stepdad's name is my real dad who I grew up with, not you." I felt like I had lost my daughter after reading that one simple text, all the closeness, all the love I thought we had. I don't feel like a lie. I felt like a big joke that they were all laughing at as they treated me like a walking wallet. Well, I had had enough. Enough of providing unlimited money, enough of my ex-wife walking all over me. I didn't respond to my daughter after that text or my ex-wife and just started canceling every single service my daughter had reserved for her wedding. As soon as my daughter started getting emails from the different agencies she had hired and realized what I was doing, she completely switched her tune. Both she and my ex-wife started apologizing to me, blaming their behavior on wedding stress, and begging me to rehire the staff and rebook the venue. I called my daughter and told her that I wouldn't be paying for a wedding and that I didn't want to buy her love. She just started crying without saying anything and eventually, I hung up. An hour later I started getting increasingly nasty texts from her and my ex-wife. I knew they were upset, but they went from apologizing to calling me a loser to calling me a liar and saying that I must not have all the money that I claimed to have. I just walked my ex-wife after getting those ridiculous texts and booked myself a vacation. I've never been a petty man, but I guess I had been pushed to the edge. Once I had gone through all the refunds back from the wedding reservations that were possible, I spent all that unexpectedly refunded money on the yacht I promised I would never buy for myself. I took my new yacht to the Bahamas a week after I got it and made sure to post plenty of pictures of me on vacation all over my Facebook. My daughter's boyfriend doesn't like me touching her. My 34, stepdaughter, 19, and I are very close. Her boyfriend, 20, doesn't like that. Alright, so let's get the obvious out of the way. Yes, she calls me dad. I've been in her life since she was 11. Yes, the age difference is weird for a lot of people. My wife is 40 and she had a kid, sue me. Lastly, I am in no way attracted to my daughter. She's a pretty girl, but that's my kid. Now we can begin. My daughter and I are very close. She'd never had a decent male figure in her life at the time I met her, and I knew that if I wanted to pursue a relationship with my now wife that I should do everything I could to fill the role, so I did. I helped with homework, I played games with her, watched shows or YouTubers she was into, read her favorite books, etc., because I wanted to build a solid relationship with her. Turns out, if you treat things like they're important sometimes they go well. She and I spend a lot of time together, and our family doesn't really have big touch barriers, so hugs, cheek kisses, sometimes she'll use me as a pillow, etc. All of this is very common, and she does the same with my wife. I love you is said probably 50 plus times a day in my house. We are affectionate, that's the picture I'm trying to paint here. Very recently, she started dating. Her boyfriend doesn't appreciate that we're comfortable with expressing our affection toward each other, even going so far as to ask me to tone it down when he's around. In private, my daughter doesn't know this yet. I want to respect my daughter's new relationship, because this is a new and exciting thing for her and I'm genuinely happy for her, but I also don't want to lose the connection I've spent so long building, and I don't think I should be made to pretend it's less important to me just because she's dating someone that happens to be a little insecure. I can understand where the guy is coming from, but I don't think he really has a right to interject. Here. The dilemma is this: should I tone it down as requested, should I continue on as normal, or should I tell my daughter about the request and let her handle it however she sees fit? Honestly, not sure what the right move is. I spoke with my daughter the next evening after she came home from work. Her boyfriend was at the house at the time. He was over for dinner and had picked her up. I pulled her aside for a couple of minutes and let her know what happened. She was surprised, because she's already had this talk with her boyfriend. She said she'd handle it and left. A little while later, I called them in for dinner. After she finished eating, she confronted him. I'm paraphrasing because she told a story, but this is basically what she said. So my dad told me what you said, and I wanted to wait until after dinner to bring it up. I didn't have a good childhood. My biological father treated my mom horribly, and after she left him he never contacted me again. Her next big relationship was worse. It seemed fine on the outside, but there was a lot of emotional abuse and controlling behavior. I was caught up in it too. Then this guy came along. I was obviously skeptical at first. He looked like trouble to me. He was making my mom happy, but I was an ICB word to him because bad men were all I'd ever known. He asked me questions for over a year trying to get to know me and I shut him out. One day when I was reading, he asked what book it was. I didn't even answer him, I just lifted it up so he could see the cover. It was Island of Shipwrecks in the Unwanted series. He said, "That looks pretty cool, what's it about?" And for the millionth time I didn't answer. Maybe 2 weeks later, he asked me if I was finished with the book. I said yeah, why? And he said, "Well, I read the other 5, I thought you might let me borrow it so I can catch up and we can talk about it." I thought he was lying through his teeth, so I asked him questions about plot points and characters. Not a single wrong answer. I went to my room and got the book for him. It's kind of a dumb story, but you have to understand something. My dad is the first man who was ever nice to me and I gave him plenty of reasons not to be. He was patient and thoughtful and never pushed me out of my comfort zone, and I will always be grateful for that. Bottom line is that I love my dad, and the only people who have a say in our relationship is us. If you feel threatened because we're close, that's not going away. Ever. I like you. I have fun with you. But if you think I'll change my relationship with my dad for you, then you've made a mistake. If you're too insecure to handle the fact that I'm close to my dad, this isn't going to work out. If you can handle it, I would love to have you around. Otherwise. He kind of interrupted her here and said, it's not just because you're close. I get that he's been good to you and your mom and that's great, but have you seen the guy? Yes? What about it? It just makes it really weird for me. I don't know how to explain it other than that. You're way closer to your dad than anyone I've ever met, and it's a little creepy when you take into account he looks like he could be a what are you doing stepdaughter guy. Look, there's apparently 2 people at this table. For context, it was the 2 of them, my wife, and myself at the table, who think my dad is effable, and it's really weird that you're one of them. Choosing time is over, the door is that way. Do not call or text me anymore. So that's pretty much how it went down. After he left, she cried for a few hours in her room. When she finally came out, it was around midnight or so, and she sat next to me on the couch. I asked her if she was worried this would be a constant problem, and if she wasn't comfortable with how things are. I can understand and respect that. She hugged me very tightly and just replied, don't be dumb. So I guess everything is alright. I also thought it was kind of funny, disrespectful, but funny, that she had this big story planned out. I got some rom-com vibes from it personally, but it was her first boyfriend, so she has no experience having big talks, and the guy just completely disregarded it. Obviously empathy and understanding are not his strong points. I feel bad for my daughter because it was her first relationship, but I definitely think she dodged a bullet.
My daughter's classmate threatened to unalive her friend, so my daughter used her karate training, broke his nose, and taught him a lesson. To preface this story, I will start with my opinion. I do not believe what my daughter did was wrong. I am incredibly proud of her. Even though she may have been overzealous, her reasoning is very much in the right place. We have discussed at length what she should do if ever in this situation again, which I hope she is not. So, let's start at the beginning, as it is the best place to start. I have a wonderful 9-year-old daughter. She is smart, outgoing, and incredibly strong. 2 years ago, my ex-husband and I divorced. He fell out of love with me and fell into the bed of a 21-year-old. It's a story as old as time, but it doesn't hurt any less. About 6 months ago, I was mugged on my way home from work. I was messed up, I was covered in bruises, and in a lot of distress mentally. My ex is not a present father. He moved to France for work about 3 months after the divorce was finalized, so he wasn't able to help look after my daughter while I was healing. She spent some time with my mom. But she saw me at my worst. I have a lot of guilt about that. She began getting very anxious about leaving the house. She didn't want to leave my side. She was worried mommy would get hurt again. A friend of mine's son was being bullied at school a while back. She enrolled him in some karate classes, not for fighting but more to build his confidence, and it really worked for him. She suggested that putting my girl in some classes would help her feel more secure. I suggested this to her, and she wanted to do them but wanted me to do them too. Which was probably a very good decision. I spoke to sensei and asked if I could sit in on the beginner's class with her, etc. I explained the situation, and he agreed. We both loved it. She picked it up so quickly, and she loved the play activities with the other children. A few months after we started, she was leaps and bounds ahead of me and ready to play with a more advanced level of students. The bonus of that is the night the advanced kids met was after the beginner adults met. So we changed out nights. I started training with adults, and she carried on with the advanced kids. She has picked it up so quickly. Her confidence in her ability is sky high, too. A few times when we were out, she saw something that worried her, like someone walking towards us, and she would grip my hand a little tighter and move herself in front of me. I keep reminding her that I am the adult, that we are safe, and that this is not her burden. Fast forward a few weeks. Last week was her first week back in school after the summer holidays. A new student was in her class. We will call them Alex. Alex and my daughter have become the fastest of friends. She couldn't stop speaking about him on Monday when she came home from school. Alex likes this food. Alex likes this TV show. Alex said, Alex did, etc. It's adorable, but my kid has taken it upon herself to be Alex's bodyguard. Alex is a very expressive child. They wear school uniforms, but Alex likes to wear nail polish. He has long hair, which they wear pulled back or in a plait. He has bows on his shoes. He just wears what he wants and is confident to rock a potato sack if that is what he feels comfortable in. His parents are amazing, too. They have been so welcoming of my daughter and me, too. We had drinks this weekend after the incident, and they are wonderful people. So, the incident. Last Thursday, Alex changed his black nail polish for a deep plum purple color. Some of the boys in their class decided to show how bad their upbringing was and told Alex, "You're a boy, you shouldn't wear girly things because that's what makes you gay." Both Alex and my daughter told them to shut up and bother someone else. This is when one of the bullies says, "If you're wearing girly stuff tomorrow, I'm going to unalive you." Yeah. You read that right. So my girl, being a defiant little menace, decided she wasn't going to tell an adult. We have had a very long conversation about this, don't worry, and she was going to handle this herself. Alex also decided he was going to handle things his own way too. Friday morning rolls round, the plum nail polish has gone, and in its place is the most beautiful and vivid pink you have ever seen, and his hair was in an elaborate Viking-style plait. It must have taken a while. It was stunning. Well, this was like waving a red flag in front of the bully boy's face. He marched up to Alex and told him he was going to unalive him at lunchtime. My girl told him he could try, but she wouldn't let him. Lunch came around, and they were outside for playtime. True to his word, the bully started to run at Alex, and my girl took him out. Now, bear in mind up until this morning, I only really had the details from 2 9-year-olds. So when Alex told me she flew, I was fairly hesitant to believe him. He told me she punched the boy in the face, made him bleed, which made him cry, and now he is petrified of her. After lunch, the school called me to come and pick her up because she had been suspended for fighting. Alex refused to leave her and said that if she was suspended, so was he because it wasn't her fault. Alex's dad arrived at the same time I did to collect our kids. The headmaster told us that an investigation was pending and that we would be called in for a meeting on Monday. Obviously, when my daughter told me the full story I was livid. I asked why she didn't tell a teacher, and she said she wanted to handle it so he knew he couldn't threaten people, but she told the teacher after the fact, and they didn't believe her. So I am even more livid at this point. I contact Alex's parents and discuss, have a drink, bond over our kids etc. So, this morning, 8 a.m. rolls around, I am sat in front of the headmaster. He begins to bemoan about how my daughter has brought violence to the school, how she has broken a boy's nose, and I poop you not, how this is very unladylike behavior. I was honestly aghast. We are a zero-tolerance school when it comes to violence. My daughter had been standing on top of a little wall at the playground's edge, essentially keeping watch. She saw the kid running towards Alex, and when he got close enough, she launched herself off the wall, straight at the boy. She essentially did a flying punch, landed on him, locked her arms in his and kept him in place until the playtime supervisor arrived. I asked him how his investigation had gone, and he said he had spoken to the boy and because this was a completely unprovoked attack, my daughter would be suspended further for the week, with a behavior management program and she would be expected to apologize to the boy she hit. I'll be honest, guys, I have never been the confrontational type, I think it skipped a generation. But in that moment I summoned the spirit of my little girl. I asked him how he could have completed the investigation if neither my daughter, Alex nor the parents had been involved. How had he come to such a conclusion without any facts or evidence? He just stumbled over his words. I asked him, so is this what happens when students call someone names and threaten to unalive them? You punish the person protecting them. He was silent and said it was the first time he had heard of this and that he had been told it was unprovoked and my daughter was the only aggressor. I asked him who had told him this, and he was silent. I then called him a liar and said that he was informed of the situation because both my daughter and Alex told him. I left the meeting telling him that my daughter was not suspended, however, she would not be in school until the situation had been dealt with to a satisfactory conclusion. I had emailed her teacher and asked her to forward any work she would have been doing in class, and she will do it from home. I have her in the office today, and my boss is letting me work from home for the rest of the week. I know I am responsible in part for what she has done. I know violence isn't the answer. I am very proud of her for standing up for what she believes in, but we have talked about how she needs to always tell me things like this. I am furious with her school. I called Alex's mom when I got out of the meeting. Alex isn't in today because they are having a meeting this afternoon about the bullying Alex has been subjected to. She has supported my actions, though, and said that if she doesn't get the right response today she will be pulling Alex too. There aren't many primary schools locally that will have space left for them if the best decision is to pull them out of this school permanently, but I am not happy with how the headmaster has dealt with the situation, to be honest. Update. Next day, I honestly thought, and still do to some extent, that I have FED up and failed my daughter. I thought her need to protect came from the fact she had seen me so broken. A comment which I have now lost said something along the lines of "Mummy got hurt by bad people, and now her friend is being threatened, so she wanted to stand up for us." As honorable as that is, I don't want my little girl to feel that way. I want her to be a child for as long as possible. I want her to play with her friends and have no cares in the world apart from who will be the goalkeeper or if she wants ham or turkey on a sandwich. Do you know what I mean? I have spent some time with her over the weekend and last night reassuring her of that fact. I am always in her corner, right behind her, and I will always believe her, no matter what. She has promised me going forward that she will always tell me, from small to big things. I'm her mum, no matter her age. She is always going to be my baby and I am always going to go to bat for her. We have also discussed if she feels safe in the school. And if she feels the teachers would have dealt with it if she had told them. She said she feels safe, but she doesn't know if they would do anything, but she has never asked. I will keep an eye on this and discuss it with other parents if their children have similar feelings. So, on to the update. My daughter is suspended until Wednesday. I met with the deputy headmaster because the headmaster is unavailable today. Alex's mum, who, for ease, I am going to call Joanne, had a meeting with him yesterday afternoon. For context, my meeting with him was about 20 minutes long. Joanne kept him locked in the office with her for nearly 2 hours. In those 2 hours, she made him go through the chapter and verse the anti-bullying policy and explain each point to her. Joanne told me she had him admit that what the other child said to Alex alone should have been grounds for punishment. He still claims he had not been told about the threats and wants to open an investigation into his staff to get to the bottom of it. Joanne told him she didn't care right now how he handled his staff, he needs to stop trying to place blame elsewhere, and take accountability. She told him, that her first and only concern right now was that her child had been at the school less than a week and had received a threat of death twice, and the only person being punished was the only person who stood up for him. He reiterated that we have a zero-tolerance policy, to which Joanne stopped him mid-sentence and asked him why her son wasn't included in that policy. He apologized and said I can see how that could look that way. However, he has not said how he would be fixing it because he has to do another investigation. I am starting to think he has a word of the day calendar or something. My meeting with the deputy head was very basic. I think it was essentially just to placate me, but I have everything documented if I need to go through this again. My daughter has been suspended for fighting. She can return to school tomorrow morning. I did ask if the other child will be punished, but was told they can't discuss the other child, and to be honest that is fair, but I will be monitoring the situation. There will be no behavior report or forced apology. Last night, we went to Alex's house and had dinner. Alex keeps telling my daughter, "You're on my Christmas card list for life." I don't know where he got this from, but they think it's hilarious. My daughter has convinced Alex to try karate, and they are very excited. It's karate night for us on Thursday. I will be talking with Sensei Paul about the altercation so they can chat about safety, when to fight, etc. More than anything else, I just want her to be safe. She isn't an army, she is still a little person, and she needs to remember that sometimes. I also told my daughter I told her story to some people online, and I showed her some of the nicer comments. I asked her if she would like to choose a name you could call her, and she chose Hawk. Suddenly something clicked into place. The flying punch she did, it was a cobra punch. The character Hawk, Cobra Kai, does them a lot. You sort of kick your leg like you're going to kick the opponent but instead move with a punch. No one has taught her this move, but I have seen her jump off the settee and do it before. When we started doing karate, I took that as an opportunity to introduce her to the Karate Kid series, and obviously, following that we started Cobra Kai. She is obsessed with Hawk and Tori. So we have now had another discussion about how we shouldn't replicate things we see in TV and movies. Parenting is hard. And I have the teen years to come yet. I might just dye my hair gray now and get it over with. My daughter's future mother-in-law wants me to give up my grandma name because she wants it for herself, so I broke her heart and made her cry. I have 3 kids, Edgar, Lucy, and James. Lucy is pregnant with her first child, and I am over the moon that she is giving me my first granddaughter. Edgar has 2 sons. My grandsons call me Mima and have their entire lives. I chose Mima because my mom was a Mima to my children, and so was my grandma. It is a very special name to me, and I cherish it deeply. However, my daughter's boyfriend, Roger's mom, Sarah, also likes the name. Because of the show Young Sheldon. Sarah has expressed her love for the show and her love for being just like Sheldon's Mima. She has been dropping not-so-subtle hints she'd like to be called Mima since we found out my daughter was pregnant. Like asking the baby if she wants to call her Mima. Any drama with her is always during a huge milestone in our children's relationship. When they moved out of our homes and moved in together, Sarah made Roger give her a house key and would constantly barge in unannounced, and on a particular evening, she saw something she shouldn't have. Then made a big deal about it. On Friday morning, she called me and invited me out to lunch. I said yes because I enjoyed her company for the most part and had no plans. We talked about everything but the baby when we got to the restaurant. We ordered, but the topic of the baby didn't come up until our food came out. In the middle of me taking a bite, she muttered under her breath, "Give up being Mima." I was confused and thought I had misheard her, so I asked her to repeat. And she said, "You have 3 kids. You will have multiple chances to be a grandma. I only have 1 kid to have grandkids from and I want to be Mima to them." I was shocked. I did not want to give up the name, especially because of how sentimental it was to me. After sitting in shock for a moment, I responded, "My 2 grandsons already called Mima, it's too late to change it." I tried to laugh it off, but she stayed stone cold and said, "They don't have to call you anything else, I just want Roger and Lucy's baby to call you something else." I then sit in silence again, not wanting to fight with her. She then followed up with "So." To which I responded, "The name Mima goes back to my great-grandmother, and I have a lot of sentimental value behind the name. You can be Mima too, but I'm not changing it." She rolled her eyes, then responded, "I'm not sharing the name, it will be confusing for the baby." To which I stood up and said, "Then I guess you're gonna be looking for another name." Then I slammed $20 in cash on the table and walked out. I've been getting messages like crazy all weekend from my future son-in-law's side of the family, ranging from nicely asking to reconsider to calling me selfish for not giving the name up. My daughter is on my side, but it's caused a big argument between her and her boyfriend, and now she's staying with me for now. Her boyfriend is a major mama's boy. He agrees with everything that woman says, which has been extremely difficult for my daughter to deal with since the beginning of their relationship. Update: as much as I wanted this situation to end, it has not. I invited Roger and Sarah over for dinner. When I let them in, no time was wasted before a screaming match between Roger and my daughter broke out. My husband and my youngest son split them apart, having my daughter in the living room while Roger was taken to the garage. After that fire had been put out, Sarah finally spoke up. "All of this because you can't let go of being Mima?" she said. "I told you at the restaurant we could both be Mima. Why are you acting like there can only be one?" I asked. I want a special name with my grandchildren, and I want it to be Mima, she said, cutting me off. You are extremely entitled. You purposely cause drama every time you feel Roger is drifting from you. You need to constantly be the center of attention no matter what, I said. A few more things were said, but at this point, she started crying. My heart broke for her. I am not mean, and I've never purposely upset anyone. The fact that I made her cry broke my heart. I went to comfort her, but she screamed at me to get away from her. She then got up, grabbed her keys, and left. I had assumed Roger left with her, but he didn't. He was in the garage with my husband until around 8 or so, and Roger went to speak to my daughter when they both came back in. I'm unsure what was said, but my daughter left with him. As much as I want to let this go, I can't. I just wish this pettiness would end. I've realized it has absolutely nothing to do with the name. She just wants control over her son and now our granddaughter. Update 2. Yesterday was a hectic day, to say the very least. My phone was continuously buzzing, and the harassment from my future in-laws plus family friends was intense. However, from what I understand, Sarah has completely fabricated the story for everyone. Roger and Lucy came over yesterday, and Roger had apologized to me. He had told me that Sarah said I was extremely rude and that I had told her that the name Mima was mine, and I wouldn't share it. This is why Roger and Lucy were fighting in the first place. Clearly, that was not the case. After that, I sent a large group text to everyone, constantly harassing me to explain the true situation. As expected, not many people were on my side, and those on my side privately messaged me. I have had absolutely no contact with Sarah since Monday. My daughter is due in the middle of August, so I really hope this has ended by then, but knowing Sarah, I know it might not.
My daughter's mother dumped her on me because she wanted nothing to do with her and went MIA. Now she's back and she is asking for child support. When I was 24, I met Ellie at a party. She was the same age as me, and we hooked up for a while. We both knew it was casual. She told me she was on the pill, and I was using condoms. After some time, Ellie told me she had feelings for me and wanted us to be exclusive. I told her that while I wasn't sleeping with anyone else, I didn't want to be serious with her. To be fair, we had nothing in common. I was a total dork, and she was the hot sorority girl, literally the opposite of me. I explained that I was only at that party because of a friend. Otherwise, I didn't enjoy partying or drinking. I liked video games, reading books, and computer programming. She said she understood and asked if we could continue being friends with benefits, to which I agreed. Not long after, Ellie told me she was pregnant. I was genuinely shocked. I told her I didn't want a baby. She was pushing for us to get married because of her family, whom I'd never met. I told her no. I promised to support her and the baby financially but made it clear that I didn't want any involvement. I was an a-hole. She got very upset and tried harder, but I was serious. I didn't want a baby. I cut all communication with her. The baby was born, and I was the jerk who didn't show up for the birth or any appointments. When the baby was 2, Ellie showed up at my door, handed me the child, and said she couldn't do it anymore. She admitted she had messed with the condoms. I'm not sure how because I thought I would have noticed, hoping that the baby would bring us closer, but now she regretted everything. I got furious, and we fought, but she didn't care. She just left. Long story short, my girlfriend at the time left me, saying she hadn't signed up for this. I considered adoption many times because I resented the baby. I even did a DNA test, hoping it would come back negative so I could get rid of her without feeling guilty. Luckily, my boss at the time had a heart-to-heart talk with me and pushed me to see a therapist. I decided to get my act together and take responsibility. Today, that baby is 9, and she's an incredible kid. We have our own routine, and she truly is amazing. My issue: Ellie emailed me after all these years, saying she's changed her mind. She wants to see our daughter and be a part of her life. She claims she's changed and wants a second chance. She wants to play family with us. I told her she didn't deserve our daughter and to stay away. Now, she's going through everyone she can to try to convince me to change my mind. She's even threatening to show up and tell our daughter that I didn't let her be in her life, which is a complete lie. She abandoned her. Legally I have full custody but morally I feel guilty. Everyone tells me that my daughter needs a female influence and a mother. Where do you begin? Should I just risk it and give her a chance knowing she might abandon her again? Update: I thought I'd give an update. I decided to talk to my daughter and ask what she thought about meeting Ellie. She said she'd like to meet her, so we arranged to meet at a restaurant. Ellie was cordial and asked my daughter about her favorite things to do, school, and her friends. My daughter even asked Ellie if she had any other kids, and Ellie replied, "Yes, sweetie, you have 2 half-brothers." After our meeting, Ellie texted me to say thanks and asked if she could start seeing my daughter on a set schedule. I told her I wanted to take things slowly. Then she said, "Before we set anything up, maybe we should discuss child support for the time she'll be with me." I thought she was joking. I replied, "I have full custody. I'm not paying you to visit your own child." She got angry, saying, "You're still the same selfish jerk as before. I have 2 other kids and I'm raising them alone. Now I finally connect with my daughter, and you're being a deadbeat." At first, I thought it was a prank, but it turns out she has serious money problems. It seems she was hoping to get shared custody so I'd start paying her, essentially to babysit her own daughter. I told her if that was her plan, she wouldn't get a dime from me. She kept insulting me and eventually blocked me. Since then, my daughter has asked several times what happened to Ellie. I just told her that Ellie must be busy and that if she contacts me, I'll let her know.
My dead best friend's daughter came to our house demanding child support from my husband. She revealed a shocking secret that caused my husband his worst panic attack. My best friend since elementary school, who I'll call Alice, passed away in February from cancer. She had a daughter who went into the custody of her mom after she passed away. who I'll call Alexis. Last month Alexis showed up on our doorstep unannounced, telling my husband he needs to take responsibility for his child and either take custody or start finally paying child support. She says that Alice had told her who the father was when her daughter was born, but she didn't want anything to do with him. To answer the inevitable, Alice was a traveling nurse and made a lot of money, which is the only reason I can think of why she didn't go for child support. During this conversation, my husband had the worst panic attack he's ever had, so we had to end the conversation before I could get more details. My husband's story is, I don't even know. He said that Alice's daughter is probably his, but that it isn't what I think. Almost 3 years ago we threw a large housewarming party as we just moved into our dream home after I finally finished residency and was set to make real money for once. Alice was in town and set to be at the party, but I was called into work before she got there. I didn't get back until after 3 a.m. when the party was winding down. My husband was passed out upstairs, and Alice had already left the party, which at the time I found strange as we hadn't seen each other in months. My husband claims he woke up in the middle of the night to Alice on top of him, but he passed out again before he could say anything. He claims he never told me because he was worried I wouldn't believe him, which I don't know if I do. He showed me some texts he sent his best friend the next day asking for his advice about him thinking someone roped him, but if he cheated, he could have had that conversation as evidence, especially since he never said Alice specifically. Ever since the party he has been very distant from Alice, and after she had her daughter he would even find excuses not to be around the house when she visited at all. I don't know if that's because he cheated or if Alice did actually rope him and this was his trauma response. I've known Alice since we were children and she had never come across as that kind of person, but I've also known my husband for over a decade and he's not once ever given the inclination of a cheater. He's an attractive guy and I've seen the looks he gets at the gym and he's never even given more than a glance. What the hell should I do? How do I figure out what the truth is here when Alice isn't even around to defend herself? She never even implied she liked my husband, let alone wanted to sleep with him. I told my husband he needs to get a DNA test before anything is decided on the child's part, but in the meantime, he needs to move out while I think about what I'm going to do here. Update: I realized that my husband is being truthful. My best friend roped him. Several people pointed out that with Alice not liking my husband, if it was an affair, she would have told me when she was dying if only to separate us. I was there, in the room, while she passed. I held her hands for days, we talked about so much. If it were just an affair, she would have told me, but if she roped my husband, she wouldn't have said a word. That's the type of thing horrible people take to the grave. I've also come to the realization that I made a terrible mistake asking my husband to leave for a few days while I gather my thoughts. Not to make excuses, but losing my best friend to cancer, a long cancer fight at that, was brutal. To say that I was devastated wouldn't do it justice. That it happened only 6 months ago, and I'm still feeling it every day. So, to have this thrown on me, it's like I'm losing her all over again. Either she betrayed me and effed my husband, or she betrayed me and roped my husband. Not only have I lost her, but now I've lost the good memories, an entire lifetime's worth. It was impossible for me to look at him and not also see her, and be struck with the horror and realization of that loss all over again. I felt I needed to be able to break down, grieve, and think without the fresh wave of loss I got every time I saw him. It was wrong of me to ask him to leave, and as of a few minutes ago I've righted this wrong. I called my husband, apologized, told him I believed him, and begged him to come home. He'll be here in half an hour at most, and I'm going to support my husband the way I know he would have supported me. I have no idea what we will do regarding the potential daughter, but I can assure you we'll deal with it together. It's going to take a lot of time, and probably a lot of therapy, to grieve this new loss. I feel numb now, as though I'll never cry again. My best friend roped my husband, which means she was no friend of mine. She flaunted it, coming to my house, sitting with me, and gabbing. She brought her child here, trying to rub it in his face right in front of me. She tortured the man I loved, and I was an unknowing party to it. I feel sick to my stomach over how many times she came over just to hold it over him. I'm honestly at a loss on how to make that up to him. If you all have any ideas, please feel free to give them to me. I think I'll need all the help I can get. Tomorrow I'm going to take a leave of absence from work, just until we can figure out our next steps, and we can get our heads on straight. My dead fiancé's family all want the ring he bought for me. So they took me to court. I was engaged to John, after dating for 4 years. When he proposed, the ring he used was 2 sizes too big. We went to the store that he bought it from and he kept the receipt. We got the right size and kept the same style. But 10 months after the proposal, John passed away in a car accident. I used the savings for the wedding to pay for his funeral. The day after the funeral, John's brother came to me asking for the ring. I asked why. His response was that the ring had been passed down their family for 5 generations. I told him that was BS because I have proof that the ring was bought for me, less than a year ago. We argued for a bit and he then stormed out. Then I get the calls from John's family, saying I'm a liar and demanding the ring. Then I got a letter from their lawyer. In the letter they also demanded that I reimburse them for costs of John's funeral. So I got myself a lawyer, showed the proof about the ring, and proof that I paid for the funeral. We went to court and I won. I thought that madness was over, until John's sister recently messaged me. She and her boyfriend are engaged, but haven't gotten a ring and she wants John's ring. After I said no, she went crazy and was messaging non-stop demanding. I have blocked her over and over, but she finds a way around it. I was having brunch with my friend, my mobile was on the table, a message from my sister popped up and my friend saw it. I explained the messages to her and my friend believes I'm a-hole and I should give her the ring. She told my other friends and they are all saying the same things. Now I'm doubting myself. So am I the a-hole? Edit. This ring is part of a company that designs jewelry based on movies and mass produces each style in different sizes. We got the right size and swapped it with style ring too. After the swap and when telling his parents about the engagement, I showed them the ring. John told them about where he brought it and about size swap. His parents never said anything about an heirloom ring and family diamonds. It was after the funeral when they started saying their great-great-great-grandparents were the ones that brought this ring and it's an heirloom. About funeral costs, John's parents messaged me about not being able to afford the funeral. My thoughts at the time was that the reason they couldn't afford it is because his sister is about to start college and put the wedding fund for good use, because the wedding isn't gonna happen anymore. I paid for everything for the funeral, the parents didn't pay at all. I guess during my grief/shock of John's death, might have made me forget that his family owned most of the business and housing accommodations in town. It was during court that I found out that he had life insurance. That money went to his parents and it was 2x the cost of his funeral. When I received their lawyer letter, I thought it might be fake. But I called my friend and I explained the situation to him. I asked him to check if this letter is real or fake. He told me to meet him with the letter and all my documents for the ring and funeral. He said the letter is real and he will help me. I thought that after their lawyer saw my proof, that would be the end of the madness. But next thing I knew, we were in court. Most of the time I was confused, but I just spoke the truth and showed all my proof. The judge awarded me to be reimbursed for funeral costs, legal fees, and emotional distress. On to his sister. In her first message asking for the ring, she said that John would want her to have it because it would feel like John is part of her next step in her life and let his spirit know he is not forgotten. Sister knows that the ring was brought by John, because she was at the engagement party. At the party, we told everyone how the proposal went and about swapping rings, due to size issues. I should have mentioned that the ring is Lord of the Rings themed and we were planning on a Lord of the Rings themed wedding, because we met at an LOTR event. I recall Sister telling John to change the ring to a Disney theme, her protests of our theme idea, and saying we should do a Disney wedding instead during the engagement party. As for the friend from brunch who saw the messages from his sister and told the others about this, they read his sister's first message asking for the ring. My friend believes that she has good, valid reasons for wanting the ring. They also believe that the ring should actually be used, not stuck in a box somewhere or most likely lost. I pointed out that I'd used the ring, I wore it during engagement, court madness with his family, and kept it on for a year after winning the case. Then only wearing the ring on his birthday and anniversary of our first meeting, when he proposed and when he died. My friend called me a sad, selfish a-hole and stormed off. Next thing I know, my other friends started messaging me about me being an a-hole and his sister should get the ring. After his sister's recent messages, I called my lawyer friend. I sent him screenshots of her messages and we have a meeting this week. I am also rethinking my friendship with the friends that say I'm a-hole and should give the ring to his sister. My dead fiancé's family took our savings and made me return the engagement ring because we aren't family. Now they are fuming because I won't let them near my baby. This happened a few years ago. I had been together with my finance for 15 years. We were both in a severe accident while I was driving. It wasn't my fault. Hit and run. Police never found who did it. I survived. He didn't. I grew up in an abusive household, and they had always been like a family to me before this. My boyfriend was their only son, adopted. After his death, they started hating me and treating me harshly. In the 2 months after the accident, they blamed me for his death. They constantly told me how I should have died instead of him. They made me give back the engagement ring. They made me give them all the things he ever gave me because I didn't deserve them. They made me give back all the money we saved. They told me they would sue me if I didn't. I asked them why they were doing this, and they told me it was because I wasn't family. They told me never to contact them again. I lost him, and I also lost people whom I had loved and considered to be my family. I was dealing with a lot of grief and survivor's guilt, and they weren't making it better. So, I just did whatever they asked while I was trying to get a transfer to another city. Then, I found out I was 8 weeks pregnant. My transfer came through at the right time, and I left without telling them anything. New city, new life. I was happy. A year later, they tracked me and found out that I had a baby. I mistakenly shared the news with a friend in the old city. They lost their poop. They were yelling at me about how cruel I was for keeping their grandbaby from them. They asked me why I never told them I was pregnant. I told them I didn't tell them anything because I wasn't family. They were demanding to be a part of her life, and I told them to take a hike. They told me they would take me to court. I told them that they could not possibly prove that my daughter was her son because he was adopted and cremated. I haven't put his name on the birth certificate. I told her I would tell my daughter about them when she is old enough to decide whether she wants to connect with them, and until then, I will not let them into my life after how they behaved. Soon after, they changed their approach and started apologizing. They told me that since I am a parent, I must understand how they felt back then and how I shouldn't hold on to things they said when they were in mourning. They told me how I must forgive them because they were family. I laughed and hung up. In the following year, they tried to contact me repeatedly, always giving excuses and never an actual apology. After that, I got a chance to go to another country, and I took it. I deleted all my social media. I changed my number and only shared it with people I trusted in the new city. I left, and they haven't been able to contact me since. My dead fiancé's sister wants me to hand over my engagement ring to her so his spirit know he is not forgotten, so I am filing charges because she's harassing me. I was engaged to John after dating for 4 years. When he proposed, the ring he used was 2 sizes too big. We went to the store he bought it from and he kept the receipt. I got the right size and kept the same style. He told his parents about the engagement. I showed them the ring, and John told them where he brought it and about the size swap. We did plan to have a wedding after 3 years of planning and saving. 10 months after the proposal, John passed away in a car accident. I used the savings for the wedding to pay for his funeral. John's parents messaged me about not being able to afford the funeral. My thoughts at the time were that they couldn't afford it because my sister was about to start college and put the wedding fund to good use because the wedding wasn't going to happen anymore. I paid for everything for the funeral, but the parents didn't pay it all. I guess my grief at John's death might have made me forget that his family owned most of the business and housing accommodations in town. The day after the funeral, John's brother came to me asking for the ring. I wondered why, and he responded that the ring had been passed down to their family for 5 generations. I told him that was BS because I have proof that the ring was brought for me less than a year ago. We argued for a bit and he then stormed out. Then I get the calls from John's family, saying I'm a liar and demanding the ring. Then I got a letter from their lawyer. In the letter, they also requested that I reimburse them for the costs of John's funeral. So I got myself a lawyer, showed the proof about the ring and I paid for the funeral, in court and won. I thought it might be fake when I received their lawyer's letter, but I called my friend, who is a lawyer. I explained the situation to him and asked him to check if this letter was real or fake. He told me to meet him with the letter and all my documents for the ring and funeral. He said the letter was real and he would help me. I did think that after their lawyer saw my proof, that was the end of the madness. But the next thing I knew, we were in court. I was mostly confused, but I just spoke the truth and showed all my proof. It was during court that I found out that he had life insurance. That money went to his parents and it was 2x the cost amount of his funeral. The judge awarded me to be reimbursed for funeral costs, legal fees, and emotional distress. I thought that madness was over until John's sister recently messaged me. She and her boyfriend are engaged but haven't gotten a ring, and she wants John's ring. The reason why John's sister wants the ring, she said that John would like her to have it. It would feel like John is part of her next step in her life and let his spirit know he is not forgotten. After I said no, she went crazy and messaged nonstop, demanding. I have blocked her repeatedly, but she finds a way around it. I was having brunch with my friend, and my mobile was on the table. A message from my sister popped up and my friend saw it. My friend knows about everything before my sister's first message. I explained about her messages. My friend believes I'm and I should give her the ring. She told my other friends and they are all saying the same things. Now I'm doubting myself. So am I the a-hole? Update. I called my lawyer friend after the sister's recent messages. I sent him screenshots of her messages and we got a meeting this week. I am also rethinking my friendship with the friends who say I'm and should give the ring to my sister.
My deadbeat brother wants to propose at my wedding. So I told his girlfriend about his plan. I'll start this off by saying my wedding is scheduled for April because my fiancé has always dreamed of a spring wedding. And I really like the idea too. I have an older brother though. And last Saturday I was called over to my parents' house to talk about something. But they refused to tell me what until I got there. They then sat me down with my brother and told me that my brother wanted to use my wedding as the perfect day for him to propose to his girlfriend. I was instantly mad and told them absolutely not. But they ganged up on me. I ended up so enraged to the point that I, one man, somehow backed all 3 of them into a corner. I told them that if they want to do this, then not only will they all be uninvited, but I'll also cut off the financial support I've been giving monthly since they paid to have my golden child brother go through college by taking out a second mortgage. I landed a decently high-paying job and have been sending $500 to my parents monthly to help ease their mortgage. And I didn't ask for a stake in the ownership of their house either. It was entirely goodwill. And I can cut it off any time. I left without speaking anything more to them. But my brother came to my home the next day to yell at me that I ruined his big chance because now our parents are siding with me and saying they'll evict him if he tries to propose at my wedding. He said I was financially blackmailing our parents, and that he just wanted a good chance to propose because he was afraid his girlfriend might leave him soon. I said that was his problem, not mine. Because my wedding day is not about him. And if he tries to propose at my wedding, I will have him thrown out. That's not a maybe, but a definite. And I doubt his girlfriend would appreciate her proposal followed up with being tossed out by a bouncer. He yelled a few choice words at me, then went crying too. Our only surviving grandparent. Our maternal grandmother. And she called to try and ream me over the phone. No surprise my brother heavily embellished the version of the story he told her. But she still sided with him after I gave her the real story. She tried to hold her ground, but the verbal backlash I ended up giving her left her crying. That got back to my parents, who are now pissed at me for taking things this far. But I told them I only went that far because I had to when they were all trying to get me to let my brother use my wedding as his springboard for a proposal. They ended up agreeing with me but still stated they feel like I'm crass. And my brother showed up at my home again to scream at me that I'm an a-hole, and I hope I'm happy with myself for not allowing him the opportunity. I didn't wish to tell my brother's girlfriend. But now she knows. That's when she told him they were through and cut all contact with him. My brother of course blamed me. Even though his girlfriend said that she'd been ready to leave him for a while now, and if he'd tried to propose, no matter where she'd have told him no. My brother showed up at my place one more time to have a fit and said he was boycotting my wedding. He actually thought he had leverage that he and grandma wouldn't go. I said I wouldn't miss him, and that he's in his 30s now and needs to grow up.
My deadbeat husband said that I predetermined our baby to be a girl and left me. Please help. My husband and I have been married for 4 years. His parents and I have never had any problems, but we've never quite meshed or seen eye to eye. We've always got along and been civil. Our future family has been the talk for years. My husband will be the last of his siblings to have children. All of his siblings have at least one. It's been a running joke in the family that if our first happens to be a girl, she won't be accepted because everyone else had a boy for a firstborn. The joke has never sat quite right with me, but I've laughed it off because I don't want to start anything and maybe I'm just being sensitive. Fast forward to a few months ago when we started trying. It took about 3 months for me to get pregnant. We tracked my cycle and had scheduled sex for the best chance. Infertility runs in my family and my hubby and I agreed on a big family, so I've been worried about starting a family so late in the game. When I did get pregnant, we were overjoyed. We had all the typical couple conversations that come with having a baby, the excitement, names, nursery themes, gender predictions. He talked about wanting a son first so he could be the big strong leader for all his younger siblings and carry on the family name. I expressed my desire to have a little girl I could dress up and match with. It became a playful banter. He'd refer to the baby as a son, and I would call the baby our daughter. About a week before our gender scan, I searched up all the old wives' tales and made us a chart we could fill out together to see who would hypothetically win our little bet. It included the ring test, Chinese horoscope, heartbeat, cravings. The results ended up being about 50-50 in the end, which made us even more excited to find out for certain at our scan. The following week we went to our appointment and discovered that our baby was a girl. That night we called our families to share the news. After calling his family, his mother asked to speak to him privately. I went to bed alone as their conversation carried on for well over an hour. The following morning, I woke up alone. There was a note on my husband's nightstand explaining that someone would be by the house to pick up his belongings later that evening. I immediately tried to call him only to realize he had blocked my number. I then tried his mom. His mother picked up on the first ring. Before I had the chance to get a word in, she started chewing me out, calling me a manipulative bitch. I asked her what I had done and she told me I'd ruined her son's reputation with my inexcusable behaviors and tendencies. I let her finish her rant before kindly asking her what the F she was talking about. She told me the divorce papers were already written up and I wouldn't have the chance to tear apart the family like I had been intending to do all this time. I again, slightly less kindly this time, asked her what the F she was talking about. To which she told me my husband would be leaving me because our child is a girl. I was gobsmacked. I explained to her that it takes two to tango and then there's no way to truly decide the gender of the baby, and if she or her son had a problem with the gender it was his fault as it's his chromosome that determines the gender, but she had proof that I'd handpicked to have a girl. Like I said before, we used a calendar to determine which days would be best for intimacy. Well, mother-in-law accused me of forcing him to do it with me on the specific day on which the Chinese horoscope would point to the girl. She also interrogated me on the intimacy position we used to conceive the baby, which I gave her a piece of my mind and told her that was none of her business, but she smugly informed me my husband had already told her and the position we used makes it 60% more likely to have a girl that way. If anyone currently trying for a girl, specifically doing cowgirl sometime in the middle of February, should do the trick every time apparently. She finished off by telling me that I was disgusting and she was glad to finally be rid of me and my manipulative ways before hanging up. I've had no contact with my husband since and it's been over a month.
My deadbeat parents disowned me for beating up my twin brother after he slept with my girlfriend. 8 years later they want to reconnect with me and I don't know why. Growing up I was the black sheep of the family and I knew that from a very young age. My parents weren't exactly secretive about it. The problem was that my family is full of athletes who played basketball, soccer, softball, and football professionally. On the other hand, I was interested in archery, which my family called a wimpy sport. I had to beg my parents to come to my tournaments, but they never showed. I was never neglected by them, but they were never emotionally there for me as they were for my siblings, and as a teenager I resented that. Whenever I tried to bring this up to them, they would always call me an attention seeker. Things took a turn for the worst when I was 15 and began dating a girl from my class. I really liked her, and though I was young, I could see myself having a future with her. After 6 months of dating, I introduced her to my parents and siblings, who all really liked her. We dated for 2 years and I was really happy with her, until I found out she was cheating on me with my own twin brother. She told me that while at first she loved me, the love she had for my brother surpasses that. Later that same day, I went home to confront my brother. I was so enraged that I sucker punched him and knocked him out. I admit that I should have not gotten violent, but years of resentment towards him and the rest of the family just burst open. In exchange for my family not pressing charges on me as I could have been tried as an adult in court, I was sent to live with my paternal aunt, who at this point was estranged from the family and lived in another city about 2 hours away. From then on, I have not had any contact with them and they didn't bother contacting me. At first, it was tough because I knew they didn't like me, but this felt too far. With support from my aunt and her husband, I was able to move on from wanting a relationship with them and knew that this was for the better. Since then, I graduated from school, met my beautiful wife, and we were blessed with a daughter a year ago. Just when my life was going great, I received a message from my parents, asking me to celebrate Christmas at their house to reconnect. The whole thing was honestly really sketchy because we hadn't spoken in 8 years, and knowing my parents, they definitely had ulterior motives. I just didn't know what they were at the time. Still, I told them that I would consider it as I possibly have other plans, but would give them a clear answer soon. But then my brother and sister sent me friend requests, which felt weird to me since they always preferred my twin over me. They didn't even like people knowing we were related. I doubt they would want them knowing we were friends. Should I go and try to reconcile with my family or not? On one hand, they perhaps feel bad about what they did to me and want to apologize for what they did, but on the other hand, perhaps if I go there, they will try to make me apologize to Casey, which I do not want to. Update: after lots of thinking, I told them that I decided to spend the holidays with my wife. I assumed they would try to argue with me, but instead they said they respected my opinion and could not wait to see me after the holidays. I was really confused as to why they wanted to see me so badly again. So, I went to talk to my aunt who raised me about the whole thing. That's when she told me the whole truth. A month ago, my grandpa reached out to ask about me and what I was doing in my life. My aunt was quick to call him out for wanting to know about me after he supported my twin for what he did. My grandpa told my aunt that I deserved to be estranged because I had cheated on my girlfriend with one of her close friends. My jaw dropped. My parents had changed the entire narrative of the original story. He had been told by my family that after the friend who I allegedly cheated with confessed to my ex, she went to my twin and sister for support and comfort. Apparently, when I found out about this, I confronted and brutally attacked my siblings. While my sister was the one who tried to break me and my twin apart, I never laid a finger on her. I didn't brutally attack my twin either. I honestly could not believe that my family hated me so much that they were willing to make up a terrible lie about me and spread it around. My aunt told my grandpa the full truth about what happened, and just days later, he had told my parents and siblings that if they did not apologize for what they did to me and have me over for the family Christmas dinner, they would be cut off from his will. He's a multimillionaire, so they were willing to put their pride aside to get his money. Even after 8 years of being disowned, my parents have not learned to care about me and were just using me for money. My deadbeat parents want me back to play house. They want to pretend that they didn't treat me like a nuisance for my whole life so that their perfect little planned child can be happy. I was born when my parents were very young. My mother was 16 and my father was 17. Both families decided it would be best for me if my maternal grandparents raised me, and my biological parents got to go out and party. I knew who they were my whole life and spent most of it wondering why they didn't want me. My father moved away when he was 18, but my mother remained in my grandparents' house until she was 23, and I was around 7, but that doesn't mean we were close. She always treated me more like an annoying little brother rather than a son. She didn't like spending time with me, never attended any of my school functions, showed interest in my academic work, or took me to do any fun activities. Whenever I was talking about my day, she would roll her eyes or change the topic to shut me up. When she moved out, I barely saw her. She just came to family gatherings and said an awkward hi and did not even look at me. It hurt even if by that point I already considered my grandparents to be more my parents than her. My father was still living away, they weren't together at this point, but would come once or twice a year to visit his own family around the holidays and always made it a point to visit me and take me to do some sort of fun activities like going to the cinema or my favorite restaurant, things like that. Still, to me, he was more like a strange man than a dad, because when I compared him to my friends' fathers, who picked them up from school every day and went to their games and played with them on the weekends, I didn't understand why this man who I saw maybe twice a year was supposed to be the same. Fast forward to a year ago. My father moved back to the same city where we live. He tried to hang out with me more often, but I wasn't really interested, although sometimes I complied. He made a bedroom for me in his home. Behind everyone's back, both my parents had started hanging out, and a couple of months later, they announced they were dating. It was a shock. They asked me to move in with them to my father's apartment, which I refused, but they argued that we could finally be a family. I was about to start an argument with them when my grandma just said that changing school districts would be very inconvenient and I could lose all my friends. The situation de-escalated by itself, although my parents didn't let go of the idea. My parents asked for me to spend more time with them, and this was particularly frustrating because even though I never had any particular tension with my father, I most definitely did with my mother. I hate her guts. She treated me like a burden my whole life. Last week they both came into my grandparents' house. They announced they would buy a house nearby in the neighborhood so that I could finally move in with them. I immediately said no, and when they said that changing schools would no longer be an issue, I found myself in a corner. I said that was never the problem and that I just simply don't see them as my parents and don't want to live with them. That's when they dropped the bomb on us. Not only did they want me to move in with them so we could be a family, but my mother was pregnant, so we were going to be a big happy family. I was shocked, and I blew my lid on them. I told them they were the worst parents in the world and that they abandoned me for 16, and now they were going to bring another child into the world and do the same to them. They never apologized for treating me like garbage and like a mistake they made and making me feel like I wasn't supposed to exist and dumping me to be other people's responsibility, and only now that they feel like they care they want to be my family. My mother screamed back at me, telling me I was a brat and that she wasn't going to make the same mistakes twice. Raising her second baby, I told her she never raised me to begin with, and my father said that they were young and trying to do the best they could. Well, guess what? The best you could was pretty effing bad. I stormed out and went to my sobbing. I have been very depressed for the last week. They have both called and texted since, but I ignored them. My grandparents agree with me that I shouldn't move and that my parents shouldn't expect me to be all loving and forgiving after how they've treated me. However, they believe they are starting a new chapter of their lives now that they are more mature and stable, which I guess leaves me behind. I've also had time to think that I'm the same age my mother was when she had me and what a huge responsibility that must have been. However, I still can't forgive them.
My deadbeat son cheated on his wife while she was pregnant. Now he is seeing how happy she is with her new husband and he is realizing what he lost. I have a son, Bob. Along with him, I have a daughter. My husband died when my daughter was only 5 years old. The death of their father came as a shock to Bob. I tried my best to comfort him. I took him to a therapist and trauma experts. They all said he was a good boy and very well behaved. The only father figure Bob had was his uncle, my brother. He was a nice man as well, a man with discipline. Ever since my kids were little, I tried my best to be a good parent. I stopped dating for a long time so that I could focus on my kids. I gave them important life lessons. I even told them about their dad. My late husband was a man of dignity and morals. He is the type of person who wouldn't sacrifice his morals to please people around him. I always tried to be both parents, but I guess I wasn't enough. My son started dating my dill Ruth when he was 20. They met at a restaurant where Ruth was a part-time worker. I liked Ruth. She was well-mannered and had a good heart. I told my son he picked the right woman for him. Bob was head over heels for her. They got married 2 years after dating. Ruth finished her degree early and got a job as a teacher at the age of 22. I noticed that my son didn't like it. He would complain about Ruth's odd hours, which I think was irrational because she was a kindergarten teacher. I explained this to my son that Ruth has her own life, a life outside his own. I told him if he had concerns about her time he should take it up to her. He said he understood. Things were calm for a year. A year later they started having another fight. Ruth said that she wanted to pursue her master's. She is still young and wants to do something meaningful with her degree. Honestly, I was in support. Ruth was a prodigy, but my son objected. He thought that it was a bad idea and that it would cause trouble. Now, I don't like to mix in their lives. I tried to stay away from their conflict, that is, until one day Ruth came to me and said Bob threatened to leave her if she ever tried to pursue a master's degree. I did give my son an earful, and honestly, I took it as an offense because I worked jobs to support my family. I worked hard and now I have my own business. It is just so disappointing to me that my son had such backward thinking. A few weeks later, Ruth came to me and said she was pregnant. She forgot all about her master's. I tried to be there for her as much as possible. Later Ruth discovered my son was cheating on her with a mutual friend of theirs. Ruth was devastated. I called a family meeting. There Ruth was crying and asked Bob how could he do this to her. Bob said things like Ruth doesn't love him. She doesn't make him feel special. Her friend always fulfills his needs and understands him better. He realized he was wasting his 20s by playing family with a woman who always fights him. I asked what were the fights, and what did Ruth do to make him so angry? He said her whole existence just bothers me. She cares more about her higher education than me. If she was a good wife she would be a housewife rather than going out. I reminded him that I also had higher education. He said that's different. They argued a lot. My son just called her a whore and a beach the whole time. Moreover, he is an absent father to his own daughter. He pays child support but barely makes time for his daughter. He went low contact when I stood my ground and told him I would not support his infidelity at any cost. I met his mistress because he insisted I gave her a chance and told me that after meeting her I would change my mind about Ruth. But he was wrong. His mistress was not a nice person. My gut was telling me she was not good-hearted either. She made an odd comment that she was saving my son from a potentially bad marriage and I should be happy for him. I told him I would not be at his wedding if I married the woman who wrecked his home. I know my son is more to blame, but she knew Ruth and Bob. She knew they were married. Recently, Ruth got married to John, my friend's son. Ruth asked me to walk her down the aisle. It reached my son's ears and he called me all sorts of vile names. He forbade me to go to her wedding and called me a hypocrite because I didn't come to his wedding but I was going to Ruth's. I just told him to calm down and talk to me when he is not acting like a baby. I just feel like a failure. Like I failed my late husband too. My late husband would be disappointed in my son as well. I don't know where I went wrong. I tried my best to provide. Maybe not having a father made him like this. I sometimes now regret having him as my son, but I still love him. But I don't love the man he turned out to be. I guess being a single mom was a curse after all. Update. My son emailed me and said he wants to talk to me. I thought I should have a long conversation with him, but I made some ground rules. He is not allowed to criticize or call anyone any names like the last time and will be civil when I am talking. He agreed. He came to my house yesterday at noon. My husband was off to work and my daughter was in her room. He sat down and there were moments of awkward silence. He asked me how I was and we had small talk. I asked him about his wife and that's when he started to cry. Not ugly crying, just a few tears. I can tell he is not doing well. I sat beside him and told him he could tell me. He tells me everything. He tells me that he is sorry for how he reacted. He understands why I might be ashamed of him. He later tells me his marriage is not going well, that his wife is no way near as good as Ruth was. Ruth took care of all of his needs and loved him, yet he treated Ruth like trash. He is constantly fighting with his new wife. He knew he effed up a lot. He learned that the last time he visited his daughter she kept referring to John as her dad. Bob tried to make her say the word dad and she screamed at him by saying you are not my dad. He saw how happy Ruth was with another man, and he realized what he has lost. I asked him, would you have missed Ruth if your wife did those same things for you as Ruth did? He was silent. I further told him it seemed to me that he only kept Ruth in his life because he used her to fulfill his needs. I explained to him about my relationship with his father. We were with each other not because I fulfilled his needs. We were with each other because we loved each other. And that love didn't stop when one person was at the most vulnerable and weak. But he, my son, left Ruth when she was vulnerable and needed him the most. His needs were fulfilled when Ruth was just a housewife working a small job, but as soon as she had no need he discarded her. It really hit him hard as he was sobbing. He said that he knew he was a crappy person, but he was manipulated by that bitch. He said that about his wife. To be honest, I lost my cool and yelled that he should stop blaming other people for his mistake. He decided to cheat. He decided to leave Ruth, and he decided to abandon his daughter. He cannot run away from his responsibilities and wonders why nobody is taking his side. Moreover, he hasn't learned anything from his mistakes because he is still calling his wife vile names. This is the same girl she claimed is better than Ruth. He had a choice not to cheat. He could have pushed her away when she tried to seduce him, but he didn't because in his mind he made this fantasy that Ruth doesn't care about him because all she ever wanted was to complete her education. I raised him better than this. He is not just insulting my upbringing, he is also insulting his own father, and he will only see suffering in his life unless he takes full accountability for his actions. He told me he knew I was disappointed in him and he wanted to make things right. He is trapped in a bad marriage because God is punishing him for how he treats his daughter and ex-wife. I told him if he wanted to be a good man he should start by apologizing to Ruth and become cordial with his daughter. I also gave him a reality check that his daughter already sees John as her dad, so I have doubts she would start calling him dad anytime soon, but he should at least try. I told him to apologize to his sister as well. If he is really miserable in his marriage he should get a divorce or try counseling. Whatever decision he makes, I will support him, but that does not mean I will forgive his wife because she has also done Ruth wrong. Unless she makes an apology to Ruth, I don't think I can see her as a decent person. Lastly, I told him that even though I was very disappointed in him, I still loved him. I will always guide him to what is right. He will always be my son, but this is his chance to be a better man. I believe in second chances. This time I hope he cleans up his act. I am proud of him that he acknowledges his wrongdoings. Final update: Ruth and John are doing fine. She announced that they were expecting a child together and Ruth asked me to be the godmother. I am really overwhelmed and happy for them. However, I still don't know whether I should be her kid's godmother or not. Now on to my son. He has decided to separate from his wife. I guess his marriage has problems and he is trying to sort it out on his own. He is in therapy. I support him in his journey. Things between my granddaughter and him are still a bit sour, but I am helping as a middleman. He talked to Ruth about the change in custody, but she said no because given how he has treated her in the past couple of years, she doesn't trust him. I know Bob is sad, but I assured him he shouldn't give up now. He should still fulfill his duty as a dad. He meets my granddaughter at my house. Right now they are playing snakes and ladders in my living room. My son has been really trying to be a better version of himself, and I support that. I hope in future things will improve for him. My delusional best friend shoved her honkers down my daughter's throat because she thinks my baby is her daughter too. I have a daughter who is 10 months old. Me and my best friend have always been super close, and she helped a lot during my pregnancy and after childbirth. So it always came naturally to me to ask her for help, till she became some kind of nanny for my daughter when needed. She's always been very eager and happy to help since she has no children of her own. She had a miscarriage in the past and stopped trying afterward. So we were at a mutual friend's wedding yesterday, and I was holding my daughter for quite some time since she hates strollers. My best friend came to me and offered to take her for a while so that I could take a break and go chat with some friends. I agreed and wholeheartedly thanked her. After 20 minutes or so, I came back to where we were, and she wasn't there. So I started looking for her in the garden, and she was nowhere to be found. Finally, after another 10 minutes, I managed to find her, and I see her talking to some people while holding my baby with her honker shoved down my daughter's throat. I tried my best to keep my composure and not to scream, so I went to her and said that we needed to talk. After reaching a quiet place, I yelled what the F was wrong with her and why was she nursing my daughter. She looked at me in disbelief, and she replied that she understood that it was the best way to calm my daughter and that there was nothing wrong with it, adding that she could very well be her baby. How could she say that there was nothing wrong with it? I feel like she violated my daughter, and she gave literally zero F about it. She explained that my baby was restless while she was talking to a couple of women, and they said that maybe she was hungry and it was fine for them to keep talking while she was breastfeeding, so she just did. I went straight to the point. What she did was completely effed up. No excuses. She told me that she didn't agree and that she had done nothing wrong. She said that she tried everything in the past and nothing worked except for her breasts, which were the only things that calmed her down, so she just did what she always had done. I literally couldn't believe it. I asked her what was wrong with her for doing such a thing behind my back and why the F among all things she thought that she could dry nurse my daughter. She replied saying that she was just doing what she thought was best for the baby and doing what my daughter wanted, adding that she didn't think she needed to inform me of such a thing since she's quite a second mother to her. I was losing it, but she continued. She added that she hadn't dry nursing her, since a while ago after using pumps and dry nursing her she started to lactate a little, saying that the supply was still low but that in a while I could leave breastfeeding to her and stop doing and worrying about it. I was livid, but she didn't even realize, she was completely clueless, like absorbed in her own world. Like not even realizing that what she did was wrong. So I stood up from the table and told her that she was completely insane and that she was creeping me out. I told her that she wasn't allowed near my daughter anymore and to never contact me again, or I would report everything to the police. She started crying, saying that I couldn't cut her off from our daughter's life, so I lost it and shouted at her that it was not her God-mn baby, but it was me who popped her out. It was me who was pregnant for 9 months and she was my daughter, and not hers, and left. The next morning she showed up at my front door. I told her that she needed to leave because I didn't want to call the police on her. She started crying, babbling about why I was treating her this way and why I was keeping her away from my daughter since she did nothing wrong. I told her that everything she did was wrong because she did all of this behind my back. She can't be her mother and she can't take over as the only one breastfeeding. It was delusional even just thinking something like this. She responded by saying that my daughter needed her breasts and that her milk would be surely far better than mine for the baby. If this wasn't enough, she said that she was worried because my breasts are too small to feed her properly and to please stop being selfish and start thinking about what's really better for my daughter, concluding by saying that she was fine with me breastfeeding her until she reached a sufficient supply, but then I should leave the responsibility to her if I wanted my daughter to grow healthy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I wasn't even mad. I couldn't believe it was my best friend who was saying such. She was talking really loud and I guess my daughter heard that because she started crying. And she took it as a sign that my daughter was calling for her. What the F? She only left when I was dialing the police, saying that I shouldn't treat her like this and that she was only doing what was best for our daughter. My demanding sister and mother want me to watch her new baby 7 days a week. I told them to pick the baby back up or I will call CPS for abandonment. For the last few weeks of my younger sister's pregnancy, she has been demanding that my husband and I babysit her newborn every weekend, Friday morning to Sunday evening, so she and her husband can have some cool-off time from being parents. Each time, I have laughed at her and shut it down with a quick, "Nope, I won't be." And she gets mad that I'm not helping her out. She then got our mother involved. Mom called me and asked why I was being a self-centered bitch, so selfish, and that she didn't raise me this way. I told her I was a grown-ass woman, with my own house and life, that if I wanted to watch kids as a second job, I'd effing have some. She sputtered out something about me being a horrible person and hung up on me. My husband and my one aunt 100% are with me. However, my mom, dad, the other 900 family members, and friends got involved, calling me out on Facebook or blowing up my phone. My mom knows the full story of what my sister is asking. She sees no issues with my sister getting this as well. She essentially did the same thing with me when I was a bit older, when I had to take care of my younger sister so she could have time to relax. I have never had a good relationship with my family besides my youngest sister, aunt, and grandparents. I talk to my mom, other sister, and dad maybe twice a month. So whenever family/friends message me about babysitting or give me poop about it, my favorite response has been, "You're right, I am selfish and irresponsible, and probably not fit to take the baby this weekend, but I can be sure to let sister know you volunteered your time this week to help her out." Funny enough, everyone seems to have some generic excuse as to why they can't or won't, like, "I worked all week, it's my wind down time, not my child, not my responsibility." But somehow it's mine? My all-time favorite response is, "It is your responsibility as the oldest to ensure your siblings don't make mistakes, and if they do, you take responsibility and don't let them ruin their lives over it. They're still kids who need to have fun. You had your turn." When the baby was just under 2 weeks, my sister, her husband, and our mother left multiple messages and voicemails about when they would drop the baby off. Besides a quick "not watching your baby this weekend," I have not answered or responded about it. My husband and I took some advice from my aunt to invest in a doorbell camera because my mother and sister attempted to drop the baby off at my doorstep, 6 days after it was born. Knocked, and tried to run. I spoke through the doorbell and told them they had exactly 2 minutes to pick the baby back up, or I was calling CPS for abandonment. My youngest sister, 16F, called me about an hour afterward explaining our mother had attempted to leave the baby with her as well, but it only earned Mom a dirty look, while the youngest sister simply stepped over the carrier and walked out of the house. She has been staying with us since. We have a meeting with a lawyer to see if we have any ground to stand on for her to come and live with us permanently, as our parents are threatening to call the police on my husband and me for kidnapping our youngest sister as a hostage. Oh, before I forget this level of beautiful petty. Our aunt, the only one who has supported us, surprised my youngest sister, husband, and me, took us out to her cabin for the weekend. Where youngest sister posted pictures and tagged our mother, sister, and her husband with caption, "Man, such an amazing weekend, sure wish you guys were free to join. My disgusting father acts like he is sexually attracted to me. My mom doesn't care and told me to ignore it. I am disgusted with my father. Even before puberty, my dad made sexualized comments to me about my body. I remember him commenting on my breasts as they were first starting to develop, and I remember him asking if I had any pubic hair yet. He would also always try to kiss me on the lips and squeeze my thighs and bum. But that's not all. He always finds an excuse to hover around my room when I was getting changed. Up until I was 11 or 12, he would enter the bathroom whenever I was on the toilet and pretend that he needed to do something. I would cry and tell him that I was uncomfortable, but he would become very defensive and tell me I was being dramatic. One time, I also went into his study to ask him something and he had adult films up on his phone. The phone was on his desk and he turned away so he didn't see that I'd seen it, but keep in mind I have always been very careful about knocking on doors and giving people time to get their bearings to avoid uncomfortable situations like these. From the time I was about 9, my dad would periodically leave very extreme pornography open on his laptop in common areas in our house. There have been countless times where he's been showing me something on his laptop and he doesn't bother to close the 5 different clearly marked tabs of adult films that are right there that I have to tell him off. I truly wonder if there is some part of him that gets off on knowing that I've seen the adult films on his computer. His behavior is so egregious and foul that I refuse to believe he does this by accident. But that is not the worst. He stares at me or checks out my body all the time and he routinely makes comments like, "Your SS looks great in that dress, how are you going to keep all the boys off you looking like that? And God, I wish I wasn't your dad." I don't know if he thinks it's charming or funny and if he's convinced himself that I must find this behavior really compelling in some twisted way, but I have been very vocal about how sickened and upset this all makes me feel. He still smacks and pinches my butt despite my years-long objection. I don't think he values how I feel at all. I have always felt nervous bringing my friends home because I know my dad would say something inappropriate. He has made sexual comments to me about my friend, like "Nina's super hot, does she have a boyfriend? Are girls in your generation into rough intimacy these days? Have any of your friends had lesbian intimacy, did they enjoy it? And would you ever want to experiment with your friends?" But there is one moment that grossed me out the most. The other night, I was showing him a silly AI-generated portrait of me as a firefighter, a fully clothed, non-sexy firefighter, and he said, "Damn, you would get F'd so hard if you were a firefighter." This comment made me burst into tears and lock myself in my room. He was drunk when he said this and my mom wasn't home. The next morning it seemed like he'd forgotten about it entirely and I told my mom about it privately. She was disgusted, but not at all surprised, and she gave me the usual "that's just who he is. It's gross but it won't change. Ignore it." Her reaction has forever been, "Aw, that's too bad. But you know there's nothing I can do to change him." At this point, I think she's just content that my dad has never physically sexually assaulted me, and that I should chalk his behavior up to "men will be men, it's harmless." I feel like my dad's behavior has profoundly impacted my body image and my sexual confidence. Not a day goes by that he doesn't find a way to make me uncomfortable, whether that's a gross comment, staring, body checking, or adult films blatantly left open in the living room. He'll watch softcore stuff on the TV while my mom and I are in the kitchen making dinner. If I need to get past him, he very sloppily exits the video he's watching. He has no shame and he has been told. I love him, but I can't deny that he has contributed to a lot of problems within myself. My disrespectful husband bought a 9K car for our surrogate, so I confronted him, but he accused me of being jealous sterile. I and my husband Hunter suffered from fertility problems. We recently decided to get a surrogate who's a friend of a friend. We were busy getting everything done legally, we already had a contract in place. My egg was used, so no worries in this regard. Our surrogate is a respectful, kind woman who's been keeping her part of the contract intact, but it's Hunter who's starting to act strange. I've noticed that he's been focusing his all attention on our surrogate, like skipping work to visit her or get her things she didn't ask for, chatting with her all the time on social media, and also constantly offering to do things for her like drive her places and sometimes even invite her out, or offer to repair stuff for her. She complained to me about this and even told me about things he's been doing that I didn't even know about, like bringing her gifts. I tried speaking to him about what this looks like, but he said that he's doing what he's doing for his son and not her. Still, I asked that he tone it down and respect the woman's space. He got mad at me and accused me of being jealous of the woman who's carrying my own child and said that this makes me look bad. I said our surrogate was the one who complained about his behavior and he said that this wasn't true. Apparently, this made him somewhat angry, so I gave him time to cool down a bit. Yesterday, our surrogate called me saying that Hunter came over and told her guests to leave. I asked why and she said he wanted to show her the 9K car he bought for her. I was shocked. She said she declined the car and asked him to leave, but he started arguing with her about using public transportation and risking our baby's well-being. I was fuming. I called him demanding he get home and he did eventually. Once he got back, I picked up a fight with him and yelled at him saying that he's been nothing but overstepping, disrespectful, and inappropriate towards our surrogate. Again he explained the car wasn't for her but to ensure that the baby was safe. I told him to stop disrespecting the woman and stop using the baby as an excuse to stomp all over her boundaries. He ranted about how he was just trying to make this work and that I should do the same if not more. He even accused me of not loving our son as much as he does, but this isn't the way, and that I am just a jealous sterile. He left the house and refused to speak to me.
My dog ate my neighbor's drone. The neighbor took it to small claims court, which ironically is the best thing that happens to me. Earlier today my neighbor came pounding on my door screaming obscenities and shouting at me. When I finally got him to stop yelling, I found out that he was flying his drone in my backyard again, and this time my dog finally managed to catch and destroy it. He claims this was a $900 drone and I had to pay him right then and there. I refused and closed the door in his face. A couple hours later police showed up to retrieve the drone because it was still in my yard. My dog completely ignored it once it stopped buzzing and the police asked about the situation. They said a neighbor called them stating that I refused him access to my yard to get it. That's not true, he never asked. He has a history of flying his drone low over my yard to tease my dog. I have asked him to stop several times, which he always refuses, telling me that I don't own the air above my yard. I have called the police to complain once before as he was doing flybys over my dog and getting very close to hitting him. The police didn't say he couldn't fly it in my yard but did ask him to stop doing so in order to avoid conflict. That only seemed to egg him on. I was served a summons by a sheriff's deputy, and the neighbor decided to take me to small claims over his drone. My mother-in-law is a paralegal secretary, so I was able to get a free consultation with a lawyer where she works to ask some questions about what to bring and how to prepare. He seemed genuinely amused that my neighbor was even trying to sue. He also suggested I countersue and how I could possibly add in more damages. He also told me that my neighbor and I technically live within 5 miles of an airport, and even though it doesn't have a tower, technically that falls under FAA regulations. I called the hotline from Google and spoke to them about my neighbor's hobby of flying out of line of sight, flying several thousand feet in the air, flying near an airport, and made an inquiry into if he was registered to fly drones, saying he owned 2 very large drones. He already bought a new one. This one is almost 5 across. I don't know the weight of his, but it definitely is at least a few pounds. They took my information and have called me back once, so I know they're investigating but don't know anything else. Not sure if they'll tell me anything anyways. I brought both police reports to court, as well as several photos of my backyard, photos of our shared 8-high privacy fence, medical bills for my dog, and a few short videos I had of him doing flybys over my dog in the past. His main argument to the judge was that I maliciously installed a table to allow my dog to jump high enough to catch his drone, which I, somehow, trained him to do. Which, yes, I had recently bought a new picnic table, but only so I have somewhere to sit and eat outside. I argued that his flying was causing my dog anxiety and that's what provoked it, that my dog could have potentially died from ingesting part of the drone or if the drone hit him. In the end, he now has to pay me just under $2,000 for various vet bills, X-rays, dental exams, sedation, and medication. He is also banned from flying over my property. My dumb aunt claims that her son is the only university attendee in the family even though she knows we just graduated. She did not expect my comment. I, along with my brother, just graduated from university and my first cousin is just about to start university after the summer. We are all excited for him to study at a university since there hasn't been a lot in the family that graduated from college and we, my brother and I, were the first to do so. My family agreed that we would give him support while he was studying so that he wouldn't have a hard time thinking about the expenses because they were living off of his father's pension only. My aunt, my cousin's mother, just posted a long, congratulatory post on Facebook and we were all confused as to what she was saying. In this post, she went on and on about how my cousin will be the first in the whole wider family to go to a university. She listed off how she, her husband's parents, aunts and uncles, including my dad, and all their kids haven't been able to attend university. She basically said that her child would start a new generation of university attendees. I don't know whether she was playing dumb or had just had a brain fart, but she knows that both myself and my brother just graduated from a university. I would have given her the benefit of the doubt for just meaning the adults in the family hadn't been into the further study that since she name-checked and tagged us in with everyone else, it felt like it was deliberate. I replied congratulating my cousin, phrasing a second part of the comment as, "So great to see another family member starting their next stage in life, just after my brother and I graduate from our universities," to politely remind her that her bold claims were false. A little while later I got a message from my aunt asking me to remove the comment since cousin was embarrassed and felt like I was trying to one-up her, even though that's exactly what the tone of her post was. I did not remove my comment. My dumb girlfriend boasted about being SLT in a TV show. My parents were shocked and wanted me to leave her. A couple of months ago, my girlfriend of 3 months responded to an online ad for an upcoming TV show about Gen Z. The ad encouraged anyone between the ages of 18 to 25 to sign up for the show. If your submission was successful, which was the case with my girlfriend, you would be required to come to the studio and get interviewed on camera. That was it. Just you, the camera crew, and questions you had to answer about what it meant to be Gen Z. Luckily, my girlfriend was chosen and I can't help but feel proud, though I didn't know that her answer in the interview would give me the most shameful event of my life. The interview came and I was there to drop my girlfriend at the studio and then pick her up afterward as I was not allowed to be there. After 5 hours, I was back behind the wheel with my girlfriend, who seemed relieved that she was no longer in front of the camera. I was curious to know what her experience was like and what kind of questions were asked. But my girlfriend said it was all a blur and that we would just have to wait to see when the show would eventually be aired. I was so excited to see my girlfriend on the TV and can't wait to see the show. It aired at the beginning of the month on one of the local streaming sites in my country. My girlfriend and I were unable to watch her episode together because we were physically too far apart, but I still made it an event by encouraging my mom and dad to watch it with me, which they were more than happy to do. I expected an entertaining and engaging discussion about all kinds of things affecting young people, and for the most part, I got exactly what I expected, which made me extremely proud of my girlfriend because the pressure was on her to be interesting and articulate and she effing unalived it. That said, towards the end of the interview, my girlfriend was challenged to comment on random words that appeared on the screen. Words young people were using or redefining like riz, soos, drip, bag, and body count. One of the words was SLT, which prompted my girlfriend to state that she believed there was positive affirmation and power in the word SLT before she decided to go a step further by saying she proudly considered herself a SLT because she's had 20 partners and she enjoyed sleeping with all of them. She said that as a Gen Z, it's important to sexually explore before committing to marriage and not that she needs to really get married because that is just a piece of paper. My parents' jaws dropped and needless to say, eye contact became challenging for me with my mom and dad. I could sense the sudden tension in the room as my girlfriend unashamedly embraced her SLT self. The episode was less than 13 minutes long, but it ended up feeling a lot longer due to how uncomfortable it was to watch with my parents. My mom immediately told me to break up with her. My dumb girlfriend thinks it's gay if I give a man a BL job for $1 million. I told her I would give her brother a BL job too for the same amount. I've been dating my girlfriend for just under a year. Things have been going great and I felt like we were still getting closer every day until this situation popped up. A few days ago, my girlfriend and I were at a party with friends, and there was a new guy there. He seemed charming and nice, but when the topic of women came up, he said it's been years since he had any luck and he was going a little crazy. The conversation moved on and that was the end of that topic. Last night in bed, I was talking with my girlfriend before sleeping and we started to discuss the party. The new guy came up and we agreed he seemed cool and we were both surprised he was having a hard time with women. I mentioned his comment about it being years since being with anyone and said I bet he's going nuts. My girlfriend laughed and said that maybe one of her friends would give him a pity BL job. Anyway, she said he was cute in a way, but not her type. She wouldn't blow him for $1 million. I thought this was extreme and said if she wouldn't do it for $1 million, I certainly would. Hell, money is money and it would just be a few minutes probably. I was laughing, but now she wasn't. She stared at me and asked if I was serious. I said yes, that's a life-changing amount of money for something people do every day. She sat up and said that nobody who is straight would do that for any amount of money. She asked if I was gay. I said no. She asked if I would give her brother a BL job for $1 million and I said probably. She got angry and went to sleep. I thought that was the end of it, but this morning she told me she didn't want me to be at her place today and she needed time to think. She said she saw a future with me but was worried that I would eventually leave her for a man after years of lying to myself. I tried to convince her that my response was normal, but she wasn't having it. I texted my friend and asked if he would give me a BL job for $1 million. He replied, only if I don't have to give you any money. My girlfriend said he's probably gay too and it makes sense that you hang out with him. So now I'm home and maybe girlfriend less. So, once and for all, is it gay to give a BJ for $1 million?
My employers abandoned their child to me and tried to breach our contract, so I crashed her very important meeting and dropped off her kids. I provide nanny services and annual babysitting services. 3 others are working for me, and the occasional teen wants to make some extra cash. One of my employees was done with a minor celebrity family abroad. This celebrity had recommended her to one of their other celebrity friends. I had a few families that weren't vetted on a list. Still, because she said she already knew the social circle, she wanted to start immediately due to cash flow and was willing to start before the formalities and paperwork were sorted out. The base rate, extras, and holiday contract were signed and agreed upon before she started. Apart from minor disagreements, her former celebrity employer was a good client overall. So, I allowed her to start thinking their friend wouldn't be a hassle without vetting them. The first week went okay, and I got good feedback from her when I touched base with her. In the second week, there were some minor disagreements. In the third week, they didn't serve her food because they felt she was getting paid enough to get it. I contacted them and gave them a warning that they couldn't breach the contract and to reimburse her for the cost of food. They agreed to it, but the day after my employee contacted me, they gave her what they thought she should use for food instead of her actual costs, and she wanted to quit. I contacted them again and told them there would be legal action if they didn't. They did begrudgingly but left a voicemail wondering why she needed to eat papayas, pineapples, and other fancy stuff when she couldn't afford it. This is part of the children's diet. As per the contract, she will get the same food. They also said people like her should stick to what is within the means of their budget. So I moved her out of this placement and agreed to take over her duties until I found a different one. This is in line with the contract. It's my responsibility if a nanny is sick or unable to do the job, not the parents. The children were not the best behaved, but due to their ages, I let it slide. Things got bad for me during the 4th week as it was my weekend off. When I woke up, she had written me a note taped to my bedroom door that she was gone for the weekend and that I should help her this once as I had given her a faulty nanny. From what I had observed, this was in line with her character, but I was still shocked that she would pull this after I explained the contract before taking over. I let it slide. When she returned with her husband. I sat them both down and told them that during my days off, they would be informed that they had to arrange their childcare at least 14 days prior as per the contract. In addition, I reminded them that as they had now been given 2 warnings, the third would void the contract, which was in the contract. They tried to raise objections, but I reminded them that I was an employee, not a slave. 6 weeks from then, which was yesterday, I was supposed to have the weekend off. When I woke up in the morning, the house was empty, apart from the children, the bearded dragon, the duck, and the other animals. Even the chef wasn't there. The note she left stated that she was out entertaining her friends and co-workers at the beach and would be back by 2. She said she would appreciate it if I could do it again as it was an important get-together. The children were more or less old enough to care for themselves, so it wasn't a hard job. 2 came and went, and there was no sign of either of them. By 4, I had left several messages. By 5, their other celebrity friend came by to pick up some of the stuff he had left behind a few days earlier. He mentioned a restaurant and handed me a 20, telling me to hang on in there as it was an important appointment. She was trying to get back into being an actress and needed this. I packed up the children and made my way there no sooner had he left. I asked the waitress to guide me to the table as we were doing a surprise and that the children had looked forward to this all week. That was a lie. but I needed to get to her before the waitstaff stopped me. Her children are known in the area, so I am glad they let me through. Then I crashed her important meeting with a surprise and told her the contract was voided and to expect a solicitor to contact them. Since last evening, she and her husband have left unsavory messages on my phone. Update: my solicitor contacted them regarding the pay, involuntary overtime, and a deadline to pay it in full, or there would be fines for the missed deadline for payment. They tried to stall and wanted me to delete the voicemails, texts, and emails before paying, thinking they had the upper hand. My solicitor said they couldn't force me to delete or keep anything I had received. I sent them a clip of one of the messages that leaves no room for speculation that it might be someone else. In reply, they offered to pay more by not releasing the stuff publicly, as she said it would damage her, especially his reputation. We agreed that in addition to writing an apology letter to my nanny who had to leave, compensating her for the distress they put her through, and compensating me financially, I wouldn't release the material publicly. It's the best way to put this mess behind us. To avoid repeating this, I will also vet all my clients in the future, regardless of where the referral comes from. I may have spread the word that this family may be a little difficult to work for, so they will pay more than what is industry standard in the future.
My entitled brother-in-law wants to have a house for free. We kicked him out and now, he lives on the streets. My girlfriend's grandfather owned a company and had done fairly well for himself. So when my girlfriend's older sisters turned 30, he bought 2 houses to let them live there rent-free on the condition they save their money and buy the house off him and the company. Planning to do the same for my girlfriend and younger sister when they turned 30. First sister was able to save up and buy the house with her husband. Now for the second house, enter ex-brother-in-law. He thought that he was getting a free ride. He decides to take out a bunch of loans and open a gym while being supported by sister-in-law. She has a well-paying job, they live rent-free for 4 years while his gym just bleeds money. It was only open Mondays to Thursdays from 9 to 2 p.m. because he liked his free time. After 4 years, grandfather asks for them to either buy the house or start paying rent. Since they couldn't afford the house, they rented out the basement for $1,300 a month while only paying $1,000 in rent, pocketing $300 a month on a property they don't own. Well, sadly last year, my girlfriend's grandfather passed away. So the company and his assets were to be liquidated and sold. This included the house. Sister-in-law and ex-brother-in-law were given the first chance to buy the house but couldn't afford it due to all the debt. Now it just so happened that my girlfriend and I were looking to buy and we thought what a great opportunity. We even offered to rent to them for under market value so they wouldn't have to move and we would live in the basement. My girlfriend's father even offered them $900 a month for the first year to help with bills and rent since the free ride was ending and they weren't prepared. Well, that wasn't good enough for my ex-brother-in-law. He started demanding and threatening they should just get the house. Remember, this is not even his family, but his wife's sister-in-law was tired of supporting him in his tantrums, so she left him. She was not feeling comfortable with him, so she moved out. It's time for us to take possession. We give him plenty of opportunity and a month's notice to leave before we move in. On move-in day, he is still there throwing stuff into the back of his truck. He screams at us for stealing his house while demanding he keeps a key for the garage because that is his storage. Once he was off the property, we realized he had left the place a disaster, including tons of garbage and belongings scattered everywhere. Trying to be the bigger man, I offered to store his stuff for 2 months while he found a more suitable place. I should have never done this, but was also trying to help sister-in-law during the divorce as some of the stuff was hers. When he finally came to get his belongings, he refused to take his trailer, loaded up with his stuff, and would sue us if I moved it off the property. Fast forward, we got all the belongings settled. But now he trying to sue his ex-wife, the estate, and us for the house, or at least $50,000 for all the upgrades he put into the house while living there 6 years rent-free. Mind you, no upgrades were done. Just half demolished projects. It cost us another $20,000 on top of the sale just to finish everything he destroyed: kitchen, bathroom, and deck. None of these projects were asked to be done by the grandfather, he just wanted them for himself. Last we heard from him, he is now living in his trailer, and no one would like to be associated with him because of all his debts.
My entitled fiancé demands that I give his daughter shares of my company and create a trust fund for her. I think he lost his tongue when I asked him of what he can give my children. I recently got a lump sum for a career project that turned into a whole company. I got into an agreement with the company that has been reselling my services via out-licensing and long-term corporate JVs. When I signed the paperwork, I felt like I had the opportunity to build a financial future, but my relationship wouldn't be affected. This has not been the case and I'm very put off, to the point of breaking our engagement. We've been together for 4 years. I met him on the last leg of my struggle to get what has become my working life's motivation. This project has been all-consuming, and aside from that, I only had time for my family. I have very good friends, but everyone is busy. I didn't date or go out. When Sean, 43, came along, I was swept off my feet because I wasn't expecting to find someone that I liked so much. We shared the same sense of humor and I became really attracted to him, both emotionally and physically. Sean is divorced. He has average office assistant skills and works for a small government agency. Our salary gap was not a huge deal as I invested a lot on my projects, so whatever money I kept for myself went to my priorities that are non-negotiable. I take care of my family and pay bills. He did have hobbies that he spent time on, but when I met him, he was in between jobs and had to wait 4 months until he became active at his new job. We were both thin on money. I was very happy to have a guy who didn't pressure me to wear certain styles when my ex before him demanded that I look trendy and said things that nullified my self-esteem. I knew he was on food stamps, very briefly, and chalked it up to a bad situation that was temporary. There was huge mutual acceptance. We tried to start a small consulting company, but it didn't work out. I noticed that he wasn't ready to co-manage, and after a long conversation, we mutually decided to call it off. We had been talking about marriage for a while, and when he proposed, the subject of a prenup was no surprise, as we had already agreed on having one. Even if I had nothing, I see it as a way to protect ourselves and each other from potential situations. We had drafted a plan but had some tense moments. He closed off at the lawyer's office and created a tense environment during our second meeting. Nothing that we had agreed on was getting followed through, and he kept asking for things and raising the bar. He got his own lawyer, which would have been okay, except that he never told me, and his attorney showed up and I didn't even know he'd hired one. We had to pause the prenup after he almost bit my head off outside of my lawyer's office when I refused to give his daughter shares of my existing company. That's a no-go for me, and I'd rather stay unmarried. I built that company to leave something to my children. I'm the only parent looking out of them, as my ex has been kind of a deadbeat. Sean wasn't even in the picture when I started it. I will not create a trust fund for his child either, like he asked. None of these requests had been previously discussed but came up once his lawyer showed up. I did agree to help her financially, give her an allowance and help pay for a car. I also agreed to pay full health insurance and contribute to her college housing plus contribute to her education. She has a successful mom, so my logic is that she already has someone willing to give her a good start in life since Sean isn't financially able. His daughter is an adult, 18, while my kids are in grade school, and I need to make sure they are taken care of while she's already at an age where she can get a job. I offered to contribute to a fund for her first home, but it seems like nothing I offered was good enough. I love his kid, but I didn't raise her and she will never see me as her mom, and I respect that. Her mom's family owns a business and her mom owns her home in a very good area. It's not like she depends on me to have a good life. I wanted it to be fair since her mom, Sean, and I could contribute. So Sean and I had an argument because he sent me a breakdown of how much I'm supposed to make off my business over the next few years. I lost my temper because it felt like a gotcha situation. I confronted him about my own kids and asked what he would contribute to them. He went silent, so I said I wanted their names on the deed to a piece of land that he owns but hasn't been able to develop because he doesn't have the funds. He was surprised and accused me of trying to dilute his inheritance to his daughter and being generally unfair since she has less than what my kids will end up having. I just wanted him to see my point, but I made things worse. We used to be able to talk outside of the prenup, but now, if I don't get his sarcasm, it's his dry behavior that's driving me crazy. He said he's surprised at my greed and accused me of othering his child. I'm trying to figure out if I came across as a bad stepmother. Also, I'm not ruling out helping all our kids start their own businesses if they want to, but I can't guarantee its success since we are not there yet. Canceling the engagement sounded like the most sensible decision, and I'm astonished this is actually happening. I don't know how to navigate. His last messages have been very hurtful, and he says I'm showing my true colors and told me thank you for my dishonesty about how I truly feel about his daughter. My best friend is pissed and threatens to put him on blast if he keeps this up. I'm confused since I didn't expect our relationship to end like this. Am I the a-hole? My entitled future mother-in-law threw my family heirloom engagement ring down a storm drain. Now she's facing assault charges because she went totally insane. I have seen a lot of crazy people in my life, but my potential future mother-in-law is the absolute worst person I have ever met. I have been with my boyfriend for 8 months now. For the first few months, everything was amazing. He is the sweetest and most caring man I have ever been with. He likes to surprise me with fun dates and flowers for no apparent reason. The biggest surprise of all, though, was when I met his mother. I met his parents for the first time a few months ago. The first thing Neil said to me when I walked in the door was, "Are you Jewish?" I am not, and I am not particularly religious, but I was raised Catholic. Once I told her this, it was the beginning of the madness. She immediately stopped talking to me and acted as if I didn't exist. I was extremely nervous about meeting my boyfriend's parents, so this broke my heart. I was determined to make a good impression, so I kept trying to connect with her. This was a huge mistake and I should have just let it go. Once we were all seated for dinner, she finally decided to try and make conversation. I have naturally red hair and she asked me if my parents had the same color. I told them that I had the same hair as my mother. She then had the audacity to ask me, "Does the carpet match the drapes?" I had no idea how to respond and just sat there stunned. Seeing my reaction, she said, "Don't worry, I will just ask my son about it later." I looked over at my boyfriend, who seemed equally as shocked, but he didn't say anything. She then started to go on about my hair being too curly. She told me that I really need to learn how to run a brush through my hair and think about my appearance more when I am out with her son. Then, when I didn't eat much at dinner, she gave me her version of a compliment. I was told it was good that I was watching what I ate, because it would be a shame if I got any bigger. This was just my first meeting with this woman. As soon as I got into my car, I burst into tears until I got home. My boyfriend was texting me and apologizing for his mother's behavior, but the damage was done, and I told him I needed time to think. He went into apology overload after this and started sending flowers to my office every day and leaving me messages begging me to talk to him. I finally agreed and we went out to dinner. He told me he spoke with his mother about her inappropriate comments and he swore it would never happen again. With this reassurance, I decided to give it another chance. Fast forward 2 weeks to when he invited me to come to a family birthday party. This time I would also be meeting his sisters and grandparents. His grandparents and sisters are awesome people. They asked me normal questions about my job, family, and friends. His mother seemed to be avoiding me throughout the evening, and honestly, I was okay with that. I went to grab something from my purse and noticed that it was not where I left it. I looked everywhere but I could not find it. I went and asked my boyfriend and he began to help me look. He then got a strange look on his face and he quickly went upstairs. I could then hear a lot of yelling begin upstairs. He came back down holding my purse after a few minutes and told me that we were leaving. Once we got in the car, I asked him what was going on. His mother had taken my purse so that she could see my driver's license. She intended to try and run a background check on me. He told me she had told him this earlier but honestly had thought she was joking. I thought that it would be best if I avoided any of his family functions for the time being. This worked out great for a while and he went to any of his family parties alone. He would ask me each time before leaving if I was sure that I didn't want to go, but I always declined. Last week his family had their family reunion and he asked me to please come with him. I was very reluctant, but considering there would be so many people present, I didn't think she would pull anything. When we got there, everything was going great. I met his extended family and got to catch up with his sisters. His mother did seem to be shooting me death glares all night, but I brushed it off. Soon she came over and joined a table I was seated at with his sisters and some cousins. The conversation was pleasant as we were talking about his sister's children. His sister has a daughter who is 12 and is the same age as my niece. I then showed his sister a picture of my niece on my phone. His mother took a look at the screen and began to laugh. She told me she hopes that if me and her son ever have children they don't look like my niece. My niece is beautiful, by the way, and she is only 12 years old. What kind of monster attacks a 12-year-old child's appearance? This was my breaking point and I went off like a volcano. I started to scream at her and told her she was the most evil person I had ever had a disadvantage to meet. I told her as I ever did have children with her son she could be certain she would never meet them because hell is too far to travel to. I am not 100% certain exactly everything that I said, but from what his younger sister later said, it was epic. She began to play the victim and wailed that I had just misunderstood her joke. My boyfriend came rushing over at this point and she threw herself into his arms telling him I am a horrible woman and he needed to throw me out right now. He told her that wasn't going to happen and to stop making a fool of herself. She seemed to accept this for a moment and sat back down. She just kept sobbing that I just didn't understand how to take a joke. Then something in her snapped as she noticed something that my boyfriend was holding in his hand and began to have another meltdown. I didn't understand what was happening at this point and just stood there watching a grown woman pitch a fit like a toddler. None of what she was saying made any sense to me as it was mostly just incoherent screaming, but I did pick up on many derogatory comments directed my way. My boyfriend then told me we were leaving and told me to grab my things. As I started to get ready, Meal made a lunge for my boyfriend's hand and grabbed the small box he was holding. She then looked me dead in the eyes and said, "You will never have this ring, you little BH." She ran outside and threw the box down a storm drain. Turns out that my boyfriend intended to propose to me. He had just obtained his grandmother's ring while we were at the reunion. His grandmother is completely heartbroken because now her ring is down a storm drain instead of continuing on in the family as she had always wanted. I don't know where to go from here. I am devastated, confused and exhausted. Can I ask him to never see his mother again? Is that my place to say something like that? I am sorry that my story is so long, but I needed to get this rant off my chest.
My entitled good-for-nothing niece thinks she deserves more than my son. I told her I'd never love her like I love him. When I, 43, was 18 and when my sister, 47, was 22 at the time I had my nephew, let's call him Luke, with her then boyfriend, now husband. My sister and her husband didn't have any interest in Luke when he was born, so I took the role of taking care of him. I got my grandmother, she's an angel, to watch him while I was in my last year of high school in exchange for me cleaning and cooking for her on the weekends. My parents weren't much help either. They would give me about $100 a month for Luke, and if you have a kid then you know it's not much. Me and my grandmother were the only ones to take care of him. A year after I graduated from high school I was kicked out with my nephew because my parents, sister, and her husband didn't want to deal with us anymore. My sister said she wished she never gave birth to him. I immediately went to my grandmother and we went to a family law attorney and I got custody of him, and my sister and her husband signed their rights to me. I lived with my grandmother, and when I went to community college and my part-time job she watched my son, Luke. It was a lot of work, especially when my grandmother passed away when my son was 6. My grandmother left 90% of her things to me in her will, which caused my parents and sister to reach out to me under false intentions to meet my son and I to reconnect. That didn't last long and I told them they could either act right or never see us again. My dad decided to actually reconnect with my son and I, and now we're close, while my mom and I don't really talk much, but she treats Luke nice. When Luke was 8 both me and my sister became pregnant, and that's when my sister decided she wanted my son back and started to tell him that me and my husband wouldn't love him anymore once my actual son came along. My husband met my son when he was 5 and we were already together for a year before he met my son. My husband treats Luke like his and we got married when my son was 7 and adopted him when he was 9, with my son's permission. We found out that my sister was saying this when one day he broke down crying asking us not to leave him after we told him that would never happen. He explained what my sister and her husband were saying. Luke knows that he's not my biological son, but he is my son. After that I cut contact with my sister and her husband again and did family therapy and individual therapy for my son. When I had my son, 1 pregnancy, 2 children, I made it clear that our love for him, Luke, didn't change. When my sister reached out about 2 years later I decided to go low contact with her with the okay with my son and husband. My husband and I live comfortably while my sister and her husband struggle sometimes financially. My kids did extracurricular activities, got the presents they wanted, and went on one big family trip in the summer. While my sister and her husband couldn't afford much, so when my niece was around 9 my sister started making comments about how I needed to pay for this or that for my niece, but I told her it wasn't my job. I gave my niece the gifts she wanted, took her out from time to time, but nowhere near how I would treat my own kids. Now my son, Second, is turning 17 and my husband and I were talking about getting him a cheap starter car. We did the same for Luke when he was 17. My niece is also turning 17 and apparently my sister told her she was going to get a car too. The thing is my sister can't afford to buy her a car so she asked me to, but I told her I wasn't going to buy her a car. That I didn't promise her one and that it's not my job to get her one. My sister then got mad and didn't talk to me for a while. When my son's 17th birthday came around we surprised him with a car. My niece then called me a couple of days later screaming and crying asking me why I hate her and why I can't treat her the same as her brother. I calmly told her things were different, her brother is my son while she is my niece. I'm her aunt and nothing more. That as an aunt my job was birthday presents, Christmas presents, and showing up when it mattered, that was it. That her brother will always be more to me than she'll ever be. Then my niece started yelling at me again telling me that I'm being unfair and hung up. My sister then called me to berate me about how I need to do more. I told her if she wouldn't have promised a car to her or my money to my niece no of this wouldn't have happened. It's been a couple of days and I'm getting calls from some family and some of my sister's friends calling me a bitch and some other things. I do feel bad because my kids did grow up with more and I guess I could have helped more.
My entitled miracle child sister sold her baby. My sister was a miracle baby and has been entitled since day one. Some time ago my sister gave birth to a baby boy. The boy was a miracle himself, as she tried to use a hanger to terminate herself but he somehow lived. My sister only allowed our parents to come to the hospital to meet their grandchild at the birth. They had to take a last-minute flight to LA just to be there. My sister also forbade me from going. She said I'd ruined her life enough, she wished she was an only child, wished me dead, all stuff like that in repetition. And she doesn't want me anywhere near her ever again. Well, the feeling is mutual. I haven't ever forgiven her for unaliving my dog in 8th grade. She did it in a brutal way. Stuck it in a furnace. I actually hospitalized her over this and we have totally hated each other since that day. However, 3 months before the birth my sister showed back up again. This time she pleaded with our parents to let her in to talk, and not to contact me that time because she really didn't want me there. She only had one day before she had to head back to LA, and had driven through the night. I wasn't there to see it. But from the details I got from my parents, my sister went crying to mom and begging her to take her back into the family. My dad said that mom hardly wanted to look at her. Dad confronted my sister and said that she didn't bother to try and contact them in years. And that she was only back and even pregnant because it was all about the money to her. Mom spoke up and told her that she hoped for so long that my sister would come home to visit, or even just talk to her. But it was years of no contact. She'd done everything for her, she'd favored her, she'd defended her lies, she'd made sure she didn't get a felony in court. And yet my sister showed zero appreciation. Dad backed this up too, and even compared me to her. And how I at least appreciated my parents. Then he blurted out that I'd been made a legal partner in the business he is having me manage, and that I'm on track to eventually take his place one day. After that my sister I'm told went hysterical and was screaming about how it wasn't fair, and it should be her instead. Somehow she was still allowed to spend the night in her old room. And the next morning she dropped this bomb on my parents. I heard her emotion was just gone. I guess she didn't feel the need to keep up the act anymore. She said that she'd allow mom and dad to adopt her child, in exchange for a house in Cali and an undisclosed sum of money that I'm not privy to. And you know what, my parents agreed. But my dad had demands of his own. In return for the adoption of my nephew, my sister gave up any and all rights to her son, signed a contract stating that she will have no part of the family ever again, and changed her legal name. That last part really surprised me. Dad went so far as to pay for her name to be changed in order to separate her from the family. This meant getting all of her information reissued. Such as her diploma, college degree, passport and anything else that ever had her name on it. All paid for by my parents. And as part of the agreement, my sister could never change her name back, or even to something similar. My parents didn't cookie-cut anything in this endeavor. My participation in it though was minimal at best. My parents went to California to purchase a house my sister approved of. But she would not be given the house until after the baby was born and in their hands. She was very unhappy about this, as she wanted to move into the house after she'd signed the contract. But our parents had none of it. They gave my sister a week to sign, and she signed in front of a lawyer in less than 48 hours. So as of then, I'm now considered an only child. I'm not gonna say I'm happy about that. I used to love my sister before she became a narcissist. But what's done is done. And I'm over it. My parents also tracked down the baby's biological father to get him to relinquish his parental rights as well. My sister found out he went back to his hometown in Arizona after he abandoned her, and my parents went to see him before the baby was born. He had no problem signing away paternal his rights after a DNA test confirmed he was the father. He must have still been in cahoots with my sister, because he also wanted a house and a payout as compensation to sign away his rights. Though not nearly as much I'm told. My parents purchased him a cheap house somewhere and paid him off. Well, I say cheap in comparison to the house they bought for my sister in LA. This was one expensive baby to adopt. But as my dad said, it's worth every cent to make sure my grandson has a future. My dad sold one of his smaller businesses to a competitor in order to get the money together without really affecting his other finances. Said competitor had been making him offers for years, and my dad wasn't that involved with the business anymore. So he finally took the offer, but only if they retained all of the employees already there, which they did. And now it's their name on the sign. But my parents didn't care because they fully adopted my nephew. When the child was born, my sister didn't even want to hold him. And I heard even once referred to the baby as that thing, which was beyond cruel. She even admitted she was planning to sell the baby in a closed adoption to someone else, had our parents not agreed to do it themselves. She got her house, and got her money. And then promptly cut contact all over again. So she's gone from our lives for good, and no longer related to us.
My entitled mother and sister broke into my house and used my car while I was away, and now they're calling me a jerk because I'm about to press charges. I am a 28-year-old male living on my own. My sister is 25, and she still lives with my mother. My sister was always spoiled. From a very young age even I could tell there was a lot of preference towards her. She would never get blamed for things, and when it was her word against mine, her word always won. My father would usually just go with what my mother would say, or he would just go on and on about how she could never do any wrong. I left my house as soon as I could and moved into my own house to be on my own and independent, as my family wanted. I also cut contact with my family, except for a brief happy birthday or Merry Christmas. Now to the story. A couple of weeks ago, I was out of the country for a couple of days as I had to go to a friend's wedding. He was my best friend. I couldn't miss it. When I came back to my house I saw that my car wasn't there, and that the lights in my house were on, even though I had made sure to turn them off before I left. I stood outside, and walked around the property, looking for any signs of missing objects or something like that. A little bit of information about my house. It's a pretty big house. Nothing to write home about but a nice house in a nice neighborhood. I have a pool in the back, which I pretty much only use for gatherings. I went inside and noticed a lot of my things had moved around, an obvious sign or a robbery. I went to my room and dialed the police. Just then my mother came into the room, acting like everything was perfectly normal. I asked her, "What are you doing in my house?" Mom said, "Your sister got a new job and we wanted to celebrate by taking her on holiday." I said, "That doesn't explain what you're doing in my house." She responded with, "We needed a place to stay and since you're family I figured we'd stay here." "No, Mom, you have to let me know if you're coming. You can't just come into my house unannounced." "Do you have anything to do with the car?" She said, "We're family. Stop being so entitled and rude. I raised you for 18 years and you kicked me out? And about the car, your sister took it to go out with some friends." "Me? Mom, you have 30 minutes to get my car here. Gather your stuff and leave, or I will be calling the cops." "Mom, don't you dare. We're family." I closed the door to my room and got 911 ready to dial. For anyone wondering how she got my house and car, I got the habit of leaving a spare key under a rock next to my front door just in case. My mother knows this. My car keys were inside. After half an hour, I came out to see my mother and sister sitting in the living room watching TV. I walked in and told my mom that I had warned her. I took my phone out and my sister and she started begging me not to call, saying how we are family and how I'd be a bad son. I stayed quiet and dialed the police. This is when they realized I was really serious and started to leave. I called and the police arrived a couple of minutes later, just as they were running with their suitcase trying to leave. They were arrested and they made up a sob story about how I had kicked them out of their own home. I showed the police proof that it was my house. Their suitcases were checked and sure enough they found a lot of stuff that belonged to me, like some watches and even a gold necklace. Now I'm being asked if I should press charges. I feel bad about pressing charges as they are my family after all, and they are saying I'm a jerk for calling the police on them. My entitled mother demanded I hand over my house to her because my little sister is pregnant and needs it more than me. I, 31, have a sister, 28, that has honestly been the golden child to my mother but not my father for as long as I can remember. My parents divorced when I was a teenager because my mother cheated with an old high school ex-boyfriend and has always been controlling, manipulative and narcissistic. And sadly my sister was like her little mini-me. Our mother also seemed to believe she had total authority over me any time she so much as snapped her fingers. She'd snap them and order me around like a dog. It was demeaning. And my sister always backed her up too. So no surprise I went to live with my dad full-time after our parents split while my sister stayed with mom. The two of them were very alike. And both pretty much stopped speaking with my father unless it was about money. Though I'm more like my dad. My father was very business-oriented and started teaching me how to do his line of work as soon as I was 16. I got pretty good at it. And after 12 years of working for my father I was made a partner in his company. Things were great. But then about 8 months ago tragedy struck. My father had become somewhat immunocompromised due to being a heavy smoker for much of his life and died at only 60 years old after he caught the virus. I met my mother and sister for the first time in years after we had a socially distanced funeral for my father over video call. My father was cremated by his own request and buried in a local cemetery. So there was no body or casket. My sister seemed to grieve, but my mother looked indifferent the entire time. Though I honestly was not surprised. The last time she saw my father she screamed at him that he owed her more money, and then threatened to sue him. To which he just laughed at her. He'd paid alimony and child support as long as he was legally mandated to, and no more than that. And he even put $30,000 toward my sister's college fund. But 10 years after the divorce he was no longer legally required to send mom money anymore because of the judge's ruling. And she's by no means broke. She works the same job she has had for nearly 3 decades, fully owns the old family home we used to share, and even rents out 2 of the rooms in it to Airbnb regularly. She's by no means hurting for money. Sometime after the funeral my dad's will was read. Apparently he'd figured that if his heavy smoking didn't eventually do him in, something else would. And even joked about it in a pre-recorded video. I was pretty much willed nearly all of his assets from most of his money to his business and home. He left my sister a car, 2015 Nissan Altima, and about 10K in cash. My mother only got $1,000 and a few other items that she'd been claiming were rightfully hers since the divorce. Beyond that I got the rest. And my girlfriend now lives with me in the house my father passed down to me. My sister pretty much went from finishing 2 years of community college to living off her boyfriend and only working part-time online for several years. And during that time she got pregnant but suffered a traumatic miscarriage. I wasn't aware till after the funeral because we were practically no contact and no one else told me. When lockdown hit, her boyfriend's job started downsizing little by little and eventually he was only able to stay on part-time, which hampered hers and his finances to the point he was finally telling her she needed to look for better employment as well since he was trying to find a second job. And then she got pregnant. She claims her and her boyfriend were careful, but calls it her miracle baby. One evening I got an unexpected knock at my door. And when I answered I was unpleasantly greeted by both my mother and sister. They both walked right in without even asking and made themselves comfortable in my living room. My girlfriend and I shared a look of confusion and I asked why they'd come by. My sister was giggling and looking all over, opening doors and seemingly giving herself a tour of my home. My mother had just plopped herself down on my sofa and snapped her fingers while demanding a cold bottled water. My girlfriend got the water for her and I asked what they were here for. My sister seemed all giddy and just ignored me to continue snooping around my home. And before long I heard her yell from down the hall, "Mommy, it's perfect." Yes. She still calls her mommy. My mother finally spoke up and said, "Well, I think it's time to did your brotherly duty." To which I was like, "What?" My mother then proceeded to say, "Now that your father has passed, this house should have gone to me since I was his only spouse. But you can still fix this. You make plenty of money and could just buy a new house. Your sister needs this one so much more since she's the one with a baby on the way. But if you're so determined on staying, you could just keep to one room and cover all of the bills until you decide to move out." My girlfriend and I read enough Reddit to know exactly where this is going. And how it'd play out if I let it go on. So I guess you could say we were mentally prepared. I took a deep breath and stated aloud, "That's not effing happening. You don't order me around. Especially not in my own goddamn home. Yes, I make plenty of money. But like Dad, I'm gonna save it for when I really need it. Not that you care." My mother started snapping her fingers at me like she used to and loudly stated, "Stop. I am your mother. And you will do as I say because I brought you into this world, and I'm the one in charge here. And as far as you're concerned, I am God. That means when I say jump, you say how high? This house is rightfully mine. And your sister will live here. Consider this your formal eviction. But since I'm gracious, I'll give you 2 weeks to pack your bags and transfer the deed to me." In the back of my mind I'm thinking this can't be real. But then I just grabbed my cell phone and started dialing. My mother quickly stood up and yelled, "What are you doing?" And I retorted, "I'm doing what I should have done as soon as this crap started. I'm calling the cops to get you out of my effing house." She started swiping at me and managed to knock my phone out of my hands. Then she proceeded to try and stomp on it. But I was quick enough to snatch it up before she could. "That's it. If you don't leave I will force you out myself." My mother proceeded to slap me across the face. And I returned the favor twice as hard backhanded. So much so I ended up knocking her back down onto the couch. She held her hand over her reddening and smeared makeup face in total shock. And then yelled, "How dare you?" I went back to dialing on my phone and said that if she didn't leave, I would have police come and remove her by force. My sister came barreling in between us holding her arms out and saying that I should just do the right thing for once in my life and be a good big brother. I snapped and said, "Oh really? I'm the bad sibling? Last I checked I was the one who's had to work for a living since I was a teenager. I had to do all the chores in the house while you just sat on your butt playing video games or talking with your friends all day. And you used to steal my hard-earned money just to go out shopping after you spent all of your allowance. You're a complete mooch and thief. So I don't owe you crap. Now both of you get out before I decide to dial this last number." My sister started to tear up crying like a baby and said, "Mommy, make him stop." My mother began hugging her and kissing her cheeks while giving me a death glare. Then she seemed to think she'd gotten smart and said, "You know, if you do call the police I can just tell them that you hit me. And who knows, I could maybe say to everyone you wanted to do a lot worse to a poor pregnant girl in need. I don't think that it'd be a very good thing for your." I cut her off with a raised hand and said, "Just stop. If you haven't noticed, my girlfriend over there has had her phone out recording almost this whole time. And that means we have recorded evidence of you assaulting me first and openly stating you'd lie to police. I don't think that it'd be so good for your reputation at your job, or your little Airbnb. If looks could unalive my mother would have blew me up like a tactical nuke." But she quickly deflated and started dragging my crying sister out by the arm. My sister was somehow acting like a complete toddler and broke loose of our mother's grip to sit down on my porch step and have a tantrum. I just gave my mother a look and said, "Do you see now? This is the result of the spoiled way you raised her." She glared at me again and then I was treated to a show of my mother trying to drag my sister off of my porch steps. But she latched onto the porch handrails and kept saying, "You promised me," over and over again. I let out a cackle and told them both from the door to never come back. My mother flipped me the bird and then went back to trying to drag my sister off the porch. It took a few minutes, but she finally got my sister to get up and leave with her by saying, "I am a cruel, heartless bastard who will go to hell for this." I laughed some more and said that there's also a special place in hell for liars and narcissists who try to manipulate others to get their way. My mother clenched her fists and was about to say more when I just held up my smartphone again with it recording and said, "The clock is ticking, Mom. Get off my property." My mother then walked my sister to the car, gave me one last snooty look and drove off. I thought that was the end of it. But letting things go was never something my mother would do. After a few days I started getting messages from people I know and some relatives online. A lot of them were furious with me. But others just had questions about what was going on. I tried to check my FB, but couldn't see anything they were saying because my sister and mother both blocked me on their social media. But my girlfriend could still see everything because they kept their profiles set to open. We screenshotted everything and then printed some of it out. Both of their profiles had posts that called me a greedy heartless bastard who stole the house that was meant to be my sister's inheritance right out from under her by paying off the lawyer who handled Dad's will. Which is a complete and utter lie, and they both know it. I called my lawyer, who was also my father's lawyer and a trusted family friend, and gave him copies of all the screenshots from FB and the video my girlfriend had recorded the day my mother demanded my house. He wanted to just write a formal C&D. But I wanted to take it further than that. And he sent them a letter I told him to write via express mail that had to be signed for. So I know they got it. My mother called me in an absolute fury the same day the letter was delivered. I told her that if she and my sister didn't redact all of the untrue social media posts they made about me and tell the absolute truth, I'd send all of the information I have to the whole family, her boss, and upload the videos we'd recorded of her online. And then I'd sue her on top of it. She called me unreasonable, and that she just did what she did for my sister's sake. And then went into a full-blown lecture reiterating her belief that my sister still needs my house more than me. I bluntly stated I didn't care what she thought. And if she didn't redact everything and tell the truth, I'd make sure her career would be over. She begrudgingly said fine. You win. Have it your way and keep the effing house. Before hanging up the phone. That very evening all of the lying posts disappeared from both their profiles, I was unblocked, and my mother gave me and everyone else a half-done apology claiming she jumped the gun with everything she said. Because she thought my sister needed my house more than me because she's broke and pregnant. But the house was rightfully mine according to my father's will, and she knew that even before my father passed away. So she had no right to try and claim it. As for my sister, she also apologized, but more or less just parroted everything our mother said while claiming she just went along with her ideas. And then she blamed what she did all on our mother and her pregnancy hormones. The replies poured in for some time on both my mother and sister's profiles. Many furious with them for trying to take my house. I got a lot messages of sorries and my bads from those who'd previously believed her. But all it really did was show me who was more on her side to begin with, since they were all believing her nonsense so quickly. They were mostly people from her side of the family anyway. No one on my father's side believed her at all. And openly said so. My sister and her boyfriend ended up moving in with our mother to save money. But she put them in the basement to keep her Airbnb running. And my sister started crying on social media that she can't live upstairs. And I'm pretty sure the two of them were fighting with each other because all my sister did after that is complain online, and my mother barely posted anything on her SM anymore because of the previous stunt she'd tried. My entitled neighbor sent her kids to my house and wants me to entertain them because she needs space. She was livid when I slammed the door in her face. This morning, I was out mowing my lawn. I was wearing a ratty t-shirt with a logo from a video game I enjoy playing. We live in a very small town in northern Wisconsin. Everyone just kind of minds their own business, so we have never had much interaction with any of our neighbors, which is fine with us. One of the houses next to ours is a rental property that the owners converted into a duplex. The bottom half is empty, and 2 adults live in the upper unit with 2 kids. I have never spoken to the parents as they have never attempted even to give the neighbor wave when we see the adults outside. However, this morning, the mom started walking towards me, so I stopped the lawn mower and said good morning. She comments about how we have such a big house. I tell her it is because we like having many pets, 4 cats and 2 dogs, and that we usually adopt the animals with medical issues since I am a nurse and my niece is a vet. We make a little more chit-chat and go about finishing mowing the lawn. I go inside to do other chores and hear a knock on the door. I check the cameras, and 2 kids were standing at my door. I make it a policy that I do not interact with children who do not have a parent with them, especially because I am a gay man, and with the current political state, to me, it is better to be safe than sorry. So, I ignore the knocks and continue with my chores. A few minutes passed, and the woman I had spoken to earlier in the yard was standing there, so I opened the door. She is upset that I ignored her children when they came over as they wanted to play with our pets. I told her that I would never allow children in my house with no parent and that our pets were not play toys for her children. So then she asked if they could play video games since I must be a gamer because of the shirt I had on. I reiterated that I would never allow children who do not have an adult with them in our home. She then starts going on about how she needs some alone time, because her boyfriend left her, and she is the only one on the lease because he has bad credit. She cannot afford her rent and just needs some time to herself. I apologize that she is having a rough time, but my husband and I would not be willing to entertain her children for her. She looked perplexed for a bit, and I was curious as to what confused her. Then, she said something that made me lose it in a major way. She said, "Gross, why do FGs have to be my neighbors?" I replied, "Look here, you nasty a-hole. You will never say that to me or my husband again. You need to leave right now." And I slammed the door in her face. She kept pounding on our door, screaming all kinds of slurs and obscenities. Because we have had some issues with kids destroying property, we have cameras all over the outside of our house. So I turned on the alarm on all of them. She got the message then and left. Like wait actual F. I have never been so glad to have cameras everywhere outside.
My entitled parents made my underage sister drive my car without my permission, so I gave them a heart attack and stole my car back. I'm 20 and I bought a car myself. I insure it myself. I pay for all my own gas and maintenance and everything. I'm temporarily living at home and my parents wanted me to give them the spare car keys so they could move the car if it was in the way ever. I said okay. It turns out that when I have been out or not paying attention, they've been lending my car to my sister, who is 17 and has a minor's driving license. I told them that wasn't okay to do without asking me, and I told my sister to stop taking my car out. I don't like her driving it because I don't have my car insured for a minor driving it, and what if she crashes? Plus, even though I'm hardly going out, I don't like seeing my car missing with no warning randomly. Anyway, My sister has used my car several times since then. I think my parents let it slide. They know she's doing it even though I don't like it. I asked for my keys back and they said it would be too inconvenient to not have them because we have to double park in our driveway and sometimes cars need to be moved. So I made a plan. I put an old cell phone in the glove box, on a charger, and I installed a Track My Child sort of app on the phone so I could see where it was going. So, when I saw my car gone one day, I called my friend who picked me up and we went to where the car was. It was parked in the downtown area of the city on the street. I took it back with my keys and we drove it to my friend's house to hide it. Then my friend dropped me off back at home. My parents got a call later that day from my sister panicking saying she was stranded in the city, she'd lost the car. They drove out to get her, and they all came home. I started asking questions like, what were you doing with the car? Did you lock it? Are you sure? Did you misremember where you parked? Are you sure it's stolen? And my sister was freaking out, like saying she was sure she locked it and she was sure of where she parked it and it was stolen. I was like, well, maybe you know how I feel having my car stolen with no warning all the time. It sucks, right? You're expecting the car to be somewhere and it's gone? She was like, but that's different. It was just me driving. You know the family has keys. And I was like, you know I have keys, right? I'm sure it will turn up somewhere. My sister and parents realized I had the car by then, and my sister was furious for stranding her in the city at night, for making her think for a long time that the car had been carjacked, etc. My parents are also pissed that I didn't think of her safety when I left her without a way home. Edit to explain about the safety thing. I took the car back in the early afternoon. I didn't expect her to be out till nighttime. It wasn't a sketchy area. The area was a rich-ass neighborhood that's always crawling with cops. There were also gas stations and convenience stores open all night that she could have gone into to wait. I'm a young woman myself. I went to college near that area, and I never had any trouble being out there late and alone. Being stuck there would be inconvenient but not really sketchy. My entitled sister-in-law thinks she's entitled to literally own my baby. I have been married to my sister-in-law's brother for 10 years and there has always been immense jealousy and hatred towards me coming from her. She's always felt like I had the life she wanted. I have a healthy marriage, have a family, job stability, etc. I have 3 kids, one of whom is just a 3-month-old girl. She got married last year and they decided to start trying for a baby, but she was unfortunately told that she can't have children naturally. She was understandably devastated and had a bipolar episode which escalated into her having to be put into a psych ward temporarily. She was recently released and the family comforted her as best as we could. We recently had a family dinner with her present and in the middle of it she tells me, I think it's really unfair that you got to have 3 kids and I can't have any. Your baby is my last chance to raise a child so I think you should give her to me full time. You would be allowed to visit sometimes but not more than once a week so I can create a strong motherly bond with her. She took my hand and held it with puppy eyes after saying this. Before I could respond, the entire table erupted with everyone talking at once so I took my older kids upstairs. When I got back to the dining room her husband was asking what the hell is wrong with her and why would she even think to ask that. She was trying to justify herself when I asked them to leave. I also said that she's no longer welcomed at my house or around my children until she gets help. She started screaming that I don't deserve my life or my children and that I stole her baby from her. Her husband and mother kept apologizing to me and dragged her out of the house still crying and screaming. My entitled sister faked her proposal to get attention from my parents because they were obsessed with me. It was my wedding day. This weirdo needs serious help. On my actual wedding day, my little sister got her boyfriend to propose to her in the middle of my first dance. My little sister Jenna was always jealous of me being my parents' favorite child. That was simply not true. I just did a lot more than my sister so my parents rewarded me for it. Then suddenly, she started doing more activities and they began to ignore every milestone in my life. When her swim meet was on the same day as my birthday, they canceled my birthday dinner and went to go watch her instead. If I got a good grade, suddenly she was named Best Student of the Month in her class. Even when I got my first boyfriend and he came over to meet my parents for the first time, she cried in her room all day because she was jealous of me. My parents were consoling her the whole time and asked me to help her find a boyfriend too. She's so pathetic. I felt like I was the bad guy for feeling so annoyed by my little sister, but my parents barely noticed me anymore. All their time and energy was put into her and it was as if I didn't even matter. When my boyfriend proposed to me, I'd never seen my sister so angry. She was so jealous that she didn't get proposed to first and I could tell. Aren't sisters supposed to be happy for each other? I wouldn't care if she got married first, but I knew she wasn't happy that I did. At my wedding, everything went pretty good for the first half of the day. My sister was acting weirdly nice to me though, like extra nice in a way that made me feel really suspicious, but I just assumed she wanted to put the past behind us at least just for one day for the sake of enjoying my wedding. She was carrying the train of my dress and helping me reapply my makeup during pictures. It felt nice to experience how sisters should be treating each other. That was until the wedding reception that night. It was my husband and I's first dance together which I was so excited for. I was looking forward to it for a long time and I chose our favorite song to play during it. It was magical, at least for the first 30 seconds. I was leaning my head on my husband's shoulder during our dance and taking the moment in. All of a sudden I hear high-pitched ear-piercing squealing coming from the dance floor. I look up to see my sister in the middle of the dance floor, with her boyfriend on his knee in front of her holding a ring. She was jumping up and down and all the eyes in the room were on her. Yes, I will marry you. Her boyfriend got up and kissed her, and every one of my wedding guests got up and started clapping for them. My parents ran over to her and started hugging her and saying congratulations. I looked at my husband and he asked me if I let her boyfriend do this, and I said no. I have no idea what's going on. My sister came up to me and tightly hugged me and whispered in my ear, "You didn't think you could be mom and dad's center of attention for a whole day, did you?" She smirked as she broke our hug. I nearly lunged at her when she said that, but I knew my parents would take her side if I tried to beat the crap out of her. What should I do? My entitled son canceled my job interview and demands that I sell my home because he expects me to turn my life upside down for him, so I made him leave my house. Please hear me out first. I'm a single mom, 45, of a 20-year-old son. Chris is in college. He studies engineering. Being a single mom at a young age was not easy for me. Despite everything I've been through, despite my own family giving up on me, I made sure my son got the life he deserves. He was / my everything. I worked several jobs that were different from each other's. I was able to own a home after years of renting. And more importantly, I was able to provide Chris with an opportunity for education. Recently, Chris moved back in with me because he no longer could pay rent. His next semester is starting soon, and he's been talking to me about the possibility of selling my house and buying a house in the city where he studies so he will no longer pay rent, and said that it was better to move. I declined for several reasons. 1. Grew up here. My old friends live here. 2. The city is expensive. 3. This home means a lot. It represents my hard work and sacrifices. Chris didn't like that. He threw a fit and kept bringing it up, trying to convince me to do it. Last week he kept pressuring me. I told him that I found a potential job at a company and it was an opportunity because I've been looking for 3 months. He took as in I don't want to move because of my new job. But it's not true. Yesterday, I found out that he contacted the company and canceled my interview and then deleted my email. I use a computer and it's in the office so he gets access to it. He told me he wanted to check his college website for some reason and I thought nothing of it. That was the night before. I found out yesterday morning that someone canceled my interview. I confronted Chris about it. First he denied, then he said that the company wasn't what I deserved anyway and I can find a better position when we move to the city. I was so mad at him for ruining this for me and pressuring me to move, leaving me no choice. I felt as if he was trying to sell the house from under me after he said he found a potential buyer and just wanted to make things go smoothly, and all I have to say is yes. I yelled at him and argued with him, telling him that he was an adult and should manage his own issues. Told him to get a job but not expect me to turn my life upside down for him. He yelled back saying I was selfish and I ended up kicking him out of the house. His aunt knew and was yelling at me for what I did, saying I was treating him poorly and he was hurt by me. Just to clarify, his aunt is my sister. She doesn't have children of her own, and Chris considers her as a second mother to him. She's always defending him no matter the reason. He hasn't left town yet and she wants me to call him. I need to mention that this is not how he is normally. I have no idea what's going on, but he was constantly talking about it and was insisting so much it got me upset and worried, honestly. My estranged sister wants to talk to me months after doing substances and having a mental breakdown on my wedding day. My sister and I have a complicated relationship. Our parents divorced when we were young, and we lived with our narcissistic mother until I left to stay with my dad at age 16, her staying with our mom, whom I'm now no contact with. We went through a lot together in childhood and were there for each other when our mom was abusive. However, as we grew up, we bickered like normal sisters do throughout our teenage years, except it would get intense at times and we would yell at each other and get into some nasty fights. It goes without saying that we had trauma, and I was our mom's scapegoat while she was the golden child. In our adult life over the past 5 to 6 years, I've shown only compassion and kindness towards her, even when I wouldn't agree with a lot of her bad decisions and lifestyle choices, and has done morally questionable things for money. She's been arrested, had DUIs, is a dancer at a club, has OnlyFans, dates married sugar daddies. I can see that our childhood trauma had a negative impact on her, and she very clearly has a mental illness, which I believe she's at least aware of. Our relationship hasn't been super close, as we are complete opposites, but in general, it's been okay. I've always invited her to my boyfriend's family's events, but have always walked on eggshells around her because that's how short-tempered and unstable she is. Fast forward to my wedding this April. She arrives very late, completely missing the ceremony and almost misses photos, seems out of it, and my first instinct is she's already drunk or something, but I let it slide. I don't even show my frustration towards her. Later in the evening during the reception, someone let me know that my now mother-in-law and other family members saw my sister snorting cocaine or some other substance right next to the bar. Embarrassed, I try not to let it bother me, and continue with my big day. Then, an hour or so later, I find out she's had a mental breakdown in the bathroom because she saw my husband's uncle. Turns out that he was one of her sugar daddies. She tried to hug him but he dodged because his wife and kids were there. Eventually, my uncle's family went home and my sister was taken by our other sister's home. But it goes without saying that all eyes are on me. Later that evening, once my now husband and I arrive at our cabin for the night, I see multiple texts from her consisting of very hateful, toxic things such as I've always tried to look better than her ever since we were kids, I've always put her down, and she doesn't want to be in my life anymore because it feels wrong. It upset me deeply that night, and never texted her back. She texted me last night for the first time since April, saying, "Can we talk soon? Hope you're doing okay." My ex abandoned me and went back to his mother because he was overwhelmed by my pregnancy, now he's back and furious with me for not trying harder to contact him. Personally, I didn't want the child. My work was offering potential advances within my position, and I was excited about it. But after a lot of talking, we decided to go forward with it. When I was around 20 weeks old, he disappeared. I couldn't contact him, and he wouldn't answer the phone or send messages. I got worried and messaged his mother. I found out he was living back with her and was overwhelmed by the situation. He kept paying his part of the bills to my bank each month, but I received no contact. I even tried going over it, but there was nothing. By about 27 weeks, I gave up trying, gave up crying, and just got on with what I thought was a future as a single mother. I brought everything needed over the next few weeks and set it up. At 31 weeks, I started having pains but put it down to Braxton Hicks. Just before 32 weeks, my waters went, and I went into labor, with the baby coming very quickly. He went straight to the NICU. I messaged and rang my ex and his mother, no response. Less than a week later, my son passed due to complications of early birth. I again tried to contact my ex and his mother, left voicemails and messages, nothing. The next few weeks were a blur, but with the help of my mother and father, his funeral was arranged. They tried to contact their ex and his mother, but there was still nothing. I sent more messages, but nothing. I'm assuming we were probably all blocked, but honestly, at that point, I didn't care. I was so broken. His funeral came and went. It was beautiful and horrible. I stopped messaging and told my family not to bother after the funeral had passed. I couldn't deal with it anymore. About 5 months after his birth/death, my ex turned up, let himself in. I wasn't at home, but when I got back, he was instantly hostile. The flat was clearly not set up for nor accommodating a small child. He demanded to see his son. I broke down and told him what happened. I have never seen him so sad and angry. He stormed out, slamming the door on his way out. Within half an hour, I got a nasty call from his mother, followed by messages from siblings/other family. How dare I not let them know something so serious? How could I hide something like that out of petty spite? I truly didn't. I tried, but I couldn't keep trying. It's been nearly 3 weeks now since they were awful. I was speaking to my sister this weekend, and she said, "TPD fair, it was a bit of a dick move not to keep trying. They deserve to know, was it? I tried so hard to let him know, but I struggled too. I lost my son too. Am I the a-hole? Should I have done more?" Update: the move went smoothly. I'm far enough away that there is no risk of bumping into my ex or his family. I changed my number and deleted all social media, so I haven't had anything from them for about 6 weeks. My sister apologized for what she said, and we've spoken a lot about it all. I don't think our relationship is the same, but we're okay. I still hear them speaking badly about me from friends, but I try to ignore it. I'm still in therapy and am trying my hardest to move forward with everything. I visit my son's grave when I can. Thankfully, my ex and his family care so little about themselves they never asked where he is buried, so I can do so in peace. Update: I got into my new flat last year, and it's nice. I forgot how expensive it is to live alone, but I'm managing. I did end up getting a new job. Its pay is about the same job role also, but the ex doesn't know where it is. He didn't show up at his old job or anything exciting like that. I just wanted a new start along with my new home. I have no new partner. I don't have it in me to date yet. Sister stuff. We're Elsie. She apologized but still speaks with her ex on occasions according to my mom. But honestly, it kind of hurts after everything. Still, in therapy, I doubled the length of sessions around the 1-year date of my son's passing. Thankfully, my ex didn't turn up at his grave, or at least not when I was there. I'm not going to go into it too much, but it sucked. It hurt a lot, and I spent quite a few days drunk and crying in bed after the visit. My dad has been my rock through this all. I'm still paying him back for everything. We have a morning together on a Sunday where we just drink tea, catch up, maybe put on the F1. It's nice, and I love the time together, but basically, just boring. Thankfully, no ex contact nor his family, no massive life changes, just one foot in front of the other.
My ex engaged less than a week after we split and her fiancé had no idea we were together, so I wrote a blog and shared it with her friends and family. Towards the end of last year, I started talking to a girl I went to high school with. We didn't really stay in touch. She had always had this very outgoing, bubbly personality and a strong Christian faith since I knew her. I was brought up Christian but fell away from it. When we started hanging out, we talked one night about past relationships and how we had both always had bad relationships that ended with the other party cheating/lying, and in her case she spoke of how she was always abused. She dated one of my friend's buddies and told me a little bit about that relationship, etc. For once, I felt like I had found a woman who understood me and that we had both been through similar pain. She was nothing but nice and caring throughout our whole relationship. She was always asking about my day, cooking me dinner, running me a bath, and giving me massages, and never once did she put me down. She always tried to build me up whenever I was hard on myself. I thought she was too good of a girl for me. In order to make this super long, we'll fast forward to last month when for a week she suddenly became distant at first. She was sick, and I was just giving her space. I had sent her some flowers on a Friday which she was happy to get, but over the weekend and into the next she wasn't really answering my texts or calls. As I said at the time, I thought she just needed space, but in the back of my mind, I did have some thoughts of what if she's seeing someone else or we're about to break up. Now during our whole relationship, I had full trust in this woman more than I'd ever had in any other. She finally called me the following Friday, and I could tell where it was headed. She said she wanted to find a man of faith, etc. I told her that if that's what she wants, then that's what she deserves. We talked for about an hour, and after hanging up, I really wasn't all that upset over it. I felt for once I had an honest and respectful relationship and could finally find it moving forward. She and I just weren't for each other, but at least I had seen that I could find someone who would treat me right in the future, but then that all turned upside down. However, not more than a week later, I saw her post a picture on Facebook with another guy. At first, I'm like, this has to be an old Facebook account, etc. Well, not only was it not, but she was also engaged to this guy. At this point, I'm feeling all kinds of emotions. I texted her saying that she could have just been upfront with me. She responds that she's sorry and knows this seems crazy, but they had hung out after we broke up, and he confessed his feelings towards her. I couldn't wrap my head around any of this, and she apologized another time or two and then basically said she wasn't going to keep apologizing, etc., telling me how I should go to church and find God, etc. In one of my heated moments, I decide to leave a comment on her new fiancé post about them getting engaged, saying, funny, we were just in a relationship less than a week ago. She called me the following morning mad, with her first words being, are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? That I had no right to post that as we were broke up, etc., still claiming she had never cheated on me or anything. She finally admitted that they were talking while we were together, but she'd known him 10 years and wasn't going to stop talking to a friend, and that it was never anything bad. I told her she emotionally cheated on me and she denied it over and over. I was losing my mind and was suicidal for several days as I couldn't understand this at all. Then 2 days later I get a message from her fiancé asking if I was in a relationship with X, and that she claims you two never dated and had talked a long time ago, and that was it. At this point I'm like, WTH, is this serious? She's completely denying my existence at this point. Not to mention one of her old best friends literally dates my brother, who we'd hung out with while dating. Plus, we have mutual friends from high school, etc. He asks for proof, so I provide him text messages, pictures, etc. He was taken back. He had no idea she was seeing me, saying he'd already caught her in a couple of lies but brushed it off, but basically that he didn't feel he could marry someone who had lied and cheated on the both of us. I felt bad for the guy as he seems like a really good guy himself. He told me they had started talking on August 7th. We broke up on August 25th. I also found a picture of them both hanging out on her couch embraced in a hug on August 16th. At this point I'm still trying to put everything together, trying to figure out how this woman who did nothing but treat me well our entire relationship could turn around and deny my existence and basically not even care. The fact that she told me lies and talked about God in the same paragraph just blew me away. Even when confronted with the evidence, she continued claiming she never cheated on me. I wrote a blog and sent it to some of her friends and family exposing her. She and her family are pissed at me. They're still moving forward with the marriage as of now. Also, I don't believe I can share the blog on her as it includes personal names, etc.
My ex found out I was dating someone else and tried to ruin my life. So instead, I ruined his. A little over a year ago I was dating this guy who got a job on a cruise line. He said it was only temporary. This was his chance to travel. But only a month in, he called me saying he fell in love with one of the islands and got a job there. He begged me to continue being long distance with him, as he said he loved me. I agreed. A few weeks later he called me, saying he had made a mistake and cheated on me. But instead of apologizing, he went into detail as to why, telling me about how exotic the girl was, and how they had done things together in bed he didn't even know was possible. I had to hang up on him because he wouldn't stop. I did try to contact him from time to time for the next month, hoping maybe he would apologize and realize his mistake, but he didn't answer any of my messages, so I assumed that we were done. About 4 months later, I am now dating Caleb. We met during the month I was ghosted by my ex, and we immediately became good friends. I told him about my last situation, and he told me he'd have to hold off on asking me out then, until I felt like I was ready. I just bursted into a big smile and a bit later we were official. Since then, we have met each other's families. This is actually the first time my dad has liked a guy I brought home. As a small gift for Caleb, I gathered all of our photos and videos together and made them into a sweet video about our love story, and how it will only grow. After I showed it to Caleb, I posted it on my Instagram. Literally, the very next day, my phone was blown up with texts and voicemails from my ex. He called me an AH and a cheater, saying I was a coward for not contacting him to say our relationship was officially over. I called him back and he started spewing out the same nonsense. I told him he was the one who had cheated and then ghosted me. It has been months since we last talked, and it would be foolish to ever think we'd still be together after all of that. He cursed me out, saying we never officially told one another we were breaking up, so we were technically still together. So I asked him, okay, so you've been loyal these past few months and haven't slept with anyone? He got quiet, then told me he thought our relationship was open, but still a situation where we were only dating each other. I laughed at him, and said, okay, well this is me officially breaking up with you. Predated about 5 or so months, then hung up. I blocked him on every social media platform I could think of, and informed Caleb about the situation. Just as I predicted, my ex started harassing Caleb, calling him all kinds of messed up words. He contacted us from social media accounts I didn't even know he had. Caleb blocked him as well, and we've tried to ignore what happened. The only problem is, now all of my ex's friends have started harassing the both of us. A few even threatened to come and teach us a lesson, to make us feel the same pain my ex felt when he found out about us. I told them to F off or I'd call the police. I thought all of it would just blow over, but he hasn't stopped. He even contacted my parents, lying and saying I cheated on him. Luckily they didn't believe a word, but he's still spreading it throughout all of our old friend groups, and the amount of people contacting me about it is insane. My ex is trying to ruin my life from thousands of miles away, and it feels like he is succeeding. Even Caleb has become a bit distant with me because of all the drama. Once I realized peace wasn't an option, I went the nuclear route. I unblocked my ex on all of his accounts, even the ones I didn't know about, and found out where he was currently working. I know for a fact my ex has gone to jail a few times, because he bragged about it to me when we were together. Just a few petty crimes, but still, I pulled up his arrest records, and sent it to his employer. But something else noticed while scrolling through his accounts I was unaware of, was how many photos he posted of himself with other girls. Multiple of them were dated while we were still together, even while he still lived here. So I screenshotted all of them, and sent them in one large email to everyone who had been harassing me. I included a message, telling them that he was in fact the cheater, not me. The good news is, that recently he posted about how sad he was because all his friends were abandoning him for no reason, and that he got fired from his job, so he was desperate for someone to help him. The guy even started a GoFundMe. No, it is not doing well. The bad news is that when I told Caleb what I did, he got freaked out and asked for some space. He told me I was scary and manipulative, and he wasn't sure he wanted to be with someone who would go so far to get revenge. I told him it wasn't revenge, just a way to get everyone to stop harassing us. He told me I wasn't the person he thought I was. I tried calling him, and told him I loved him and we just needed to talk things through, but he hasn't answered, and we haven't talked in over 2 weeks. I'm starting to think every relationship is going to end with me getting ghosted at this point. My ex refused the paternity test to prove that her daughter is mine because it was insulting, but she was hysterical when the court ordered a DNA test. Plus all updates. 15 years ago, I was 25 and was finishing my contract, and my then-girlfriend of 3 years, Natalie, was acting increasingly strange. I returned from a 2-month assignment and was prepared to break up with Natalie. She came by and gave me the good news. She was pregnant. I asked how far along she was, and she said 5 weeks, so I broke it off with her and told her she needed to do better at math. She refused the breakup and insisted the baby was mine, so I told her the following: 1. Paternity test, and 2. If the child was mine, we could talk about financial support and custody arrangements with lawyers. She refused both and told everyone we both knew that I was a deadbeat for knocking her up and leaving her. I told everyone I was on a 2-month assignment when she conceived, but a few insisted for the sake of decency I house her and give her limited support. I consulted a lawyer about this mess, and the lawyer made it very clear that any overt support I give could be seen as me taking responsibility, so I told these friends that, and almost dropped it, except for one guy, who again insisted that charity couldn't be used as a legal cudgel like that. I told him if he believed that, he could house her. He agreed to drop it after that. The child was born, and not even going to do the whole she didn't look like me because most babies are born with squished faces, and all I saw were the pics she sent me with messages like Emma wants to know where daddy is and poop. She still refused to take any paternity tests, but her constantly showing up with that baby got to the point where I filed in row. Fun fact, in my state, a permanent row is not permanent. It is 2 fucking years long. The only way to get it longer is if a violent crime is associated with it, and bugging someone with a baby that's not theirs is not a violent crime. So, my life for the last 14 years has been me renewing the row every 2 years because, once it clears, Natalie shows up again with my not child. I eventually found a nice girl and got married, and now I have a 9-year-old son, Henry. My wife Kim is well aware of Natalie and Emma. When the cycle begins again, I always say the same thing: 1. Paternity test. 2. Once paternity is proven, I will take custody and get financial support set up. Natalie always refuses and says both are insulting. Recently, the cycle started again, and Emma showed up first. She approached my son during a school event and said, "Hi, I'm your big sister Emma." Henry knows about stranger danger and runs away to a teacher. I had to have a very painful talk with the teachers and parents who were at the event about my relationship with Emma and Natalie and how Emma was never my daughter. I even called her my daughter once or twice in the conversation. After the group disbanded, one of the mothers confronted me and said that while Natalie was in the wrong telling this poor child I was her father, calling her my daughter was mocking this situation. I kind of get where she's coming from, but I can't help this child, and the truth is playing light of the 2-year cycles is the closest I can get to finding peace in the situation. Update: I got off the phone with my attorney. We have a preliminary hearing on the new row this week. We will most likely be issued a temporary row, and then another hearing for the permanent row after that. CPS is investigating Natalie and Emma's living situation. The teacher's report held a lot of weight, and my lawyer thinks this might be a way to end the madness now. In family court, for minors, there exists something like a temporary, court-appointed guardian, who is only a guardian for legal purposes and procedures and decisions, including medical. If the family court appoints such for Emma, we can ask this temporary guardian for the DNA test to put this to the ground. The madness might have an ending in sight. Adding here, I feel like I need to explain the relationship I had with Natalie all those years ago. When I returned from my 2-month assignment, I was already set on breaking up with her. Her "oh wait, I'm pregnant" would never make me marry her. I doubted she was pregnant for several weeks. During the last year of our relationship, several red flags appeared in her behavior, ranging from demanding that I check in with her. At the same time, at work, I only hung out with friends with her present, with extreme bouts of jealousy if I ever seemed too friendly with women, including waitresses. I was in a line of work that demanded me to be away for long stints, which she hated but also kept me out of her reach for long periods. I think halfway through that last year, I realized that when I was away, I did not miss her. I was relieved to plop into a cot and fall asleep after long work hours without thinking about her. When the pregnancy turned out to be real, I made it clear that with a paternity test, I would pay support, split custody, and be a co-parent and nothing more. She wanted me to be her husband, no questions asked. There is no test, just pure blind faith and devotion to her and the child. The test, she insisted, was insulting. There would never be a relationship, and there was no relationship to salvage with Natalie. On the advice of the first attorney I hired, the deal was no test, no contact. Court update: the preliminary hearing on the new row went well. Emma and Natalie were there, and we discovered that Emma lives with her great-grandmother and has a guardian ad litem, court-appointed guardian on legal matters. My lawyer thinks this means whatever was found in Natalie's home situation warranted removing Emma, and potentially severe enough that the great-grandmother only has physical custody and the need to appoint a guardian ad litem. During the hearing, we went through the whole song and dance, the past rows, the whole deal. My lawyer turned to Emma's representative and said we would submit to a DNA test and put this to bed. Natalie looked hysterical at that, and her lawyer urged her to be silent. Emma's representative accepted, and we were cheek swabbed in the courthouse. A temporary order is now in place, and a second hearing is scheduled for the permanent order in the upcoming weeks. The order covers immediate family on both sides, and as I've detailed in the past, Natalie is oddly good with following court orders. We have about 4 weeks before the definitive test results return, but I'm not too worried. My ex's girlfriend thinks she can get away for posting that I am trying to take her man. Now his mother is livid and took all the jewelry she gave her. I separated from my boyfriend when I was 24 and haven't talked to him much, but I still sometimes speak to his parents, especially his mum, whom I have even introduced my father-in-law to, as they both love gardening. Now, I have been running a small book club from my uni days, with just a couple of lovely women, and we gather in my home library and talk about books on witchy or historical fiction. We also discuss gardening and old folk tales. It is a fulfilling hobby. Jim's mum, let's call her Amy, asked me last month if she could join my book club, as my father-in-law had mentioned it to her when they were chatting at the nursery. She thought it sounded great, and I said yes, but I didn't think Jim would mind. Also, it wasn't his business. Amy then joined one session and gushed about it to her husband, who mentioned it to Jim. Now, the problem started there. I later learned that Jim's parents dislike his fiancée Beatrice. Jim's dad thinks Beatrice has nothing in common with their family. The three are huge readers, and thinks Beatrice is shallow, as she works with makeup and clothes. Plus, I interacted less with Jim and his parents following our breakup because Jim dumped me for Beatrice, and even though I am married, and they are somewhat friends with my father-in-law, Jim's parents think Beatrice is not right for their intellectual son. Apparently, at some family dinner, Jim's parents kept speaking over Beatrice and mentioning how well I had been doing. Amy had been talking about what books the book club had recommended, and I guess Jim's dad had commented on how he wished he had a daughter to talk to about books, which had hurt Beatrice. Jim later called me and told me about all of this, and that me letting his mom in my club has only given his parents more ammo to hurt Beatrice. I apologized, as I knew none of this. I later asked Amy not to talk about anything book club related outside, even though it felt awkward and childish. I thought that would be it. Except, Beatrice and one of her friends have made scathing posts on Facebook and Instagram and even tagged my father-in-law in one of them, on how snobbish and mean-minded bookish women try to take other women's men because they can only read and act smart. Jim again called me and said that Jim's mom had started a huge fight over it and had returned the jewelry she had given to Beatrice for the wedding. I was shocked, as I rarely spoke to Jim after our breakup and only interacted with his parents when I ran into them. But he sounded and acted like I was why his family was going through a spat. My husband and father-in-law are saying that Beatrice was lucky that I didn't think of retaliating and was not in the wrong, but I am starting to feel guilty and need a second opinion. My ex's insecure wife tried to humiliate me. I told her that X has a successful career because of me and she should be thankful. I was married to my ex Jim for 20 years. We have 3 kids and have been divorced for 5 years. Both of us are now remarried, but we maintain a good relationship for our kids and because we do like each other. We divorced because Jim was a bad husband and not a great dad when we were together. Jim worked long hours to build a wonderful career while I neglected my career to be there for our children. He didn't truly understand until it was too late. He provided for us and still does provide for our kids. I am grateful for everything he did, but admit that I resented him during our marriage because I had to watch his career take off while mine, same career, stalled. For a little more context, I married a mutual friend, David, of Jim and me. We were both divorced, no cheating was involved, and my ex has never had an issue with it because he knows that we didn't cheat. We both had a conversation with him at the start of the relationship and he was actually happy for us. 4 years ago Jim met Kara and they got married 2 years. It's her first marriage and they had their first baby last year. As I mentioned, Jim and I have a great relationship that includes monthly dinners with our children and just us. We have been doing this since we separated 6 years ago so our children understand that we are still a family and it allows our kids an opportunity to share things with their parents and siblings without anyone else. The issue came up on Easter and I'm not sure if I'm the a-hole or justified. We were all at former mother-in-law's house for the holiday and Kara was going on and on about what a wonderful husband and father Jim is to her and their daughter. I don't care because I know my ex has more time now than he did when our children were younger. I didn't say anything until Kara looked directly at me and asked in front of the entire family why I ever gave Jim up. She also commented on me being too busy falling in love with my husband's best friend. I simply looked back at her and said, you know, Kara, he wasn't always a great husband and is only so wonderful now because I was willing to make a ton of sacrifices so he could have a successful career, but don't worry, you are very welcome for that. Almost everyone laughed, including Jim, but Kara was pissed and texted me later that night to tell me how hurt she was that I insulted her and her husband at Easter dinner. She said I shouldn't have even been there. I ignored her text at first, but she called the next day to continue the conversation. The conversation eventually turned to me explaining that my marriage to Jim and her marriage are very different, and while I'm happy that they are happy and have a great life, she doesn't get to rewrite history or comment on the type of husband Jim was to me. I reminded her that Jim and I have spent many years working through our crap, and while she may think she is funny, she just comes off as insecure. My ex-boyfriend can't get over our breakup and keeps stalking me, so I got a restraining order to keep him from getting near me. About 1.5 months ago, I broke up with my ex after we had been together for about 9 months. Basically, because his controlling behavior made me feel too confined and uncomfortable, but apparently, he can't accept it. Since the breakup, I have been bombarded with messages, voice messages, emails and phone calls. I had to block him everywhere only to be harassed again from newly created accounts, sometimes pretending to be someone else. I live in a village with less than 2,000 people and am active in local clubs. He comes from a town of about 20,000 people, about 20 minutes away. 3 weeks ago, during a public event with my club, he was there and, apart from a brief comment that I should smile more, left me alone. However, my friends later told me that he had been following and staring at me the entire time. Okay, it's somewhat understandable since it was still pretty fresh. Last weekend, we had a big tent festival that lasted the whole weekend, during which I was a waitress. He was there too, and completely drunk, both days. On Saturday, we even briefly chatted, and I felt like he was doing better, but that was apparently just a front. Throughout the day, he kept his eye on me and followed me. He also only wanted to order drinks from me, which annoyed me, and I told him to leave me alone and go to someone else. When all his friends wanted to leave, he absolutely refused to go with them. I begged him to leave and he promised me he would, but in the end, he stayed and continued to follow me even after my shift ended. I had been really looking forward to the festival, but because of him, I had to go home early because I felt so uncomfortable. Sunday was even worse. He was there alone and got drunk by himself. He didn't speak to me during the day, but he sent me 3 letters through other servers. I didn't read them. Several people asked me who the creepy guy sitting alone at the table staring at me was. I was incredibly embarrassed. On Sunday evening, only about 20 people were left, and we were all having a last drink. When I went outside to the restroom trailer, he secretly followed me and tried to corner me. Fortunately, 2 of my friends noticed and followed us, and I fled back inside while they persuaded him to go home. I am incredibly grateful to them because I don't know what he would have done otherwise. Maybe he really just wanted to talk, but he's lied to me so many times now that I can't be sure. I'm usually someone who tries to get along with everyone, and that includes ex-partners. I would have been open to at least a friendly relationship with him, but the way he's behaved so far makes that impossible. I don't dare going out alone anymore. I have trouble sleeping and double lock all the doors at night. I'm afraid that if he gets drunk again, he'll come up with some stupid idea and show up at my house. He makes me feel unpredictable because he constantly lies and twists things. At the same time, I feel like this is all coldly calculated and that he's manipulating everyone around him. For example, he told my best friend he actually didn't want to come to the festival and that it was his friends who wanted him to come. His friends, however, told me he was the one who pushed everyone to come. If I lived in the city, I would seriously consider moving, but I have my roots here in this village. I find it so unfair that I have to deal with this. The whole thing is stressing me out so much that I have my first cold sore outbreak in 5 years. I have cried more in the last month than I did all of last year because I am so emotionally drained. Update: I wrote everything down that same day, and the nice lady from the Violence Protection Center later praised me several times for how well I had documented everything. Unfortunately, it still took me a while after the post to take legal action, partly because I still hoped that he might eventually back off, and partly because I was a bit apprehensive about taking such a step. Going to court makes you face the reality of the situation, but in the end, I had no other choice. I don't want to go into too much detail about the circumstances, so I'll get to the point. We obtained a restraining order. I've decided not to file charges for now. I don't want to deal with this more than necessary, and the restraining order alone was already a huge amount of work. A criminal case would be even more demanding. By the way, a police warning doesn't exist in Austria. So, just in case anyone else from Austria is in a similar situation, the Violence Protection Center is there for cases of violence and harassment like this. They're government funded and have offices in every federal state. The phone counseling and the subsequent support with the legal steps were great. The court issued the order very quickly after my application, within just a few days, which surprised me, given the summer lull. Even though this issue is hopefully over now, I'm still not feeling completely okay. I still have sleep problems, especially nightmares, and particularly when I sleep alone. I can't leave the house alone without worrying that he might suddenly appear. Every walk from the office to the parking lot is a small challenge, and I'm constantly looking over my shoulder in public. I'm paranoid and anxious, and I've lost trust in strangers, especially men. I wish I could return to that innocent bubble where broken people like this didn't exist. Even if that made me naive, I was happier. I wish I could regain my openness and basic trust in others. I liked myself more back then. I'm working on myself, of course, and trying to do things I used to enjoy, and surrounding myself with people who are good for me. but I think it will still take a while before I return to where I was before all this happened.
My ex-fiancée broke off our engagement and told me that we were better off as friends. Now she's confused as to why I was asking her to return the ring and kicking her out. My ex-fiancée broke up with me because she felt that we barely saw each other, which was a lie. I work in a family restaurant, and by the time my fiancée gets off work, I wouldn't make it home until 3 to 5 hours after her, depending on the day. She's been wanting me to find a new job because she felt it wasn't fair she worked longer hours than I did and that since I worked in the evenings, she didn't feel like we had enough time together. I always told her that I had no desire to quit and that I thought it would be beneficial for us if she were to work with me because we'd get more time off and we'd get to spend it together. She told me she felt uncomfortable working for my parents, and I accepted that. She'd still complain occasionally, but I never thought she'd break up with me for it. She did, and she said my work schedule was the reason. This upset me deeply because I didn't understand. I don't work Sundays or Mondays, and I get to spend time with her on Tuesday mornings and Saturday mornings before I go to work. I thought we were past it, but I was wrong. When she broke up with me, I was hurt. She apologized but told me that with our work schedules, she didn't see how we could get married if I wasn't going to try and find a better job for all of us. She said it would be better if we just stayed friends. I told her that she knew before we got engaged what my schedule was, and she shouldn't accepted it in the first place. She told me that she received it because she thought that, over time, I would try and find a different job. After our breakup, I avoided her because I didn't want to see her anymore, but then I felt I shouldn't have to be uncomfortable in my own home. It's not big enough to avoid her completely, and I felt she needed to move out. I told her that I thought that she needed to go, and since we weren't getting married anymore, there was no point in us living together. She asked me if I was serious, and I told her I was. I asked for the ring back as well. She got upset by this because she said I gave it to her and shouldn't ask for it back since it meant something to her. I told her I bought it so we could get married, but since we weren't getting married, I wanted it back. She told me that I could easily afford to get a new one and that I was greedy. She said that trying to kick her out and ask for her ring back after we'd been together for so long was insensitive and that I should be ashamed of myself. I didn't budge. She ultimately gave me the ring back and moved out 9 days ago, but she told me that if I truly loved her, I wouldn't have asked for the ring back and would have allowed her to continue living with me. She said that she had a legitimate reason to call off our engagement and that she shouldn't be made homeless because of it. She noted that it was her home, too, since she lived there with me and shouldn't have to live with her parents. I don't fault her for calling off our engagement. I just wish she would have told me sooner. What I have a problem with is the fact she thinks she still has to live with me and gets to keep the ring that I bought.
My ex-girlfriend abandoned our daughter in the middle of the night because she wanted a fresh start with her new baby, so I called for CPS and got her arrested. My daughter's mom and I were young and only dating when she got pregnant with our daughter. We broke up and decided to co-parent. I would spend weekends and holidays with my daughter, which was upsetting. I wish I had more time with her while she was growing up. My daughter, who is now 13, started staying with me more after her mom married her now husband a few months ago. My daughter would always tell me her stepdad didn't like her that much, and I would try to ask questions about what she meant by that. She would say he wouldn't hurt her or anything, he just didn't like her. She would tell me she didn't want to talk about it so I wouldn't push. I was on a business trip and didn't get home until 1 a.m. to find my daughter sitting on the porch with about 4 packed bags. I was so confused and angry seeing my 13-year-old daughter sitting out there in the middle of the night. It turns out my ex found out she was pregnant, and her husband insisted they don't need my daughter around anymore because they have their own family. He never wanted a kid in his home who wasn't related to him anyway, so it's a perfect time to start fresh with their own family instead of the ex sticking up for our daughter. She agreed, made my daughter pack, and dropped her off at my place. Ex didn't tell me, and my daughter's phone was dead, so my poor baby was sitting outside alone for 10 hours. I'm so mad my ex would do this, and I feel bad for my daughter. She's heartbroken. Update: I called the police last night. Luckily I know a good family law attorney and plan on getting her into therapy soon. My poor girl wasn't doing well at all last night when I found her, and I feel so bad I wasn't home to prevent some of the damage done. I couldn't imagine how she was feeling while alone waiting for me. Update: my ex and her husband got arrested. Each got a charge of child abandonment and child neglect. We got lucky, and a nearby neighbor's camera footage caught them dropping off my daughter and quickly driving off my daughter, clearly heartbroken. We also got neighbor camera footage of my daughter sitting outside by herself. I am currently in touch with an attorney who will hopefully help me and my daughter get justice for everything that happened. For people wondering how my daughter is doing, she is not well mentally and emotionally, which is to be expected. I have been trying to reassure her that she is safe and didn't do anything wrong, giving her lots of hugs and reassuring her that I love her. I got in touch with her school, and they were able to point me in the best direction for a therapist. She'll start therapy later next week.
My ex-girlfriend called me a pig after I helped my sister through her first period. Now she's relentlessly stalking me, begging for a comeback, so I filed a restraining order and destroyed her life. I am currently taking care of my 3 younger siblings. Our parents are nowhere to be found. I don't know if they are in the same state or even in America at the moment, dead or alive, and I don't really care. I don't know what happened, but when my first sibling was born, everything was passed on to me, and the same with my other siblings as soon as they were born as well. Long story short, and to give a basic description, I am a mom and dad to my siblings. I have cared for them all of their lives. They know I'm their brother, but sometimes they slip up and call me dad. Our home became completely toxic, and when I turned 18, I moved out into a small 2-bedroom apartment and took my siblings with me. I worked myself to the bone with taking care of my siblings, working in school. It took me longer than I would like to admit, but I finished school and got a good job. I eventually saved up enough and bought a house for me and my siblings. 4 years ago, I took the legal steps after I got my home, and my siblings are now legally in my custody. I did get in a bit of trouble with the social worker because I never reported anything, but all legal matters have now been settled. The reason for my posting here: a couple of months ago, like 4 or 5 I think. I broke up with my then girlfriend of 1 year. My little sister got her period, and I helped her through her first period. She got cleaned up and then I explained everything in detail to her. My now ex completely blew up on me and called me a pig, creep, pedo, and a bunch of other things. My sister just ran out of the living room and locked herself in her room. I told my ex to leave my house. It took me almost the full day to get my sister to talk to me, and she only did it after my other sister came home from a sleepover for her to speak to me. My sister helped a lot by also explaining that I did nothing wrong. She even told my sister that I helped her through her first period and that she is lucky because she now has 2 people to help her, me and her. My ex did come back to my house, but I told her we were done and kicked her out again. The problem was that she started following us around, stalking us. Every store I went into, she was suddenly there, and if we went to the park, she was at the park. I blocked her and made sure that she was blocked on all of my siblings' phones as well, but we did start to receive phone calls and messages from other numbers that were clearly her trying to excuse her actions with a sob story. This went on for a month until she tried to sign my little brother and sister out of school one morning after I dropped them off with a fake permission letter. Luckily, the receptionist called me, and I was able to stop her from signing my siblings out of school. That is when I filed for the restraining order. I got all the evidence, photos, messages, calls, everything, and we got the restraining order. I or my siblings running into her at places dropped considerably since then. She has violated the restraining order a couple of times, and when I went to the police, they told me they couldn't do much as it can't be proven that she is doing it deliberately. When we run into her, she doesn't stop us, she just continues on her way or leaves wherever we are. I don't know how she knows where we are all the time, but I have seen her multiple times, even when I change my schedule for when I do things, change the stores where I buy groceries, shopping, everything. Recently the house next to mine got put on the market for rent and Goyce wanted to rent it. I noticed her showing up at the house with a real estate agent to look at the house. She came up to me with a smile and said, "I guess we will be neighbors from now on." I went into the house and showed the real estate agent the restraining order and then called the police. This time they took me seriously and my ex was arrested. My ex lost the house as the company is refusing her business and the agent has given a statement to the police that my ex has asked specifically to rent the house next to mine. My ex was arrested but not imprisoned and only had to pay a fine. I am now receiving a bunch of calls and messages calling me an asshole for destroying my ex's life. She is being evicted from her apartment, same rental company. She might lose her job as she can't find a place to stay within her budget and possibly have to move back in with her parents, who live in a different state. Her own sister and friends are refusing to help her. I don't really know why they don't want to help her, but I don't see that as my problem as long as my siblings are safe. Some of my own friends are calling me an asshole because I enforced the restraining order and caused my ex unnecessary problems as she is really no threat to me, and I am now being vindictive. My ex-girlfriend lied to her family about the real reason for our breakup and told them that I didn't want to take the next step, so I exposed her and sent her voicemail to them. We've had a great relationship, and the only thing that stands out is she progressively started making a lot more intimate jokes about some of our shared friends over the last few months. Some involved her being with them, and others were three-way jokes. I won't lie, I played along a little, but I consistently made some joking responses along the lines of "you're more than enough for me" and "or I don't like sharing." I never took any of it seriously, because, why would I? Until she asked, and I found out / realized that she was probably trying to gauge my response and see how open I was. Mary asked when we were getting ready for bed about a month ago. I was scrolling on my phone, and she was getting changed and went, "If I asked you to open the relationship, would you?" This might sound super corny, but it was like I had an out-of-body experience and all of the above hit me at once. All the jokes and comments so far made sense in a she's trying to butter me up to the idea kind of way and went numb for a second. To her credit, she must have seen how freaked out I was and asked if I was okay. I pretended I didn't hear her and asked her to repeat herself, and she was really hesitant too and only repeated it when I insisted. Then, I went to voice notes, set it to record and put my phone down to talk to her. I don't remember much of it, just that I tried to stay calm and keep her talking, but the note is just over an hour and a half long and it feels like I'm listening into a conversation that happened between two strangers. She trickled truth all the way through it and ultimately stuck to the idea that she hadn't been cheating. She didn't have any one person in mind but had been fantasizing about mutual friends and people at work and seemed to get the idea that they'd be open to something if she asked. A lot of it is her being defensive and me trying to needle information out of her without escalating into an argument. A lot of me soothing her and trying to make her feel comfortable enough to keep talking. The apartment is mine, and I suggested we take a break a few nights later, so she went to stay with a friend for the weekend. By the next Monday, I'd spoken to some of my friends and my sisters, separately, and concluded that we were done and suggested she started looking for somewhere else to stay. She was upset but didn't argue and had most of her stuff out, and at her parents' house, by the end of the week. So, coming to 2 days ago, her mom reached out over WhatsApp to say she was disappointed in how I'd handled everything. The message wasn't really framed in a way that she was reprimanding me, more that she wished we could have worked it out. She then added me to a group chat with her husband, ex's stepdad, and they both tag-teamed me saying that we could work it out, that I was making a mistake, and that I shouldn't overthink things. I eventually got it out of them that my ex had fed them a very vague story that we had broken up because she'd wanted to take the next step in our relationship and that I'd freaked out. We'd argued, and she'd been effectively kicked out. Her stepdad was leaning on the fact that he thought I was more mature than this, and her mom just kept repeating how disappointing this whole situation was. So, I was pissed. In the heat of the moment, I told them I had the recording of our conversation that I could send that would explain what she actually meant about taking the next step. I initially tried to email it to them, but it was being a ball ache, so I eventually shared it via Drive. In the meantime, I took a few screenshots of my ex and on messages, ones where she had made jokes and comments about intimacy with our friends and a lady from her office, and sent them along to that shared chat group. I haven't heard back since. Again, it's been 2 days, and I don't feel as vindicated anymore. A good few of my ex's comments were about other women, and I'm freaking out because I don't know how, if at all, open she's been about her sexuality with them. I also think I shouldn't have engaged at all and I shouldn't have felt the need to prove my innocence to either of them. Update, I apologized to her parents. I apologized for getting angry, cussing them out and for sharing private information about their daughter to them. I fully acknowledged that I was being spiteful and that it was a harsh escalation of a response. Anne and Paul accepted it at face value but asked if I could come over for lunch this afternoon to have an actual conversation. It was nice but really awkward too. Mary wasn't there. I apologized again and Paul and Anne said they were sorry for interfering and not giving me a chance to tell my side. We both agreed we'd acted inappropriately and that, going forward, we wouldn't involve ourselves in this topic. I left things on relatively better terms, but I'm not going to talk to them for a while. As for Mary, she unblocked me late last night and let loose a tirade of angry messages. They mostly, of course, consisted of how creepy and disgusting I was for recording her. Again, I recorded her because I knew she'd lie and all she did was prove my point, to which, despite still cussing me out, she had no real response. I got from her, Anne, and Paul that things are understandably awkward, after what I'd shared, but she's still staying with them for the time being. They've not discussed it with her, beyond letting her know they'd heard the recording and now knew she'd lied, but there has been no indication of negative consequences. And that's it. My ex-girlfriend opened her legs to her coworker despite her strict no-touch policy. Now she's miserable and crawling back to me because he popped the cherry. My ex grew up in a very religious home. Her father is a pastor. She has been open with her family but does not share their faith. They weren't happy about it but accepted that she must make choices. Nevertheless, I think some religious upbringing was still in her mind. Our relationship was pretty normal, except that she told me very early that she was a virgin and wanted to stay that way until she was married. It wasn't for religious reasons. As I mentioned, she isn't religious, but she was very focused on not disappointing her dad. Anyway, I was becoming more resentful of the fact that everyone I know was having normal intimate relationships, and we weren't. I couldn't understand why she didn't want to have a full intimate relationship, though, of course, I never pressured her about it. Last year, I was in my last year of uni, and she was working at her first professional job. She was talking a lot about all these successful guys she met at work, which made me feel lesser as I was still a broke uni student. Coupled with her still not wanting a full intimate relationship, it did make me feel more resentful. We had some arguments about it, and after a while, I felt that I should end the relationship as we wanted different things, and our lives were on different paths. It was awful. She was crying a lot, and I felt terrible afterward. Anyway, it has been nearly 6 months since we broke up. We haven't been in touch at all for most of that time. I have not been involved with anyone else at that time, as I was 100% focused on finishing my degree. I have finally finished uni and am about to start my first professional job. She recently got in touch again and asked to meet up. I hesitated but decided we had so much good history that I should hear her out. She told me she's been missing me these past 6 months, that she thinks she wants to get back together and is open to having an intimate relationship now. I asked her why now, what changed, and she looked uncomfortable. After a little prying, she said she had a short-term fling with one of the older guys at work while we were broken up, which of course, was fine as she wasn't my girlfriend anymore. Anyway, she said he persisted with her until she started having intimacy with him. She ended it with him recently. She was clear that it was consensual but that the guy was very persistent in pursuing intimacy with her. I was gutted. I couldn't understand why she'd make me wait all those years, but I was fine doing it with some new guy she'd only been seeing briefly. I asked if the reason she was open to having an intimate relationship now was because she wasn't a virgin anymore. She said yes. I asked her to give me some space to process all this. I'm conflicted and would love some advice on this. I have missed her a lot and still have strong feelings for her, but at the same time, it feels like I have been strung along for years. Update, last weekend was Australia Day, a long weekend. I was on a camping trip. One great question a friend asked was whether I would have ever decided to reach out and take Ellie back if she never reached out to me first. The answer is no. It was so obvious to me. That cut through a lot of the confusion for me. When I was driving home and got a mobile signal again, the network delivered a bunch of messages from Ellie all at once. She said she was wrong to ask me to get back together and that she's back with Tim now. She also texted that the thing with Tim was more serious than she told me when she last met with me. She apologized for misleading me about her and Tim's relationship. She asked if we could meet to talk about it. I was not happy, so I just texted back no. I was not very mature, but I wasn't in the mood to hear more about all this, and I was surprised and pissed off that she lied to me. That seemed very out of character for her. She tried calling me, but I didn't want to answer. On Tuesday evening, Ellie knocked at my door. She said that she knew I didn't want to talk to her, but she felt bad about everything and hoped I would let her explain herself, clear the air, and then I'd never see her again if that's what I wanted. I let her in. I was not happy with recent events but figured I might at least get a clearer idea of what's going on. I asked about why she asked to get back together. Tim is older and has been at the firm for 10 years. One day at work, one of the women made a snarky comment to Ellie about being another one of Tim's girls. She did some digging, and it turns out Tim has a history. He has dated a long list of women from work. Several of them were young graduate employees just like Ellie. The rumor around the office is that Ellie is just the next girl to get used by him. She was horrified. She accused him of using her. They argued, and she told him it was over. Soon after that, she came to me. She felt as if we might be able to rekindle things now that she was open to an intimate relationship. But my hesitation and time to calm down made her realize that was a mistake. Over the weekend, Tim asked her to work things out. She decided to give it a chance. So I guess that's settled. I don't want her back and she's in a relationship so she doesn't want me back either. She wants to keep out of contact out of respect for her relationship with Tim. She wants to give it a real chance of working. New update, I'm seeing someone. I'll call her Olivia. She's the sister of one of my housemates. She's so cool, and smart, and gorgeous. The chemistry was instant and intense from the moment we met. We just click so well. It's such a great time when we're together. Olivia is an accountant at a big firm. One of Olivia's workmates was having a party last month. She asked me to come to meet some of her work friends. We went inside and Olivia introduced me to the woman who hosted the party, her workmate Jess. There would have been maybe 40 to 50 people there. I didn't know anyone but Olivia. At one point I offered to grab more drinks. The kitchen was in a separate room. As I was getting them, a guy asked me to pass him a beer from the fridge. I introduced myself and he said, "Hi, I'm Tim." We chatted for a couple of minutes about our jobs and how we know Jess. Then I just said nice to meet you and returned to the group. I didn't recognize his face as I'd never met him before, but it was definitely Ellie's Tim. And he looked in his 30s, a bit older than most people at the party. Neither of us mentioned Ellie when we were talking. Later on, I asked Jess how she knew Tim. She said she used to work at the same firm as Tim but she moved to another employer. Despite living in a city of 5 million, it's still a small world. On the tram ride home I must have been quiet because Olivia asked what was on my mind. I said that Tim guy at the party was, or maybe still is, my ex's boyfriend. I said I didn't think he knew who I was or if he didn't say anything. That prompted me to share some history about me and Ellie. Olivia was wide-eyed and said, "You never told me you were a virgin." Then she laughed and said, "Well, we took care of that." She asked if I had any feelings for Ellie and I truthfully said no. I dealt with all that months ago. More recently, there was a formal charity dinner that Olivia was asked to support. Her employer was a sponsor of the event. She was keen to show me off. We were at a table with a bunch of her work colleagues. Nice people. One of her work friends was so excited to meet you. Me, and Olivia can't stop talking about you. That made me feel really good. After dinner, a few of us were chatting and I got a tap on the shoulder. I turned around and to my surprise it was Ellie. Tim was with her. It was so weird to see her again. Tim said he remembered meeting me at that party but never made the connection to Ellie until just now. She must have told him about me. Ellie looked very different. She had lost a lot of weight and was very slim. The tight red dress she was wearing made that obvious. Not that she was ever overweight, but I'd never seen her that thin before. She was immaculately made up with what looked to my ignorant eye like expensive jewelry. She'd changed her hair too, now blonde instead of her natural auburn. She looked like a sleek rich girl, not the poor pastor's daughter I remember. Don't get me wrong, she looked amazing, but she looked like a different person. I know it was a formal event so we were all dressed nicely, but this was a major transformation. Despite her glam looks, when I saw her I didn't feel anything for her. Just nothing. Ellie said she was so glad to see me and she had some news, holding out her hand to show a diamond engagement ring. I know nothing about diamonds but it looked pretty big and expensive to me. I offered my congratulations to them both. Just then Olivia walked back over. I introduced her to Ellie and Tim. Olivia put her arm around me and Ellie's smile seemed to kind of freeze. I didn't really know what else to say, so I just said nice to see you again and wished them all the best for the wedding. Tim walked off and Ellie just sort of stood there a moment. It was awkward. Later on, as we were leaving, Ellie was staring at us as we walked out. Olivia said later that I think she still has a thing for you. I said it doesn't matter. Anyway, cut to a few days ago. My brother messaged me saying Ellie stopped by looking for me. The next day I received an email from an address I hadn't seen before. It was Ellie. No acknowledgement that she was breaking our agreement to be no contact. No mention she stopped by my old place. It said it was so great to see you again. I've missed you and that girl you were with is pretty. How serious is it? And told me she and Tim have big plans for their wedding next year and she hopes I can come. I was annoyed because she is trying to make her life my business. Again, despite promising no contact. Even going to the trouble to make a new email address to get around me blocking her. I showed Olivia the email and she rolled her eyes and asked me to think about why my ex would send me that. Why indeed. Olivia is great at cutting through bullshit and reads people way better than I do. Ellie can't have me back. I'm in a relationship now plus she's engaged, and it's not like I would go to their wedding. Who goes to their ex's wedding? It wouldn't be right. I don't know why she's trying to contact me, but I can guess that she wants to use me for emotional support again. Life is so great right now. I've got a cool new girlfriend, a fun place to live and a new career I love. It has been easy to leave Ellie behind. My ex-girlfriend opened electric and internet accounts in my name without my knowledge a year after we broke up. Now she told me to grow up and pay them off for her. I'm sort of lost on what to do here. My ex-girlfriend ran up a little under $2,000 in electric and internet charges. From what I can tell, she opened the accounts using my name and social security number about a year after we broke up. I hadn't spoken with her that entire year and she never had permission to do this. I only found out about the accounts because I went to buy a car a few weeks ago and the finance department of the dealership showed me a copy of my credit report. The interest rate I was going to get was terrible so I held off. They told me my rate would drop significantly once I got the accounts off my credit report. I ended up challenging both accounts with all of the credit bureaus but none of them took it off, all saying they need more information. I left my ex several voicemails telling her she needed to contact the companies and confirm she opened the accounts. She finally left me a voicemail telling me to grow up and just pay the accounts off because when we broke up she had to leave my house. I finally got to talk with her on the phone and said that wasn't my problem and she just said looks like it is your problem and hung up. Haven't talked with her since. Kind of stuck on what to do now. She has no intention of taking responsibility for the bills. Update. So I took the advice of several people from the last thread and I went to the police. I made the report and they were pretty helpful, telling me exactly what I needed to say to the credit bureaus to get the accounts off of my credit report. It worked perfectly. Both of the accounts came off of my credit and my score shot up. I went ahead and got my new car at the end of June, which was awesome since I really needed it. What was probably inferred in the last post, but not explicitly stated, was that my ex is crazy and so is her family. I got a phone call from the same police department Saturday night when I was out of town. Multiple people had broken out every window of my new car and almost every window of my house. My neighbor saw what was happening and called 911. The police arrived and ended up catching one of the two breaking windows. The other one jumped into a car, which just so happened to be the exact make, model and color of my ex's vehicle, and sped away. They tried to pull it over but it took off and they stopped chasing after a couple of blocks. According to the police, there was a piece of paper in the window, probably a fake temp tag. The guy who was arrested is a friend of my ex's brother. I got to see the neighbor's surveillance footage and two people got out, Go up to my car and start breaking the windows. It's not good enough quality to make an ID based on their faces, but the clothes match the one they caught, who also had a torch lighter with him. They were literally busting out every individual block window for my basement windows, which is probably why they got caught. They were there for about 3 minutes before the police showed up. I was told my ex refused to speak with them, and her car, which was in the driveway, had her normal plates on it. I'm sure she put them back on after she was done. I said I wanted the guy they arrested prosecuted. He was released after about an hour and has a court date in a couple of weeks. I'm literally scared for my life right now. I have a company that came by and boarded up my house windows. Insurance is supposed to be coming out today, but I'm staying at a friend's house for the rest of the week. I'm most likely going to sell my house. It's literally not worth it to me. My bet is that the police questioned her about the accounts and she decided to get revenge. My work is remote anyway. I've been thinking about moving for a bit, but a state or two away, especially if I rent for a year, should be good. So yeah, there's definitely bad with the good in my case. I wish I had caught it sooner, but it never crossed my mind to check my credit every so often. Even with insurance, I'm going to be out more than $2,000 due to the damage to my car and house, and the guy they caught looks to be in even worse financial shape than my ex. Lessons learned here. 1. Check your credit. 2. Don't stick it in crazy. My ex-girlfriend ruined the perfect future I had planned for us and stole my cat, so I am planning to screw her off with legal fees and press charges against her. I had been dating this girl for over a year, and she and I decided to move in together. Fast forward a year, and we did everything together. I spent multiple semesters in college, countless road trips, trips to meet my family a state over, a trip to Orlando, and a trip to another country. I took her everywhere I could, and we did fun things every weekend. We even got my first 2 cats together. We were the golden couple our friends looked up to, and my relationship with her felt extremely strong. I felt very emotionally dependent on her, and she always had comfort in the other. Very few arguments, and the few small ones we had only ended in us becoming closer. There was no way anyone who knew us could have seen the following coming. It was undescribably surprising. Fast forward another year, to a couple of weekends ago. I'm playing a game, Tarkov, chatting with friends while she's out with her friend named Em. That night I had plans with her, but she explained Em and her wanted to hang out spontaneously, and I had no reason to object, though it felt off that she would blow off our plans of hanging out that night. No biggie. I trusted her and loved her with all my heart. She hadn't texted me for about 2 hours, so I asked how it was going. No response. 30 minutes later, called her 3 times. No responses. This worried me as she'd answered every call in the last 5 years. I checked her location on one of our apps, Snapchat. It was off, something I wasn't insecure about, but we'd both never had it off since we started dating. Now I was really worried. I wasn't sure if something had happened to her and the person knew to turn off the location, or if she was lying about where she was. Eventually, she answered my calls with a text, "It's good," in response to my "how's it going, baby?" An hour prior. This was no good. I was pissed that she would so shortly answer my obviously huge worries. I spammed her, asking for a selfie, asking for an explanation of the missed calls and location being turned off. Short 1-word replies, 5 minutes apart, only made my mental state worse. Eventually I started asking for pictures of Em. I was becoming doubtful she was telling the truth. She's in the bathroom. Okay, show me when she's out. She has to go home. Eventually, I asked what she was lying about. She told me she was actually with a coworker. A guy. Wow. From there it was pure anger from me, and her telling me I didn't satisfy her or spend enough time with her. She admitted to being unhappy with me and told me she only stayed with me for financial and apartment security. I worked 2 jobs, one every weekday from the morning to the afternoon, while going to my classes. She usually worked afternoons to evenings, but regardless we hung out every single night. We spent every single weekend for years going out, watching movies, hiking, road trips, trying out new games, hanging with friends, and cooking new foods together. Countless hours she didn't appreciate but never discussed with me. I got a new roommate to sign into my lease so she could be removed. We made up slightly, with no possible chance that I would stay with her, but after 5 days of sobbing and staying home from work, I had felt clear-minded for once, and we even watched some shows together. I helped her pack her things and moved mine out of the way. I helped her load her car multiple times, and we had some good times. Innocent, goofy, silly insults, messing around, laughing, just like we had our entire relationship. The morning she was supposed to finish packing, she asked to leave for 1 hour while her father was at our apartment. After lots of back and forth, she gaslighted me into guilt, and I fell for it. I left for an hour, and our last 4 texts were, she said, all out, left my keys at the front office. I love you. I replied, take whatever time you need to settle in, and let me know how your apartment search goes. Smile. I don't catch every call, but I'll respond to every text. She then blocked me on everything, as well as all of my friends and any close mutuals we had. J was the cat we verbally agreed I'd keep, and B was the cat she was supposed to keep. This was more than fair in my opinion. I returned home, and J, B and many other items we agreed I'd keep and even paid her for some of them were gone. Legal action is being taken over the stolen cat. Court updates, complaint filed and constable paid, evidence printed of our verbal agreement and its violation. The constable has contacted me to inform me that her working location is refusing to allow them to speak with her. There is 1 attempt left, and then I need to dive into a special service request or hire a private summons. Either way, the costs will be added to the suit. For my general outlook of the case, I feel extremely wronged, and it is undeniable that a crime was committed against me with the intent to spite me and for her own selfish desires. I had a friend over, my new roommate, during one of the days before the theft of my belongings and pet, and the 3 of us discussed who was keeping what and who would keep either J or B, the cats. I have his written and notarized statement ready for use in court as damning evidence that she and I had a verbal agreement, one that she violated obviously. Physically, she took both cats and multiple of my items, and in the last 4 texts between the 2 of us, there is usable evidence. That being said, being financially stable and responsible, I'm basically allowing whatever process needs to take place out of my wallet, knowing that winning the case would mean any court-related costs are then awarded to me. This is simply a waiting game, and by now she knows I'm not bluffing or simply going to give up and let this bane keep my loving cat. I am inquiring into the possibility of taking both back, though I'm not sure what the odds of that are, as it's not requested in my formal complaint. Part 2. I had filed the civil suit, as I intended, and paid for summons. Traditionally, you get 3 summons attempts before you need to move on to more expensive yet thorough means of serving someone civilly. The first 2 attempts were wasted on her working address. The constable was told both times promptly to screw off, and that they had no clue who the constable was referring to. The third and final traditional attempt had the constable head to the father's house of my ex, being the reasonable man I know he is, which is why I allowed her to be in my apartment in the first place, thinking he'd be there the whole time. He contacted his daughter regarding the constable, and out of good conscience and for his daughter's financial well-being, explained to her that she needed to meet with the summoner and find a way to get this case dropped, because it was clear she would not win, once served. The constable called me earlier today to inform me that she had been served. She promptly reached out to me, for the first time since telling me she loved me, that she had told my cat goodbye, and that all of her things were out of the apartment. She essentially asked what it would take to have this case dropped, as she definitely could not afford more than the money and pet return I wanted. I explained my demands, and she asked for a couple of things she had left here: laptop, and some clothes. I agreed to drop the case after I am paid and have everything stolen returned, including my beloved cat. Sure, I could have denied her, and dragged her through months and months of court, at the end of which she'd most likely have to pay all of my fees on top of hers, as well as these demands. I in no way or manner forgive her at all, but I don't have it in my heart to ruin someone's life as badly as this financial situation would do to her. I feel it is much healthier and says a lot more about me that I'm able to settle this ultimately outside of court. I will never speak to her again outside of this exchange. Yes, she will be paying for all of the fees and time I've put into this case already. I am so unbelievably excited to get my cat back, even though she deserves every little bit of what I planned through court. I'd like to move on as fast as possible and not be legally involved with this horrendous human being for up to a year longer than I need to be. My ex-girlfriend wants me to pay for the delivery and maternity expenses of her affair child. Now she's crying and begging because I told her to kick rocks and refused to help her. About 11 months ago, I found out that my girlfriend was cheating on me. We'd been together for 4 years and lived together for almost 2. I thought we had a great relationship. We got along well, had regular weekly dates, traveled a lot together, and had tons of plans for our future together. We'd even talked about me proposing as soon as she got her finances in order. I found out she was sleeping with a guy who's a friend with a best friend's boyfriend. I told her to kick rocks and that I never wanted to see her again. She went on and moved in with that best friend and her boyfriend. During that time, she never told her family that we had broken up or no longer lived together. A few weeks after she moved out, she reached out and told me that she was pregnant and that she was certain that it was mine because the time she cheated they used condoms. For context, my pop passed when I was a child and I have very few memories of him as a result. My family struggled and it affected me for a long time. I told her that when the kid is born and is confirmed as mine, I'll take care of everything. Until then, leave me alone. A few weeks later, we met up and she swore off everything that the baby was mine and said I should help cover maternity/pregnancy stuff. I told her to keep receipts of everything she spent on pregnancy/maternity items. After the child is born, if it's mine, I'll cut you a check to cover all expenses. If it's not, then we can part ways. She agreed. She then proceeded to get a midwife and a doula for herself, both pretty expensive. She decided on a home birth. Comes a time, the baby came early and there were complications. She was rushed to the hospital for an emergency C-section and the baby was kept in those wards where they keep newborns who can't survive alone. On the day of birth, I went to see her and a nurse took me to see the baby. 2 weeks ago she sent me receipts for everything, and it totaled over $40,000 and she asked for money to pay the doula and midwife. I told let's wait for DNA results. Well, turns out I'm not the father. I told her I'm sorry but she's on her own. She cried and said she and the child would be ruined if I didn't step up and help them, and went on about how we could have a successful relationship together and raise the kid and how she matured and would be a good partner. I told her I had no interest in raising someone else's child and to call on the real father. Well, the guy is broke and is a cashier at the local store. Now everyone in her family is trying to convince me to at least pay off the $40,000 before going our ways. I said no. Aita, for refusing to step up here?
My ex-husband always told me he didn't want kids, but got a new woman pregnant within weeks of our split. Now, he wants me to be an auntie to their baby and let them use my house. My husband, 36, and I recently divorced after 2 years of marital issues. He admitted falling out of love with me. This hit me hard, primarily because I had always been the one to support and nurture him, while he was often distant and uninterested. But in any case, and despite my heartbreak, I was relieved to be divorced after 2 years of troubles. I kept the house, and he moved to the next town over. Our divorce was finalized just a few weeks ago, and not even a week after he left, I started hearing rumors of my ex out with a new woman. Many people I'd considered friends seemed to eat up the gossip around this and excitedly posted online about it like it meant nothing. Suffice it to say they aren't my friends anymore, but through them, I did hear about my ex moving his new 23-year-old girlfriend into his place. Those rumors were confirmed after his sister texted me about visiting them. She noted how weird it felt to see him all over his much younger girlfriend, laughing like nothing happened. It was also clear that my husband had almost certainly met and begun something with this woman while we were still married. I deleted many social media accounts, ignored everything, and minded my business. I didn't expect to hear from my ex for a long time, at the very least, but he called a few days later, sounding very excited. He hit me with the news that his girlfriend was pregnant. For context, I'd wanted children with him for years, but he'd always said no, that he didn't want them and wasn't ready. I asked him over the phone what was different this time. He hesitated and said he hadn't wanted our kids to be mistreated by society for looking different. I'm black, and he's white, and his new girlfriend is also white, so that can only be a comment about race. During the call, He told me he'd love me to be an active part of his child's life and an auntie to them. I was pretty much speechless, and he continued by asking if his girlfriend, who would love to meet me, and eventually their baby could come over to use the pool and barbecue at my house sometimes because it was too big for just one person. I was so mad I put the phone down and ignored all his texts asking me where I'd gone. His entitlement, on top of everything else, was staggering to me. It's been another week, and I haven't responded yet. I told my family and friends about it, and they were all horrified by the endless bombs my ex had dropped on me. His family is incredibly kind and supportive of me, and I also think he's lost his mind. I spoke to his mother the other day, and she said her son had been relentlessly calling, trying to get his parents to come over and meet his new girlfriend and eventually attend scans with them. The whole thing is like a bad dream, and I have no idea how to begin articulating myself. What do you guys think I should do? Continue with the silent treatment and just move on with my life, or do I tell him where to get off? My ex-husband booked a holiday for our family and wants us to remarry. I told him that my answer is a no and now he's furious with me. We were married for a good number of years and have 2 kids, now close to being teenagers. Up until the last year of our marriage, things were going great. I had a successful business that kept me busy, and it seemed like we were a strong team. But then things changed dramatically. John started to crumble under the pressure and ended up having an emotional affair. To make matters worse, he proposed that we open our marriage to solve his issues. This was completely out of the blue for me, and despite trying to make things work for the sake of our kids, we eventually divorced 3 years ago. Interestingly, even after our divorce, he never practiced this new polygamous identity he claimed to have adopted. After 3 years apart, John and I reconnected. He seemed more mature, and I can admit that I still have feelings for him, but my walls are definitely up. We've been seeing each other again for about 7 to 8 months, but we haven't told the kids yet. Our plan was to spend some time together as a family this summer and see if things go well. If not, we'd just fade out quietly. Here's where the problem starts. John initially booked a cruise for him and the kids, but then he added a ticket for me as well. The cruise is during a week when I have important work commitments. I work for myself and can be flexible, but there are crucial times when I need to be fully available. Additionally, I was really looking forward to having that long weekend off to spend some time to myself and rest. When I told him I couldn't go, he got upset and accused me of never having time for him, which brought up old wounds. This led to a heated discussion where he suggested we should just move back in together or even remarry, to which I responded with a firm hell no. Now, he feels like I'm playing him, but that's not my intention at all. I want to reconcile and see if we can build something new, but I'm very clear that I never want to get married again. Am I the asshole for refusing to go on the holiday and being adamant about not wanting to remarry? I'm just trying to protect myself and my kids while seeing if there's a future for us. Update: to make it brief, I had a conversation with John. He was sorry for the way he spoke and arranged a last-minute holiday. We touched the subject again of me not wanting to remarry, and he asked me if I was dating and meeting another person, a ideally perfect man, would I marry him? My answer is that probably. That of course saddened him. I reminded him of how badly we managed out marriage and how quickly he wanted out. So why should I fully trust him with vows again? Which he said it was a good point, but he changed and is a better person and will be a better partner. Something in the way he spoke was a bit off, but did not say anything. We barely saw each other and he barely called and talked to me. Kids got their suitcase done and they stayed with him for a week before leaving. I went to stay for an afternoon night and he asked me if we could talk once the kids were asleep. He has prostate cancer and it's quite early that the doctors put him in some sort of observance period where they wait how it evolves. They are confident in recovering this. He said that he is worrying about the kids and me. He is terrified this will become his death sentence and he knows he is behaving poorly. I don't think I handled it well. I was kind of speechless and confused. This man is someone who eats well, barely drinks and is always outdoor and doing sports. I think I just hugged him while he cried and told him everything will be alright. Then I left and just called the kids. He promised he will not say anything to them yet. He will wait later when the doctors will start treatments. My ex-husband divorced me because I was boring. Now he's crawling back to me because I am giving someone else the version that he always wanted. I married my ex-husband, Jake, when I was just 20. He was the alpha male and he should only work to provide for the family. This was all according to him. He never held a dishwashing sponge, a mop, or anything that meant helping me with chores as it was my duty as a submissive wife. At the time, I was deeply in love with him and did everything I could to be the perfect wife. I cooked, cleaned, and always tried to be easygoing. Jake was my first serious relationship, so I thought keeping the peace and not being too demanding was the key to a happy marriage. About a year and a half into our marriage, Jake sat me down and told me he wanted a divorce because I was too boring, specifically in the bedroom. He said he felt like our intimacy life was dull and that he wanted someone who was more adventurous and kinky. It broke my heart, but I agreed to the divorce and let him go without much of a fight, thinking maybe I just wasn't enough for him. We divorced just before my 22nd birthday. Fast forward 3 years, I met someone new, Mark. Mark is the complete opposite of Jake. He encourages me to be myself, to express my opinions, and to take up as much space as I want, especially in the bedroom. Mark is a rigger and a kinkster. With Mark, I feel liberated in ways I never did with Jake. We have a deep emotional and physical connection, and I've discovered a side of myself that I never knew existed. He makes me feel safe. He holds me before and after. We always talk about safety and we've even done a few photo shoots together. They are posted on Mark's Twitter, which has a decent following. Mark proposed to me last month on our anniversary and I'm so happy. I'm so proud to be with a person who loves me and cares deeply about what I want and need for myself, who cares fully about my consent. A few weeks ago, Jake reached out, wanting to meet up for coffee. I was hesitant but agreed. During our meeting, Jake apologized for how things ended between us. He admitted that he regrets divorcing me and wants to give our relationship another shot. He even brought up how he heard through mutual friends that I'm different now, more confident, more adventurous, and said it hurt to know that Mark is getting the version of me that he always wanted. I told Jake that I'm not the same person I was when we were married. I'm no longer interested in being boring for him or anyone else. I'm with someone now who loves and appreciates me for who I am, and I'm not willing to give that up to be Jake's second choice. Jake got angry and accused me of being selfish, saying that I was throwing away what we had over some fling. He was especially mad that I've changed for someone else, claiming that I should have been like this with him from the start. He brought up seeing the photos at this point. He thinks I owe it to him to try again because of our history. I told him that I'm happy now and that he should have appreciated me when he had the chance. Now, some of his friends are telling me I was too harsh and that I should have been more understanding of Jake's feelings, given how much he regrets his decision. They think I should at least consider his offer since people can change. But I feel like I finally found someone who truly values me, and I don't want to go back to being someone I'm not. Mark says he thinks Jake is a stupid childish man-baby and I should forget what he said to me. I feel bad for hurting his feelings, but not for standing by my choice not to talk to him. Does that make me an asshole? My ex-husband's girlfriend threw out the crochet blanket I made for my son and left him with no blanket to sleep in as punishment, so I exposed her to her future in-laws. I found out that my ex-husband was cheating on me when I was 7 months pregnant with our son. I got a divorce and we share custody of our 3-year-old son. My ex-husband's girlfriend tried to get involved in my parenting several times. She even commented on my son's name, implying that we should agree on a name we all want, not just what I wanted, and tried to dictate what he should and shouldn't have. As a result, she started throwing stuff of his that I paid for myself. Honestly, it's frustrating because I'm barely getting by with the money I have and cannot afford to buy a replacement for all the stuff she throws out, but my ex-husband says it's her house and she gets to decide what can and can't enter. I made a crochet blanket for my son with his name on it. This blanket is special to me, and the tools I used to be able to make it cost me money, not to mention the time and effort it took to get it down. I sent my son to stay with his dad days ago, and he wanted to take the blanket with him to sleep with it. I don't know exactly what happened, but when I came to pick him up he told me his dad's girlfriend took it away from him and threw it out, leaving him with no blanket to sleep with at night as punishment for him for not accepting the one she offered. I was furious. I called his dad but he hung up on me. I sent him a text explaining the situation, but he texted back telling me that I should stop the drama and go look for a job if I have so much free time on my hands instead of picking on his girlfriend. I felt frustrated when I visited his family, who are good to me, and told them about what their son's girlfriend did. Now it's worth mentioning that she's been working hard for their approval and to get on their good side. They were shocked to know about what she did. They all flipped out on her and started calling her out. My sister-in-law took it further by putting this on social media, which made other family members see what she did. My ex-husband called me yelling about my pathetic attempt to turn his family against his girlfriend. I could hear her freaking out in the background while he was lashing out at me, saying I ruined every chance she had to have a good relationship with her future in-laws. I hung up and felt absolutely horrible, even though I was just venting to his family about what happened, and felt frustrated. Maybe I shouldn't have told them. I'm not sure anymore since the whole family isn't speaking to her, which might have a lasting impact on their relationship with her. My ex-husband's delirious girlfriend wants me to leave my home so they can move in. She cried when she learned that my ex doesn't have plans marrying after we broke up. My ex-husband and I have been divorced for almost 3 years now. While he did not want to get divorced, we separated and have been co-parenting our 2 preteens amicably. He lives within 5 blocks of our old home, and while we have 50-50 custody, our kids freely bounce between our places and choose how they want to spend holidays. We've tried hard to create a sense of stability despite the change in our family situation and have standing tune-up therapy twice a year to make sure we're all comfortable with the arrangements. Eventually, he had a partner named Maria, and I would say that she makes him happy. She has a very sweet and precocious son who is 9 years old that we all adore, and generally, I thought things were going well. I invited Maria to bring her son to my place if she would like him to join my kids in private language classes. She accepted, and this has been going on for a few weeks now. My kids adore her son. Last week, while she was helping me out and making snacks for the kids, she said something surprising. She asked me when I would be moving my thing out so that my ex and her could be able to cohabitate. I was taken aback and confused, asking her to clarify if she meant the home I am currently living in. I mean, this very home? And she nonchalantly told me, "You don't need all this space for 3 people. We wouldn't have enough space at my ex's current condo." We were in the living room by this time and her son heard everything. He looked so awful and embarrassed. My kids and I live in a brownstone that my ex and I purchased together 50-50, but that I have been renovating since before the divorce. My ex lives in a nice condo that's spacious but is still a little bit of a man cave. I really don't know how to react to that question, so I just changed the subject. Later in the evening, I got a text message from her son that was pleading for me to forgive his mom, that he's sorry for his mom and to not tell my ex. I feel awful, but I think I should let my ex know this conversation occurred and let him handle it. I called him that night about his partner's inquiry on the house and he seemed embarrassed about it as well. He said that he will talk to her to set all things straight. Next morning, I got a text from her son saying that they are not going to continue going here anymore because my ex and his partner had a big argument. It turns out that my ex had a vasectomy because he didn't want to marry or live with anyone anymore after our divorce. My ex-husband's girlfriend wanted some of the expensive jewelry inherited by my daughter, and now she's pissed because I wouldn't let her have it. I and my ex, we'll call him Joe, were high school sweethearts, started dating when we were 17, married at 19, and divorced 20 years later, so going on 2 years now. We have an amazing daughter, Sarah, who is 8 and has adjusted really well to the separation. Joe and I get along great. The divorce was amicable, and we're still good friends. It's not like we hang out alone or anything, but we don't argue or fuss at each other. We help each other out and just generally have each other's backs because, at the end of the day, our number one priority will always be Sarah and doing what is best for her. We've both moved on and are in serious long-term relationships with other people. His girlfriend, Lily, is great and really good for him. I have never had any conflict with her and enjoy spending time with her when we all get together for holidays and other important events or celebrations, until last week. Joe's parents passed away within a month of each other last summer, and it was devastating for all of us. Even though Joe and I had already been divorced for about a year, they still treated me like family, and I loved them dearly. Joe and Lily hadn't started dating yet, so she never met them, which is a shame. They were incredible people. It's a long story to get to the point, but I feel like the background is important. Last week, Sarah got a box in the mail from her aunt, who was responsible for dividing up my late mother-in-law's jewelry amongst the kids and grandkids. She had a huge collection of both costumes and more expensive fine jewelry. I let Joe know about it, and he explained that some of it was left to me, so when he would come over we sort through it together. Lily came with him, which was fine. It was extremely difficult, and we were both very emotional, so I'm glad she was there to support him. Here's where I think I may be the asshole. As we were going through the jewelry, we pulled out a couple of cheaper pieces of costume jewelry for Sarah to have now, and I had picked out a couple of rings, a necklace, and 3 pairs of earrings to keep, knowing that they would eventually go to Sarah as well. Joe and I agreed that the rest of it would be put away in the lockbox, and we each had a key to my house. We would stay there until Sarah is older and it goes to her. One of the pieces being put away is a beautiful set of ruby and diamond earrings and necklaces that are obviously very real, and we believe were passed down from Joe's grandmother. Lily had been admiring the set and commenting on how well it would go with the wedding dress she had been looking at. They aren't engaged, or even with some of her date night outfits. Joe didn't say anything to her in response, and when she put them down, I wrapped them back up and put them along with the rest of the jewelry in the lockbox. Since then, Lily has texted me multiple times asking about them and if she can borrow them. At one point, she accused me of just wanting them for myself and pointed out that Joe and I were divorced and I didn't have any right to keep them. She has also said that when they get married, the jewelry will legally be part of their marital assets anyway, so I'm just putting off the inevitable. I'm not planning on wearing them. Per my agreement with Joe, I'll wear the pieces I picked out, and the rest will stay put away for Sarah. I have zero intention of taking any of it out unless necessary, and even then, I'll let Joe know what's going on with it. Joe has been radio silent, and I haven't said anything because I don't want to cause any conflict that could have an impact on Sarah. So am I the a-hole for not giving in and letting Lily have some of the jewelry meant for my daughter? Update: I'm definitely going to get it all moved into a safe deposit box this week. I'm going to let Joe know what I'm doing. I don't think there will be any pushback, and I'll talk to lawyer about how best to go about safeguarding all of it. I know I need to have it all appraised sooner rather than later, so I guess I'll be looking into that this week as well. My ex-mother-in-law planned to make me pay for her funeral costs before she died, so I told the funeral home that I am not her daughter-in-law and I will not pay for anything. My ex-mother-in-law was always a thorn in my side, right from the beginning. When I first moved in with her and my ex, I thought it would be a temporary arrangement until we got on our feet. However, it quickly became clear that she had no intention of letting us go. She was controlling, manipulative, and had a knack for playing the victim whenever it suited her. She meddled in every aspect of our lives, from our finances to our personal decisions, making it nearly impossible to maintain a healthy relationship with my ex. After enduring years of their toxic behavior, I finally mustered the courage to leave. Anyway, this morning, I got a call from a funeral home letting me know my mother-in-law's body had been picked up and wanted to discuss the obituary as well as inquire about payment. I told them they had the wrong number, even though they used my maiden name and that I previously lived in that town. The young man on the phone was apologetic and wished me a good day. Not even 5 minutes later, the number calls me again. This time, it's a woman asking me if I was the dill of my ex-mother-in-law. I said, not in the last 10 years. Turns out, my witch of an ex-mother-in-law, who honestly was a practicing witch but also just beach of a woman, had known she was dying and decided as one last FU, thought she would try to stick me with her funeral costs. Of course there's no legal recourse here, even though our state has that weird law where you legally have to take care of your parents if they can't. But she's not my mother, and I was never legally married to her son, thanks to his shady officiant friend not filing our marriage license. From what I can gather, she pre-planned her funeral and told the funeral home that I was currently her dill and would be covering all funeral costs. They believed her, probably because she played the victim so easily, and helped her make the plans. She did this when I lived with her and my ex. I busted my ass working full-time while she did nothing but spend all of her money at thrift stores, and my ex worked 15 to 20 hours a week for minimum wage. Now they're holding a body and have no idea what to do with it as they don't have contact info for my ex, nor do I. I suggested they call the nursing home. It's not even lunchtime, and I'm already stressed out and in a bad mood, but I refuse to let her ruin my entire day. Update: I found X on Book of Faces earlier today and sent a message including my number. He called. We spoke. He knew what his mother was doing and tried to talk her out of it, but she made such a fuss that he was concerned about her stroking out. He said he knew nothing would come of the funeral plan, so he let her have her way and listed me as financially responsible. Anyway, I told him that what he allowed her to do was the same poop that she was doing when she ended up in prison 40 years ago. I told him that I would file a police report with my local PD just to make sure there was nothing else she'd put my name on. I also told him that I would include him as a participant since he is 52 years old and should have been able to prevent his literally dying 69-year-old mother from her abusive, insane behavior. I also told him to contact the funeral home and hope they can't file any legal action against him. He told me he'd already called them this morning, apparently after they had called me. F him. F her. I'm not giving either of them any of my energy again after today.
My ex-wife is trying to convince me to sell our late son's apartment even though his pregnant girlfriend lives there, so I made her cry. We have been divorced for over 15 years. We had a son together, Michael, who passed away this May at 22 years old. He was a firefighter and died on the job. Michael's girlfriend Ilhan is pregnant, due in October. Her very conservative parents kicked her out for getting pregnant outside of their religion. My ex was never fond of Ilhan and very reluctantly agreed to share the cost of an apartment with me when I said we should help them out with a deposit and the first few payments for their own place. This was just weeks before Michael died. Ilhan stayed in the apartment after his death. I told her I'd help out in any way I could. My ex approached me a few weeks ago and asked me to sell the apartment and get our money back. I told her Ilhan really needed it and deserved our help. We both have more than enough money. My ex asked me to sell many times in the past few weeks. Last week, we got into a fight about Michael's estate. She wants to sue Ilhan because she doesn't think she should get anything. She again asked me to sell the apartment. It's still under both of our names. I told her I'll just pay her for her share of the apartment and let that be it. She gets her money then. She said she doesn't think Ilhan should have the apartment. I told her she is a spiteful and selfish a-hole who cares about the money and not her Dylan grandkid, who literally will never know his dad. She cried, called me an and said I was insensitive about her loss. Update: Ilhan and I talked and decided to sell the apartment after hiring a graphic designer that will make sure Michael's wall drawings become something she can take with her. She'll move in with me and stay here, then move whenever she is ready. And I'm selling the apartment, and the money will go to my grandson's savings account. Oh, and it's a boy, so my next few months will be spent painting the room and listening about baby names. My ex-wife's pants came off with another married guy, but she is still playing like a victim and painting me as a villain, so I went to her church's event to flex my new girlfriend. My ex-wife and I were married for almost 20 years. Over that time, she had 4 affairs of varying degrees, including intimate relationship with a very close friend of mine from our church. I tried to make it work, and after the last emotional affair, I couldn't do it anymore. I filed for divorce just over 2 years ago. We are still going through the divorce, and she's been in high conflict the whole time. She's painted herself as a victim, and I go to a new church but still have some friends at my old one. I attended there for over 30 years. My petty revenge: my girlfriend and I have been dating since January. She's aware of my situation, and we are having fun. I have older kids, and she has younger kids. We both had the day off for Labor Day and wanted to do something fun. I mentioned that my old church has picnics every year in a park. There are games and activities for the kids and a big potluck barbecue. I told her my ex would like to be there, but it's a big event, and we could keep to ourselves. I'd also be able to introduce my girlfriend to friends from my old church. My girlfriend made sure she was extra cute. We had matching socks, and I wore a shirt that said "Built for Conflict" on the back. We got to the barbecue. My girlfriend made a dessert to share, and I was grilling. My ex saw us and looked beside herself. She eventually came over and tapped my girlfriend on the shoulder and said, "I'm Sandra, I'm John's wife." My girlfriend said, "Nice to meet you," and held out her hand to shake my ex's. My ex then said, "It's awkward for you to be here, and I hope you feel that way." My girlfriend responded, "Okay," and my ex walked off. Later, my ex approached me and said, "This isn't your church anymore. I think you should leave." I said, "Not gonna happen," and kept walking. She went back to her friends, my old friends, and was distraught. She eventually asked the pastor to ask me to leave. He's my best friend and was the best man at my wedding. He came and talked to me so he could tell her he did. I told him she needed to grow up, and I wasn't leaving. He went back to my ex, and she was unhinged, trying to say we had to leave. She tried to make it some spiritual thing. Eventually, she gave up and went to the friend she had an affair with and his wife to be comforted. They are still friends. I didn't get it. My girlfriend and I just watched and laughed. My ex has been terrible this whole time, and whatever control or narrative she thought she had was destroyed. Everyone watched as she just acted like a witch, and we smiled and waved. Ultimately, the kids had fun, we got to catch up with old friends, and my ex-wife got put in her place. It was a good day. Side note, my girlfriend is stunning, and several people just stopped with dumbfounded look on their faces when they saw her. It was such a flex to people who want to see me fail. My family asked me not to come home anymore and acted like I didn't exist, but my fiancé insisted on inviting them to our wedding. So, I told her we should throw all invitations away. My dad left the family and made no contact when I was 4. My mom remarried and had 2 kids with my stepdad. My stepdad, Dale, never treated me poorly but always clarified that I was nothing to him. He was not my dad. My mom never tried to fix the relationship and honestly loved her new family and always saw me as a burden. That's what I thought until it was confirmed after my freshman year of college when my mom asked me not to come home anymore. I blocked her after that phone call and have had no contact with her or my stepdad and half-brother since then. I still speak to my half-sister at her insistence, but that's my only contact. It took me a long time to deal with basically being kicked out of my family. I grew up pretty independent and thought I'd live alone until I met my fiancée 4 years ago. We have had a great relationship. Her family opened up and invited me in with open arms. She comes from a pretty typical suburban family, and they are great. Over the years, I've told her about my issues with my family. She met my sister and never pushed for more until we started planning the wedding. When we started talking about who we would invite, I spoke of friends from college and coworkers, and she kept saying I should invite my parents. At first, I thought she was just trying to gauge if I wanted to. I said I would not be inviting my parents. She said okay, but then brought it up again the next day. I calmly explained how much they hurt me, how growing up feeling you were unwanted, and then having it confirmed at 19 stunted my mental health. Over the years, I have realized it's their problem, and if they ever want to solve it, they can initiate, but I am in contact with my sister, and it is clear they are happy, insisting I don't exist. It sucks, but it's their problem that they have thrust onto me. I can't be the one to solve it. I thought it had ended, but she brought it up twice. The last one was last night. We were about to start saving the dates, and she said, "Are you sure you don't want to invite your parents? I feel like I might just invite them on my side." And I snapped. I told her we should probably just throw the invitations away because I don't want to marry you if you can't respect what I've been through. I then went to our bedroom and fumed for a while. She came in to try to talk to me, and I walked out, grabbed my keys, and left. I returned around 11 p.m. after hanging with friends and sleeping on the couch. She left for work without speaking to me, and I don't know where we stand. Her behavior is unacceptable, but I may have gone too far. Update: my fiancé normally gets home around 5:30 p.m., so I waited for her to show up after I was done working. I work from home. I got very worried when it was 6 p.m., and she still wasn't home, but around 6:15, she showed up with my sister, which was a big surprise. While my sister and I connect every Thursday, we live 45 minutes away from each other, so her popping by is not normal. Both of them looked very anxious, so I was very confused. I asked them what was happening, and my sister burst into tears and said she was sorry. After like 5 minutes of her losing her shit, she starts talking about the family. So apparently, when she told my mom and Dale that I had engaged, there was a rift between them. Not because they cared about me but because my half-brother, who is 27, still lives at home, is single, and has no steady job. If you're thinking, wow, they kicked you out at 19 but let him stay there past when he could rent a car, don't worry, I said it out loud. My mom wants to do the same to my half-brother, but Dale won't let her. So, they are currently separated. My mom lived with family and refused to return until my half-brother left the house. For some reason that defies all logic and reason, my sister thinks getting an invite to my wedding will bring the family together since my engagement caused the rift. At this, I blew up a bit. I told her that my engagement had nothing to do with it, that their shitty parenting and poor relationship skills caused it. And don't put that shit on me. She cried even harder. This time, I would not console her. My fiancé is sitting there the whole time. So while my sister is trying to get herself together, I question my fiancé. She also tears up a bit but tells me my sister was telling her about how I always bring up the family on our Thursday and that I wanted to repair the relationship deep down. I asked how she could believe that when I was clear that I was in no contact with my family and had never mentioned wanting to be in contact. I told her that I tell her everything and would never hold back something like this without talking to her. She's always been my sounding board. When I switched jobs last year, we talked about it every night. Her advice mattered more than anyone else. She apologized and then wanted to show me her phone, specifically the messages between her and my sister. At this point, my sister perks up and asks her not to show the phone conversation. But my fiancé tells her she's trying to save her relationship. My sister has just been straight up lying about our Thursday conversations. I was always talking about reconciling. I would never admit it, but I'm partially at fault, too, and I want to see them all again. Every time I would tell my fiancé no, she would text my sister, and my sister would talk about how I just couldn't be open because I was embarrassed. It's just completely false. I would be perfectly happy never to see any of them again. I can't believe my sister still sees them. At this point, I told my half-sister to leave and that Thursdays are cancelled. My sister puts up a little bit of a fight, but I ignore her until she leaves. She keeps saying sorry over and over again, but honestly, I'm done with her. I've blocked her and will not contact her for the time being. This is a complete betrayal of my feelings and relationships. As for my fiancé and me, I am still very upset. She went behind my back with my sister, never asked me about it, let my sister manipulate her, and honestly hurt me. I told her I loved her, but my trust was broken. We've agreed to go to couples therapy and see if we can repair the relationship. I hope we can, but I'd say it's a toss-up for me. She's got a lot of work to do. My family called my daughter a liar after she confessed why she was uncomfortable with her uncle. Now, I am cutting off everyone who sides with him. Our family has this big barbecue cookout once every 2 months. People take turns deciding whose house is going to be next. This time it is in our house. These events are really big in our family, almost like a festival, so everyone closer to us will come. Recently, my daughter, who is 13 years old, seemed upset and tried to make it postpone or just to avoid it, which is odd because she loves these family cookouts. She wouldn't tell me the reason until she finally did. She said she is not comfortable with her Uncle Frank, my brother. I asked her why she thinks like that. She says he gives her weird vibes. Some things he does that make her uncomfortable, hugging her tight, holding her waist gently, always giving some excuses to be near her. She claims she caught him looking at her chest. He also comments, "You are going to be a heartbreaker. You are turning into a really beautiful woman. You are mature for your age." At the last cookout, he asked her if she had kissed anyone. When she was shy, he said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It will be our secret." I asked her if she would be comfortable if we did not invite him. She agreed to that. I did just that. I only invited my mom, dad, younger brother, and sister. Frank knew that I didn't ask him. I just said what my daughter told me. Frank took it as an offense and said my daughter is lying. She was the one who always came to him. I told him I could not have him around her. I am sorry, but I have to respect my daughter's boundaries. The whole family is divided, but most of them took Frank's side. They think my daughter is just lying for attention. I can tell she is not lying because I heard her crying. After all, she thinks her family hates her. I told her that was not the case and not to blame herself. My brother said since Frank hasn't done anything it would be unfair to uninvite him because what he said was just words, not like he meant it. And just tell my daughter to stay away from him if he makes her uncomfortable. The only person on my side is my wife. She is sure Frank is showcasing predator behavior towards our daughter. Update, I have decided to cancel the cookout. Instead, me, my wife, my son and my daughter, will go to a Korean barbecue instead. I hope this can cheer her up. The talk with my family didn't go so well. They were all defending my brother. They all thought either my daughter was lying or trying to frame Frank because she was at that age of being a rebellious teenager. I don't see the point of where she had to lie. She had no bad blood with my brother. She would always say Frank was her favorite uncle. She has no reason to lie. I didn't listen to them. I canceled the cookout and told them anyone who would call my daughter a liar or a bad name would never be invited to our lives. I said this, especially to my parents. They believed me but still tried to defend my brother. Lastly, I talked to Frank in public. He denied everything. He was insistent on my daughter being a liar and that she admitted to having a crush on him. I do not believe that. I told him not to come to our house, and if he wanted to meet or talk to me, we would go to a public place, but he would never be seen around my daughter. My younger brother has been quiet because his fiancée criticized him for taking Frank's side. You see, she works with an NGO that helps women who are suffering abuse and assault. She came to our house, chatted, and explained to my daughter that this was not her fault. I am glad my brother picked it right. My daughter has been sad. She loved the cookouts and BBQs, but we might never attend because Frank might be there. She cries and thinks this is her fault. She even said she would say sorry to Frank and take back what she said, and just be done with it because she doesn't want people to think she is a bad person. It honestly made me sad that she feels like that. It is not her fault. She shouldn't apologize for something like that. She is still very much disappointed. We will arrange therapy for her. I don't want to lose my cheerful daughter over this. I am going to focus on my family from now on. I don't need people who blame my daughter instead of the culprit in my life. Final update. They exchanged messages, and in one message, he asked her to show him her new bra. There were many messages, and he was clearly testing my daughter's boundaries. The straw that broke the camel's back was the first before I made my first post. She went to visit him, and he somehow lured her into the bathroom and asked her to touch his thing. She ran from there and has been in panic mode ever since. My daughter is a mess. She thinks this is all her fault because she confessed that she had a crush on him and he took it too far. My wife and I always reassured her she did nothing wrong. I couldn't control myself, and I lost all control and went to his house. We got into a fight, and the police were called. I spent the night in jail. I filed charges against him, and the police are still investigating. They did find CP on my brother's old computer, but he denies ever having it. He still claims his account got hacked and that my daughter is lying because she admitted that she had a crush on him, and he turned her down. That's why she is making it all up. I swear to God, I would have unalived him that night if his girlfriend hadn't intervened. And as for my parents, that was disappointing because they were taking my brother's side. They claim that bringing police into this will only bring shame, and he will lose his daughter. Like, what the F? I tried reasoning with them, but it was of no use. I blocked them and just focused on my daughter. One more thing. I informed Frank's ex, his daughter's mother. She has taken her in and will be fighting for full custody. My younger brother is the only one actively supporting us through all of this. I don't think I need those people in my life who would rather support a child predator. I am not okay. I also joined therapy because this has been too much for me. I can't imagine what my daughter is going through. Frank played with her when she was a kid. He was there in the hospital when she was born. How could he do this to his niece? Lastly, I am thinking about moving from here. This all has been a really bad memory for us. We are permanently cutting off anyone who willingly maintains any connection to Frank, no matter who they are. If you maintain a relationship with Frank, then you are telling me that you're okay with Frank grooming and abusing my daughter. And if that's the case, then you are a monster.
My family chose my golden child brother over me and put me in the guest table because I should not sit with the family. Now they are begging me to babysit his baby. I was adopted when I was 16 by my half-brother and his wife who were in their late 30s at the time. They already had 6 children when they adopted me, but it was never an issue. They have treated me like their own kid since they met me and later adopted me, and so did all their other kids, except for one, their golden child who is only 4 months older than me. We will call him Chad. Chad has always been an insensitive asshole to literally everyone, including our other siblings. He would literally fistfight our older sister, say horrible and mean things to everyone, and get away with it. He also had extreme anger issues that would cause broken doors, holes in walls, etc. He also got to do everything me and my sister were never able to do, get a free car, go out at night, etc. When we were still in school together during high school. He got up in front of our whole class here and told everyone I wasn't his sister and never would be. He then told me in front of his friends that I would never be a part of his family and I should just get over it and walk off. This was not a one and done thing. He would keep doing this up until he moved out and I stopped seeing/talking to him. Golden Boy once again got the limelight of the family after he got married right after high school, moved out to his wife's family's house, and then had a baby, the first grandbaby. Since this has happened I have stayed as far away from him as possible, only seeing him for family pictures every year because our mother asks. Recently I decided to come forward to our mom about what he said and did because she was upset about how I was distancing myself from him. She basically pulled the "that's still my kid and it's my first grandbaby" card as the reason she wasn't going to be upset over it. I didn't really care, to be honest. I knew it wasn't going to change her mind on her kid anyway. Out of nowhere, I got a message begging me to come to babysit for them because you're the only one who can deal with these kinds of babies because no one will help. Apparently they are weaning their kid off of breastfeeding and the baby is extremely clingy because of that, and the fact that the mom is a germ phobia who has basically isolated this kid since birth. It literal has only been held by like 6 people since it's been born. They know I don't sleep for the most part because I'm an insomniac with ADHD, and I also am not bothered by crying. For some reason, I can sit for hours with the baby crying and it doesn't bother me. Can't tell if that's a blessing or a curse at this point. My sister is mad at me because apparently they haven't asked anyone else in the family for help but me, and everyone wants to go see this baby. Am I the asshole for not wanting to be around or take care of the baby because its father said that I'm not a part of his family? Update. After I posted, I ended up talking to 2 of my friends from high school. They were actually there on multiple occasions when Chad publicly said all that stuff. I talked with them for a little while. One of these friends actually came over almost weekly when I was still living at my parents' home, so she firsthand understands my family. We talked and we all mutually agreed. I go this once, see if we can't mend things. If not, I can tell my mom and sister I tried and we are done with the whole thing, and if the whole negative thing with my family keeps up, I will cut them off for good. So I agreed to go babysit. I went over to Chad's house around 8 p.m. As soon as I showed up, I was greeted by Chad's wife, who was extremely happy to see me. She was tired. You could just tell she had the I have a 1-year-old face going on. She talked to me for a few minutes about how happy she was I came over and how she was glad to be going out with Chad. I kinda just listened to her go on and on before she finally got to the baby. Let's call him Seth. She explained to me his night route, feedings, etc. Nothing too big. Then she got to the end where she started going on about how he was having crying fits at night and how he wouldn't get to sleep until mid-morning. I was a little on that, but all babies have different routes, I guess. She then said they would only be gone for about 4 hours and that they would be home around 12:31 at most. After this, Chad shows up from their room, literally starts talking to his wife, looks at me and then just looks me over for a minute and gives me a small wave and nod before heading out of the house. His wife follows and simply tells me to call or text if I need anything. For a minute I was just stunned but went to work to see Seth, which was odd, because it was my first time seeing him in person and not in the photos that were hung around our partner's house. In person he is the cutest little baby ever. He was fine the whole time, and he only cried because there was no one in the room, not because of the weaning. By this time it was around 11:30, almost 12. I would check the clock every few minutes just to see what time it was. 12:30 rolled around and I'm like, should I text them? And I'm like, no, let me give them another few minutes until I need to text them. I ended up texting both of them at one asking where they were because they did say they would be home by now. I got no reply from either of them. They finally show up at 3 in the morning. I'm livid at this point. Not even over having to take care of Seth for a longer period of time, but just because they never texted me back. Like, what if there was an emergency or something? They walk into the living room and I'm just like, I texted asking where y'all were and no one answered, and Chad's wife starts saying that oh, Chad said it was fine and that it would only be an hour more, and I was just like, you know what, it's fine. Whatever. Seth is sleeping. She looks at me all weird and I rolled my eyes, say it's not the weaning that's making him cry at night. He gets lonely. He's clingy. Just let him know you are in the room when he starts crying and he will go right back to sleep. I started to walk out with my stuff, as I was right about to walk completely past Chad when I turned around and was like, so you aren't going to say anything to me? After I looked after your kid for like 7 hours now? He snorted at me and was like, no. My wife is the one who talked me into this anyway. Pissed off at this point I said, so this wasn't, I don't know, possibly a way to be able to apologize for high school or maybe all those other times you decide to outcast me from the family? Because I was under the impression that maybe you want to patch things up because of you asking me of all people to watch your kid. He sat there for a minute and just said, why should I apologize? Because literally nothing from high school has changed. Man, you really do need to just grow up and understand that my wife and I aren't going to cater to you like mom and dad did because you were adopted. You ain't our family and you won't ever be. At this point, I just got in my car and left. I ended up texting my mom about all of it thinking she would get it in the morning when she woke up. No, of course she had to be awake. She apparently told Chad's wife about the conversation we had about all the stuff Chad had said and done to me in school. Apparently his wife felt bad because she had an adopted sister too and felt horrible that Chad had done and said all those things. Apparently mom didn't know about Chad asking about the babysitting thing until now, and she started talking to the wife, who is now upset. Apparently she thought Chad would have changed since then and didn't think he would act the way he did when I left. I told my mom that I was done with him and that if something ever happened with Seth then I would be there, but I was done with them until that happened. Way things are going, I will most likely be cutting my whole family off, because this isn't worth the stress anymore. Update 2. The first day or two after the interaction with Chad was a bit hectic. Both of them were blowing up my phone, trying to get me to talk to them. Mostly my mom just making excuses for Chad and my sister trying to basically just tell me to get over it. I ended up telling both of them, in text and over the phone, that I was over it, and I would be cutting myself off completely from Chad and his little family. This sparked some anger, but my mother soon went quiet and later my sister. Everything seemed to be going pretty well after that for a while. That was until a week later when my sister showed up unannounced at my apartment demanding that I take the blessing of getting to be around Chad's sheltered child when no one else seemed to be able to. Basically acting like it was some huge honor that I was asked to babysit. I almost snapped. I wanted to call her a bitch and to get off my property and not come back because I was just so sick of it. But I didn't. From my doorstep, I told her that if she wanted to see the baby so bad, just go over and see it. It wasn't my issue to deal with, and I slammed the door in her face and watched her leave. It's been radio silent for a while now until earlier this week. I was scrolling on Instagram when I noticed that my oldest brother, the one that I get along with super well and who supported me about curing Chad off, his girlfriend of 4 years and the same age as me, are now engaged and posted pictures of the proposal. I noticed the post had been made last week, but no one had told me, not even my mother. I texted my brother's girlfriend asking her about literally everything that was happening. She was surprised because my mother had said she had told everyone in the family about the wedding. She then told me that they would be holding a family meeting at my parents' house to talk about the wedding plans. I said okay. The meeting was for today around dinner time. I showed up and walked into the house and noticed that a lot of stuff was different decoration-wise. My parents had our family photos all arranged around the living room, and a few random frames with multiple small photos in them as well. I noticed that they had replaced multiple small photos of specifically me from the frames, and replaced them with now pictures of Chad and his wife and my older brother and his girlfriend. What were maybe 6 pictures of me on any of the walls, there were now 2. A baby picture of me and my senior high school photo, that are now in the hallway, not even the living room. I ignored it and didn't say anything. After a while, everyone showed up, except for, of course, Chad, who my mom pulled that he wanted to spend time with his baby BS. They all started talking about the people plans of the part, also known as people who were going to be key parts of the wedding cast. I tried my best to listen and take in all of what my brother's girlfriend was saying. I noticed by the end of it all, that my name was literally never added to any of the main plans. I wasn't mentioned at all for another in the plans. I started to question why I was there if I wasn't going to be in the main plans of the wedding. I was kinda like, why not just send me an invitation then? I went home and texted his girlfriend asking about what had happened at the little meeting. Apparently my mother had told her that I wouldn't want to be involved in any of the wedding stuff and that it wasn't my thing. She called me unfeminine and that I wouldn't like doing any kind of bridal stuff because I'm not girly. She then said everything was set in stone now. My older sister is going to be a bridesmaid and my little sister is to be a flower girl. My little brother will be the ring holder and my other little brother and Chad will be groomsmen. Apparently my mother also told her that because of what happened with Chad I shouldn't be sat at the family table but at a guest table. I will just be another guest at the wedding. I didn't really say anything back because it hurt. It hurt that my mother would say that about me, that I was feminine, and that just because I myself didn't do a lot of girly things in my spare time, I wasn't going to be able or enjoy doing something like a wedding or be a bridesmaid. I can't believe she would say that about me. To be honest, I don't know if I'm even going to go. The wedding is scheduled for the end of the year. It sounds stupid and petty, but this hurt me. It hurt that I was being outcasted, most likely due to Chad once again, and as I am typing this my sister is texting me about how she is helping plan all the bride stuff. Honestly, I'm going to leave it off at this for right now because I don't know how to even feel, if you know what I mean right now. Update 3. I don't even know what to say. I didn't expect to update again so soon, but I just got the news from my older brother's fiancée. Chad's wife is pregnant again. Update 4. I have moved even farther away from my parents since the last few updates, in part to hopefully try and start a process of trying to cut them off from my life. This has worked a bit, but not enough to actually make me feel any better. They, mostly my mother, have still decided to take time to bother me and show up at my new place and only give me a second of a heads up. There is no update concerning the wedding. I have only gotten an invitation through the mail. I'm not going to try and press it anymore. I'm going to go, but I will most likely leave after the ceremony and not stay to hang out with anyone. Chad's situation has grown only by the fact that over a group chat, they decided not to have any kind of gender reveal or even a baby shower. They just announced that they are now having a girl. Don't want to be an ass, but Chad's wife stretched the fact that Chad randomly made her get up and go get an ultrasound to find out the gender. She acted like she really didn't want to do it. Apparently they went to one of those fancy ultrasound places where you get fancy models of the fetus and high-tech ultrasound pics. Chad also announced that he is going to college now, and asked for a $1,000 loan, which they gave to him. They have always stretched that they will never loan money to any of their kids. My stomach turned when they happily gave him the money, but they wouldn't lend me $20 for school books when I went to college. They refused to help me get into college. I muted the group chat. I also found out that my sister has possibly outed me to mom. I came out when I was in high school as being bisexual with a preference for women. This didn't go well, to be quite honest, as my mom said I have a lesbian cousin who is married to women, followed up by a homophobic story about how her friend traumatized her in college by taking her to a gay bar and she got hit on by another female. Not great. My brother fully believes that my love for women is trauma-based because of the abuse I faced from our bio father. My heart was broken when all of this came to the surface, knowing they both truly wouldn't support me. They would only lie to my face about being uncomfortable with my life. I basically promised myself that I would never tell them if I got a female partner, in hopes of saving not only my feelings but my partner's feelings in the long run. It makes me extremely uncomfortable to think about them looking me in the eyes and believing everything that they told me concerning their feelings about my lifestyle. I fear my sister has told our mom about me dating a female now that I have moved further away from them, something that I never did while in the house living with them. I noticed on my girlfriend's Instagram my sister had liked one of the pictures of me and my girlfriend. My girlfriend, after hearing all of this, supports me about not posting pictures of us, seeing as she knows that my family follows me on Instagram. My girlfriend has not tagged me in any pictures on Instagram, so my sister had been looking through my friend on Instagram. Not even a week after the photo was light, I had to see my sister in person for something. She started to make awkward comments about my dating life and if I was seeing anyone, which I only said maybe and left it at that. 2 days later, my mom showed up at my front door with some store-bought cookies asking me if there was anything I want to tell her. I brushed her off and didn't say anything. She then left and didn't say anything else to me. A few hours later, my little brother texted me asking if I had told mom about me dating because she is apparently going crazy and about how his dad is just telling her that it's just a trauma response. I haven't told anyone about my dating, so clearly someone told her about me dating, especially the fact that they are bringing up that I'm dating a female. I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do at this point, as I am trying my best to cut them off. My girlfriend is telling me not to think about it too much and that we can get through it together. I honestly don't know where I would be without her at this point because she is the only one keeping me sane throughout this entire transition.
My family has been extremely abusive and toxic to me my entire life, including taking all of my money, so I am moving to the other side of the country and not telling them anything. I have a poop life where I currently am and I always have. My parents are and always have been extremely abusive. My father takes most of my money and has always since I was 14. He says it's his money. Yes, my father thinks that because he has supported me financially my entire upbringing, I now owe him my life. I'm 23 and he's still doing this. He literally only ever talks to me about money. We have that kind of relationship. My mother is emotionally neglecting, and again, always has been. She has bipolar disorder and has said and done some really awful things to me in her bad moments. I don't even want to get into the things that she has put me through. I still love them both, of course, but I can't do this anymore. The truth is that they were never ready for kids. They've even told me that I wasn't at all planned. The only one that was planned was my older brother, and they treat him like an angel, despite him now being in prison, stealing tens of thousands of dollars from them. I decided a while ago that I was leaving here and starting a new life on the West Coast. Today, I changed my number and bought my plane ticket. They think my phone is shut off due to non-payment. They have no idea about anything that I plan to do and I don't want to tell them. Well, today I came home and found a piece of art hung up on my wall. My mom had mentioned it to me in her good moments. I forgot what the art style is called, but it's a bunch of little bead things that you carefully put together to make a picture. It's her new hobby lately and I'm so happy that she's found something that seems to take her away from her mental agony. She was so excited to give it to me. Just the other day she smiled and said she made me something nice and that it was almost done. It took her weeks and weeks to make this for me. I walked into my room, saw it, and just started crying. I know I need to leave. I do. I need to start a new life and get away from here. I can't be happy here. No, I can't. This family has broken me into so many different pieces over the past 23 years. I just feel so guilty. I saw this picture, and I immediately felt horrible. I have always tried so hard to be a bright light in my family and make things less toxic, but it's never worked. I feel like I failed and I'm giving up now. She is going to miss me. I know she is. She is going to wonder about me. She is going to cry all the time. She is going to be so sad. And although I've bought this plane ticket and I'm not turning back, and I know that this is what I need to do for me, I still feel like the shittiest person in the world. I just needed to tell someone this. I leave next week. I am just so upset after seeing that she hung her present to me on my wall while I was away. Update. So I actually did it. I said goodbye to my few friends here. I packed all of my stuff in a suitcase. My little brother drove me here, to the airport. I love him. I hugged him and told him that I loved him, and I gave him my car, as he needed one for work and he's never had much, either. My parents only really love my older brother, their firstborn. I told him that if our parents asked, to tell them that I asked him to take me to the airport, and I just gave him my car keys and left. He knows everything, but they don't need to know that. I also gave him my fish, which oddly I already miss them. It's really weird how taking care of even the smallest of creatures can make you feel so special. That helped a lot with my depression. I didn't tell my parents anything. They don't know anything. The last thing that my father said to me was, "You need to cut the front yard," and he walked away. I don't even remember the last thing that my mother said to me. I left them a note that said that I'm safe. I'm gonna be okay, but I had to leave. I told them I would reach out when I was ready, if ever. I told them that I'll always love them, for they are my parents and they gave me life. I wonder how they're going to react when they see the note. I imagine my father will be furious as he can't coerce me into giving him all of my money anymore. My mother is just going to use it to get pity, because her life is such a tragedy. At least, according to her book of faces. Perhaps they should have treated me better, as I'm the best son they could have ever asked for. I'm kind, I'm empathetic, I'm ambitious, and I am full of love. But even I have my breaking point, and I'm going to find new people to give my love. People who will appreciate it. So anyways, yeah, I did it. I packed a suitcase that is my life. I grabbed the bracelet that my old friend who passed away gave me and put it around my wrist. I put on my favorite pair of beat-up boots and cuffed my jeans, and I left. I'll be so far away in 12 hours. They won't ever be able to hurt me again. I randomly ran into my ex-boyfriend here at the airport, just a few minutes ago. We didn't end things well when we broke up 2 years ago. Coincidentally, it ended because he told me I was being ridiculous for rebelling against my parents' abuse, and that I should be grateful to them for even being alive. He was in a rush, but he smiled and asked how I was doing, and he proposed that we should catch up when I got back from wherever I was going. I smiled at him. I told him I was doing well, and I said I'll let you know when I get back. I feel very whole right now, for the first time in my life. My family pranked my girlfriend on Christmas by making a dark humor joke about her biggest insecurity, and she is now furious with me. I have a girlfriend who is absolutely beautiful, but she does have a large and rather ugly facial scar. My family often jokes about it, calling her Joker or whatever, as they have a super dark sense of humor. It bothers my girlfriend, and she says it doesn't feel like a joke. It feels like she's being insulted under the pretense of it being dark humor. Even though I explain it's just how they are and they don't mean any harm, she doesn't really want to be around them. This year, I told her it was really important to me we spend Christmas with my family. She resisted at first, but after some urging from me she gave in. She said I absolutely could not excuse their behavior if they made a rude comment about her though. We got there and it was fine for a while. Then my mom and sister broke out their matching ugly sweaters, that had my girlfriend's face all over it. The reason it had my girlfriend's face was because I had set this prank up for a while. For the last month, I had been secretly taking pictures of my girlfriend while she slept or while she was not aware of it, pictures specifically with her scar, and sending them to my mom so she could print them onto Christmas sweaters. My mom and sister both laughed, saying my mom made them and it was just a joke. My dad thought it was hilarious, I even chuckled a little. My girlfriend looked at me, and when I said they were just being ironic, she shook her head, got up and left. Didn't say anything to anyone, just took her car and left. I called her several times and she didn't answer. The only text I received was you need to find your own way home. That ticked me off, and I called her a couple more times. The whole time, my mom is upset because it was just a joke and she didn't realize my girlfriend was going to overreact like that. My sister agreed it was just a joke and my girlfriend was being a baby about it. I had another fight with my girlfriend when I finally got home and she said I was an a-hole. Show asked me how they even had switched pictures and asked me if it was me. I admitted it to her and all hell broke loose. She started crying. In between sobs, she said it let them treat her badly and was trying to make it her fault when it was my family who was acting badly. I said it was just a joke and that she was overreacting. She asked how it was supposed to be a joke. I said that was just their sense of humor and I was just in on the joke. I said I was sorry she was offended by the joke, but she ruined the whole day with her reaction. She said that no, them realizing she wasn't going to take their bullcrap anymore ruined the day. We aren't speaking currently, but when a cousin called to wish me a Merry Christmas and asked how the day when I mentioned what happened and he straight up called me an a-hole for doing that to her. I don't really think I've done anything though. My family sided with my ex who abused me, now they are forcing me to give her a baby. Please help. I am a married man. I have a happy life, big home, 3 kids, and a loving husband. I am bisexual if that makes it less confusing. We had 2 surrogates, so prior to my husband I dated my ex. Let's call her Sarah. Sarah was my first love. She was very kind to me at first and we did everything together. We went to prom, went to college, and I even proposed to her. She was my queen and I would do anything to make her happy. A year into our proposal she moved into my apartment. This is when I saw the true Sarah. Sarah worked a manager job at a popular drugstore, so I did not think it was weird when she was home kind of late. I just assumed she was closing the store. I was wrong. I found out from friends that Sarah was having fun with the whole neighborhood and then some. She would go to the hotels and wash up before coming home to me. I confronted her and she denied this. Weeks later I got something I thought was just a UTI and it wasn't. Antibiotics fixed it. I asked her what was going on and she accused me of cheating while she was working. That was easily disproven because I am a nerd and played D&D with friends who proved I was with them, while I thought she was at work or with girlfriends. This was in videos and so she had to fess up. I asked what made her want to cheat. I blamed myself and my internship for her change in behavior. I thought maybe we needed more date nights. I forgave her and believed her when she said she was going to change. She did not and she was just more sneaky about it. I found out she was still doing it and my life went from bad to worse. Sarah got pregnant but the baby may have not been mine. My family told me to accept this baby and accept her. By this point our bedroom life was practically non-existent. We had been arguing more and she always ran to my mom, making it seem like I was abusing her. This is with me with glass in my arm, scratches on my face and bruises from her hitting me. She had no marks on her, so I don't get why my mom believed I was hurting her. I couldn't take her mental and physical abuse and dumped her. She ran to my family. My family took her side and told me to man up and be a dad. I said I will man up when I can get a DNA test. One day she suddenly was not pregnant. She said it was a miscarriage from my abuse. But one of my boys said they saw her at Planned Parenthood. I told this to my mom and she did not believe me. For a while I went no contact with my mom. That was till I married my husband who was my childhood best friend. He convinced me to make up with her and my siblings. He made feel happy again. He was not messing with my head. He was loyal. And before I knew it we were starting a life together. Recently my ex got in contact with my mom. They still talk from time to time because she is sweet to my parents, just not to me. She asked if she can have my genetic material to have a baby. Her current husband has azoospermia, so they can't have a kid. Apparently we look very similar and she wants a baby that looks like her husband. My mom said I should do it so I can have more kids and make up for the miscarriage, which she still believes happened. I said no. My husband said no and my kids don't want a sibling from her. They remember what she did at a family gathering. However, my family is calling me an a-hole for not wanting Sarah to carry my baby. I sort of feel like my mom just wants me to have a normal marriage, since she has said in the past that I wouldn't need a surrogate if my partner was female. She is nice to my husband to his face, but I think she regrets me marrying him. Even my extended family is telling me to do it. But my mom is the main matriarch of my family, so if she says something everyone says it. But I just don't want this to cause problems with my family and our lives. My mom and ex are making me seem like I am being petty. I said if they keep pressuring me I will go no contact. Mom said if you do then don't expect anyone to miss you. You let this girl go for a man. The least you can do is give us a male grandchild. Am I in the wrong for feeling uncomfortable about this? My father bought me a strawberry cake for my birthday, but he doesn't know that I am deathly allergic to it. Now he's pissed because I implied that he doesn't care about me. I met my dad when I was 8. My mom said he wasn't around before cause he wasn't ready to be a dad yet, but now he wanted to be in my life. And yeah, he actually did try, but I didn't see him much. He only wanted us to hang out like a few days a month. Wasn't much time I know, but he was my dad and I wanted him to like me, so I was cool with whatever time we spent. For years I started not liking being with him, and it's because I notice everything we do is stuff he likes, even when I don't like it. Any show or movie was always his choice. He does this with stuff he buys me too. This year he asked me what I wanted for Christmas and I told him I really wanted a new sketchbook because I love to draw. But he got me another game for my PS4 instead, which I don't even play much. He said I'd like that more than drawing. It was the Madden 21 game. I don't like football but he does. Just FYI my b-day is 3 days after Christmas so he picked me up that day and that's when I got my gift. So I was already kinda annoyed by the gift. It's not that he forgot what I wanted. It's that he went with something he likes instead like always. We got to his house and he surprised me with a strawberry vanilla b-day cake. I looked at him wondering if he was serious and said I can't eat this. He asked why not and I told him because I'm literally allergic to freaking strawberries. I mean deathly allergic. And he acted like this the first time I tell him. He got all mad because he wasted all his time going out to buy it and we should have told him. I said I told him like 4 times all these years. Then I said kinda quietly that he probably would have remembered if he cared. Like I said I was already a little mad so I don't think I would have said that out loud if I wasn't in a bad mood. But he heard it and got mad. He called me disrespectful and I shouldn't be saying he doesn't care when he's trying to be a good dad to me. He was so pissed off when he threw away the cake. The mood was bad after that. When I got home he told my mom what happened and they got into an argument over it. He wants me to apologize for giving him attitude and for what I said. My mom is mad at him for that and now everything is just so tense. I don't know, now I'm starting to feel bad. If I hadn't said anything then he wouldn't be mad and hurt. I was just so mad too and said it out loud so I wanted to know if I'm TA for not keeping my mouth shut. My father brought all my mom's things to the dump after her death and married his girlfriend 4 months later. So I moved out and threw his wife's gift for me in the trash. When I was 10 my mom died. She had an allergic reaction while we were out for a celebratory dinner for my dad and she died on the way to the hospital. Mom was the glue that held us together. Dad and I were never very close before she died. But 6 weeks later my dad had already met his wife and they boxed up all of my mom's things, clothes, jewelry, photos of her phone, keys, and anything that was just hers, and they brought it to the dump. I never got anything and neither did any of her family. I was furious and I will never forgive my dad for what he did. The very next day he moved that woman in. They were married 4 months later, had a small but still an actual formal wedding. They dragged me to it and pretended everything was fine and normal. She even gave a speech about being so excited to have a son of her own and all the adventures we'll have together. When I was 12 I got copies of a couple of photos of mom from extended family and put them in my room. Dad's wife found the photos and she removed them saying I didn't need those and I'd bring everyone down having them in the house. I yelled at her, cursed at her, wished her dead and erased and my dad yelled at me for disrespecting his wife. I told him that day I wish he'd died instead of my mom. He told me he wished he'd let my grandparents take me after the fight they had about mom stuff going to the dump. I told him I wish he had. The 7 years of living with the two of them were hell. I'm so glad I'm gone. I have no respect for either of them and I don't care that my dad lost someone too. He threw her away and not just from him. I moved out of my dad's house last month, the day I turned 18. I no longer live in the same town and instead, I moved in with 3 of my friends who are starting college next month and I'm about to start trade school. I'm working until trade school starts to afford rent and food. The 4 of us are splitting the cost between us. I did not take money from my dad. The day I left my dad's wife gave me this photo album, saying it was a growing up gift. This photo album was photos of the 7 years since she and my dad married. I did not appreciate the gift, nor did I want it, which I told her to her face. She told me to take it and I should have family photos when I moved out. Before I left I threw the album into the trash. After I settled in my apartment dad suddenly remembered my number for the first time in 3 years and called me out for upsetting and disrespecting his wife by throwing her gift away. He told me she did it out of love. I ignored it. She sent me a text on dad's phone telling me I should be surrounded by happy family memories, which was why she made the album. I sent a photo of my room which has photos of my mom, ones I got copies of. That was the only reply I made, but I got several more texts, some from an unknown number after I blocked dad saying I was acting spitefully. My father consistently prioritizes my half-brother over me. Now our graduations are at the same time, and I gave him an ultimatum. Attend my graduation or I am done with him. I have a half-brother who is the same age as me. We'll call him Cameron. Our dad got 2 women pregnant around the same time. I'm older by 6 months. My dad chose Cameron's mom over mine, and they're married now. Anyway, I've always felt like I was just a backup son for my dad. I know he does love me, but not as much as Cameron. I live an hour and a half away from him but he would always make the drive to come see me when I was younger and still does to this day. If I ever need anything, he'll make sure I get it. He took me on trips all the time with just me and him. But still, I felt like an outsider. He would constantly put me second to Cameron. If we both had sports games on the same day, he would always go to Cameron's with his wife. Once, when I had an award ceremony, he couldn't come because Cameron was sick. It was just a cold by the way. When I wanted him to teach me how to drive he said he couldn't because he promised Cameron he would teach him first but that he'd help me after Cameron got his license. I could list a bunch of other examples. My dad would show up to my stuff but if Cameron had something going on at the same time, he wouldn't come. Cameron and I aren't friends. We get along fine if we're together but neither of us is going out of the way to talk to the other. I think he's spoiled and obviously our dad's favorite. Our dad and his mom did him no favors because his grades were bad, and his life had no direction. He didn't apply to any colleges and he won't even get a part-time job. We're both graduating high school this year. His school district released their graduation schedule after mine and of course our graduations are on the same day at the same time. We live an hour and a half apart so obviously our dad can't make it to both. He'd known my graduation date for weeks before Cameron learned his. We already had plans for him to come and spend the day here, but I knew as soon as I saw that schedule he was gonna flake. At first, he said he wasn't sure what he was gonna do. He's been avoiding the topic for weeks but our graduations are on the 29th so he has to decide now. Well yesterday he took me to dinner. He told me that he was going to go to Cameron's graduation. He said it was because Cameron's grandparents weren't gonna be able to make it and Cameron would only have his mom while I have my mom, stepdad, siblings, and grandparents all coming to mine. I'm not an idiot. It was just an excuse that I knew would be coming. He tried to soften the blow by promising me he'd make up for it by taking me on a graduation trip anywhere I wanted to go, even though he had already promised me that months ago. He's taking his wife and Cameron on a family trip to Hawaii in June. It's supposed to be Cameron's graduation trip, but he promised he and I would have our own trip. Now all of a sudden that trip is supposed to also be a makeup for missing my graduation. So I told him okay, I want to go to this one weekend event that is on the same week he's going to Hawaii. He told me he can't because that's when they're going to Hawaii. I didn't actually want to go to this event, I was just proving a point. I told him to postpone his Hawaii trip so he could take me to the event. He said he couldn't because everything is already paid for and non-refundable. I told him that he was missing my high school graduation. The least he can do is make me the priority when it comes to the graduation trips. He said I'd have to pick a different weekend. I told him he didn't actually care about making it up to me. He's only okay with what I want so long as it doesn't interfere with his real family. He denied it and told me to try to understand the position he was in. I told him straight up that he always chooses Cameron over me. For once, I wanted to be the first choice. So I said I'll have a ticket ready for him, but that if he doesn't come, I'll know where I stand in his life. I don't care about a makeup trip. Either he shows up and we still have a relationship or I'm just done with him. He told me that I was being unreasonable and maybe I am, but I'm still standing my ground. I already know he's not going to come, even after my ultimatum. Update: my graduation was on Wednesday. Surprising everyone, especially me, my dad actually chose me in my graduation. Not at first, but he did come. So what happened after I gave him the ultimatum was he kept trying to talk to me as if nothing was wrong. He was asking me to spend time with him a lot and asking when I was free. Basically either feeling guilty or trying to compensate for choosing Cameron. I never met with him. Cameron messaged me to tell me to stop being an a-hole and to get over it cause apparently our dad was stressed out over the whole thing. I just blocked Cameron and moved on. On the day of my graduation my dad told me he was coming down to spend the day with me before he had to go home to go to Cameron's graduation. At first, I told him not to bother because there's no point in showing up here if you're just gonna leave before the actual ceremony, but he ended up coming anyway. We had a small get-together at my house with my mom's side of the family. My dad was there acting as if nothing was wrong. It was annoying. I refused to take pictures with him because I told him I'm taking pictures at my graduation. If you want pictures with me you can show up. A few hours before the ceremony he said he had to head out. I said goodbye forever and he pulled me aside to talk. He was trying to justify his decision again. I told him I was serious about what I said. I will not talk to him ever again. I made it clear that this isn't something I'm gonna be mad about for a bit and then get over. I'm not gonna call him crying in a few years saying I'm sorry. He asked why I was being like this and I just let it all out. I told him I'm sick and tired of being second place all the time. My entire life I've been told that he can't show up for me because Cameron needs him or he promised Cameron first. Yet the one time I had my graduation date set and planned first he still cancels on me for Cameron. I asked him to give me one good reason why he has to go to Cameron's graduation over mine. Specifically, no, this is a tough situation. I can't be in two places at once, etc. He said because if he doesn't go to Cameron's graduation he has to deal with a pissed off wife and his entire home life will be tense. I asked him why can't his wife and Cameron ever be the ones he apologizes to and asks to try to understand? Why do I always have to be purposely handed the short straw? He didn't have an answer. I told him I hope Cameron gets his life together because right now he's on a nosedive trajectory that ends with him still living at home rent-free in his 30s with a girlfriend he can't afford to give a ring to, let alone a wedding, and 3 kids who are being raised by my dad's wife. I didn't care anymore at that point. It's true. Cameron's a loser, and I told my dad good luck cause he's the one that's taking care of you when you're old. I'm out. I guarantee Cameron takes their money and puts his parents in the absolute cheapest nursing home he can find. They failed him by spoiling him and treating him like he's perpetually 5 years old. Dad still ended up leaving anyway. I refused to hug him and told him I'm done with him. That kinda ruined my mood, but once I got to school and started hanging with my friends, I decided to let it go. I wanted to enjoy my grad night and just forget all the bullshit. After the ceremony, I was shocked to see my dad walking towards me. I was positive he was going to Cameron's graduation. Like a gun to my head, get this answer right or you die. Well I guess I'd be dead cause I was 100% sure he'd choose Cameron. He already did, but I guess he turned around and came back. So he hugged me and told me that he's sorry for everything and how he's treated me and that he does love me just as much as Cameron even if he's been bad at showing it. I don't really believe that last part but he showed up so that's what I'm focusing on. Cameron was pissed of course and messaged me from a different number to bitch at me. He was calling me a crybaby and selfish, saying dad only went to my graduation because I threw a fit. He doesn't understand that it wasn't me having a tantrum. It was a last straw situation for me. I just sent him a picture of me and our dad at my graduation and told him to get over it. Then I blocked that number too. F him. I'm glad he knows what it's like to be a second choice just once. I'm sure our dad is already bending over backwards to make it up to Cameron anyway so he'll live. I'm not cutting my dad off but I'm gonna stop trying. I have a lifetime of him awarding me the silver medal no matter how well I do and I'm tired of it. Cameron can be his favorite son uncontested from now on. I'm just gonna live my life and keep my dad at an arm's length. I'm not gonna try to force him to prove his love for me anymore.
My father continuously makes fun of my body and won't listen when I ask him to stop because he is just joking, so my in-laws had enough and crushed his ego. I am very insecure about my body and have been since I was a child. I am especially insecure about my stomach and thighs. I eat right, but it's an issue that will forever haunt me. I am 5 feet 3 inches and weigh about 50 to 55 kilograms. My stomach is a bit plump, and my thighs are pretty large. My body is covered in stretch marks from God knows where. I have been teased about this in school to the point of dropping out due to mental health and trauma, to the point of nearly ending it all. My teachers even laughed at me when I asked them for help because my parents brushed me off. The only thing holding me together with sparkly glitter glue was that godsend of a date I am still with today. He always assures me that my body is perfect to him, but I could never truly believe it. I could never shake away those memories, and I can't shake away the comments from my father, the person who I looked up to and respected. My father has always been a joking person, he always finds a way to lighten up a room, but now, I don't think I can ever see him the same again. He knows how I feel about my body, he has always supported me and encouraged me to train if I wanted to, but now I feel like it was just an act. About a year ago, the comments started. They were initially innocent, so I brushed it off as his jokes. Then came the hip pinching, the stretch marks, dad jokes, the remarks about wearing tighter pants to hide my oversized legs. It hurt. I couldn't deal with it then, so my aunt, who I consider a mother, took matters into her own hands. It stopped for a while, until a few months ago. I was slowly getting comfortable with my body again and decided to wear shorts for the first time in a long time when we went to visit my parents. I had my back turned while talking to my mother. My stomach dropped when I felt the pinch on my thighs. I knew what was coming. He said, "What's with this? I thought you diet." And he jiggled the skin of my thigh, emphasizing what he was referring to. I couldn't stop the sob, and I just left. My partner didn't know what was happening when I pulled him to the car and asked him to drive home. I was a mess. That night, he just held me, and I was grateful for his presence. All the memories started coming back with that single joke. He still found ways to comment on my body, but I forced myself to ignore it and act unbothered. That brings us to 3 days ago. It was nearing my birthday, so my mother and I discussed an outfit to get me. She wanted to look for something personally, so she needed my measurements, which I gave her. She was using my dad's phone as she had a bad streak of luck with breaking hers. My dad then started. He asked me why my waist was so wide, why my hips were so high, why wasn't I proportioned right? If I was sure, I measured in cm instead of I went along with it because I wanted to be a better person, but I failed. I broke when he told me that I would never be able to fit into any of the outfits my mother showed me. It's pointless, and I should just cut holes into a bag and wear it to my birthday party instead because it's the only thing I will fit in. He didn't stop there. No, he said it needed to be long enough to make me look at least normal. I dropped my phone at that point, sobbing. I couldn't stop, and again, my partner just held me, whispering reassuring words throughout my breakdown. I ended up trying to talk to him, trying to get him to stop. He just brushed me off like my school days. He told me he was only joking and I needed to stop being so serious, that I can't help my body turn out the way it did. The worst part was they visited me today, and I had to act fine because we had other guests over. It didn't take long for the jokes and pinching to start. In front of everyone, he pinched my thigh when I walked past, he pinched my stomach, and my hips. He said I was getting bigger because of my stretch marks, which he apparently never knew were there. He asked if I was mad at him, but I could only plaster on a smile because I couldn't say anything. I was on the brink of bursting into tears. When they left, he tried to joke around and pinch me again. I managed to choke out "Please stop," and he told me to stop being dramatic and accept that it was a joke. My partner was unhappy, but I asked him not to intervene. I appreciate that he is here for me, but I cannot handle a fight right now. He's been trying to cheer me up, showing me cute outfits, saying how nice I will look in them and all other stuff, but I can't bring myself to let it go. I know it's not his fault, and I'm wrong for not wanting him to step in, but I just need a hug right now. Update: I sat my father down as requested and tried to speak to him again. It ended up being the same as the previous times. My partner's father had heard of what had been happening but had never witnessed it until yesterday. My parents came over to visit again without knowing my partner's parents were there. My dad didn't seem to care that there was a new member to the audience and started his poop. I was wearing a pair of tights, which some of you know as leggings, as my sweats were dirty. I rarely wear tight clothes as they fuel my father's insults. I was making coffee, and he shouted, "Why are your thighs jiggling like that? Do you train?" My mother laughed like it was the funniest thing ever, and I heard a smack and my dad yelping straight after. That's a common thing between my parents, but it usually only happens in front of others. My future in-laws said nothing, but they were confused and annoyed. After the next couple of pinches, smacks, and comments, my partner's dad lost it. He started criticizing my dad and told him that he was a pathetic excuse for a father. I told him that for all these years, he had to ensure I was okay because he didn't have a effing clue to raising a child. How sick he was for even thinking it was okay to treat a daughter like that. He made sure to tell him how he had damaged me mentally to the point of just accepting it. How often did his son have to hold me until I cried myself to sleep over one of his jokes? That went on for what seemed like forever, and my partner soon joined in. It ended up being turned to my mother, who tried to switch sides again. My partner's mother is a good woman, but she has a nasty side and wasn't afraid to show it. She is one woman you don't want to upset, aside from my aunt, who was called and gladly snuck her nose in. She ended up saying that they either apologize and get the F out or they no longer have a daughter. They apologized, but my dad still couldn't see why it was so wrong to joke. It's what fathers do. I was crying during the extent of it and still am. It was not about the fight but the fact that I knew just how pointless it was. I was right. He returned today and gave me a bag with holes cut into it. Got your outfit. Make the holes bigger for your arms and thighs, too. Make sure to wear a belt. I just froze in place and could only focus on his smirk. I was still standing there, bag in hand, as he drove away. Later today, I got a message from him about my writing and art that he found. He started mocking that, too. He commented on how I wish I could be as perfect as the characters I come up with. I use writing and drawing to cope, and he is right. I wish I could be that perfect, that confident, normal, but I'm not. I'm a fuck up. He made that clear. He made sure to let me know that I would never be as good, that I don't have the gene that's been passed down through generations. Maybe they would have done it better if my brother and sister were alive. They died at birth. So, not only am I a mistake, but I am also a second choice. I am a F up entirely. Update 2. I worked up enough courage and did what needed to be done. With the help of my aunt, she was more than happy to help and end it. She is also looking into making me rightfully hers, and I couldn't be more grateful. We made him a gift basket with a note since he loves to read what I write so much and won't bother listening in person. Dear Dad, since you like my writing so much, I decided to take the time to spell this out for you. This basket contains many options to help you. I've noticed your body has lost its good shape, which is not pleasing. So I have included many workout pamphlets and personal trainer contacts to help you with that. One in particular will surely help you with that stomach of yours. I can only imagine your frustration having a daughter who is fitter than her father. Since you love taking your frustrations out on me, I highly recommend reading through the therapist contacts I have included in this basket. I will advise you to let mom seek out these therapists, too, as her backbone is non-existent, and she lets awful men walk all over her. I can't imagine what the death of my brother and sister did to her and you, not having the chance to pass down the gene you love so much. Fun fact: 50 to 55 kilograms for a woman who is 5 feet 3 inches is healthy if not bordering on being underweight. However, 100 to 108 kilograms for a man in his 50s and scraping 5 feet 5 inches is concerningly overweight. I would suggest taking care of that. I would hate for someone to start mocking you about it. It is very unpleasant. Now, all pleasantries aside, this will be the last time you hear from me. This will be the last time I call you Mom and Dad. Since I have all of my documents, I no longer need to converse with you. Your names have been taken off the guest list for my 21st, which you so graciously refused to help pay for. If you do show up, I will have police escort you off the premises. If you show up at my new house or merely follow me to the store, it will result in the police being called. If you continue this behavior, I will file a restraining order against both of you. If you would like a reason for this, you will have to find it yourself. It is quite obvious, but since you are so focused on damaging me into submission, I fear you will never understand. That is not my problem. Yes, you did bring me into this world, but you are not my parents. I have a family, and you will never be a part of it. Please do take my advice and seek help. This is not a joke, Dad. Yours truly. I know the note was rushed and short, but it was all I could write. My aunt's phone has been blowing up but has ignored and blocked their numbers. She has even made sure to let the rest of our family know what has happened and why. As far as I know, they have been getting berated and disowned. I can't help but feel a little bit of pride.
My father demands that I give my half-brother a job and a piece of the land I inherited from my grandfather after he abandoned me. They tried to attack me, but they all ended up on the floor. My dad and his siblings hated my grandfather for good reasons. Growing up, their dad was an abusive alcoholic towards them and my grandmother. When she died, my dad and his siblings all left home when they turned 18 and never returned. Except for my dad, none of them ever spoke to him again. My dad spoke to my grandfather twice after leaving home. I was 8, at my mom's funeral, when I first met my grandfather. He approached me, kneeled on the ground in front of me, and introduced himself, asked how I was doing. But before I could say anything, my dad had pulled me away from him. He yelled for a bit, then dragged me away. I was 11 when I met him again. When my dad dropped me off at his house and left me there, a few years later, I discovered it was because my dad's new wife didn't want me around. You might think my dad was a boss for doing that. I know I did, but it turned out to be the best thing he could have ever done for me, even if I hated him for it. My grandfather and I became very close. His alcohol-filled days were long behind him, and he taught me everything. He owned a lot of land. A lot of land. He taught me how to grow vegetables, farm, maintain the property and look after the land, care for the animals, and hunt, and pushed me to get an education. I was happiest when he and I were working the land together. During all that time out on the land, working on one project or another, he told me of his life and what he had done to his family. He didn't make excuses, didn't try to reason away his behavior. He told me of all the hurt and pain he caused. When I asked why he didn't try reconciling with his children, he said they can't forget what he put them through. He understood that and accepted it. I was 26 when he died. I called my dad to let him know. I had to tell him who I was. He didn't stay on the line long, told me to take care of the funeral, then hung up. Knowing what I knew of his childhood, I didn't blame him, but he didn't even ask how I was. The resentment I already had for him grew. After the funeral, a young woman introduced herself to me at the wake. She was my cousin. I knew my dad had siblings, but that's all I knew. I had never met them, didn't know anything about them, so I didn't call any of them to let them know about my grandfather. I asked how she knew, and she told me my dad had called her mom. She spent a few days in town after the funeral, and we kept in touch after. We became, and still are, really close. A couple of years later, when she said she was moving into town, I gave her an acre of land. She, her husband, and their kids still live there today. My grandfather left me everything. None of my dad and his siblings contested the will. My cousin told me her mom didn't want anything, not 1 cent, from her father. I guess the rest of them felt that way because neither I nor my lawyer ever heard anything from them. Until last week, my dad called me. His son needs a new start. Apparently he wants to move my way to help with my businesses. I have a few small businesses I run off my property. A working farm where people can stay for a few days to experience farm life. I have a few money-making ventures. Now my half-brother, whom I'd met just one time before I was shipped off to my grandfather, all of a sudden wants to help me. I have all the help I need. I don't need his. I told my dad I would think about it. He's been sending me texts every day, several times a day, asking me about the property and the businesses, suggesting roles his son could fill, telling me that the family looks out for each other and sticks together, telling me my grandfather owes him, telling me what land I should give his son to set him up, and what land would be best for him and his wife when they visit. Whenever I see dad pop up on my screen, I want to smash my phone. My anger and resentment are directed at my dad, not his son, but I still don't want him here. He's a stranger to me. All my grandfather left me is mine now, and I don't owe any of them anything. My cousin and her husband are on my side and say if it were up to them, they would tell my dad and his son to get lost because they have never made an effort to be family with me, or even call to say hi. I know they're right. What they say is true. Update: I asked a close friend, a local cop, if he could find out if my dad still lived in the same place. Then I asked how to go about getting a trespass order. That was pretty simple. I left the police station with one in my hand and my dad's address. I then asked another close friend if he would accompany me to my dad's house, because as far as I knew, that was where my half-brother lived. We set off to see my half-brother. It took us about 10 hours to drive there. I decided to drive instead of fly because I needed that time to order my thoughts. We showed up unannounced. We could hear a woman screaming inside from the curbside. She was not screaming like she was in trouble. She was screaming at someone. My friend told me to pull my phone out and start recording. I'm glad he thought of that. Dad answered the door. He thought we were Jehovah's Witnesses, told us to F off, and tried to close the door in our faces. My friend put his hand on the door to stop him. I said Dad, and he took a second, then a third look. I cannot explain the change that came over him when he realized it was me. His whole demeanor went from "Who TF are you to dare come to my door" to ka-ching. He invited us in, then ran out of sight. The yelling stopped quickly, and he returned with his wife a minute later. She was all smiles. Big smiles with a big welcoming hug. The smile made my skin crawl, and the hug made me wish for plenty of soap and hot water. They told us to sit and asked if we wanted anything. Coffee, Pepsi, juice. I wanted water because my mouth and throat were suddenly dry, but we declined their offer of refreshments. We sat for a few minutes, making small talk, and then I asked where my brother was. Dad's wife turned her head and ordered someone standing out of sight to call your brother. I wasn't prepared for more than one brother, and I was not prepared for a sister. My friend could see I was struggling, so he asked questions about my half-brother. What does he do? Does he live close by? Oh, he lives at home? What work experience does he have? Has he worked with beef cows? Dairy cows? Are there any farm animals? Does he have any farm experience at all? What kind of work experience does he have? You see, there was a reason I asked this particular friend to accompany me and a reason he was asking those questions. Less than a half hour later, two guys walk in. They were obviously brothers. I did not get good vibes from them at all. The younger one walked around the corner, and we could hear him telling the sister that he was hungry and to make him something to eat, a sandwich for sake. The older one came in and sat next to his mother. He lounged in his seat like it was a throne and he was the king. Judging by the look on his mother's face, he was raised to believe that. He looked at my friend, dismissed him, then at me and smirked. He said, "So you're the beach that's going to set me up." He stated that like it was already a done deal. I said, "Not me." I looked at my friend, and he said no, that he was not taking him on. 2 or 3 seconds passed before Dad's wife asked what we meant. I told them I had no positions available and wasn't taking any new employees, but my friend was looking for farmhands. He then said he was no longer looking here. She then asked what about the land? My friend said the job came with a 2-bedroom cottage at reduced rent, but the role was no longer available. Then everything exploded. There were accusations of lording it over them, being a stuck-up bee, thinking I was better than them, that I owed them, that I was a greedy gold digger, that I was probably spreading my legs for the old man before he died, that they always knew I was defective. My dad's wife tried to attack me, but I held my arm up, caught her face in my hand, and shoved her back. She flipped backward over the arm of the couch. My dad then tried to attack me, and my friend got between us, gut punched him, and he ended up on the floor. Then, my spoiled half-brother tried to defend his dad by attacking my friend and got a punch to the jaw for his effort. He, too, ended up on the floor. I pulled out the trespass order, dropped it beside my dad, told him what it was, and then made our way to the door. On our way out, we saw the other brother standing there in shock, but he barely registered. I was too busy staring at my sister. She was beautiful but had scratches on her face and a swollen lip. We were supposed to drive straight home. That was the plan, but I couldn't leave. I couldn't, and my friend wouldn't leave me there alone. We got a hotel and spent 2 days watching my dad's house. I finally saw my sister leave and followed her to a grocery store. I waited outside for her to come out. She freaked when she saw me. She told me I had to leave and return to my farm and that her brothers were discussing what they would do to me if they got the chance. I said they didn't worry me. I approached her slowly like she was one of the rescues in my stables. I spoke calmly, hands at my sides but in full view, no sudden movements. I spoke to her for several minutes about the property, what we do there, what we offer. I asked if she had a phone, then gave her my number, told her she could call me, text me anytime, day or night, and I'd answer. I backed off then. I told her I'd wait for her call. She texted me on our long drive home and asked if I had any dogs. It's been roughly a week since. She texts me every day, several times a day. She's called me at 2 a.m. last night. We talked for an hour about the dogs, and at the end of the call, she told me she would be 18 in May. She wants to ask if she can come here when she can legally leave her parents. I will pick her up myself on the day of her birthday if that's what she wants. My father demands that my mother take in his 6 children from his affair partner. Now, I am dropping the rope and leaving him miserable. My parents divorced when I was 7 after my mom found out dad had been cheating on her for 5 years with someone she considered to be her friend. The reveal of the affair came during my birthday party, which we celebrated late because Dad made up some story about an old friend dying and going to the funeral when he was actually with her for an ultrasound after learning she was pregnant. My mother found out that the affair first started after my mom almost died losing my sibling. The pregnancy went badly wrong and almost took her and did take her chance to have more children. All the while her husband and friend were getting together behind her back. My mom never got over what they did to her. I think what made it worse is two people betrayed her instead of one, because if our friends are willing to hurt us like this then we're screwed. My dad married his affair partner. They have 6 children together now. My mom has stayed away from them as much as humanly possible. She told me a long time ago that she loved me, wanted me to be happy and loved and not to be distant from them for her, but that she would never be able to play happy families with my dad and his wife and their kids because some hurts are too deep and painful to move on from. When stay in place was ordered, things between my mom and dad deteriorated after my dad asked if mom would take his other 6 kids into her home, so the siblings could see each other since both he and his wife were frontline workers and had planned to send them somewhere to limit their exposure. Mom said hell no. She was pissed as hell at dad for asking, while dad was pissed as hell that she didn't force me to go to his in-laws to spend time with my siblings while we weren't legally allowed to meet up with others. Things are the same now, only my mom suffered less financially through the pandemic. After a while my dad and his wife left their jobs when it got too much and their financial stability took a huge hit. My dad can't afford to throw a graduation party for me, which is fine, but he and his family are not welcome to the one my mom is hosting. He was bitching about them missing out on celebrating with me because of my mom. I told him it was because of his affair and not my mom, that he was the one who betrayed her over and over again, disrespected her, and then expected her to act like none of that happened so he could act like the good guy. He told me it had been a decade and my mom and I should be over it, and I should not have taken sides. I told him he should have kept the affair from me then instead of letting it come out for me to hear. Update: after everything, I've come to the decision that I don't want anything to do with my dad anymore. The last straw was an email he sent my mom, and honestly, it's one of the most infuriating things I've ever seen. He made a new email account just to threaten her, telling her that if she didn't take in his 6 other kids, he would call CPS on her. His reasoning? He's a frontline worker, and according to him, my mom was the one endangering his children's lives by not taking care of them during the pandemic. He made it sound like she was some kind of villain for refusing to help after everything he's done to her, to us. Naturally, my mom was shaken up, even though she knew she wasn't in the wrong. She talked to my stepdad, who reassured her that my dad didn't have any grounds to make a case against her. That was a relief, but it didn't stop the anger I felt. My dad has spent years betraying her, and now he thinks he can just push her around because things haven't gone his way. It's disgusting. That was the moment I decided I was going low contact with him. I'm done trying to maintain a relationship with someone who constantly manipulates and threatens my mom, someone who refuses to take responsibility for his actions and blames everyone else for his own mistakes. It's clear that he's more concerned about what's convenient for him than about actually being a decent father or person. I've also heard some rumors about him and his wife, the affair partner, of course. Apparently, they've moved into separate houses. I don't know if they've officially split up, and honestly, I don't care. At this point, their drama isn't something I want any part of. They created this mess, and they can deal with the fallout without dragging me or my mom into it anymore.
My father disowned me for wearing red at my fiancé and stepsister's wedding. He was crushed when I refused to let him walk me down the aisle. I was always under the impression that my mother abandoned me, and that's what my dad told me, too. Karen had a daughter at that time who was 5, Mia. Mia and I were somewhat close growing up, but when we both hit puberty, our personality was different. Mia was the typical girly girl. She developed beautifully. She was basically like Cassie from Euphoria. She would get all the attention. Even my relatives preferred her more than me. I was a nerd. I was interested in sports but was told that I do not look bad and am very attractive and pretty. But I was overshadowed by Mia. My dad was an opportunist. Whenever he would see an opportunity for him to shine, he would take it, even if it meant sidelining his daughter. He saw Mia got more attention than me, so he invested everything in her. I was quite jealous NGL, but I wasn't bothered because I believed I would be appreciated if I did something good. So, I studied hard and got into a prestigious university. That was the only time my father threw a party for me because I was the first in the family to do it. But Mia was jealous of it. Anyway, I started dating Tim during my last year of high school. He proposed to me when we were sophomores in college, but we decided to wait till our graduation. So one day during our semester break, I went to his home and saw him effing Mia. I was shocked. I remember I was crying and screaming at him. I could never forget the smirk on Mia's face. That's when I knew Mia was a beach. So, my dad and stepmom knew about it. So guess what? My dad told me to forgive them. His logic is that Tim fell out of love with me, so he fell in love with your sister. You should give them your blessing instead of being petty. I shouted back, of course, you will say that because you cheated on mom. My dad and I had a screaming match. He told me he would disown me if I did not accept them and come to their wedding. I remember that I stormed off, and I cried for days. That's the moment I realized I was alone. My dad didn't care if I was dead or alive, but thank God I had friends who I could count on. I started therapy after a friend of mine pushed me to it. It did help a bit, but in my mind, I wanted some revenge. I wanted to be petty and make her regret it. I started thinking about what I could do. My initial plan was to wear white on her wedding day, but then I ran into Mia's ex, Jay. Jay and Mia were one of those couples who were on and off again. Mia exploited Jay a lot. They last broke up when Jay caught Mia flirting with one of his friends, but there was a lot of history. So, when Jay learns about Mia and Tim, he becomes slightly angry. He kept saying he wished he could just take revenge on all the times Mia had done him wrong. So, I had another plan. I asked him to be my +1 at her wedding. I know Mia still has feelings for Jay. It would piss her off, but we agreed that after that, we would part ways. So when the wedding came, I was not at the wedding party. My dad was cordial with me because I wasn't creating trouble, so I went to her wedding with Jay, wearing a bright red dress because I read that red means you slept with the groom. It was also over the top. I might have made some heads turn. When Mia saw me with Jay, her face turned pale. I was purposely being very touchy with Jay, whispering in his ears, touching his shoulder, and dancing with him very closely. I swear Mia was just as red as my dress. I was also asked to give a speech. I kept it short. Thank God I do not have more sisters, otherwise, Tim would have swapped Mia with one of them. You know he has a fetish of effing his fiancée's sisters behind her back. Mia and I were asked to leave. The next day, I was bombarded with messages and phone calls. I didn't pick any of them. As for Jay, he stuck to our deal, and I never saw him again. After the wedding incident, I found my mom because something told me she didn't abandon me. It wasn't hard to find her. I found her on Facebook, and we started chatting. She is married and has 2 boys, my half-brothers. I got the real story from her. She didn't abandon me. My father won the custody case. He used my mom's past substance abuse to take away her visitation rights, too. We reconciled, and I felt welcomed for the first time. I also met my stepfather and my 2 brothers. They are amazing people. Since then, I have regularly met them. 2 years after the wedding incident, I met a guy, Andy. We met during an alumni program in our college. He also went to our college, but he was 5 years my senior. We had a lot in common. He was kind, sweet, and very mature. He knows about my past and has been supportive. He was better than Tim in every other way. He was charming and had a higher position in his job. After 2 years, my sister contacted me out of the blue and told me she was pregnant and she now wants to bury the hatchets. I was very reluctant. I feared she would also try to steal Andy from me, but Andy reassured me he was not that weak. Honestly, I do want to meet Dad again. So, I gave it a shot anyway. I went to dinner with Andy, and to my surprise, Tim recognized him. It was later revealed to me that Andy was Tim's boss. This is the fact I didn't know. My dad and stepmom brought me to a corner and said that my relationship with Andy was unacceptable because I was trying to hurt my sister by dating Tim's boss. I told them to F off. My love life is none of their business. The dinner went sour. After that, I got a drunken call from Tim that he was very unhappy with my sister and that he wanted to escape. He never knew what he lost until he saw me with Andy. I ignored him. Then the phone calls didn't stop. First, my dad told me that my dating Andy was causing tension between my sister and Tim. I told him their marital life was none of my business. I got a call from my stepsister, who asked if she could come to my house and talk. I told her after the dinner party I wanted nothing to do with them. That TCH didn't listen. Instead, she went to Andy's office to convince him to talk to me. Of course, Tim saw this and accused her of trying to seduce Andy as he seduced him. Long story short, Andy had to fire Tim for his misbehave. This caused even more tension. Tim became verbally abusive towards Mia and said his life was ruined because of her. They separated. Tim is trying to figure out how he can handle the divorce proceedings. After the Tim and Mia drama, my dad suddenly appeared in my apartment. He was bawling his eyes out that he caught Karen sleeping with his male cousin. He was devastated. So, I told him what he said to me when Tim cheated on me. Karen fell out of love with you, so she fell in love with your cousin. You should give them your blessing instead of being petty. My dad was confused. I further told him, well, you taught me this, remember? When I was sad about Tim cheating on me with Mia, you told me to forgive them. My father's face was rotten. Now, I have 2 family members who are going through a divorce. Tim and Mia tried to reconcile, but eventually, they settled for divorce. My dad apologized to me for what he had done to my mom. I told him he deserved what was coming and I had no feeling left for him, not even pity. I might forgive him if the time ever comes, but I don't want him anymore. He will not be walking me down the aisle. Andy and I are recently engaged. We are having a small ceremony with just close friends and family. I was only planning for petty revenge but karma got them better. My father gave me a gift card while my stepbrother got a car for Christmas. Now they think I am ruining Christmas by demanding the same present my stepbrother got. I'm 17 and my stepbrother is 17. We both have our driving license. I just found out 5 days ago that my dad and stepmom bought a used car for my stepbrother. They got me a $600 gift card to Best Buy. I know $600 is a lot of money, but what the F? Am I crazy or is it super unfair? It's literally the straw that broke the goddamn camel's back. I'm actually so pissed off that I've moved to my mom's house full time. My dad seems to be genuinely sorry and told me he's looking for a car now but that it'll take a while. I messaged him back saying that I'll decide if I want to see him after he decides to be fair for once. I've ignored all other calls and messages from him since. My stepbrother messaged me saying that I need to chill out and that he'll let me use his car. He also said that I need to stop bitching and ruining everyone's Christmas. I told him to get in his Civic and F off. Update. I decided I needed a break from my dad and his family, so I spent the holidays exclusively at my mom's house. I will most likely not be continuing the week on /off arrangement at my dad's house this year. The reason I initially got from my dad is that apparently I'm better at getting rides, while my stepbrother keeps bugging them for rides, and also because my stepbrother is there full time and I'm only there every other week. I think that's totally bullpoop. He knows how difficult it has been to get to my part-time job. My stepbrother doesn't even have a job, like damn, and now the custody BS is my problem? I don't think so. I took the gift card and told my dad not to bother with getting me a car. I'm currently borrowing my grandmom's 2002 Corolla and I love it. And all I have to do in exchange is drive my grandmom around whenever she wants. It's awesome. We have a blast going around town. People might think I'm being an entitled brat, and that's fair, but I was legit so grateful for the gift card. I was freaking out, but I felt so stupid when I found out what my stepbrother got. It's not that I needed a car. I just wanted to be treated equally. This is the first time ever I've been actually resentful about having my stepbrother in my life, which I don't want to feel, but it's the truth. They could have bought 2 cars for what they spent on my step week, and I reply, but I don't really have long conversations with him. I know he's sorry and he wants me around, but I just need some space from him. It kinda sucks realizing that a parent might not love you as much as you thought they did, but I'm sure our relationship will improve in time. I'm on track for college this year and I want to focus on school and put all this behind me. I'll be one of the few people from our family going to college, so everyone is pretty excited. So all in all, I think the outcome is pretty positive.
My father let my mother make my life a living hell and trashed our family because he wanted to set a good example for unity and forgiveness, so I made him lose face in front of the whole family. My father has always been against any confrontation or arguments. He is extremely passive, refuses to stand up for himself, and avoids any conflict. If someone isn't paying attention while walking and bumps into him, he insists it's his own fault. If his employer would mess up his salary, he wouldn't bother fixing it. If a mechanic didn't properly repair his car, he would just accept it as is. This unfortunately resulted in a tumultuous childhood with my insanely narcissistic mother. She controlled his every move. She got him to quit his job and be a locked-in, stay-at-home dad. She had him do every chore. She insulted him at every step. She cheated on him relentlessly and even brought APs into our home. She enjoyed making his life miserable every day, and he never questioned it. My extended family, God bless them, were there for me so many times, as much as they could be. They tried for years to make my father leave, but he never budged. When she would direct her anger onto myself, in the form of screaming, insulting, or general demeaning, my father never once found the guts to stand up for me or support me. When I was a kid, if I cried to dad about something mom did or said to me, he would sweep it under the rug or just insist I forget about it. Hell, he would even try and justify it. As I grew older, it really set in for me how messed up this was. My mother gladly kicked me out of the house when I was 18, and my father just sat there and looked sullen. Didn't say a damn thing. I joined the Air Force almost immediately and got stationed on the other side of the country. The dynamic was awful, and I could have easily gone down the incel route if not for therapy and the amazing people I met along the way. It took years for me to get in a better mental space. I was filled with hatred. My mother left my father 2 years after I got stationed and utterly destroyed my father in the divorce. She was unalived a year later in a DUI with one of her APs. Since I left, I have had extraordinarily low contact or near no contact with my father. As much as I try, I cannot make that connection with him. I recently went to a family reunion and brought my girlfriend with me. My father was there, as it was his side of the family. They have many issues with him, but he is family, so whatever, I guess. I made sure to avoid him. I was chatting with my uncles when I heard my father talk in the background. He was discussing how a coworker of his was going through a divorce as he discovered his wife was having an affair, and was positioned to have a very favorable divorce on his side. My father remarked how his coworker should work instead to forgive his wife and, by his own words, set a good example for unity and forgiveness, and how he believed he set a great example for me in that extent. I swear it was like a switch went off in my head and I was mentally back to being the rage-filled 18-year-old. All these years and he never learned a damn thing. I turned to him and asked if he was effing serious. He looked at me and started to stutter. I know the next minute was pure word vomit, and I can't relay it perfectly, but to sum it up, I shouted how he was a pathetic father, a pathetic man. His family all know he's a disgrace of a human being who would rather his son be treated like poop than defend him because he's a effing coward. No one would ever see him as an example to live by. His wife would rather fuck half the neighborhood than even touch him, and he should never ever believe anyone respects him. I began to derail and ramble between my shouting, and my girlfriend quickly took me out and drove me home. It was insane just how quickly being away from him made me feel better. She just held me when we got back and told me it was okay. Again, best thing to ever happen to me. I was ashamed of how I lost it and am now going to resume my therapy. That's a given. However, I'm glad I finally unloaded what always needed to be said onto him. Extended family is pretty mixed with reactions. His brothers/my uncles said it was time for him to hear it from me. My grandparents are pissed I did that in front of the entire extended family, with some saying I should have done that behind closed doors instead of everyone. Update: I was up the next morning that I realized I needed to resolve the events of last night. I first spoke to my girlfriend and gave a sincere apology for having her see me like that. She reassured me that nothing was wrong. She'd known me for years and has always known me to be level-headed, and understood why I snapped. She herself has a history of dealing with narcissistic families, so she absolutely understands the dynamic. She only really told me that it would be best to work on spending time around my extended family since my father will always be there. I told her don't worry, I'm immediately going to talk to them afterwards to figure that out. So that part's fine. Looked like kind of an ass in front of her, but I'm making sure that doesn't happen again. I also informed of her my intentions to resume more therapy just to keep myself steady, which she was happy to hear. I called my grandparents and sincerely apologized as well for putting such a sore dent into their family reunion. It wasn't appropriate, and while I still feel it felt good to say that to him, it should have been privately and not in front of everyone. I also told them that going forward, as much as I love spending time with them, since the family always hangs out in one group that my father will always be in, for now, until I can handle being around him, I need to distance myself occasionally until I feel comfortable interacting. I told them that I am nor would I ever be establishing a request or demands of them, and that, either way, I need to step back. I guess during my apology and explanation I was kind of just going on a tangent because my grandfather interrupted me to calm down. He told me that after I left, people kind of separated or slowly started leaving, and they eventually were able to talk to my father one-on-one. Seeing me have such a freak out resulted in my grandmother having a mini freak out of her own when she started talking to my father, resulting in her kicking him out. While I have a great relationship with both, my grandmother has always been extra protective of me, so seeing me that way must have set off a fire in her. My grandfather then said that it has become a bit of an open family secret my father's failing. His brothers taunt him about it and generally don't have a great relationship with him. And for my grandparents it's always just uneasy. But seeing me the other day and how it still affects me so much has really liked in for a lot of people that it was really bad. They began to try and say sorry if they didn't do enough, which I very adamantly retorted that they did more than what anyone could have expected. It was very emotional for a minute, but culminated in them telling me that they have decided to distance themselves from my father for the time being, and have given him the ultimatum that unless he has a deep introspective and regularly goes to therapy, that distance may become permanent. My extended family, I've been told, are going to try and reach out or call or whatever, but I asked them if they could relay to them that it's not necessary, and that I'm fine and am sorry to them as well for ruining the day, which again, they told me I shouldn't apologize for being hurt. Since then extended family have sent some messages with the general consensus that it's okay, with some older members complaining about my lack of respect towards my father, and finally, I texted my father hoping to meet at a local coffee shop and have a final talk. I met him and he didn't look good. I think his parents, tearing into him, finally got the message through. I had so many things I could have said, but I instead asked him first thing if the coworker he gave the advice to took it well. He just said that neither him nor several coworkers interact with him anymore. I asked him if he truly 100% believed that every single thing he did for me as a child was for my benefit. He didn't really say anything. I then finally asked if he has any regrets for how I was treated as a child and if he thinks he ever did anything wrong. He looked utterly defeated and just mumbled that he could have done more. I could have poked and prodded and could have gone on another rant, but instead, I told him this should be goodbye and I hope he gets the help he needs. I think finally unloading my frustrations was what I needed to be able to move on and find peace finally. I absolutely need to keep on track for therapy and admit that a public bitching moment isn't okay, but I should be fine.
My father moved away and chose his wife over me. Now, he's livid because my fiancé asked my stepfather for my hand and he's being cut out of my life. My parents were high school and college sweethearts who married at 22, had me at 24, and were divorced by the time I was 2. They got along well, had 50-50 custody, and always attended my school and sports activities. Dad met my stepmom when I was in kindergarten. She was on a 2-year assignment helping her company open an office in our city. She was supposed to return to her city, a 6-hour drive away, but she married my dad and ended up staying. She was unhappy here because when I was 10, she and my dad moved to her hometown. My dad sat me down and said he loved me a lot, but he loved her too, and she needed to be in her hometown. I remember crying a lot. I went from 50-50 custody to seeing my dad for 4 weeks in the summer, 1 week over winter break, and alternating weeks for spring break. It changed the trajectory of our relationship to a more distant one over time. Anyway, fast forward to this year, I graduated from law school. We were given 8 tickets per student. I gave mine to my mom, stepdad, brother, sister, mom's parents, dad's mom, and boyfriend. I then started contacting people to see if they had any extra tickets so I could get them for my dad and stepmom. I got one right away, which I intended for my dad. When my dad FaceTimed me to ask about graduation, I told him about the situation and that I was doing my best to get tickets. He and stepmom seemed genuinely shocked and upset that I did not earmark 2 of my original 8 tickets for them. I told them I was trying to get one for stepmom, but if I couldn't, she was still welcome to attend the party my grandma was throwing for me afterward. This was not good enough. Stepmom tried to say my boyfriend should give her his ticket, and at that point, I was annoyed. I asked them why they thought I should prioritize them over people in my life daily. My dad dared to say that was a low blow. I told my dad that he prioritized his wife over his daughter, so he can't expect to be prioritized now and that. If he still wants to come to graduation, he should drop the subject. He and his stepmom were still upset, but they dropped it. I eventually got a ticket for her after asking around enough. Then, my boyfriend proposed at my graduation party. I figured it was coming, but I was over the moon. My stepdad gave a congratulatory toast and said something about how happy he was to give his blessing when boyfriend asked his permission to propose. My dad's face went red. After returning home, he texted me that he was hurt to be cut out of my daughter's life. I haven't responded yet. I don't think I've done anything wrong. I have always been nice and polite to stepmom and dad. He can't be shocked that moving 6 hours away from his kid ended up this way. What did he expect?
My father neglected me after he had another son. Now, he is begging to reconcile, but I told him to cherish his other son because he's the only one he has left. I'm 17, and I'm graduating high school this year. My parents divorced when I was just shy of 2. Dad had another son with his new wife. His other son is 14. Our entire life, his other son has taken more importance. He told me I'm the older brother, so I should be stronger and not make a big deal out of it. I was 9 years old, standing looking out the window, waiting for my dad to show up just for him to call my mom to yell at me that he couldn't make it because another son had a dentist appointment, and he was freaking out. It was just a checkup. Yeah, sure, understandable. Let me just go F myself. Stupid things like that. He ditched my sports games for random reasons, not even just because of my brother. He didn't come to my talent show when I was 15 because he didn't want to. That's it. Didn't want to. No plans, nothing he had to be at. Just didn't want to. I spent months learning guitar and playing a song for him since he loves guitar, and he loves that song. Oh well, let me go F myself again. My parents don't have a good relationship, but my mom doesn't keep him from me. I've heard their conversations, he just doesn't want to be there. I don't know. At one point, I asked my mom if he was my dad, and she said yes and asked why I was saying things like that. I wondered why he hated me then. It was an emotional moment, but it passed. That happened just before my 17th birthday, and since then I've just kind of stayed in my lane. If he contacted me, I'd say hi, but I wouldn't ask him anything. I wouldn't hug him. If I saw him, I wouldn't beg for time together. Kind of indifferent. I'm not saying he was never in my life, but he was only there for the moments that any other person would call him a PP for if he wasn't there. Birthdays, short visits on Christmas, had surgery when I was younger, he was there for that. Anything else though, and he was busy like 70% of the time. Well, last week, he told me he regretted being so absent in my life. He told me he had planned a trip to drive me to college when I started. We would leave immediately following my graduation and drive across the country. I told him to don't bother. He should spend the summer with his son. I do want to say that I've never said no when he's asked to hang out or talk on the phone. I always said yes, even when I didn't want to, just to keep the peace and not cause issues. As far as I'm concerned, though I don't have a dad, I have a mother and a man who occasionally spares time for his other kid. He didn't like my reply and said I'm his son too. Lol, not gonna lie. I laughed and asked since when. We kind of fought after that and didn't end on a good vibe. I told him I was planning to drop contact when I turned 18 since he would probably do the same. So why bother keeping this relationship alive when he never wanted to know me? I stopped wanting him to. He's been trying to reach out, but I always shut it down. He's dropped by, but I don't see him. He calls me, I decline, messages me, and ignores me. Yesterday, I messaged him, "Hi, Dad, please stop trying to talk to me. I truly want no relationship with you. You never wanted one with me, so I don't see why you're acting so hurt by this. I don't know if you never gave a F about me because of your own hate for me or your wife who never let me come over. I don't know. I don't care. I realized I did not have a dad and accepted it recently. I'm not mad, I just don't care. Keep the same energy now that you've had the last decade, and stay away from me. I hope your relationship with your son stays just as important to you because he's your only kid. Have a good life." Dad told my mom's mad at me, and told me I should give him a chance because he's trying. Not wrong. Still, I feel kind of bad because I could tell he was excited when he was describing our trip. Oh well, I wanted a dad to be proud of my achievements and grades, but instead, I got a good job card from a drugstore and I'm proud of you text. Sincere. Mom's still trying to guilt trip me, and I'm starting to feel like I should just make the trip and then block his number when I'm at college. It's another year of faking smiles with him, and I just don't want to do that. It would be easier, though. I don't know. My father prioritized his new family over me and ruined my childhood. Now he desperately wants to move in with me because I made him homeless. I've had a rocky relationship with my parents my entire life. My father married my stepmother in 2000. I was an only child up until this point. She had 4 children from a previous marriage. In the early days of their marriage, she was pretty toxic to me and to my dad's side of the family. Instead of letting relationships between everyone happen organically, she tried to force them. When my parents divorced, my dad was allotted 42 days in the summer, and every other weekend. He often would abandon me to be with her family. Things would be taken from me and distributed to her children, etc. He would always try to buy me off with gifts to make up for hurt feelings. I often felt like I was on the back burner. I spent that time with my grandparents instead. My grandparents decided to lend me their house when I was 9 because of this. So I'd always have a home when they died. That's always been a sticking point for my father. He would say things like, "That was such an irresponsible thing to do of them, to deed property to a child." It didn't settle well because he has still made comments within the last few years to other people. My stepmother got into an altercation in 2007 where she shoved my grandfather in his front yard to the ground. I was 15 at the time. We didn't see my grandparents for 8 months after that, and that was after his stroke. Every time my dad would pull some nonsense or defend his wife's actions, my grandmother would be petty and change the will, slowly keeping land from him for when they pass. We laid my grandmother to rest at the end of last year. The way the deed was made, it transfers to me immediately at her death. My dad doesn't know I have seen the will. I chose not to say anything to have the upper hand. One of my step-siblings has already asked me to deed the house to my dad and stepmother in private. It's all so fresh and I find it incredibly distasteful to reach out to me when we are still going over the process of settling an estate which is now a lifetime trust. Someone had to have given her my number, as I changed it 2 years back and was very selective about who had the new number. Her children would often ask us for money and it got tiring. I felt used after a while. My dad stayed at my grandparents' house during the week of the funeral. He's been taking things out of the home for years. Little things here and there like vintage glassware, etc. out of precaution. I have changed the locks and put cameras up, not just to keep them out, but because various caregivers had keys to the home and it's sitting empty for the time being. There's a lot of work that needs to be done but will have to take place this summer. I have no intention of giving him the house. His attitude has changed with me and he won't answer my daughter's calls. It is all very subtle, but enough to cause alarm. I'm afraid he will take it from the sheds, break in, or try to fight me over it. Perhaps he's still grieving or he now knows I've seen the will. It's not like they left him with nothing. He gets stocks and acres, but the way the will is drafted everything he owns goes back to the estate, and to me, not to his wife and her kids when he passes. Update. He and my SM have been living in an RV that is now starting to fall apart. He is retired military and has no savings. Right after the funeral, he stashed his belongings in closets. I discovered this after I changed the locks and added cameras as I live out of state and wanted security for the home before I sell my house and move into my childhood home. I put his stuff and what was owed to him in storage and my uncle gave him the keys. After learning this, he's been furious. My step-siblings keep reaching out telling me I'm heartless for keeping him out of his parents' home. He called crying and I coldly told him if they wanted him to have it they would have left it to him. I also told him he should have treated his parents better when they were alive. I have the deed in my hands and there's nothing left for him to do about it. The estate is almost settled and what land he does get will also have my name on the deed. I would rather share my childhood home with my daughter and all the whimsical things it had to offer, even if my dad ends up homeless. Update 2. Dad then decides to leave evil stepmom and reconcile. Wanted to temporarily move in with us. We said no. He was insisting on helping us move and we ultimately said no. We are essentially estranged and he's never really been a parent to me. He would rather love and bond with my 3 stepsisters and all their children than his only child and grandchild. A week before making the move he did come to Kentucky and leave my stepmom as he had said. How he did it was cowardly. She was doing laundry on their last day in Texas at their RV and he got in her vehicle and split back to Georgia, leaving her without transportation. Her children are angry. Once he got to their RV in Georgia he parked the car, packed his truck up and trailer, and headed to Kentucky. He spent a week here on his property next to my inherited home. He was essentially camping in a small trailer he would haul stuff in for flea markets and gun shows. He asked if he could use my water hose so he could shower and I agreed. I have cameras outside so I thought, what could it hurt? Well, here's where I was wrong. I then get a call from him that water is pouring from under the house. I told him to shut the water off. The house has been having leaks since I took possession as it's got 60-year-old plumbing that will be replaced with the sale of my home. I had my uncle come to confirm and then scheduled a plumber to come look at what needed to be done. This was just 5 days before we would get there with a moving truck from Florida to KY. A pipe had split under the sink and the water heater had busted during the winter. During this time a storm came through and the power went out. He found a key I had in a flower pot for the plumber and went into my home. When we got there he told us he sprayed the yard for ticks, did pest control, and also cleaned and sprayed for pests inside the home. I was livid. I didn't react angrily because at the time it felt weird. I was questioning whether I was wrong and he was actually wanting to be a dad to me after all this time. So I let it go. That illusion has since passed. We've been here since mid-June and now I've discovered he's robbed us blind. He's denied it all of course. The tape had been removed from an old chimney hole, assuming looking for money, and green dishware had been stolen and put on consignment in town and at another local place 40 minutes away. Anytime we have a subcontractor out to give bids on the remodel he just shows up and tries to hijack the situation. He talked to me like I was stupid in front of my husband. That surprisingly didn't go well. My husband is as docile as it comes, but that was the straw that broke his silence in all this. My dad didn't take kindly to my husband telling him he needed to mind his own business and be respectful to his wife. He's now staying at one of his cousins in an RV. He's still moving forward with his plans to put a tiny home on the land that is nestled between me and my uncle. My extended family tends to avoid him like the plague even with his repeated efforts to enter the fold. He showed up to their home on the 4th of July with a lawn chair to see fireworks uninvited and they didn't ask him to leave. Sometime in July, we noticed my dad had messed with the propane heater. It no longer had the pilot light on, and the dial had been moved to 1, which is on the opposite side of the dial as the pilot setting. Either that was incompetence or he was playing with fate with our lives. His granddaughter's life. He of course denied it. I am under the impression we are all in fear of his retaliation. My husband has no such fears and keeps threatening to go into the consignment that has my stolen glassware and making a scene. Honestly, I'm at the point where I'm just going to let my husband deal with him. I'm no longer emotionally exhausted and just annoyed.
My father stopped being my father to be a parent to his stepchildren and neglected me, but everything exploded because his wife found out that I own everything they have. My mom died when I was 7. My father, also known as step-sibling's dad, remarried a year later. His new wife had 3 kids. He said she wanted a dad for her kids and he wanted a mom for me. I remember telling him I didn't want a new mom. He said I would understand later. My step-sibling's dad basically stopped doing anything alone with me. No more camping nights in the backyard or movie nights which we had done every week for years. Nothing. He spent time with all his new kids to bond. It's been 11 years and he still doesn't have time for me because he's bonding with them. He stopped coming to my games when I got to HS. His wife and I have nothing in common. I play 3 sports and I'm on the speech team. She's very girly and likes girl trips to buy clothes and makeup at different malls. She knows I don't want to go but just tells my step-sibling's dad that she invited me. I have a teammate I play 2 sports with. Her parents have become like my own. She said she is totally fine with it. I've made sure all the time because I don't want to take someone else's parents, but she's always the one to invite me over, and brings her parents to my swim meets because she knows no one will be there for me. Invited me to go shopping for Mother/Father's Day gifts and said they're from both of us. Her parents get me holiday gifts and say I'm always welcome. Senior night at basketball. I told her my step-sibling's dad isn't going to walk me around the floor because he doesn't even come to games. She asked her dad to walk both of us and he was happy to. In a small town, they made the paper because they thought it was sweet. My step-sibling's dad flipped out and took us all to therapy. He asked why he hadn't been asked. I said because he didn't come to games. He said he didn't know I played basketball anymore. I asked if that's why he didn't come to swim or softball when he couldn't miss A and B's practices, or come to speech meets when he went to C's dance recitals. He just stared at me and said he didn't know I still did those either. I asked why he talked for days about B's camping trip but didn't ask about my senior trip to Mexico. He said he didn't know I went. I said he signed the form. He admitted he didn't read it. I asked if he remembered the last time I called him dad. He said he didn't know I stopped. I said May 13, 2021. He said that was the day his stepchildren started. I said I know. You stopped being my dad when you started being theirs. I walked out of therapy. Edit. I'm getting some info on my trust and belongings it paid for. My friend's dad tried to confront my step-sibling's dad about why I can't go over anymore but he just shut the door on him and I check in daily with my friend or her parents via phone. My step-siblings are all mad at both their parents and are very supportive. Update. 4 days later, after my last post, my stepmother wanted us all to go to the lake house. That's her happy place/safe space/sanctuary she says and it's her answer to everything. Wants the boys out. She sends my bio father and her sons to the lake house. Time with her daughter. Lake house. Time alone. Lake house by herself. She does photography there and she's right. It does look like a postcard. 2-story cabin style. They never took me for the girls' trips or boys' trips, only when everyone went together. My step-siblings won't call bio father dad anymore. My stepmother said if he isn't their dad and she isn't my mom, why are they even married? Bio F asked if she wanted a divorce and she said she didn't sign up for the drama. They argued and we went to hang out by the lake. We've been getting along great now against the parents, which I didn't see coming. Anyway, we went back to therapy yesterday and my stepsis brought up our getting divorced. Bio father said not if they can work it out in therapy. The therapist asked if it could be amicable cause it's obvious they're cold to each other. Stepmother said her kids could see bio father but she would just want her place. He said that wasn't possible because it's actually mine. After all, my mom had it before they were married and it's part of the prenup. Stepmother was livid and ugly and cried, mad all the way home, then asked about the house we live in. My father tried to get her out of the kitchen but she screamed and he admitted that my grandpa gave it to my mom as a wedding gift before they were married. Turns out he won't let me move out because the house has actually been mine since I turned 18. She said split the savings because they had been living way below their means. He told her most of the savings/certificates of deposits were accounts set up for me by mom's parents. She has been crying in her room and says I'm selfish for not letting her have the lake house my great-grandfather built and gave to my grandfather who gave it to my mom. Update 2: a lot of people have been asking how things are going. Way more than I expected, so here we go. I'm about to leave for college. Yay! As of right now my bio father and his wife, for now, are still living in my house and paying rent. I got a lawyer and they suggested retroactive rent as well. This will only go back to my 18th birthday and I officially owned the house. My lawyer got me in touch with a good account that he uses for cases like this, who went over everything that is in my trust and savings with the person at the bank who oversaw giving me my allowances from my trust. My bio father hadn't taken any money directly from my accounts because they were unavailable until I turned 18 except for the one I used for daily use. I always got receipts that came out even, so I'm not worried about those. I did learn more about the property I own. This actually came out before the lawyer and accountant because my stepmother wanted some other property that's mine. There is a beach house she wanted and a smaller house that gets rented out and the money goes to one of my accounts. She was furious she didn't get either. She and my bio father bicker and honestly it's hilarious. Her, why didn't you ever tell me that none of the money was yours? Him, if money was so important to you, why didn't you ever get a job? Also, I may get their cars because my bio father had terrible credit and used my house to get the loan as collateral. Same with the boat. She's a lot madder than him. My step-siblings don't even speak to my bio father anymore because they feel like he made them the bad guys, and I told them he didn't and it wasn't their fault at all. My father threw me out of his house because I made his wife cry, so I let him think that I was missing and it caused him to be disowned. I used to have a great relationship with my stepmother. I genuinely saw her as a mother figure in my life, and I was so excited when she found out she was pregnant, but everything changed in 2020 when I had to stay prematurely with my dad during the lockdowns because my mom is a surgeon. At first, everything was normal until my stepmother Tammy was about 4 months pregnant. She started snapping at me for no reason, and things that she didn't care about before now bothered her. Now, I wasn't a messy or a loud person. I did everything I was asked and respected the rules without any backtalk, but no matter what I did, she got angry. It came to a point where she couldn't stand being in the same room as me. I remember I ended up staying in my room most of the time. I only left to do chores or get something from the kitchen. Even at that, she got mad. One day, she came into my room angry and started yelling that my room was so smelly it was making her sick. I pointed out that the only mess in the room was a half bag of chips, which caused her to burst out crying. As always, Dad babied her and then made excuses, saying she was struggling over lockdown, pregnancy, and not being able to see her family. My mental health was extremely bad. I felt like I was a piece of trash that a day my dad was going to throw away, and I was always scared my mom would get sick. It went so bad my hair started falling out. The breaking point came when I was at the kitchen table. I was reading a story on my phone, waiting for my cereal to go soggy to eat it. When Tammy came and huffed, they started cleaning loudly, complaining about a mess. The kitchen was spotless. Then she took my bowl and threw it in the bin, literally even the bowl. So I just flipped and started yelling at her about what was her problem with me and called her an abusive effing bitch among other things. My dad came running and got between us. She demanded that I leave the house and that I was never allowed near her. Dad walked me to my room and then said something that ruined our relationship forever. He told me that I must do something to Tammy because no one hates a kid for no reason, and if I kept stressing her, I'd have to move out. I then made a social media post asking someone for a place to stay, explained the situation in detail with a bag, and climbed out my bedroom window, bungalow. After about 30 minutes my phone started blowing up, but I just turned it off and went to a friend's house. I texted my mom off my friend's phone to let her know everything. She didn't call for 7 hours because she was in surgery. She said my aunt would pick me up the next day. My mom told my father I was okay and that I'd be staying with my aunt for 2 weeks till she could come home. Apparently, Dad and Tammy had to go door to door to my family/friends' houses looking for me. You know, after I made the post, let's say they got a lot of poop. My grandparents still don't talk to him to this day. My aunt packed up my room because I refused to go back into that house. I've not spoken to my father in years or met my half-brother, Tammy, and Dad still try to fix our relationship. Apparently sometimes pregnant women get a hatred against people or pets for no reason. My father told me to get out of the house I bought for him after I refused to let him name his twin after my dead siblings, so I made him pack up because I taking back the house. My younger brother, sister and mom passed away in an accident 8 years ago. My father and I used to be very close before this, but we've drifted apart since then. I think some of it concerns the fact that I look a lot like my younger sister. She was always close to my dad, and we often joked she would take care of him when he got older. My father also isn't a believer in therapy and refuses to go. When I started going to therapy a few months after the accident, he said that I should be stronger and quote, "Stop giving people the satisfaction of seeing you weak." He remarried 2 years ago, and his new wife and I don't get along. Some things she's done include telling my father not to invite me to the wedding, and telling him I was bullying her children because I refused to let them have an unsupervised party at my beach house. I also told them they could GTFO if they continued to treat the staff disrespectfully. When she married my dad, she was also under the impression that the money he spent on her in the house he lived in was his. He never said it was. She just assumed it was. My mom left me a nice amount of money in her will, and I used it to invest and work in the tech field, so I'm well off. However, considering my age, I don't think she was expecting this, and I don't think she was very pleased either. On to the issue. At their gender reveal party, they are expecting a boy and a girl. My dad announced they would be naming the kids after my dead siblings. I'm shocked, and I interrupt to tell him that naming the twins after my siblings is weird. His wife tells me to stop being jealous. At this point, I'm pissed. I ignore her and tell my dad that he would always stick up for me in the past yet let his wife belittle me now. How hurt I was he didn't invite me to his wedding. How he never once said he was proud of me or even a thank you or I love you after I bought this house for him. And basically said that if my siblings were here, they'd be disappointed in him and ashamed to call him dad since he's been a pretty crappy one so far. My father told me to get out of his house, and as I was about to leave, his wife came up to me and, I kid you not, says, "Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out." So I walked back in, telling my dad that he and his wife had a month to leave my house. Well, my wife started crying. Dad said I was pathetic, and her family has been messaging me telling me to apologize. But my friends and family on both my mom and dad's side agree with me, although they think I should let my dad stay and kick my wife out. However, I want both out. I get that I acted a bit emotionally, and I am starting to feel bad for stressing a pregnant woman. So am I the a-hole? Update. Also, the house he currently lives in is under my name. I bought the house for him as a surprise, as way to show that I appreciate him and hoping that it might help repair our relationship. He didn't really care to go through changing the names on the house because he believed I owed it to him since he raised me and I just went with it to make him happy. He never really thought I'd try to argue against this and TBH I feel pretty low doing this, but I have been footing the bill for the house and most of his lifestyle and am tired of them showing zero appreciation. The names were just the straw that broke the camel's back. Also I am kicking them out legally. I've given him and his wife a 30-day notice, and have a lawyer. I know some of you have suggested to go NC with him. I might after this, but I want to give him the ultimatum of therapy even if that doesn't repair our relationship. I'm hoping it will at least help him grieve appropriately. My dad and I have agreed to talk to this weekend without his wife present and I will update if anything changes.
My father tossed me aside and gave my brother the business I had worked for half my life. Now, he is begging me to come back because the company is on the verge of collapse. My older brother went to university and then worked in the city as an accountant. I started to work for my dad as a plumber at 15 and went to college to get my qualifications in plumbing and gas. My brother moved back from the city and started working for my dad in accounting. My dad has been unwell for the last 4 years due to asbestosis. It has been really hard on the family, and he is getting worse but is still loving life. I have been running the business for the last 2 years. We have expanded and now have 50 vans in the fleet and 1 qualified and 1 trainee allocated to each van. My dad still works on tools with me on Fridays, half day, then back to my place for some beers. Friday is the only day I'm on tools now as I'm doing everything to run the business. Well, last month he told the family he was stepping down from the business due to health and wants to spend more time with my mother, and is giving the business to my brother and for me to step down from acting CEO. This upset me. I've been with the business for 12 years. At the beginning it was only me and my dad. My brother never wanted to be in the business, said it was not worth his time, and now he's the boss. And I've been dumped back to a heating engineer with a £20,000 pay cut. He doesn't have any clue what we do or how to do it. I spoke to my dad, and he told me that my brother deserves it for all he has done, that he has a family and I don't, and that he went to uni. A lot of the workers are upset about the decision, and have told me they will go where I go. I told my dad that if that is how he felt, then I would leave and start my own business. I have not spoken to my dad or brother since and have told them to never contact me. For the last month, I've had thousands of calls and messages from family saying some very hurtful things and telling me I'm ungrateful for what I have. So am I the a-hole? Edit. In the morning, I will contact the large clients I've worked with over the last 6 years. I know we had some sites postponed due to the virus, big money, and I will try and take them over. I have 20 of my colleagues wishing to come to work for me. I've saved nearly all of the money I've earned over the last 12 years, so think I have enough to get myself on my feet. Update. This morning when I arrived at my parents' house, my mom opened the door and looked like she had been crying a lot. My dad came over to talk to me and we went out for breakfast. He didn't say a word on the way there or when we arrived. When on the way back he asked if we could pull over and talk. I can honestly say this was the first time I saw my dad cry. I asked why he did this to me. He said doesn't know. I kept pushing, and he finally told me he owed it to my brother for not being about him as much as me when we were growing up, and there was times my brother needed him but we were working. I couldn't believe it. After 12 years of hard work, that was his reasoning. I told my father I had spent half my life working to do everything for the business and how he threw me to the side just because his son came back, Hurt more than I could explain. He was remorseful, but my brother has full control of the company now and my father has no say anymore. My brother would never go 50-50. He told me he wanted me to go back as my brother will need me. I told him that's not my problem anymore. After they demoted me and cut my pay, I tried to make it work for 3 weeks, but my brother wouldn't listen, didn't believe I know what I was talking about, telling me he knows how to fund a business. So I left. Why work my ass off there when I could do the same work and make more money for myself? My dad broke down and said that he had destroyed the family and should never have done what he did. I don't understand why it took this long to release. I was a valuable piece in the company. Update 2. As I said, I've had a couple of Zoom calls with some clients today and they have gone very well. I've been informed that they will all be sending signed proposal letters for the up and coming work. Lucky the site start dates don't clash. That was one of the main things I was worried about. 3 of my colleagues have now left the business and have spoken to my dad informing him about why they left and that they will be coming to work with me under their own choice. To hear them tell me this meant a lot. They all have between 5 to 10 year more experience in the industry. At the moment I have all we need to start a new business with the 3 vans I own and tools I have built up over the years. I am looking forward to the new venture in my life and can't wait to share this with my children when I have them. Then I received a call from my father asking me to come over for dinner. I was unsure at first but thought it was probably a step in the right direction. On arrival my whole family was there. I went in and the atmosphere dropped. My mom wouldn't look at me and my brother just sat there acting as if I didn't exist. My dad came and asked me and my brother to come into his office. He started to ask when I was going to return to the company as they need me in early Monday morning. I could not even believe what I was hearing. I told them both I'm not coming back and have started my own company. And what does he mean you gave the business to him? My brother stated to lose his temper, telling me if I cared about the company why would I leave? I have some very choice words before telling him that I have always cared for the company and spent 12 years of my life working to make it successful. Unlike him who swans in and takes all the glory, and that I will not sit there and be treated like that. I told my brother to FK off so I could talk to dad. I asked what was this morning all about, telling me he's sorry but then expects me to going running back. He couldn't even look me in the eye, so I left, said goodbye to my cousin, nieces and nephews and walked out. I've been riding for about 3 hours on and off, coming back on here to talk to people. Update 3. The new business is going very well. We have a lot of work coming in and making good money. At the end of the year I will be looking at expanding, so very happy with that. My and my fiancée are very happy. She is very busy planning the wedding of her dreams. She wants me to wear a suit, but tough lucky I'll be in my kilt. I couldn't be happier than I am right now, waking up to her every day. She is there for me no matter what and has been my rock through everything. Then, my family. My father and brother still refuse to talk to me and have told me they will not be attending the wedding even though they haven't been invited. My mother has called my fiancé but hasn't said much, only to ask about wedding stuff, and will not talk to me. My fiancé's family has been amazing. My soon-to-be in-laws have been helping with the wedding and everything else, and I'm extremely thankful for everything they have done for us. My other family have now backed off and apologized and want to make amends for everything that was said. Myself and my fiancé are set to have our wedding in November. We sat down together and have decided to trying to have children after we are married. We are both excited to be parents.
My father tossed us aside for his girlfriend and refuses to take me back in our house because she isn't comfortable with me, so I ruined his life and called CPS. My mother was my world. I remember reading books, watching documentaries, and going on road trips with her. She baked my sister and me cookies whenever we were sick. She and dad would take us hiking every other week. I still miss her even now. When I was 11 years old, she passed away from a driving accident. It was the hardest year in my life, and it hasn't gotten easier. 2 years after she passed, my father started dating a woman named Nicole, and 4 years later, they're getting married. Nicole is younger than my father. After dating Nicole, I saw my father come back into his shell, but it turned into something else. Nicole brought adventure back into his life, but they often went on elaborate trips and frequent night outs. During all of this, I felt neglected. My father slowly stopped taking my sister and me on our weekly hikes. He started speaking less and less over calls, and he even once forgot my mother's birthday. After she came into our lives, I started losing my father. He just wasn't there anymore. One time, when my sister and I were home alone, she fell down the stairs and got a huge cut on her forehead. It was clear she needed stitches, so I called my father immediately. Nicole answered the phone, and I told her to give the phone to my father. She refused, saying he was busy, and before I could get another word in, she disconnected the call. I embarrassingly had to ask the neighbor to bring us to urgent care where my dad later met us. This woman at one point removed my mother's picture from the fire mantle to put up a photo of her and my dad from their trip to Washington. The thing that tipped me over was when she made my father forget about my mother's birthday. Every year, my sister and I go with our father to visit my mother on her birthday. It was an annual tradition even before Nicole entered our lives. Nicole and my father went on a trip to Florida and were supposed to be back 3 days before my mother's birthday. But, because this woman is motion sick, my father decided to break the drive back into small intervals to make it easier on her. Because of this, he ended up missing our annual trip. He didn't even call us. Not even a week later, my father has the nerve to tell us about an exciting surprise: Nicole is pregnant. I get angry and tell my father, you need to knock her butt up when you can't even be here for us. I then look at Nicole and tell her she is a disgusting piece of trash and to get out of our lives. My father gets angry and yells at me to go up to my room. Later, my grandpa unexpectedly came over to pick me up. My father didn't text me poop. Even as I left, he wouldn't even look at me. It's been 2 days, and I'm still at my grandparents' home. I feel ashamed for saying what I said, yet I don't feel overwhelming regret. Update: regarding Thanksgiving dinner, when my dad and Nicole arrived, I asked if I could speak with them both. My dad said he didn't want to talk and went into the living room. Nicole still remained by the front door. so I apologized for insulting her. She replied that she needed to leave and went to the living room. Overall, she still seemed rightfully angry with me. Dinner was awkward because my grandma would try to get my dad and me to talk, but he wouldn't really bother. After dinner, I pulled him aside and apologized again. He ignored me and went straight to Nicole. I still wasn't sure if I was heading back with him or not, so I packed everything just in case. When he was getting ready to leave, I asked him if I could come back home. He said Nicole wasn't comfortable having me home even though it had been a few days since the incident. I spent the entire night crying on the phone with my sister. Therapy and living situation. After having my call with my maternal grandpa, he called my paternal grandparents a couple of days later to discuss my situation. I overheard the call between them. My maternal grandpa expressed he was concerned about me, especially my mental state, and asked my paternal grandparents if they were willing to talk to my dad about putting me in therapy. My grandparents said they'd be willing to take me to their church's mental support group or talk with their faith leader who specializes in grief counseling. My grandpa pushed back on the idea and mentioned a need for more professional help, but they were not receptive to the idea. All three of them also had a heated conversation about my living arrangement. My grandpa said it was ridiculous for a grown man to throw out their daughter, and it was shameful that my paternal grandparents were not hard-pressed to help me get back home. That's all I heard regarding the conversation. Now, my grandma started taking me to weekly private sessions with the faith leader. I'm not entirely happy with the arrangement, but it has helped me begin to process my grief in a healthier way. Also, I am still living with my grandparents. I apologized over and over through text to my dad and through my grandparents, but he has not responded. My maternal grandpa has called my dad many times, but my dad blocked him. I am contemplating telling my school counselor next semester all the details regarding my dad and not omitting anything to protect him. I also wasn't invited to my dad and Nicole's Christmas dinner, which hurt, but I'm starting to not care to have a relationship with my dad. I don't know if my feelings will change. In a twisted way, it was good he didn't let me go back home with him. The space has helped me focus on myself. Update 2. After I scheduled a meeting with my counselor, I mentioned it while calling my sister. On the call, I never explicitly mentioned my intention to report him, but she started freaking out and telling me it was not a good idea. She ended up crying on call, saying that I would be hurting our father if I reported him. I told her I wouldn't attend the meeting to help her calm down. Regardless, I still planned on going to the counselor meeting. I scheduled the conference during the second week of January while my father was out in California. The night before the meeting, I got a call from my father. He said that if I ever wanted a place to live again, I should not spread lies about him to the counselor. I said I would never do that, which was the end of the call. This was the first time I'd spoken to him in days, and I never gave any indication of me reporting him. My sister must have said something, so I called her to talk. I asked her why she would tell him something like this, and she said that he called her to ask what I was doing. She slipped up and said to him I planned to meet with the counselor. I still ended up going to the counselor meeting, and I told him everything that was going on. I told the counselor to please not notify my father about the meeting, and he agreed. At the very end, the counselor gave me 2 to 3 pamphlets for mental health support and said he'll follow up with me. He also dodged my questions regarding what will happen now. A day later, right after I got home from school, my paternal grandpa called me over and said he wanted to talk. He told me that the school called my father to set up a meeting with the counselor. He started to yell and get angry with me, saying that if I pull this poop, they'll take my sister and the baby away. He also said that I wasn't raised to lie and continued to reprimand me. I never thought my grandpa was capable of being this way, but it scared me how angry he got. I don't know exactly what happened in the counselor's meeting with my father. From the call between my grandpa and father, I learned there was a police officer present in the meeting and that they would be doing a wellness check. Also, my father denied everything that I told the counselor and chalked it up to me being spiteful because I lost my mom. I wasn't in a good mental state afterward, and I am still not. Update 3. I am now living with my maternal grandparents. CPS. Meeting went well. A lot of the questions centered around my sister's situation, but I brought up the urgent care situation in my dad's absence. I brought along conversation recordings too, but they really couldn't do anything with them. I heard that they will speak with a couple more family members and Nicole. My grandpa noticed bruising around the nape of my sister's neck, and I noticed a lot of bruising on one part of her abdomen while helping her change. My sister is also not in a state where she is able to fully hold conversations, but from what she was able to tell me, my dad hit her on the neck and threw something at her stomach while she was asleep. Everything has been reported to CPS and police. At school, the front office lady called me up over the intercom during the middle of my exam. I go over, and I see my dad standing there. This man pulled me out of class, so he can bring me back home. I immediately told him that I'm not coming, and he said I don't have a choice in this and to move. By the way, during all of this, we are still standing in the front office. I then yell at him to leave, and he yelled at me to shut up and move. Front office lady got involved and asked if there was a problem. I told her that I refused to go back with him and asked her to call my grandpa. My dad then grabbed my arm and tried dragging me out of the front office, and I just kept screaming. The lady called the security officer, and he came over. My dad told him I'm acting like a brat and am the problem child. I told the officer that I now live with my grandpa and not him. They call another officer over, and he tells me that I'm only allowed to leave with my father. The officers leave, and my dad gripped my wrist and pulled me towards his car. Then, he effing orders me to get into the car or else. I try getting away, but he shoves me into the passenger seat. He then warned me not to try anything and drove off back to his house. He then says I have to care for my sister while he's at work this week because I'm responsible for what happened to her, and this is my way of paying back for everything I put him through. He then texts me a minute after he leaves telling me to not effing try anything and that he'll physically discipline me if he has to. A while after he left, I called the cops and said I was taken against my will back to his house and told them about him manhandling me. Cops came over, and maternal grandpa came over. Since no caretaker was home for my sister, and my father didn't pick up his phone, the cops allowed my grandpa to take her back home with us. They located my father a bit ago and arrested him. It's a poop show right now, but now, my sister is living with me and maternal grandpa, so she is at least safe.
My father treated my grandmother like an ATM his whole life, so she left her house to my mother. Now he's trying to force her to sell it and buy him a new house because he deserves it as her only son. My parents divorced 11 years ago and my dad remarried 8 years ago. My parents had a very toxic relationship. My and my brother's childhood was traumatic to say the least. I ended up very mentally unstable and voluntarily tried to get off the ride multiple times. My mom stayed married to my dad as long as she did because of my choices. She was afraid of me making it permanent because I couldn't handle the changes. Anyway, my grandpa passed away 6 years before my parents divorced. My mom started spending more time with my grandma after that. Things like taking her shopping, going to the farmer's market for coffee every week, coming over to help with laundry, cleaning, cooking, etc. My dad would also come over to help fix stuff around the house and whatnot, but didn't spend much time emotionally bonding. My brother and I were tech support. My dad is an only child, by the way. Fast forward to after my parents' divorce and my grandma still keeps in contact with my mom going for coffee and such, and my mom still willingly spent time with her. My mom ceased contact with my dad for a while, until I made poor choices. Then, the peace treaty was established, and they worked through some of their issues and remained friends. Fast forward to 3 years ago, and my grandma has a hip replacement. My mom worked from home so she moved in with her temporarily to help with her recovery. It goes well, but my grandma was then diagnosed with cancer and my dad was supposed to be her caregiver but falls through on his duties regularly, so my mom moves back in with my grandma to help her out, take her to appointments, make sure she's taken care of, etc. My mom becomes a full-time caregiver for my grandma and ends up losing 2 jobs because she wasn't reliable enough because of the time she had to take off to help my grandma. My grandma had a will, and originally before she got sick, she was going to leave the family cabin to my brother, some cash for me, and my father would get the rest. 2 years ago my stepmom asked my grandma to buy her a new car. She did and told her this is her inheritance and to not expect anything else from her. My stepmom hated my grandma and never spent time with her. Then about 6 months later my dad asks her to buy him a new truck and she did. Once again saying this is your inheritance, don't expect anything else. Last May my dad ends up in the hospital, 3 bleeding ulcers completely caused by his actions and disregard for his health and doctor's advice. My grandma then gives him $20,000 to fix up his house to sell it and buy a single level home for him and my stepmom. She has MS. He then takes that money and buys a brand new dump trailer instead. My grandma then changes her will to leave my mom, her caregiver, her house, but my dad got everything aside from the cash for me and the cabin for my brother. Cue the outrage from my dad and stepmom of how dare she cut them out of the will, how could she do this to her only son? She only gave you the house because she thinks you won't sell it. My grandma then passed away and we get to the will reading. Brother gets the cabin, mom gets the house, dad gets everything not specifically named. I get $50,000. My brother then tells us it was reduced from the original amount of $150,000, and then my stepmom's eyes light up. So at this point my stepmom is expecting that my dad and her would be getting $300,000, but they're still upset that my mom is getting the house. Fast forward to settling the trust and taxes and my dad gets $100,000 from life insurance, and the cash that's left over he doesn't tell his wife about the life insurance, she only knows about the $3,000 that he got in cash after settling the trust. Now we are 6 months after settling the trust and I'm only FaceTime with my mom and she tells me that my dad showed up at her house with a realtor and is trying to sell her house. I am instantly pissed. My dad and stepmom have been saying that they're selling there to buy a single level because my stepmom's dad will need to move in with them and he can't do stairs. They frequently mention my mom selling my grandma's house and are splitting the money with them, to which my brother and I respond that it's legally her house to do what she wants with it. I thought we had settled this issue when my mom made the decision that she likes the area that the house is in and wanted to stay there. She is the happiest I have ever seen in my entire life. She's finally living for herself, and then she tells me my dad is trying to force her to sell the house. My dad and stepmom are trying to buy a $600,000 house in a suburb that it's very overpriced. They will have the cash from selling their house but can't use the conditional sale of it for mortgage purposes on a new house. They will also have the money from her dad's house, but even with that they'd only be able to afford $300,000 in the area they are looking. This is where my mom comes into their plans. Her house is valued at $300,000, so they are banking on that money, all of it. My dad says my mom will get the mortgage and they'll given her the money from SM's dad's house and their house, and then he'll give her $9,000 a year to buy her out of the remaining $300,000. My brother and I told her to tell him to F off, it's her house, do what she wants with it. I want to show my mom how astronomically ridiculous my dad's proposition is. My opinion only, I think my dad is hoping that my mom will agree to move in with him, my stepmom, and her dad, so that they have a live-in maid, chef and caregiver that he pays $9,000 a year. He never cooked until I moved out. My stepmom doesn't cook. Neither of them clean and neither of them have any desire or ambition to be a caregiver. My father used my college fund for his extravagant wedding and told me that I was not entitled to his money, so I told him that he was not entitled to a relationship with me. When I was around 10, my parents divorced. It was a messy thing. No one ever told me the reason, and I did not really care. My mom won custody because she was able to prove in court that my father was an unfit parent. My father never took it well, and it showed whenever I had visitation at his house. 2 weekends a month. Instead of spending time with me, he would spend hours playing video games and ordering take, and the only time he would ever take me somewhere was when my grandma forced him. Needless to say, I never had a very close relationship with him. Then, once I got older, he started to bring up a college fund he had set aside for me. He always said that if my grades stayed up and I did well in school, the money would be mine. And I did just that. I got good grades, was part of many clubs in school, and never got into trouble. I was basically the kid your parents brought up when they were comparing you to your friends. In my senior year, my dad got married to his current wife. It was a beautiful and extravagant ceremony. I'm pretty sure some of the arrangements were more expensive than my phone, but whatever, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't until I went to talk to my dad about my college fund that I found out he had used it to pay for his ceremony. I was in disbelief when he said it, and the more he explained, the more I wanted to cry. He didn't even apologize. He said it with all the causality of, "Oh, you were looking for that thing you left in the fridge? Sorry, I ate it." When he realized that I was upset, he turned around on me and told me that I was being selfish and that I was not entitled to his money. Luckily, got a scholarship that covered my entire tuition. Also, my mom and stepdad also had a fund set aside for me. They apparently knew my dad would pull that on me, so I was able to go to college without a lot of debt. Since then, I've been distant from my dad. I'll not lie, I feel conned. If the money was always his, why did he bother mentioning it to me? I don't care if he used it or not, but to promise someone something, hold it over their heads for years, and not give it to them when you should because they're not entitled to it is just a way too lengthy way to say that you're an unreliable ass in my eyes. My dad has tried to reconcile, but he still claims that I was not entitled to that money and even said that the money was not needed because I got a scholarship. The last time he said that to me was when I was at his house, visiting my new baby brother. I got so damn annoyed that I said, "I'm not entitled to your money, but you're also not entitled to a relationship with me, so I guess we're in a stalemate here." I guess that hurt him because he got quiet until I left. I've remembered what I said for a while, so I wonder if I was way too out of line in my statement. I was annoyed and wanted him to stop bringing it up, but I didn't want to hurt him.
My father wanted me to marry his 53-year-old friend because he was the perfect man for me, so I flew out of the country and left him fuming. I am the youngest of 5 kids. My parents are heavily religious, and we live in Utah. Growing up, everything had to be done perfectly. It didn't matter if it was grades, looks, social activities, or even friends. I'm different from my siblings as I was never interested in maths and science like they were. I've always been the writer, the painter. I remember once, when I was 13, I made a painting of a dove in a snowy field and won first in a competition. I told my parents, who got angry that I had wasted my time with something so worthless that I should have been using the time to study. I still had A's in every class. My mother won't even say more than a few words to me. She always seems like she hates me, and I don't understand. Father burned the painting to remind me of what was truly important before taking all of my art supplies until I showed more responsibility with my time. It's been like this for as long as I can remember. I work full-time and have dashing every bit of money I could since I was 15 at McDonald's. Father took half my checks as tithing to help teach me what being an adult was like. I applied to several colleges but was told by my parents that they would not be helping me with tuition as they did for my siblings because they thought sending me to college would be a waste of money. So I got angry. I am tired of being the black sheep because I like the arts more than maths and science. And then, when I got up in the middle of the night, I heard them talking about the perfect man they'd found who was willing to take me in. Through our church. I am terrified, and so I'm leaving. I've got some money saved up, a good amount, and I'm leaving the country. I found a job that lets me work remotely doing freelance design work, and I've had my passport since I was a kid because of our family vacations overseas. I'm taking nothing but a change of clothes, my laptop, and important documents I took out of my father's office. I booked a flight that leaves in 5 hours, and I'll never return. I won't even take my phone since I'd need to get a new number anyway. My best friend, God bless her, had been the one booking things and getting everything ready since I couldn't tip off my parents. She's also smuggled some of the more important things I can't take to hold onto for me. She's parking down the street, and I'll leave her with my smallest suitcase. I don't know how they'll take this. I'm terrified they'll find a way to drag me back or track me down. They went to bed over an hour ago, but I'm too anxious to sleep. Update 2. I went to South Africa. Today, I finally opened the emails, deciding it was best to get it over with probably. My father's email was filled with anger, and there was no other way to put it. He said that taking off irresponsibly like I did cost them the friendship of someone they'd planned on introducing to me. He never admitted that it was the 53-year-old they'd basically sold me to. Father stated that because of the social relations that had been damaged and impacted by my actions, I owe them approximately $85,000 in reparations. He also claims that he will take me to court if I don't pay it in full within 30 days and return home, as I obviously cannot be trusted. I plan to ignore that as I believe him to be bluffing. He ended his email/rant with, "You belong to me, and I won't tolerate such defiance when we've put a roof over your head and taken care of you for your entire life. You were never the child we expected, so it's time you made up for your deficiencies. I expect you to be home within the next 2 weeks." Yeah, no. My siblings were copies of my father's email, admonishing me for throwing the efforts of our parents in their faces before running off like a coward unwilling to face the fallout of my actions. I skimmed them, honestly, before just deleting them. It's nothing I didn't expect. However, my sister-in-law, who's married to my eldest brother, sent her an email before asking me not to reply as she would be deleting every sign she sent from her end. She congratulated me on stepping out independently and getting away from my parents and their demands. She said that she herself hadn't been strong-willed enough to stand up to her parents when they betrothed her to my brother. This makes sense as I remember that they met and then married within 6 months, and even then, I thought that was a bit strange. She pleaded with me not to return and not to reply. That was it. It was a bit unnerving, honestly, as I do believe her, and I'm sad that she is stuck the way she is. The last email was from my best friend. She said that the morning after I flew out, my parents had been on their doorstep demanding to see me. They believed I was hiding with her. They refused to leave, screaming for me to stop pretending I wasn't there. It caused enough of a scene that the police were called, but they only talked to my parents briefly and let them leave. It angered my friend, who'd wanted them arrested for threats and trespassing. The police only claimed that there wasn't a pattern of behavior that would warrant them being arrested and charged. Before just leaving, she didn't know when they realized I wasn't there at her house, but they didn't come back, thankfully. However, word has spread of me fleeing the safety of my parents' home and how they wanted me to return as they were concerned and fearful of what may happen with me out on the streets alone. The church ward has done searches of the area and is trying to find me. I don't know what they'll do from here, but they have no idea I left the country, let alone the state. My friend has no plans to say anything, and neither do I. As far as I'm concerned, they can live with that state of wondering for the rest of eternity. I don't think I will renounce my US citizenship, as there may come a day when I need it, and it's better to be safe than sorry. However, I have plans to gain dual citizenship as soon as I can. Update 3. I haven't replied to the emails, but I have saved printed copies and laminated them just in case. I plan on ignoring any further emails from my family other than printing them out, just in case. They've made several phone calls to my friend, who had fun with them. The first time your father called yelling that I hand you over, I pretended to be cowed and gave him your location. It took him to a club. He came back screaming at how I had embarrassed him. I just hung up on him, honestly. She did that each time they called, giving a different location each time. Her favorite was sending my parents to a nudist retreat. My mother passed out, apparently. My friend is looking to move and eventually plans to join me, but she will jump around a bit so that they don't follow her to me. I did finally read my uncle's email, but it was just a copy of my father's with the added comment that he and his fellow cops would be looking for me to bring me home safe before I got myself in trouble and hurt. I am being watchful and know better than to wander into dark alleyways and abandoned places. Update 4. My family has learned I left the state. I'm not sure how they did. They do, however, seem convinced that I am still in the continental US. My friend works as a cartoonist, and while she doesn't make much money, she makes more than enough to live comfortably. She's getting ready to leave herself and decided to send my parents a farewell gift. She didn't tell me about this until just a little bit ago. She spent a few hours carefully drawing my parents as they visited each location she sent them to, including their reactions, and all scenes ended with the phrase "Abbott, Abbott, Abbott, that's all folks." Sadly, I've never seen Looney Tunes. As she named it, she said she portrayed my dad as similar to a coyote. I'm still not 100% sure what that means, but she said everyone else would. She should join me around October 9th after country hopping several times. The biggest revelation came after my father. Well, he had a meltdown after I never responded to him. He got into a fight with my mother in church, and many things were said. Among those, according to several, my mother had cheated on my father, which, well, led to me, which is why she never liked me, I guess, as I just reminded her of her mistakes. Despite that, my father took her back, but there it is. It caused a big stir in the ward, and meetings were held, although I obviously didn't know what was said or done.
My father, who abused me and never loved me when I was younger, is now on his deathbed and wants to see me, so I gave him a chance. Now, I found out why he never loved me back. I have 3 sisters that I love and a mother I adore. Not always though. I hated them when I was younger because while my father would yell at me or belittle me for everything possible, they were the apples of his eyes. I did my best at school and karate. Nothing impressed him. Not when I earned a full scholarship to a prestigious university. Not when I was the valedictorian of my year group. Not even at 26 when I managed to start my own small company that has grown considerably since. No matter what I did, I was made to feel worthless, less than a person, good for nothing, useless, a failure. I have lingering issues about it to this day. When I was younger, all I wanted just once was for my father to say "I'm proud of you." Nothing even close. He doted on my sisters and mother though, and I'm not proud to say I hated them for it as much as I hated him. How dare they get away so lightly? How dare they get his smiles and laughter and kind words when all I had to get was cruelty? It took me a long time to finally begin a relationship with my sisters or mom, who wasn't the jealous, angry son. Today we are all very close. I love them to death and would do anything for them. Some time ago my father was diagnosed with cancer. He's had other issues as well. Suffered through 2 heart attacks and a stroke, and it seems as if his body can't carry on anymore. He's dying and I don't care. I don't have it in me to care, and if he died I could live the rest of my life having never seen him before he passed or knowing that I won't attend his funeral. He wasn't present at my wedding either. I did not invite him, which was very noticeable to many of my family members, but I didn't care. I'd found a woman who loved me and that I loved, and I wanted to share that day with the other important people in my life that I love or strongly like. My uncle was always sympathetic to my cases growing up. My father, his older brother, was an asshole to him, and he understood why I wouldn't want my father there even while other family members thought I should have still invited him. Here's the thing, he wants to see me. He probably has only a few months left and now wishes to see me. My wife, mother, and sisters all want me to pay a visit to him. Well, my wife thinks I should go just once. She isn't pressuring me. She knows my history with him and says if I decide not to go, that's it then. My mother and sisters, however, do think I should go and have all spoken to me several times in the past month about this. The only person who laid off bugging me about it is my older sister. I'm the second child. She's 34 and she was the one who said my father was a D to me from as far back as she or I can remember. My two other sisters are several years younger, 26, 25. We met recently to talk about it, my older sister and me, and for the first time in years I broke down crying. I literally just let it out. I told her I couldn't do it. I tried to put everything in the past but I can't. I hate that man and what he did to me mentally. I can't forgive him and she says she understands. She said she'd speak to my mother and sisters, however my mother and sisters tend to be very pushy. Anyway, do you all think I should go at least once? Update, 3 weeks later. So I went to see my dad and it basically went like poop. I caved. I effing cave. And decided to F it. I'll see what he wants. Maybe this is something worth hearing. I visited the hospital by myself. Now wife, no mom, no sisters, just him and I. He looked old and tired and just as I predicted I didn't find it in me to be angry. This wasn't the man I remembered. This was just some old broken man. It would have been a waste of my time to feel angry and yet I did. I was so pissed off because I couldn't stand across from him eye to eye and let him see that the son he treated like dog shit had built a wonderful life for himself. We didn't say anything to each other for around an hour. Then eventually I found my voice and said, you know, this is the last time we'll ever see each other, right? No response. Then he replied, I know. So I asked him why now. Why did he want to see me so badly that he had to send a message through my mother for me? And here is where I learned that my existence was effed all to him. He admitted that he did it just to give my mom closure. She didn't ask him to do it but he knew she wanted it. So I asked him why he treated me the way he did my whole life and he replied, I never wanted a son, never had any interest in one. It effing hurt but I kept listening and he kept speaking. He said that in the first few years of my life he tried his best to care about me but eventually, he realized he couldn't. Then came the final nail in the coffin of my relationship with that man. I never loved you but I didn't hate you either. I just didn't care for you because I never wanted a son. I wanted to give you up for adoption when you were younger but your mother would never have forgiven me. So I did my best to push you aside and you would always try and get my approval for stuff. I felt bad at times but I just didn't care for you. By that time I was crying. A 31-year-old man. Left my dying father in his hospital room and went to my car crying. I could have gone my whole life not knowing that. F my mom, my sisters, my wife and my dad. I'm just so pissed right now. There was a part of me that hoped we would bury the hatchet. Nope. I just learned he never gave a F. I will never speak of my father again. I will not attend his funeral or visit his grave. When he dies I'll be at the bar drinking because the effer is gone from this world and I will do everything I can to be the father he never was. Final update. I've got a ways to go still. I feel like yesterday opened up wounds I didn't even realize had never really healed and I'll be talking to my wife about it and most likely a professional as well. I won't cut my mom or sisters out. I am not angry at them. Their experiences with my father were different from my own and I do not fault them for that. However, right now, the best thing for me is just to not be around them as much. So I don't think they'll be seeing/hearing from me for some time. Once again, I sincerely thank everybody. It was your comments and PMS that made me realize, yeah, it hurts like poop, but I can't let him have any more power over me. I'm in the prime of my life and I've built a nice life for myself. I don't need a dying man's approval anymore because I've done the best I could for so long without it anyway. So here's hoping things will get better soon.
My father's creepy wife wanted a mother-daughter trip, and tried to use my child for it. Now she's going nuts because I refused to let her see my daughter. My father has been married to Sasha for almost a decade. I was already an adult when they started seeing each other, so I never had much of a relationship with her. That said, Sasha was nice and thoughtful, though a bit annoying at times, and I never had any problems with her. I now have a husband and 2 kids, 9M and 4F. Sasha is very fond of my children, especially my daughter. That became very suffocating pretty quickly, so we started setting some boundaries. She never overstepped them. In January, my father and Sasha decided to go on a trip to Disney World, and invited us to join them. We decided to go to celebrate our son's 9th birthday. I quickly regretted coming along. Sasha spent the entire trip fussing over my daughter in ways that overstepped almost every boundary we'd set. Examples include, Sasha bought a mini ears tiara. She wanted me to buy my daughter an identical one so they could match. My daughter didn't like the tiara, so I bought her a Donald Duck hat instead. Sasha got her the tiara anyway, and was upset that she didn't want to wear it. My father and Sasha went shopping in between parks. I told them not to buy my kids anything, as we still had shopping to do and didn't want to risk making our bags too heavy. Still, Sasha returned with 5 bags of clothing for my daughter, and 2 for my son, saying she couldn't resist it. My daughter wanted a Belle costume to wear at the parks, as that's her favorite princess. Sasha tried to convince us to get her an Ariel costume instead, because that's her favorite. I explained that we never watched The Little Mermaid at home because my daughter is scared of Ursula. Sasha insisted on taking dozens of pictures with my daughter in front of the castle at Magic Kingdom. She also took some with my son, but not nearly as many. She tried to convince us to take our daughter to Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. We refused because the prices are crazy and we'd already bought her the Belle costume. She offered to pay, but we held our ground. I later found out Sasha tried to make a reservation anyway, but there was no availability. When we took our daughter to Slinky Dog Dash, her first roller coaster, Sasha tried to sit next to her. My daughter wanted to sit with me, so we switched. She tried to do the same thing in other attractions. At the Muppets Theater, she tried to get my daughter to sit in her lap. Sasha also tried to pick her up while we met some of the characters. There were more instances. The final straw for me, however, was the last park day of the trip. We were at Magic Kingdom. My husband suffered a minor injury and I had to take him to the first aid station. The kids wanted to go to the Peter Pan ride, so my dad and Sasha offered to take them in the meantime. However, according to my father, the line was too long. So instead, Sasha suggested the Little Mermaid ride, assuring my kids Ursula wasn't on it. Actually, there's a pretty big Ursula animatronic there. My daughter was still sobbing and hugging her brother when we reunited. When we flew back home, I told my father that we'd no longer take our children on trips with Sasha due to her behavior. He got extremely angry. He said his wife loved my kids, thought about what they'd like to do at every moment of the trip, and that we should be grateful to have her in our lives. I lost my temper at that. I told him Sasha was a effing creep, and that they should be grateful I was still okay with them even seeing my children after her actions during the trip. We ended up having a huge fight after that. It's been weeks since we returned home, and my father is still angry at me and my husband. Sasha has texted me a few times. She says she's sorry if she made me uncomfortable, but that she loves my kids and hoped to use the trip to spend more time with them. To be honest, I don't think I'm the here, but I do think I might have overreacted. I believe there's a chance Sasha's actions were motivated by love and she truly did have good intentions. Update 6 days later. I think it's best for my family to distance itself from Sasha for the time being, and at the very least, my previous decision to avoid future trips with her based on the Disney trip is still the best course of action. Sasha's pushiness, tendency to override my and my husband's parenting and blatant favoritism towards my daughter were much worse when the kids were younger. After my daughter's birth, she began to focus too much attention on her and almost none on my son. I gave more examples of that in the comments on my original post. That's the reason we set boundaries in the first place. Her fixation on my daughter also bothers me. When we had the boundary conversation with my father and Sasha, she told us that she'd always wondered what having a daughter would be like. She'd also defined herself as child-free before, so I was never certain what to think of that. Either way, that reassured me and my husband that we were doing the best for our kids. Those boundaries had never been overstepped. Then we went on the Disney trip, and most of them were completely ignored. Many of you pointed out that she might have gotten carried away, or that Disney is exciting and she wanted to make sure my kids had the best experience, etc. There are two things I'll say to that. The first is that whatever Sasha's reasons were, she still overstepped our boundaries. When we first set those, we told her that doing so would have consequences. Disney or not, I don't see a reason to make an exception. Secondly, she wasn't trying to ensure my kids had the best experience. She was pushing them to fulfill her fantasy of what their Disney trip should look like. She repeatedly ignored my children's wishes in favor of her own, despite them both being very clear about what they wanted and didn't want. Sasha also continually favored my daughter, including during my son's birthday, and fussed over her in ways that made her uncomfortable. And I still haven't forgiven the Little Mermaid thing. My daughter is a bit shy and takes a while to open up to most people, so knowing her trust was broken like that angers me in ways I can't describe. To put it in simpler terms, my children aren't props, and whoever treats them as such will, at the very least, be put in timeout. I called my father and Sasha on Saturday. I apologized for calling Sasha a creep, but told them that we needed some time apart. They won't see my family until my younger sister's birthday in late April. If that goes well, they'll be invited to my daughter's 5th birthday party in May. After that, we'll slowly work on re-establishing contact. I also said that if they overstepped our boundaries again, the consequences would be more dire. My father didn't take it well. I don't care. Sasha sent me a text with more apologies, followed by a request to at least FaceTime my kids every now and then. I said no. And to those who said my controlling behavior ruined the trip, my kids had an amazing time at Disney World. They're both still talking about it. My daughter keeps asking us to put her pictures with the characters she met up on the wall, and my son says he had the best birthday ever. Update 2-3 months later. Last time I posted here, I mentioned that my father and Sasha wouldn't see my children until my younger sister's birthday. The party took place last weekend, and we didn't attend. These 2 months of NC worked fine, but not great. My father respected my wishes, to my surprise, but Sasha kept trying to find ways to talk to my children. She'd call me under the guise of needing to ask me something, only to later say, "By the way, are the kids around? I want to say hi." Every time she tried that, I'd remind her of what I told her back in March. This must have happened almost a dozen times, which was enough for my husband and I to start debating on skipping the party. After speaking to our kids, we decided not to go. They both said they miss my father, but clearly didn't want to see Sasha. We thought about attending and just distancing them from her while there, but risking making our children uncomfortable wasn't worth it. My son even asked if we could see their aunt somewhere else, without Sasha around. My husband and I explained the situation to my sister. She was upset, but mostly because she hadn't seen the kids in a while. We all went to dinner at her favorite restaurant the day after her party. I also called my father and told him we wouldn't go to the birthday party. He reacted better than I expected, but we still had a short fight about it. He claimed that I had promised we'd let Sasha see the kids after 2 months, called me unfair and said he was entitled to have a relationship with his grandchildren. I immediately denied that. Though I tried to sugarcoat it at first, I eventually gave him the truth. My kids don't want to see his wife, and I won't force them to. My father and I had a long talk. I told him how much Sasha's actions at the Disney trip upset my children, as well as how uncomfortable me and my husband felt. I admitted I don't trust his wife at all, and I don't think I ever truly will. He said that while he still thought I was overreacting, He understood I wanted to protect my kids. My dad also told me about how these 2 months of NC were for them. Apparently, Sasha started talking about my kids, mostly my daughter, a lot more than usual. She'd mentioned things and places she thought they would like. My father was aware of one of the times she called me, but thought it was a one-time thing. She wanted to give my daughter a gift at my sister's birthday party. He said he didn't know why. At one point, she told him she wanted to plan another family vacation with the kids, even though I told them they're not traveling with Sasha anymore. Learning all of that just made me more certain that I can't trust this woman around my children. For now, I intend to remain LC with my father and NC with Sasha. My daughter told me she wanted her grandpa at her birthday party a few weeks from now, so I told him that he was invited, but Sasha wasn't. He agreed. To be honest, I don't trust my father after all of this. I'm allowing him to come because that party will take place at my home, which is easier for me to control. If he tries to bring Sasha, they'll both be kicked out, and it will take a long time for me to consider letting him near my kids again. My father hasn't told me how his wife is reacting to this. My sister told me that during her party, Sasha asked her to tell me she wanted to talk. I'm not reaching out to her, nor do I plan to respond if she attempts to contact me. Both me and my husband have blocked her. My children are doing great. They still talk about how much fun they had at Disney. My daughter's been saving money, putting coins in her piggy bank, for us to go back. On a completely different note, I'm pregnant again. This was completely unplanned. I always said I wanted 2 kids at most, and the third would have to be a huge accident, but my husband and I are ecstatic. I'm still in the first trimester, so not a lot of people know. We're brainstorming ways to tell our kids. Overall, I'm happy with my life right now, and as much as I wish this Sasha situation had never happened, I feel like a better parent after dealing with it. I have never been more confident in my abilities to protect my children than I am now. Update 3, 7 months later. First of all, my father didn't bring Sasha to my daughter's birthday party back in May. I didn't really think he would. I'd made it very clear I wouldn't tolerate that, but I'd be lying if I said your comments didn't make me a little paranoid. Secondly, I've just entered my 3rd trimester, and the baby will be here in November. The kids are ecstatic. I'm having another girl, but my husband and I are not sharing the intimacy until she's born. This has nothing to do with our families, it's just something we've also done with our first 2. Everyone, including Sasha, knows I'm pregnant. We announced it a couple months ago. I had no problem with my father telling her, though he did ask if he could. I didn't hear much about her reaction, but according to my father, she was happy for me. My children still don't want to see Sasha, and I'm still not forcing them to. I've unblocked her and put her on mute instead, but she hasn't made any attempts to contact me. We've continued meeting my father without his wife, and I think it's been working out. My relationship with him isn't fantastic, but it's much better than it was earlier this year. Last week, I saw Sasha for the first time in months. My cousin threw a party at her place. My husband and I attended, as did my father and Sasha. I knew she'd be there, but since the kids weren't with us, son had a sleepover, daughter stayed with my mom. I didn't really have anything against seeing her. They arrived some time after we did. My husband and I spoke with them for a few minutes, and it was less awkward than I expected. Sasha asked me about the baby's intimacy, and I told her we weren't telling anyone, which, again, is what we've always done. About 20 minutes later, my father told me they had to go. I thought it was weird that they were leaving so soon, but I didn't think much of it at the time. He called me a few days ago, and we spoke for a long time. My father is difficult to talk to, so the following is what I gathered from the conversation. He said they left early because Sasha was holding back tears after she saw me. She was sobbing by the time they got to the car. They later had a discussion about it, and Sasha admitted she wanted kids. She married my dad knowing he didn't, but hoped he would change his mind. Apparently, when my son was born, Sasha tried to drop "I want one" hints to my father. He didn't notice it, so she gave up. According to my father, Sasha told him she loved my kids equally, but my daughter was special, because she always imagined herself as a girl mom. That's also the reason why she became such a suffocating presence when my daughter was a baby. When my husband and I started setting boundaries, Sasha realized she was overstepping and agreed to abide by them. To her credit, I think she did a mostly okay job back then, but the favoritism was still obvious enough that my son noticed it. The trip we took was a turning point because Sasha's dream of having a daughter included taking her to Disney World and having her do all the things she liked to do there when she was young. She told my father that having my daughter there was so exciting that she forgot everything I'd said about not overstepping. Sasha wanted a mother-daughter trip, and tried to use my child for it. Sasha said she regretted her actions during the Disney trip, but only because she lost access to my children due to them. And seeing me at the party, all pregnant and pretty, my father's words, not sure she actually said that, was what drove her over the edge. My father said he was telling me all this because his wife wasn't doing well, and he'd understand if I wanted to keep my kids away from her. Didn't expect that, either. I don't know what the future of their relationship will be, and I don't think my father does either. All I know is that if Sasha still wants to have kids, it almost definitely will not be with my father. Before all this, I was pondering about my third child's future in relation to Sasha. Now, I sincerely don't want her to be a part of my baby's life. This isn't a final decision, but I've been speaking to my husband about it, and he agrees with me. I don't think she's a bad person. I got some baby stealer comments on my previous update, but I don't think that's what's happening here, either. But if the Disney trip proved anything to me, it's that Sasha is willing to be Extremely selfish and disrespectful to get what she wants, even when my kids are involved. A couple months ago, my husband and I had a conversation with our son about the subject. He told us he dislikes Sasha for 2 reasons: she favors his sister and she doesn't listen to them. Honestly, that's all I need to know. Looking back at my own childhood, I feel like I was never allowed to have boundaries. I was always expected to put my schedules and preferences aside for others. It's important to me that my children don't go through that. If they don't want to see Sasha, they don't have to. I think that's all I want to say here. I'm doing well. I actually got some great news from work recently. My kids are thriving, and I'm excited to meet my 3rd baby. Again, thank you guys. Update 3. 9 months later, I'm happy to announce my daughter was born 2 weeks ago. She arrived a little earlier than expected, but she's perfect. My older kids are in love with their baby sister, and as much as I didn't plan to have a 3rd child, I am truly glad I did. As I mentioned last time I posted, my husband and I didn't announce the intimacy in advance when our first 2 kids were born. This time, I decided to give my father a heads up. After I found out about the whole girl mom thing, I became worried about how Sasha would react to the news I was having another daughter. Telling my father ahead of her birth would give him more time to prepare. So about a month ago, my father told Sasha I was having another girl. As expected, she didn't take it well. A few days after I gave birth, my father told me that he and Sasha were separating. They're not sure about divorce, but he thinks that's where they're headed. Sasha started talking to my father about having children around the time I made my last post. According to him, they started fighting about it when she tried to convince him to get his vasectomy reversed. I didn't know he had won. My father said Sasha cried when he told her I'd have another daughter, and they decided to separate a few days later. I'm not very informed about the situation, but my father did state that the decision was mutual. About a week ago, Sasha texted me. It started with her congratulating me for my daughter's birth, then evolved into what seemed like a farewell letter to my children. Not much about them stood out to me. She talked about how much it hurt to know she'd never meet my baby, or watch my daughter become a big sister. Sasha told me I had tortured her by keeping my kids away, and it was that distance that made her accept she needed to be a mother. She deleted the text a few minutes after I finished reading it. I decided not to reply. I haven't been thinking much about the situation lately, but the more I do, the dumber I feel for not realizing Sasha wanted kids sooner. I remember she started talking about my father's future grandchildren long before I got pregnant with my son. Her behavior around my daughter, at least before the Disney trip, always felt weird to me, but I still never made the connection. I still don't dislike Sasha, but I think she brought this situation upon herself. As much as I recognize my father is far from innocent, he's always been very clear about not wanting more children. Sasha is 47 years old, and while I don't think I'd want to have kids at that age, I know people who have. If that's what she wants, then I wish her luck. We're also officially moving to Europe in 2025. The work-related news I mentioned in my previous update were really great. My husband and I had been hoping for an opportunity like this for a while. We're helping the kids make arrangements to maintain contact with their friends. Luckily, my daughter's best friend is my goddaughter. My father's girlfriend accused me of stealing from her when I was doing her a favor and tried to attack me, so I called the police and charged her with battery. I live in a rented house with my boyfriend and roommate. My father has been dating a woman for the past 3 years who was widowed in 2020. For simplicity, I'll call her Kate. Kate for the past 3 years has been going through probate as a result of her late husband's death. During probate, my father has repeatedly volunteered us without asking first for a task, my brother and me, to help with anything and everything involving Kate. Currently, my brother and I are owed over $5,000 from the money we have given to help her out on multiple occasions, and my father is owed over $10,000. The list of things we were asked to do was ridiculous. Some examples: she fired her probate lawyer for calling her sweetheart, so I had to research how to file documents with the court. Her late husband was in tech as MI, so I was tasked with going through all 18 computers, and sorting through all the data I could recover from them. Her late husband also had simple encryptions on hard drives, which I had to decrypt and then sort through that data. With the data from the previous example and this one, I had sorted through over 60 terabytes of data in those 3 years. These are just a few examples that I'll come back to. The problem is probate finally got around to selling Kate's house. Her house was over 7,000 square feet and was sold for a couple of million because of the area. She refused to look for other accommodations and didn't move out any items as the date for the closing was approaching. Knowing that when closing hit she would lose all her stuff, my father asked if they could move some of her items to my house. The original deal was that I could sell the items in my house to get the money I am owed back. Then any extra funds could be split between Kate and I. Thinking about it, I initially agreed because she had a 500 square foot closet of designer purses and shoes, so I thought that I would have no issue getting my money back and that it wouldn't take up too much space cause I have a spare room and could store it in there until it's sold. On the day before closing we had gotten a U-Haul to move Kate's stuff to my house and it was a disaster. She had an entire RV garage full of stuffed animals, old toys, and damaged furniture. She has 2 cats and the furniture was scratched and torn up. I protested, but my father said I'd still be able to recover my money from this stuff and started loading the U-Haul. It took 6 trips with the largest size U-Haul to move some of her items out of the house. We only stopped because there was no more room in my house to place anything. She ended up having to get another 8 storage units plus a 2-bedroom apartment to get the rest of the stuff out of her old house. I started sorting through stuff to see what I could even sell and found that at least half of the items were cheap toys that you would get from a claw machine sort of quality. Of the remaining items, The only valuable things were a backyard furniture set that the cats didn't get to and Squishmallows. I listed the furniture set and within an hour of it being up, I got a call from Kate. She screamed at me that it was listed as too low and that I could get more money from it. She thought I was lowballing so I didn't have to split money with her. Since that incident, she had told my father every time I list something that is at my house that isn't listed at the price she wants it at. My father has scolded me more than once for stealing from her because I'm not splitting every cent that I sell things for, even though the deal was for me to get paid off first then split. I finally snapped yesterday after being told I was stealing from her yet again and told him he's lucky I'm only asking for $2,000. He told me I should be thankful to even get that much from her and that she shouldn't owe me a dime. What he didn't know is I kept logs of exactly how long everything took me while I was doing favors for him. I also looked up how much money each of those favors would pay a freelancer. I told him that actually I saved her almost $450,000 from the work that I did for free for her and that he's lucky that I'm not going to her probate and listing the work that I have done to become a creditor. I already talked with a lawyer and I have everything I need to do that. He was appalled and demanded they come to take every item from my house since I'm stealing and I couldn't be trusted anymore. I said that for that to happen Kate would have to pay me for rent for the storage space she used, then I'd release the items. She changed our deal so I felt totally justified in saying she owed me rent for the space. My dad did the math for one storage unit for 3 months, how long the stuff has been here now, at the lowest price he could find, which was about $400. I reminded him that not only did I have 6 storage units worth of items but I also had temperature control cause all the items were inside the AC and that the cheapest price for that was $300 a month per storage unit, so it really came out to $5,400. He got so angry that the matter wasn't discussed further and he left. I sent a text to him and Kate stating this: since the terms of our original agreement have changed, I no longer feel comfortable storing your items. For breaking our initial terms, I am asking for the $2,000 in debts owed on top of $5,400 for storing your items in my home, with an additional $1,800 added on the first of each month until all items are retrieved. I am giving a 90-day notice at the end of which the items will be transferred into my ownership as per our state law, and I will dispose of the items as I see fit. If you decide against retrieving the items and do not pay at least the $2,000, I will be forced to file against the estate for the entirety of the debts I am owed that potentially will amount to more than $450,000. Please notify me of your decision either by text or email. Thank you. My brother is on my side, but I have gotten non-stop calls from my dad and Kate saying how terrible I am and how I can't back out of the previous deal and they are her items so she can come and take them whenever. I think that if she wants to take her stuff back, since that was how I was supposed to get my $2,000 back, that she should have to pay the $2,000 and the rent for keeping it here for months for free. My boyfriend and roommate think I should charge her more cause they have watched how much I have done for her and think she is being unreasonable. Update 1. 4 days later. A ton of stuff has happened since I last posted a few days ago. I appreciate everyone's comments and advice cause I was feeling really 50-50 from all the gaslighting and am very grateful for the clarity, both good and bad. I decided to have a garage sale to start really selling things and getting stuff out of my house. We decided this the day I posted and had the garage sale today. Kate was alerted to the fact that I was doing this, and on Friday night before the garage sale she went over to my brother and dad's house. She demanded they negotiate a deal for her to get a 50-50 split of any money made in the garage sale without my knowledge beforehand and without me being there. I got a call from my dad at 9 p.m. stating that they came to this conclusion and that was how it was going to be tomorrow, today, and that I just had to accept that. Side note, my brother did not agree to the terms. He sat silently after voicing he thought I should be part of the discussion and was shot down. I had said that I am recouping the money that she owed me and that only after I recoup that amount would the chance of the money being split even remotely occur. Kate started raging and calling me and my boyfriend, who wasn't brought up nor part of the discussions at all, so it really just felt like she was trying to get under my skin, every name in the book, and screaming that she owed me nothing and if anything I owe her for bringing me into some relevance by helping her. She then started threatening me with physical violence. My father hung up the phone after those comments abruptly, but I was told that she was raging at their house for another good hour before leaving. After my father hung up, I immediately texted him and Kate that they were not allowed on my property and if they do, the police would be called. That was the last communication I had with them Friday night. This morning our garage sale started at 7 a.m. along with others in the community and we were all set and ready to go. Kate and my father showed up at about 7:05 and I promptly stood up and pointed off my property and said they are trespassing and needed to leave. Kate walked over to the table and grabbed as much stuff as she could carry and started screaming that it was her stuff and that I was selling it illegally. She started throwing stuff off tables and breaking things, screaming that she can break her stuff. She brought a few things to the edge of my property, so I followed her to the edge, put my arms straight up in the air and screamed she needed to leave. She started attacking me while my arms were up in the air, trying to get back into my garage to break more things, but I was an athlete all my life and she wasn't getting past. At this point neighbors were watching from their homes as Kate continued her blind rage, screaming and attacking me. My father tried to intervene to move me out of the way, but I was still able to keep her from coming onto the property. My boyfriend and roommate, who was outside when they pulled up, both called the police. My roommate's mother was coming by to pick my roommate up for a baby shower and witnessed the whole ordeal as well. When Kate figured out she couldn't get past me, she stormed off screaming as she went. My roommate's mother asked what was going on since she had only heard stories of Kate but never met her. I said that that's Kate and she understood immediately, but my father, not knowing who he was talking to, said to RM, "This is all her items and this woman is illegally selling them in a garage sale." I was baffled and RM, knowing the situation, replied, "With you and I both know that's not only not true, but the fact that you would lie about that is horrendous. You should be ashamed." I pulled out my phone with the proof of Kate saying I can sell these items to recoup money and my father realized he had no leg to stand on and left. I knew Kate was on the phone with the police and telling them a bogus story, so I called my brother asking him to come to my house because he has all the proof for everything copied and recorded so the police can see there's nothing fishy going on. When he heard what my father did and said he wanted to call him to ask what happened, when my brother called me back he said he would be there in 30. He got to my house just before the police arrived. Kate had said that not only did I steal everything but I also shoved my father to get to Kate and assaulted her as well. She had no marks to prove that though while I was covered with red marks and bruises. My brother gave all the evidence to the police while they got our statements. They found that the only one breaking the law was Kate and she was arrested for trespassing and battery against me. She only was a block away when she was arrested and was threatening to come back and finish the job in front of the police, which wasn't really smart. Thankfully though we sold out of all the toys, about 60% of the stuffed animals, and made over $1,000 on selling plushies for $1. My father came back around 10 a.m. and wanted to speak with me. My brother supervised. My father said I wouldn't have to worry about Kate or him any longer as I was being disowned and he was never going to speak with me again. My brother screamed at him but his mind was made up. He said he loved me but it's for the best and left. I have already got a therapist lined up for next week and have a temporary restraining order on Kate. I'm waiting on a date for her court case but we will see. She can't come to the property or within 500 feet of me so there shouldn't be anything major going on, but if anything else happens I will update. Update 2. Firstly, we had the first court hearing about me getting on as a creditor in probate this week and the judge did accept my evidence. Kate is of course challenging it, which is what we expected, but with the evidence that was accepted, I will at least be getting some compensation for that. Secondly, almost everything is sold. Kate threatened to have movers come to move everything out and threatened more if items are missing, but according to my lawyer, she's fighting a losing case as we have her on recording verifying that we can sell these items, so she's really just paying to pay more in lawyer fees. The third, and one I find hilarious but not really, is she cheated on my father. She called someone from another state in front of my dad begging for money and help and the gentleman flew to our state that day. My father was very distraught and is now fighting his own battle against Kate to get the money he is owed. My father and I have only spoken once since the incident in which he doubled down on his stance that I was in the wrong and he didn't want to listen to why I was upset since he had no defense for what he did, or lack thereof. Everyone around me has also doubled down on not speaking to him and going NC, which is what I've done thus far. Kate's trial for the trespassing, battery, assault and more will be in the next few weeks as well. She was just served today. She's threatening to sue me for illegal business practices, but again everything I'm hearing from my lawyer is that she has no leg to stand on and he's confident that any action she tries to take we have a strong case against it. My father's wife wants to charge me rent for living with my father, so I told her that I am paying her through my social security because of her disability. I live part-time at my dad's house and part-time at my mom's. They divorced when I was 12, and until I can move out, I will live part-time at each house. I graduated in June. My dad married his now wife when I was 14, a year after the divorce was finalized. She has never really liked me. She has always made fun of my weight, negatively commented on my makeup, and always seems to be against everything I do. When she was my age now, she was pregnant, homeless, and jobless. In her eyes, I should have been out of the house a month ago. I work at a grocery store near where we live and don't make a lot. The other night, she began to tell me that paying $350 a month would be a good amount to pay to live at my home. She began to say to me that if it was up to her, I would not be welcome at their house unless I could pay the $350, but my dad prevented that from happening. Now to the point. She has MS, and can't stand very long, and is currently on disability for headaches, not even the illness she claims to have. She doesn't clean the parts of the house. I do. She stays at home all day and watches TV, saying this is because she cannot stand long and cannot work. Yet she went to a concert where she stood for 6 hours straight as it was standing room only. When she recently asked me for money, I told her I pay her monthly. She asked me what I meant, and I told her that I work every day and the disability money that she gets every month for her fake disability was taken from my social security and other people who are actually disabled and cannot receive it, like a family member I lost last year who couldn't work due to her heart condition. She told my dad. He had a conversation with me about how it was inappropriate for me to speak to her that way, even though he partially agreed with me. He yelled at me for 20 minutes while she watched and smirked. After he scolded me, I asked, "But that's true, right?" Her smirk faded. I said, "I think that I will be paying her her entire life if she continues to be lazy. She should be thankful to me." She got red in the face and my father seemed to be frustrated with everything that I said. He knows I am right. My female roommate keeps doing romantic things for me and I am slowly falling for her. I don't know what to do. I've lived with my roommate for over a year now. We met in high school, a few classes, but we were never really friends. We worked on some projects together and that's it. I never really paid attention to Nair, but she is smoking hot and I obviously knew she was and acknowledged it. We ended up going to the same college together though and decided since we know each other we should room together. She's a lovely roommate, but I've ended up developing a pretty huge crush on her after I started being in her company a lot. I'm a lesbian. I'm fully out. My roommate knows this. The problem is, I can't figure out if she's flirting with me or not. Please help me. Eel lists some instances from the past year in no order that have stood out to me. She said that we should make a list of each other's fave orders from a bunch of places so if we need to order for the other we can. I said sure, that's good. Over the past few months, when I had a lot of things due and my anxiety was acting up, she kept paying for my fave order meals. Usually we split money, and getting me them with very cute cards telling me good luck and stuff. When I tried to do it back she said no, let me take care of you, and my small gay self collapsed. Her baby niece came to visit once with her sister and she referred to me as Auntie's very special girlfriend. I freaked but just laughed it off. She gets me anything I say in passing. I want her circle in any catalog that I have. We don't have a lot of money but she keeps doing it because she says she wants me to be happy, so I started doing it and now we're both kind of broke but have some sort of present buying standoff going on even currently. She said I smell very very nice and hugged me once at home and didn't let go for a while, saying I smell like home and all things nice. When we split for the summer in the past few months, she texted me saying she misses the way I feel and smell with no regard for my gay heart. I said you smell nice too and she laughed about it. I never know how to respond. She once held my hand while we were walking outside and she wanted to pull me along. She didn't let go until she had to, and since then whenever we go out, she holds my hand. I don't know if it's platonic. I once fell asleep on my work and I woke up with my head in her lap and she was watching her laptop and stroking my hair and I almost had a stroke. She said I looked peaceful so she didn't wake me. She also cuddled me when I was upset about a bad quiz grade and held me until I felt better. While drunk, she looked at me and said that I looked like I wanted to kiss her, and when I panicked she was like I won't mind, but she was very very wasted and she forgot about it I think, so I never brought it up. She referred to me by my name for a few months, but now she almost exclusively calls me baby. She asked me if it was okay and I was like yeah go for it, and she was like thanks because I always refer to my friends like this, but she doesn't. I've never heard her call anyone else baby. She also occasionally says baby girl and cutie. She said to me why do you look so beautiful without trying after I had rolled out of bed. I don't know what she meant. 0. She was sick a few months ago so I took care of her and she called me her little nurse angel and held my hand while sleeping, but she was so sick I don't think it counted. She regularly sends me things that I like, fandom she's not even in, or random posts and says thinking about you or reminded me of you. She's also gotten into many of my interests, as I have into her interests. Now we're saving up for a convention based on a joint interest. Past Valentine's Day this year, she texted me saying you're my Valentine, as a joke, and I said okay you're mine. She then gave me a stuffed animal. I had to scramble to buy her chocolates and then we went to go eat at my favorite takeout place. A guy also gave me a chocolate. We're friends, while she was with me, and she said, don't steal my Valentine now. We weren't close for her first birthday freshly after we became roommates. We were closer for my birthday and she gave me a very expensive gift after working overtime at shifts and she said you deserve the best. Her birthday has just passed and I went all out, got her cake and presents and we went out to eat at her favorite place. She hugged me very very tight after and said that I made her happy. She also regularly says okay. It's a date every time we make Olens, but that's a fairly common thing to say, so I don't know if she means it literally. This doesn't count, but she looks at me very intensely sometimes. I don't know how to describe it, but it doesn't look very platonic. But maybe she just does that to everyone, so I don't know. She's a very intense person in general, I think. This is all I can think of right now. My friends think she definitely likes me and think I'm being stupid and oblivious on purpose. I just think she's straight and doing this out of friendliness, so my friend asked me to post here and get a general consensus. She had a boyfriend in high school briefly and I'm afraid to ask her sexuality. I don't want to be let down, but I want her to like me so bad, and I keep avoiding her sometimes and her friendliness because I don't want false hope. I know I probably sound stupid and in denial, but I suffer from bad anxiety and I can't just go up and ask her unless I'm sure. I don't want to lose her. Please help. Update. I said we were going to talk over dinner. She came home and I made dinner and I said I wanted to talk to her and she was like is it about the post, and I was like ha 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 what post, and she was like I already saw it. Friend name. Send it to me on Twitter, and I was like ha 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 oh no. Anyway, it beat being awkward about it. We talked in detail. We are from an area where if someone is out as into women, everyone will know about it. That is why I didn't know whether she was bi or not. Turns out she is, or has been figuring it out for the past few years. I honestly should have realized considering how much she thirsts for women in any media we consume, but I thought it was a joke. She said she likes both men and women and that she had been trying to flirt and put her feelings across to me from the things I mentioned in the post. She also said my post sounded like a meme and she thought it was a joke until she realized that it was me and I can be dense. She did say I could have just spoken to her before going to Reddit, but why would I do that, you know? She also showed me her phone and her entire Twitter search history was keywords related to my post where she was looking at the responses and laughing at them, both on Reddit and Twitter. TLDR. I have a girlfriend. Thank you all very much.
My fiancé and I took a perfectly positioned photo of her engagement ring covering my package, only to have live mode ruin it all. This happened about 2 weeks ago. Honestly, the moment it happened I considered writing this post, but felt that in light of making the mistake of sending my Johnson out, I might give myself some time to make sure I want this to live online forever. My family has already told just about everyone they know the story, so I figured I'd bring all of you into the fold. So, here we go. My girlfriend and I have been together for about 3 years, and I'm deeply in love with this girl. She is decent beyond words, fun, funny, and frankly, I couldn't imagine a better relationship. Her mother had offered me her grandmother's ring for our engagement, which I considered a tremendous honor. After dealing with the anxiety of toting around a family heirloom for 2 weeks and leaving it in the possession of a jeweler for cleaning and resizing, I just wanted to get the engagement over with. I know that might not sound like the most romantic way of describing my engagement, but I was nervous. I get home, get down on one knee, and she says yes. It was a moment I won't soon forget. Then I got creative on really burning it into my memory. Now, in my opinion, everyone more or less does their engagement announcements the same way. Holding hands close up with a ring on, or the couple's pic with the open hand across the dude's chest with the ring visible. It's been done to death, I thought. I proposed to my now fiancée that we do something funny and different, and she agreed. We settle on taking a picture of me completely naked, laying in bed, with her hand in the foreground covering my crotch with the ring on. The picture is hilarious, and we sent it to my family group chat. I mean, this is my naked body after all. Clearly, for my family's eyes only. As it turns out, the picture was taken in live mode. When you held it down, my girlfriend's hand would move out of the way, leaving a perfect shot of me, as naked as the day I was born, grinning from ear to ear, doing finger guns. I received a message from my brother-in-law informing us that the picture was live, that my sister was the one to discover it, and he followed it up with a picture of her in a shocked state of bewilderment. My mother got it too, same mistake. Her first, unsolicited D-pic, at the age of 61 from her son, no less. Needless to say, it's a story that will be told despite my protests for the remainder of my days. My fiancée bashed my forehead because of her phobia and it caused me serious medical damage, but I don't know if I was right to break up with her. My ex-fiancée is an attractive 25-year-old woman. We had a fairly decent relationship for 5 years and planned to marry in the fall of 2025. No kids. We both have professional jobs, shared individual interests, and our own group of friends. We probably would have had a nice life together. I've always known about her excessive and over-the-top fear of insects, especially spiders and worms, and I've always done my best to be sensitive to this. Complete avoidance is impossible. One evening at a friend's house, we were sitting out on a back patio with the other couple talking, roasting marshmallows, having a few beers and having a nice night. The next thing I remember is waking up in the ER with her crying and explaining what had happened. She saw a non-venomous spider on my forehead that I was not even aware of and freaked out. She picked up a cheap metal container that held a citronella candle and proceeded to bash my forehead. She thinks 5 times until she was sure the spider was gone. The result was 8 staples, internal brain trauma and second-degree burns all over my face. It's been 6 months since this happened and the burn scars are still slightly visible. I could tell that she genuinely felt bad, and after a couple of days of rest, I really felt bad for her too. I didn't want to see her feeling guilty for her compulsion, but at the same time, after thinking and talking to friends, I decided it was best to call the engagement off. I explained that I really didn't blame her and also that I didn't want her to blame herself for my injuries, but that I personally didn't want to go through another situation like that again. A few days later, after failing to convince me to change my mind, she left, and I haven't heard from her since. It's been 6 months since the event, and of course, I miss her, but I'm wondering if I was wrong here. She had freaked out in the past when insects had scared her, but never to the point of harming anyone. She wasn't able to explain why she had reacted like this. She was not drunk, and the people at our house were very close friends. I really don't understand, but it has caused lasting damage to me. My longtime friend, the guy, was the one who took the candle from her and his wife called 911. I was sitting next to my ex and the other couple was directly across the fire pit. According to my friend, it happened fast and unexpectedly. Sounds like the paramedics were there less than 10 minutes after it happened. Neither of them remembered seeing a spider or any other bug, and both said that my ex was freaked out when she saw what she'd done to me, like she didn't remember. But she did remember because she told me the story in the hospital. In any event, the guy is the one who strongly supported me when I decided to leave her.
My fiancé called my mother a gold digger and wanted me not to invite her to our wedding, so I gladly made my decision and canceled everything. My dad left my mom and me when I was only 5 years old. I also have 3 brothers. He left the country with his mistress and never tried to contact her. He took all the money and left us in the gutters. My mom was an orphan, so she didn't know any of her relatives. We were really poor that my mom didn't eat just to give us food. To survive, my mom had to do some immoral stuff to get food on the table. She was a stripper and also sometimes pleased men to get money for us. She put me and my brother through school. I understood why my mom did what she did. We had no money, and she wanted us to have a life better than hers, and I am not ashamed because of it. I also started working part-time when I was 14. I was a good student and got a scholarship to a good university. My mom eventually stopped stripping when my brother got a part-time job, too. She now only works as a waitress. I met my fiancé, Javi, in college. This was my first serious relationship. We both loved each other. I never told Javi about my mom's past because my mom made me promise never to say that to anyone. I kept that, but keeping this huge information away from my fiancé felt wrong. Javi knew about us. He only knew that my family was extremely poor. He doesn't care about that. He is a very sweet guy who always takes care of me. He even covered some of the cost of my brother's education even though I told him not to. My mom also likes him, so she told me not to tell Javi anything about her past or what she did for a living. So, a week ago, my mom and I went to Javi's house to meet his parents. I didn't realize his uncle and aunt would also be there. Upon seeing his uncle, my mom's face went white, as if she were seeing a ghost. His uncle also kept staring at my mom as if he knew her. My mom felt uncomfortable and said that she wanted to go home. Javi was confused by it. Nonetheless, we left earlier than we had anticipated. The next day, my fiancé came to our place and shouted at me that I lied to him. He said that I am a gold digger just like my mother, and my mother is the reason why his uncle's first marriage broke. I asked him to explain what the hell he was talking about. He said his uncle knew my mom because he was a regular customer and often hired her for her services. His wife caught them red-handed and immediately filed for divorce. My mom was crying and said that she didn't know he was married. She never asked men about their marital status. I told him that he had no right to speak to my mom like that and his uncle was fully to blame because he was a married man who was hiring escorts for himself. My mom has no obligation toward his marriage. Javi still blamed me and mom and said that he felt deceived. He said to my face that he doesn't want to date a WHRE's daughter because I will probably invite men just like my mom. My mom had to beg him not to break the engagement. I am tired. If I did end up marrying him, my mom would always have to suffer because of it. I didn't want that, so I gave him back his engagement ring and told him never to show his face. My mom is angry because she thinks this is my only chance to get married. After all, no other guy would marry into a family where the mom works as an intimacy worker. But I think I did the right thing because I am not ashamed of my mom. I didn't even want to hide it in the first place. I wanted to tell him the truth, but my mom refused it. So, am I the a-hole? Update. After I broke the engagement, I have been getting calls from my friends and Javi's family that I am making a huge mistake. My close friends know that my mom used to be an intimacy worker, but mutual friends of mine and Javi do not know about it. So, they also question me about whether I ever did that. Javi did apologize. He said he got carried away by his emotions and loved me. I love him, too. I wanted to get past all of this. I know people have told me I should not marry this guy, but I was weak for a moment. He told me he would let things go and start anew if my mom did not attend any wedding functions. I was shocked. Weddings are a big deal in our culture. There are many functions and parties surrounding the wedding. How can he ask that I not involve my mom? He told me that because of my mom's past, it would be difficult for his family members to be around her. He convinced his mom with difficulty about this engagement. Also, since his uncle will be there, it will only remind him of bad things. At that moment, I realized that I was never a consideration. It was always him and making his family happy. My family is beneath them because we are not from a respectable background and come from homes of intimacy workers. I stood firm and told him no, it would not happen. I will not give in to their demands because, the way I see it, my mom did not do anything wrong. It is funny how quickly people judge a woman based on her work, which she had to do to feed her kids, but no one came forward to help her in her need. Javi threatened that I was making a huge mistake by letting him go. I just left. I do not have the energy to deal with it. I think this news is spreading like wildfire now. I may have to move out of the city because if this news reaches my workplace, I know damn well people will ostracize me. So, I might look for a job in a different area. Lastly, I messaged him, saying I was sorry for not telling him earlier about my mom, but I greatly loved him. I am sad that he chose this topic to ruin a 6-year-old relationship. I will go to the bank and pay back the money he paid for my brother's education. I am still crying and jilted. My fiancé canceled our wedding and ran away with his first love, but he realized that he's not in love with her anymore and begs me to let him come back home. My fiancé and I had been together for 3 years. He was my first boyfriend. We laughed, cried, worried, and were happy together. He was my best friend, confidence, support, and comfort. I looked at him and could see our future together. I never thought something like this could happen to me. The man I loved could have never done anything like that to me. It all started about 2 months ago. His ex, high school sweetheart together for 7 years, moved back to our country and wanted to catch up with Mark. He told me they broke up because they could not sustain an LDR when she left to pursue postgraduate studies. They hadn't been in contact for about 5 years. She sent him an email, and he showed it to me, and it was completely platonic. She was just curious about what he had become. He asked me if he could meet her, and I said yes. I trusted him. So he went, but when he returned, he was a bit withdrawn. He is usually chatty but was dismissive when I asked how it went. I let it go. However, in the following weeks, he was often on his phone. He picked random fights with me and didn't look me in the eyes when we had intimacy, didn't whisper loving words either. I'm touchy/clingy, and in our 3 years together, he had never once recoiled or refused my embrace, but he started doing it. I usually hug him like a koala when he returns home from work, but he only lets me do it twice. It was such a sudden change. I asked him what was wrong, but he just said he wasn't feeling too good then. On a Saturday, I visited his grandma, as we usually knit together, and I was gone the whole day. I feel close to her. When I came back, I found him packing his stuff. My whole world fell apart. He was being so cowardly. He told me he was sorry for making me suffer like this, but sometimes life gives you a second chance, and you have to recognize it for what it is. He loved me but realized the feelings weren't the same when he met his ex. He said he regretted letting go of her, that he had found himself again. It had been a difficult choice for him, but he had to take this chance. His ex wanted him back. She had realized what she had lost and risked losing for good when he told her he was getting married. He refused her initially, but as time passed and they talked together, his old feelings returned. He hoped I would forgive him one day and understand. I cried as he was talking. It sounded stupid, but it was like a stranger in front of me. He said he would still pay rent and part of the bills until our lease was up and I could find another place. He makes a lot more than me, and I couldn't afford to live in our apartment alone. I begged him not to make this mistake, that he was being fooled by an idealized memory of their past together, that he was having cold feet. But he was like a wall. He didn't even look at me. At about 10 p.m., a truck was outside with one of his friends waiting for him. He came to help him move. I wasn't close to that particular friend, but he seemed sorry for me. Mark hugged me goodbye and left. I hadn't cried that hard in years. I slept in our spare room, not to feel the emptiness of our room with his things gone. I sank to the deepest pathetic and tried to call him, but it went to voicemail. I had no idea where he went, but I assumed he was now living with his ex after 3 weeks of talking again. How ridiculous. I'm really lucky to have supportive friends and family. My best friend even moved in for 5 days. My parents wanted me back home, but I wasn't ready to leave. Mark is a bit messy, and I'm manic, so having everything perfectly neat felt weird. I missed his messiness. It was as if he was the one making our house a home. He used to joke about me wanting the house to look like it was on sale or in a catalog. Not waking up to make breakfast and not seeing him read lying on the sofa while I studied felt weird. Not buying his favorite snack or powdered proteins when doing groceries felt weird. I felt lost at first. It was like grieving. Usually, when people break up, their relationship goes south, but to me, it comes out of nowhere. I still loved him. I was still planning the wedding and working on my side to build our future together. It was all gone in a day. I wish I had been smarter and refused to meet his one that got away. His family was dumbfounded. I still went to see his grandma, and she told me he was a fool and that he would come crawling back to me. She was the first person who managed to make me laugh. His mom, my mom, and I started making calls to cancel all reservations. Luckily, the store agreed to take back the dress. We didn't pay much for the location as we canceled early. Next was to inform the guests. He had been gone for about 3 weeks then. His family was furious with him, so they didn't contact him much. My only contact with him was the signed check he made to cover the wedding cancellation. However, about a week ago, I received a letter from him. He apologized for leaving me like this. He said he made the biggest mistake of his life. He couldn't even believe what he had done. He was writing me this letter because he dared not face me. You were right. I was running after a perfect relationship that had never existed. I regret it so much. I thought I was in love with her, but I was in love with what she represented. My younger self had no responsibility and only dreams. I had cold feet and got afraid of moving forward into this new segment of my life. I couldn't stop thinking about you when I was with her. She is not you. She doesn't know me or love me like you. She doesn't smell like you. I missed hearing you sing randomly throughout the day, having someone nagging me to pick up stuff, and planning Halloween parties for the kids with you. When I wrote this letter, we would probably have been decorating and shopping had I not been a fool. Everyone told me, but I was being a blind fool. I would do anything to go back in the past, and slap some sense into myself. I would do anything for you to forgive me. We have already started canceling everything, but I'm ready to pay for everything myself. You can date someone else even to score if you want as long as you return to me. He kept on with apologies and begging me to forgive him. I told my family, left friends out for the moment, and his mom and grandma. Grandma had a very satisfying told you so moment. However, she is rooting me to forgive him. His mom was supposed to send a formal letter to guests to tell them the wedding was off, but now she is waiting for my answer. I don't know what to do. I love him with all my heart, but I don't know if I can get over what he did to me. He made me feel worthless. He threw me away as if I was no one to him after 3 years. He gave up on us for some ghost from his past when we were happiest. How will we sustain our marriage if he can leave me when we are doing well? Will he leave the moment things get hard? He hurt me so badly and expect me to forgive him? He wants us to meet on Sunday, but I'm not sure. Update: Mark wanted to meet on Sunday, but I unblocked him from my phone and told him I didn't want to meet and to please not contact me anymore. He answered, "Please, baby, I need to talk to you. Can we meet another day? I know I effed up really bad and hurt you deeply, but I'll do anything to make it up to you. Anything you ask, I'll do it. Needless to say, it just angered me more. How dare he use terms of endearment with me? I just blocked him again after that. I met his mom on Saturday and told her to proceed with the cancellation notification. We had an emotional moment, and she told me even though she would have wanted us to stay one big family, she would have done the same in my place. She had hoped I would find the strength to forgive him, but she understood, and so the wedding is indeed still being cancelled. I rearranged all the furniture in the house and bought new bedding sets to make a new start, and I moved to the spare room for good. It looks different, and I like it. He told our friends because some brought it up to me, asking if we are getting back together, but said they didn't want to side. On Sunday evening, I had a visitor. I never had people coming this late. It was usually around 9 p.m. When I went to look through the peephole, I saw Mark with his ex. I seriously had a moment of panic. He must still have the key for the main entry since he managed to get to my door without using the intercom. I don't know if it was a cowardly thing to do, but I just chose not to open it. I knew they knew I was there, and I heard him ask me to please let him in, that he just wanted to talk through the door. Honestly, even though I feel better, I don't think I'm emotionally stable enough to deal with him, especially him with his ex. They stayed about 15 minutes, and then they left. I thought he would get the message, but they came again yesterday around the same time, and I didn't open it again. They waited even longer. I know I'm not being an adult, so now I don't know what to do. I feel nervous in my own house because I dread the moment they return. He knows my schedule and comes when I return from my Zumba class. However, yesterday was a holiday, so we didn't have class. I'm afraid he will return, and I don't think I can face him. My fiancé chose my sister to be his best man and was furious when I made her wear a tuxedo, so I gave him back his ring and cancelled our wedding. I am marrying Mark, a handsome, responsible, intelligent man with a kind heart and great humor. My sister Jennifer will be his best man. Jennifer is best friends with my husband, Mark. He's known her more than twice as long as I. They also game online and hang out all the time. They've gone to conventions together as part of a group or two. They do local classes and events together, and Mark helps Jennifer with her photography and editing. After we got engaged, we were at a family dinner, and I was talking to Mark about the wedding party, and I mentioned that even though I have 2 sisters, I wanted my own best friend, Helen, to be my maid of honor. Mark said that was great because he wanted to ask Jennifer to be his best man. Jennifer immediately and enthusiastically agreed. Being a female best man is just the kind of thing she'd love, even if that meant she wouldn't be one of my bridesmaids. She also knew I had too many people who needed to be bridesmaids between our other sister and some of my friends, and Mark was worried about being short on groomsmen. This was all fine until later, when we discussed what people would wear. I picked out my dream wedding dress and coordinated the bridesmaid dresses. Mark would have his groomsmen, who were other gaming buddies, in tuxedos. However, Jennifer was going to wear a dress. Jennifer is a very tall, attractive woman. To be perfectly frank, she has a large chest. The dress she wants to wear was designed by one of her friends online, and while it's not white or anything formal and fancy, it shows off her figure. I wouldn't say in a SLT way at all, but it just does. She would also, as best woman, stand out from the other men on the groom's side, especially in the heels she wanted to wear with the dress. After dropping a few hints here and there and broaching the subject of each side of the wedding party matching in women's tuxedos, I gently requested that Mark have Jennifer wear a tuxedo rather than the dress and shoes she wanted and he had previously liked. When they gave me pushback, I pointed out to Jennifer that she might be too exposed or she might distract people with such a flashy dress. Jennifer gave me a dirty look and said, half under her breath, "Are you effing serious?" And before I could react, she just said, "Fine, F it, you're the bride. I'll wear the effing tuxedo." Mark sighed and half said some things about it being ridiculous, but when I asked him what he said, he just said, "Okay, it's whatever, it's fine." Since then, Mark and Jennifer have been passive-aggressively making fun of my concerns, with them doing things like Mark comedy ogling her chest or her making all sorts of honker jokes. She's ostentatiously covered up her chest with her hands when she moves past people, saying things like, "Gotta guard the girls, wouldn't want to knock anyone over." Both she and Mark keep making fake Freudian slips about her chest or her figure, and Jennifer even pretends to lose her balance and fall over because her honker were too heavy. They pretty much just do this when I'm around. They seem to think it's hilarious. They've made it very well known that Jen is disappointed about not getting to wear the dress and that her seamstress friend is upset about it, too. And Mark has seemed a bit distant and disinterested in wedding planning. I was looking over some tuxedos for women and making some suggestions to Jennifer about ones that aren't too tight in the chest or hips. She showed me the one she had already picked and asked, "Is this fine? Or do you want to micromanage my tuxedo further?" We started to get into a fight, and she accused me of being a bridezilla. When I told her she was being a bad sister, she said that she wasn't the one who was being body shamed and told what to wear. I told her my requests weren't body shaming, and she said they were the same. My parents took Jennifer's side and said I should let her wear the dress. She showed it to them, too, and they thought it was beautiful. My father said that I should at least stop bothering her about the tuxedo if I make her wear one, and then I should just let her go with the one she picked. The one she wants, though, is a very high visual impact and very tailored. She said she could match it to the colors, but it still stands out. When I tried to get Mark to weigh in on this, he said, "It's your wedding, do whatever you want." I guess I'll tell her to do whatever you want. And he's not very invested. He's not on the same page but doesn't want to argue. Update: Mark's ideas have been ridiculous. These are just some of the things he asked for, which John, Jennifer, and his buddies thought would be cool. He wanted the wedding party to have custom swords and amulets. He wanted them to have the swords during the ceremony and thought people would like fantasy amulets. Mark wanted to serve meat at the wedding. He said that his friend, John, could provide it and that he made meat in his basement and had tons of it. I said no because why would I want meat at my wedding? Never mind some guy's basement meat. Mark wanted the band to play classical covers of video games and superhero music at the wedding. Mark wanted the reception to have a jester wandering around doing magic tricks and asking people riddles. Mark and his friends know some lady asked if she could be an elf at our wedding and wear her forest gown. It's a wedding, not a costume party, so I don't know why he would ask. The point is that all of Mark's ideas were completely ridiculous and that I wanted a wedding, not a Halloween party. I went to Mark's house because he hadn't called or texted. Mark said that I stressed him out when I was over, and he wasn't sure about me moving in because thinking about it gave him anxiety. He was extremely frustrated about the wedding planning and felt he didn't have a say. He said the dress Jennifer wanted to wear was just about the final straw because I told him he could pick the outfits for the groomsmen, and I told him Jen could be in a dress as long as it matched. She, John, and his buddies warned him I'd find some way to have a problem with it. He says I talk him in circles whenever he tries to choose or change anything, even though his suggestions are ridiculous. And he said he'd just about given up caring by the time I complained about the dress, so he didn't bother fighting about it. He said it upset him the way I was body shaming Jennifer about her figure and her breasts. He thought I was being jealous and controlling and that I had been a bridezilla ever since he proposed. When I asked him why he even proposed, if I apparently give him anxiety and he doesn't even want me to move in with him, he said he felt like he was pressured to either propose or break up. He hoped things would improve but didn't know if he had a good enough reason to break up. When I told him that I never pressured him to propose, he said that all of my friends and family know that I consider it a goal to get married before I'm 30. Mark apologized, saying he wanted to put a hold on any more wedding or moving plans and wasn't sure about the relationship. I had already started crying, but I broke down, and he apologized again. He said he was sorry for messing up my plans and hoped things would improve. I left as soon as I felt like I could drive. By the time I got home, Mark had already texted Jen, "Your sister is crying." Sorry. The two of them had been on the phone the whole time. Of course, my mom knew, and she tried to comfort me, but I could just tell she wanted to say I told you so because she had been warning me I was going to drive Mark away. and she thought he was better with Jennifer too. Jennifer said that she tried hard to have this work out because she just wanted Mark to be happy and that she had tried inviting me to gaming, and for Christmas before last, she bought me a Switch with games Mark likes, and that she was sorry stuff happened this way. She accused me of not really liking or caring about Mark and just wanting a generic husband. When I told her that wasn't fair, she mentioned the same stuff from the wedding planning and a bunch of other stuff from our relationship that made Mark feel ignored or suffocated. She said I only liked him because he ticked boxes, always gave in, and let me have my way. We started arguing, but our mom stepped in before we could get into it too badly. I asked Jennifer what this meant for her and Mark, and she said he is her best friend, and nothing will ever change that, and she loves him. When I asked how she loves him, she said that's not a discussion she wants to have right now. I gave Jennifer Mark's ring to give back to him, and then I had a missed call from him while I was in the shower and a text that said, "Okay, I guess we are broken up then. I'm sorry. Seems like I'm not going to get married by the time I'm 30. My fiancé decided to test my allergy to laundry detergent while I was pregnant and played with our son's life, so I've changed my will to leave him absolutely nothing. My fiancé and I recently bought a house together. We got basic things from his family, as housewarming gifts. His grandmother gifted us a huge package of laundry detergent. Now here is where the problem starts. I used to be highly allergic to most laundry detergents. I am not talking about some uncomfortable itchiness or whatever, but vomiting, diarrhea, losing my eyesight temporarily, and at the end my consciousness. I have been hospitalized for this multiple times already. We are using 2 brands I am not allergic to. He keeps complaining that they don't smell that good, which might be true. They aren't really fragrant, and I know he used to drown his clothes in fabric softener to make them smell nice. I offered to slowly start trying new laundry detergents, because he keeps complaining and those 2 aren't easily accessible in his home country, but definitely not in the foreseeable future, as I am 8 months pregnant and very afraid of the possible consequences. We still have more than enough of the safe ones. He agreed and I thought the topic was done, but then his brother gifted us baby clothes. My fiancé kept commenting how good they smelled and how badly he wanted our clothes to smell like this. I sorted through them, and after I was around halfway done, I noticed that I felt kinda off, my hands felt weird, and my body felt wrong, so I washed every body part that touched those clothes and refused to touch them without gloves. My fiancé bought them for me, so he definitely knows that I am still allergic to some detergents. Well, he still decided to use the gifted laundry detergent on our towels. I didn't notice until I started folding them and putting them away. My hands started to get hot and kind of numb/itchy. At first I was afraid that I am now allergic against one of the safe ones, until I noticed the gifted one was opened and kind of shoved into a corner. Our other 2 are also opened and readily available. I just don't get it. I texted him and asked if he used the gifted laundry detergent for anything. He said, yes. What's the big deal? I told him that that's not funny and he is potentially playing with the life of our unborn son and mine, and why he thought that now of all times is the right time to test my allergy again. He called me a drama queen and ignored me after, so I changed my will. My fiancé gets nothing now, neither my part of the house nor my other assets. Everything goes to my son, with my family as trustees, until he is of age. If something were to happen to both my son and me, my cousins will be the sole inheritors. My fiancé was originally meant to be the trustee, with different guidelines, to make my son's life and his pretty comfortable. I trashed the old will, sent the new version to my lawyer, to make him look over it and plan to get it to a notary as soon as possible. Update: I had a rather uneventful conversation with him. After he returned home, he justified his usage of the laundry detergent with the presence of cleaning towels in between the normal towels. I asked him how that matters. Well, apparently it's because I wasn't going to dry myself with those. I wasn't satisfied with that answer and asked about the normal towels, as there were only 2 for cleaning and over 10 normal ones, and how the smell of cleaning towels is even relevant, because like he said, they are for cleaning. He didn't answer and started ignoring me. That was answer enough for me though. I knew it was BS, but I don't know. I had kind of hoped for a better excuse. I was kind of withdrawn from him at this point and decided to watch his behavior towards me, to figure out what was going on. I thought that I might get an answer somehow, somewhere, because he was my best friend and I just didn't want to believe that I mattered that little to him. The next incident happened soon after though. I was carrying back a rather heavy drawer. I had to deep clean it. Mealworms escaped the enclosure, and I am using them as food for my spider. As the drawer was so heavy, I struggled a lot, but he was busy working on some shelf. I asked him if he could help me, but he didn't react. So I asked him where I should put the drawer, as he was sitting in front of the shelf thingy, where it belongs. He told me to just put it on the floor, so I did. What I didn't see in time though, was my Kärcher. I put the drawer on the vacuum tube. Nothing broken, even if it's mine. He wasn't using it ATM or anything. It was just laying in the middle of the room. He lost his poop. He asked me if I couldn't even use my one brain cell and other stuff, implying I was dumb. That hurt, more than I would like to admit. I started silently crying and went to the living room. He followed me quite some time later, got upset with me, because I was still sad, and said it was just a joke. I told him I didn't find it funny and it hurt me. If he could just apologize, please. Spoiler: he did not. Just said it was a joke and we haven't had an argument before, so he didn't say it out of spite, but in a joking manner. I wish I could say it stopped there, but I fell and had mild cramps plus bloody knee. I called him on the phone because I don't have any friends in this country yet and he was the only one available, plus I knew his boss would let him go, as he is a very kind man and he was supposed to end his workday 30 minutes from then anyway. That's what he had told me at least. I called him, he didn't pick up. I texted him, he didn't read my messages. He came home an hour late from work. He wasn't at work, he was visiting a friend, to whom he gave the laundry detergent. He helped me, but even a stranger would have been kinder and told me to just lay down, as I am too dumb to walk, endangering our son's life. I just wanted to take a nap and lay down on the couch, as it's way closer than the bedroom. He started to vacuum the house, but he spent 40+ minutes vacuuming right next to me, walking in circles, cleaning the same spots over and over, mumbling how I didn't clean today and how I'm such a messy person. Yes, I do like to leave my shirt occasionally on a chair, but I've cleaned every day, since I've been on maternity leave and before that too. I would be comfortable with visitors at any given hour. After he finished vacuuming, he asked me about some mop parts his grandmother put in our house weeks ago, asking me what I am doing with them. I still don't understand what he meant by that. I told him his GM put them next to the vacuum cleaner. So much do I never clean and can't do anything right. If he had ever decided to vacuum in the last weeks, he would have noticed them. But he decided to vacuum while I was doing badly and just needed a nap. He just doesn't like me anymore. I am heartbroken to say that, but he truly doesn't. At least our cat and dog have picked up on that. Our cat keeps his distance from him now, doesn't want to be pet, and bites/scratches him when he tries to cuddle with him. My beloved dog keeps himself between me and him, follows me around, and tries to avoid him, while he still wags his tail. When he comes home, it's just not the same. I don't know how to describe it, but I don't recognize him anymore. The animals can feel his anger too. He looks at me with such contempt and is very mean towards me. I thought he would be my forever, but he won't be. He is punching our walls, he is hiding his phone. I am sad and tired. I don't even have the energy to go through his phone, because even if there would be answers to his behavior, I just don't care anymore. I am just sad. I gave him the engagement ring back, but he didn't seem to care. My car's battery doesn't work ATM, so I will have to figure that out. As some of you guessed, I am indeed from Germany, while he is from a neighboring country. I am 7 hours from my family and about 3 hours from the border. I am sleeping in the guest room, on a couch, for the time being. My ex-fiancé seems very content with that. Now he is just on his phone constantly and leaves me be, for the most part. My fiancé grabbed and bruised my face in front of his mother, but she told a different story to my family to paint me as a villain. Now, they want me to apologize to him. My partner's mother lied and my family took his side. 3 days ago, my partner, his mother, and I were on our way to his sister's house for her daughter's birthday. Just the night before, my partner and I had an argument about kids. Nothing new lately. He wants one, and we've been trying for a few months now. Anyway, I said we need to see a doctor. He believes that we're both healthy and young, and if anything then we're doing something wrong. I was already exhausted from work and wanted to have some rest, so I didn't argue much, which only made him even more angry. I sat up and let him have his moment, then slept. The next day, we went to pick up his mother. I tried to start a conversation, but he just kept nodding. Now, with his mom in the car, I tried my best to lighten the mood so she didn't feel uncomfortable. 5 minutes or so, he said, "Can you shut your mouth for a minute? I don't want to hear your voice." His mother asked him what was wrong. All I said was I know what's wrong with him. He stopped the car and yelled at me that since I know what's wrong then I for sure know what an immature BTCH I am for starting a discussion with no intention to communicate. Mind you, he was the one who started it and refused to lower his voice and sit down, so we communicated like adults. All this time his mother was in the backseat just watching. I hate raised voices, and him screaming at me for an argument we had yesterday on our way to a birthday party we're supposed to enjoy made me lose it and snapped at him, "Can you stop f***ing screaming? Can't we talk about this when we're back home?" He grabbed my face and told me never to talk to him this way, especially in front of his mother. To this moment she said nothing. His grip on my jaw kept getting worse with every word. He had done this before but never used this much force. So, to take his hand off me, I tried to grab his wrist and push but ended up scratching him a little. I swear to God I didn't mean to. I just couldn't bear the pain and wanted him to let go. His mother suddenly decided to use her voice and started yelling at me for hurting him. I got out of the car and went to his side to check his wrist. I wanted to check his wrist too, but was afraid of him losing it even more. He brushed it off, told his mom it was nothing, and started the car again. Back home, he went straight to the guest room. I decided to spend the next night at my parents' house to decide what to do. My mother and he are friends. Anyway, I didn't say anything, but they told me later that night that his mother visited in the morning and told them about the fight. The thing is, she told them we had an argument without mentioning how he started it and wouldn't stop with all the screaming and how he grabbed my face and only told them about me scratching him. Now my family lecturing me about how I should respect him and consider starting counseling. I told them how it went and tried to show them the bruise on my jaw and they wouldn't listen because his mother couldn't possibly lie to them and then the boy they watched growing up couldn't be this bad. But the daughter they raised can lie and be this bad? For God's sake. They know how I don't tolerate raised voices and avoid heated arguments at any cost, but none listen to me now except for my big brother. I have a stable job and can take care of myself just as well. I want to go back to break up with him and pack my things but can't even look him in the eye now for what he made me go through. He called and texted but like I said I don't even want to hear his voice. He apologized for what he did in a few texts. I'm thinking about showing them to my family, but I feel sad I need to do that so they support me emotionally. All my things are there and I never did this before because he's my first everything. I'm mad that his mother lied to him while my family didn't even listen to me. I'm thinking F them all except my big brother. Update. I didn't want to go back to my parents' house but had nowhere to go, which made things even more complicated. I was tired and all I wanted was to sleep, but my younger brother wouldn't let me. He kept trying to talk about it and repeating the things his mother told them. I literally felt like my eyes were going to shut on their own from exhaustion. Suddenly I felt his hand under my chin. When I looked up, his face was so close to mine, checking the bruise, and I pushed him. I know what I did was wrong, but at that moment he wasn't my younger brother or anyone I know. I just don't know why I push him. Not too hard but enough to make him back off a little. I think lack of sleep messed with my head, but still. When I realized what was happening, I apologized immediately, but he didn't take it well. My mother told him it was okay, she was just exhausted, and then said, "Why didn't you just show us the bruise yesterday?" I told her that's exactly what I tried to do, but you wouldn't listen. In her defense, it was covered with makeup and didn't look bad. Okay. She said my partner and I needed to sit down and sort things out and that I should apologize for the scratch too. She also offered to call and ask him to come tomorrow so we could talk and fix things. I was so tired of arguing with her, so I grabbed my things and got out. I'm writing this post from my hotel room. I sent him a long descriptive text where I mentioned everything that happened that day, even mentioned how it wasn't the first time but this one left a bruise. My big brother made it clear to me that he doesn't care if they are close friends, family comes first, and that he will bring a friend with him to help me pack my things when I'm ready. He also offered me to stay with him as long as I need, but I can't do that. He and his fiancée had a baby recently and her mother is staying with them to help for a few months. I don't want to make things hard for them. The only friend I have is on a business trip. She was supportive and said I can stay with her when she comes back Saturday, so I'm waiting for now. I can't help but feel like I'm overreacting. I do want to leave and act on it, but then again this thought keeps crossing my mind, that he's not always like this. I know I'm an idiot, I'm just sharing this with you because I can't be this honest with my brother and definitely can't say this to my family too. My brother advised me to not answer his calls and texts until I leave so I don't give him a chance to talk me out of this. My father called me this morning and apologized for not saying anything. He offered money. Update number 2. A few days after my last update, my brother and a friend of his went with me to pack my belongings. Thank God they did because we found his mother there too. My ex kept asking to talk with me in private, but both my brother and his friend told him to say whatever he wanted with them in the room. He apologized and asked me to give him another chance with his mother, telling him to man up and stop begging the whole time. I called my friend to thank her again and let her know that I would be staying with my brother for the time being. I stayed with him for 2 weeks. Honestly, I didn't expect his mother-in-law to be that kind. Both she and her daughter, my brother's fiancée, were good to me. I tried to help with the baby, which helped me keep my mind off things a little and not feel like I was in the way. I mentioned in my original post that my ex and I were trying for a baby. I also mentioned in my first update how I felt tired all the time. I thought it was because I was going through a tough time, but I didn't know I was pregnant until I am scared. With everything going on, I didn't pay attention to my period. I started having period-like cramps the night before. I continued to have cramps the next day, which turned into bleeding, and it was like having a bad period, but the bleeding continued to worsen over the course of the day. I probably wouldn't have even thought I was pregnant if my sister-in-law hadn't told me that I might be miscarrying. I was 6 weeks along. Other than the miscarriage, which I'm still a little shaken by, everything has been good with me. I found myself a place 30 minutes from work. I'm adjusting. The last time he showed up at my work was a week ago or so. 2 of my coworkers told him to never show up again since he had no reason to be there, and he never did since. I have no contact with my mother and younger brother. She tried to reach me through my older brother, but he told me it's better if I stay no contact at least for a few months. Now I don't have to worry about a lot of things. I wake up relaxed and don't have to worry about messing something up. By the way, my first therapy session is this Tuesday.
My fiancée is a control freak and she controls every bit of the money and everything else down to what I eat. Now, I am taking all my money and leaving her madness. Background: I'm 32, she's 34, we're Catholic, and she has 3 kids from a previous marriage. We were dating for about 8 months, then decided to get engaged because things were going well. I felt like she was my person. She felt the same. I did great with the kids, and we were both only getting older. We're supposed to get married in December, but I don't want to anymore. I moved in about a month ago to save money in the name of trying to pay off as much debt before the wedding so we could buy a house soon after. This is when everything changed, I feel, for the worse. She instantly wanted a joint bank account. I didn't want to because I felt it turn into a control situation, and it has. When I told her I didn't want to, she said, well, maybe we shouldn't get married. She controls every bit of the money and everything else down to what I eat. I have to ask to spend $4 on medicine when I'm fighting a sinus infection. We aren't hurting for money. I make $75K after taxes. Backstory on my health: I've had ulcerative colitis since I was 20. Had my colon removed when I was 25. I literally have to eat more than I used to because I don't absorb everything like a normal person. She gets mad at how much I eat. I have to sneak food at work. I've tried to explain it to her and so has her mom, but she doesn't get it still. I can see her watching me when we are at her parents'. She even scolded me in the car one time because I ate too much chips and cheese dip when her mom made a huge bowl of it after church one day. Her mom has even told her to back off and that I need more food with my condition. She's told me before when her mom made me food after church. Her mom is a saint and a retired nurse, so she knows that I shouldn't have accepted, but on the inside I was happy I was getting more food and it was dang good. She tells me I have to work at least 70 hours a week Monday to Friday and what I can do on Sat when we don't have the kids so we have extra. I don't spend money on Anything. I use my personal money so I have the amount of food I need. This was a fight to get what food I had for work. Proper nutrition and rest, which if I want to sleep in, I get fussed, are super important due to my health. I mistakenly took something that was for the kids. I got in big trouble. Even if it just costs $1, or even if I don't take some leftovers to work that I try to leave for others so I'm not greedy. I get blamed for wasting food even though she didn't tell me to take it and has yelled at me for taking too much. So damn if I do, damned if I don't, right? She shows little to no affection. I work 12 hours on my short days, and around 15 on my long days. I only have 1 or 2 short days a week. I'd like to feel wanted and desired when I come home. But I feel nothing. I don't ever get a hug, kiss, or any kind of excitement when I get home after a long day. Some of the long days mean I don't see her for 2 to 3 days at a time. There's no sort of excitement. Just what more can you do around the house? Hell, I've even gotten in trouble for sitting down for 10 minutes when I got home one day because I need to use my time better. I take care of everything around the house, such as yard work, home repairs, doing everything else when no one feels like it. Heaven forbid me if I forget to do one thing after a long day. Getting help from the kids is a chore. I'm feeling used and much like I'm just here to give money, do as much as I can. And if I bring something up, it gets turned back on me. Am I crazy for not wanting to go through with this? We already had a talk about how I can't live like this and it was good for a couple of days then back to the regularly scheduled program. So I don't feel like anything will ever change, ever. When we had the talk she straightened up a bit but over the next few days, she made jokes about what I brought up so I feel like it meant nothing to her at all. I don't know what to do. 1 week later, we had an additional talk. And some of y'all stated that she will say what I want to hear and then it goes back to the same old crap and you were 100% right. I've been playing the game and seeing her responses on things. She flips the responses to seemingly be different than they were when really she's just saying the same thing. For example, I explained that I was still hungry after dinner and she said word for word I think you should just focus on not being hungry then you won't want to eat so I just grabbed a water and went about my business. Like are you kidding me? Right after we discussed my body and my condition. Anyway, I've got a plan together. I won't be able to enact this plan till Friday next week. The car we got is in both of our names, but I'm only on the loan as a cosigner. So I'm getting a rental, because I can afford it when some psycho isn't controlling my money, and I'm loading everything I can in there and heading out of town while she's at work. I'll be going to my parents in the next state over. She won't be able to find me, which is good. I'm so getting a new phone and number before I head out of town. I've got my direct deposit changed, my new bank account, and while I'm at work I'm calling to get her off my credit card and everything. I'm waiting for the payment to post to the card from our joint account. Will be sometime next week, so I'm not stuck with the balance that's on there. I'm also pulling what money is rightfully mine out of the account before I leave and then taking my name off of it. There's a significant amount in there. I'm cutting my losses on what I've already paid towards the wedding and everything else. I don't want that money to taint my new money. I'm expecting her to freak the hell out and blow my phone up but I don't care. Just getting my plan together has been so liberating. On my way to my parents, I'm meeting a really good friend of mine, who's been here through this whole process, for lunch. Then on to my parents. I haven't even told my parents yet so they don't know. I've got all these crazy ideas of things I want to do and will finally be able to do once I'm out and it feels so damn good. I can't wait. I don't know if I'm more anxious to get back to who I was, or more anxious about her reaction. Either way, I don't care. I have to go. Final update, 8 days after first update. I am out, and free and I feel great. I left early in the morning with as much stuff as I could. I went to the next town over and sat in the parking lot waiting for the rental place to open so she wouldn't have a chance to browse around town before work and find me. Before I got the rental I got all my money out as well. After getting the rental I went back to the house to get more stuff. She had I guess gotten the hint and locked me out of the house. But I got all my important and expensive stuff out so that's good. I went back to the bank and got a printout of all the transactions from the joint account and I was immediately pissed off. I had to ask for medicine but there were so many Amazon charges. Charges for going out to eat. Transfers of money to different accounts. And everything. But I had to ask to spend $4 on medicine for a sinus infection. It looks like she was transferring money so I couldn't track it all. I gave the printout to my friend so she could get me a spreadsheet together to track everything easier. While driving down to my parents, I was able to get all my passwords to every account reset and removed her as an authorized user on everything. Also, before leaving I got a new account/debit card and switched all that over. After meeting with my parents I went to an old friend's, someone I've known for 10 plus years but hadn't seen in 2. Her mom made me a hell of a meal fit for a king. We later went axe throwing and had a good time. I spent the night there and her mom made me a really good breakfast. Her family is such a good family and they consider me a son so they were happy to have me over. Her mom asked if I just needed a key to the house. This morning, I drove back to my parents and we went to a flea market. I was able to spend my money on whatever I wanted and it felt so good. This is the life I want to live, not a life constrained by a crazy person. I feel great, I'm doing great. Leading up to leaving I was getting super anxious about it and having trouble sleeping. Hell, I saw my ex Monday and some Tuesday but because of my schedule, didn't see her for 3 days. No I miss you. No nothing, just messages asking me to do things. Also, on the way down, she didn't try to contact me at all. I left Messenger open and will until everything is buttoned up, but everyone else is blocked on everything. She did try to contact my parents but they didn't answer. Thankfully, I've got quite the road ahead of me to get where I want to, but it'll be an easier road to travel than what I was doing. I've already contacted a flight school and will be enrolling to get my private pilot's license in the next few months and I can't wait. It's been a huge dream of mine since I was little. This has been the best thing I've ever done for myself and my well-being. Looking forward to seeing where things go and where I can take it. Thank you guys again for the sound advice. The only thing I have left to button up is the vehicle we bought, but I ran out of time. I've got a meeting with a lawyer next week to get it taken care of. 1 month after last update, but we traded in the car we had together and I got myself something new free and clear of her name. She had 2 friends show up at the dealership, a male friend and a female friend. Made me laugh because I showed up with no one. Finally got all my stuff as well. She waited till the last day of course.
My fiancé keeps bragging to his friends that they can have a boys' holiday using my inheritance. Now he's fuming after I embarrassed him and said that he is not entitled to my money. Unfortunately, only a couple of weeks after our engagement, my Nana passed away, the reason I will not disclose. My Nana and Grandpa worked extremely hard throughout their lives, were very successful, educated, and had really high-paying jobs. They were very restricted from spending money when young and so lived their elderly years with lots of it. Worth noting, my grandpa is a very intelligent man, and he's very smart with money and investments, so when I say lots, I mean lots. My Nana wrote a hugely generous sum of money into her will that was to be inherited by me, my brother, and my 3 cousins. Even after the money was divided up, there were still thousands to each of our names. I also won't disclose the exact amount. When I heard the news, I told my fiancé, and he was incredibly overjoyed, much more than I expected him to be. I went along with it and shrugged it off until later in the day. I heard him on the game with his mate saying, "I can pay my credit card off with that money, mate. We can finally get that boys' holiday we've been planning, eh?" And laughing, I walked into the room and asked, "What money?" And he immediately looked at me funny and said, "From your nan, babe." I immediately exploded on him, saying, "You won't be paying anything off without my permission, and there most certainly will be no boys' holiday. It's not your money to have. It's written to me from my Nana, and it's not for you." We had a shouting match, and I left the room upset. He later got off the game and found me in the kitchen, where he scolded me again and said, "We are getting married. You will become my financial burden. Any money you take in is mine also. It was incredibly selfish of you to make such a fool out of me in front of my friends and give them false hope of a holiday." Again, it is worth noting that it wasn't me who said anything about a holiday, and where I become a financial burden, I don't know, considering I am in a very good job and don't want children. I left the house without saying a word and am now typing this at my friend's house. I forgot to mention that this incident has literally just happened. The reason my fiancé only just found out is because until now, even I didn't know if the money was coming to me or not due to several family and court complications.
My fiancée kicked me out of her house after I told her to set boundaries to her nightmare family. Now she's begging me to come back because she's miserably stuck with them forever. My fiancé and I are trying to plan out a wedding for roughly fall next year. Her childhood was terrible and abusive, to put it mildly. Her parents were raging narcissists, and she was the scapegoat for her 2 brothers. She was abused and thrown out the moment she turned 18. She was, however, a great student and hard worker, so with some scholarships and a part-time job, she has a great career and is pretty independent. The problem though, is that she still had contact with her family. They're rude, smug, and generally enjoy being a nuisance. And my fiancé can't say no, no matter the horrible things they say or how they outright try and intimidate her openly. They come over to our house more often. They make messes everywhere. Her mother acts like she's the effing stepmother from Cinderella. Her dad drinks all my effing beer and empties half the fridge. Her brothers stop by occasionally to act as mouthpieces for their parents. They practically trash the place and leave us to clean the mess. And where is my fiancé in all this? Quietly standing in the corner, practically shaking. I'm no fool here. There is legitimate trauma. She needs to feel loved by them and hope they will appreciate her. I've tried to establish boundaries. For nearly 2 years, I've been trying to push these ass clowns away. But this is the house she purchased, and no matter of financial contributions or otherwise, will she let me have a say on who comes into her house? She's been beaten down mentally and emotionally by them for so long. She has told me recently that she wants to earn their approval on how they were right about her, how she needs to be better for them. I've had too many emotional conversations with tears and begging to count, hoping she will take the steps to improve. But she's an adult. I can't force her to do anything. I love her, but I can't help but feel resentful of what she's doing. It's agonizing watching someone you love, someone who you know deserves so much better, openly destroy themselves for people like her family. It's been painful watching her cry herself to sleep one too many nights because of them. I've tried too many times to help her get out of their clutches, but I have to think of the future. This is the in-law family from hell, and I won't be able to avoid them. Tomorrow, I will tell her how I want to delay the wedding until firm boundaries are established. If she resents, I walk. I can't do it anymore. I refuse to watch a slow death like this any longer. Update: I had decided that I was going to have a heart-to-heart with my fiancée about her family. Essentially, I told her how this arrangement was not sustainable. I did not feel comfortable marrying her due to how much involvement her family has in her life, and I certainly did not feel comfortable bringing a child into this world with them. I didn't want to tell her cold turkey, no contact with them, but strict limitations to start with on them coming over and what they can do around the house. I also requested couples therapy before marriage. She wasn't happy. She stared angrily at me while I spoke, then started yelling at me when I finished. She told me I didn't understand their dynamic, which worked for her. She told me she had to work harder for them to appreciate her. I yelled at her that a parent's child shouldn't have to beg and plead and work for them to be loved. I finally told her that she sets limits with them or I walk. She was livid, and I was kicked out since I lived in her house. So, for the past few days, I have been staying in a hotel and have had my stuff taken out and put into storage. And frankly, it's been great. I will stay with family for a few weeks around mid-July. After that, I will go house searching for myself. Yesterday, however, things came to a head. We have had no contact since she booted me out, but I know every Saturday, her family loves to spend the afternoon over, and she uses me as a shield from their abuse. However, in a very petty move, I kept my phone muted all day and played Disco Elysium. I knew she would call back for help with her family, and at this point, pure resentment was kicking in for her, and I wanted nothing to do with her issues. By the night's end, she had sent me over a dozen texts and finally 2 frantic voicemails begging me to come home. I decided to come over to check up on her. Long story short, she was sobbing in the living room, and when I came to talk to her, she was practically crushing my back, hugging me, and sobbing. I gave her time to cool off and asked what happened. Long story short, her parents and brother came by to gift money from her and say horrible poop to her. She wanted to have me come over to help, but I was ignoring her, and when she tried to have one of her friends help out, and everyone said, F that, it all started clicking in for her. She kicked her family out, but not before they told some utterly vile poop to her I won't repeat. She kept apologizing to me and told me repeatedly to come home. I told her plainly that I had started to build up heavy resentment towards her for some time, and while I loved her and understood it was trauma and not her being outright abusive, there were major issues that would need to be addressed if we were to move forward. 1. She sells the house and moves. We make roughly the same amount of money and will buy a house together. Her family will never step foot in it. They will never come over. I will treat them in a very threatening manner if they try and come in. 2. We will go LC with her family right now, but make no mistake, we are working towards full NC on her end. She has accepted, but some will take a while to see through. I will stay in the hotel until I head back to stay with my family. She is welcome to come over, but I have clarified that her house is not where I want to go. She and I are off tomorrow, so we will spend the day here and maybe go out. Update 2. The other night, she was very vague about texting when she was originally supposed to come over. She came much later than expected, and I knew something was up. She unloaded on me how I was abusive, controlling, overly demanding, and unsupportive. It took me 5 seconds to figure out she was repeating some sort of rehearsed speech from her parents verbatim. And to be honest, I was so agitated at this point that I decided to be a prick about it despite making a huge gamble on her. I asked her if her family told her to say this. She said they suggested it to her, but she came up with it herself. Sure. I asked her to explain in detail what I did. She said I was living like a parasite to her. I reminded her that I'm paying 50-50 for her effing mortgage, and 50-50 for utilities and groceries. I have my own car I pay for, a job that makes just about as much as hers, unlike her effing leech parents who demand payments on the weekly and raid the kitchen on the weekends. I told her to try something better again. She looked flustered and said I was trying to isolate her. I kind of smirked like a jackass and told her that I have always supported her many friendships that she has destroyed on her own because no one wants to deal with her family or be used as a shield like me. I was practically demanding to know at this point why she was so hellbent on destroying her life for these people. She just kind of shouted that I don't understand her family, and she's just trying to earn their love back and was ranting at that point. It's just so staggering to see up close. It hit me like a truck, honestly, the realization. I did feel like a fool for trying, even if it was what I was supposed to do in the first place. She was practically berserk at this point, and I was just mentally exhausted and needed her to leave before someone called the police. She finally left, but I had a few concerned neighbors check on me. Some of her friends are aware and have messaged me to check on the situation. I told them the truth and that I just needed to be alone to think about what to do next. They revealed that she had given them similar rants after they expressed concern for her. One had even heard that she may risk losing her job. She is having some sort of mental break. From my understanding, she is now completely isolated. She is sprinting into a horrible, lonely life right now. There's nothing I can do for her at this point, and as selfish as it sounds, I'm just glad it will be behind me. Update 3. Things have wrapped up, but there were some loose ends. I completely forgot to change my mailing address, which I should have done ASAP, so some important things got sent to her house. Thankfully, she was at least cooperative in letting me get my stuff, and it wasn't much of an issue. Everything else was, though. She had a lot of nasty things to say, telling me she was already sleeping around, telling me how happy she was now that I was gone, telling me she's finally free of me, how she will be so much better off without me. There are a lot of generic insults and horrible things you would commonly expect from a nasty breakup. And you know what? It was so obvious it was a rehearsed script from her family, and you could easily see how miserable she was. She looked like a mess as if she hadn't slept in days. The house was a mess. She wasn't even yelling it. She sounded so exhausted and broken when she said it. She didn't even smile when she said anything. Just a face contorted in hate and anger. She was not the woman I knew anymore. That person was gone. When I was getting ready to leave, she was still going on. I was fed up and told her something like, "Congratulations. Your friends are gone. Your human shields are gone. Your engagement is over. Your support is gone. Anyone who ever treated you like a decent human being is gone. It's just you and your family. I hope you're happy while they bleed you dry." It probably didn't go like that, but something like it. She just stood there. She stood there, looked at me indifferently, and walked away as I walked out the door. As we left, my mutual friend Tiffany asked if I was okay. I reassured her I was just trying to set myself up to go home next week. She also confirmed that she heard my ex lost her job for not showing up for several days and ghosting them. They will try an intervention next week and asked if I could participate, but I'm not delaying my travel because I just want a clean break. I know that if I stay involved, I will only witness the slow descent to either a full break or a suicide. I just can't do that. Despite all this, I'm excited for the future and have realized that I ignored too many red flags initially. Even with everything that happened, I know I'll be doing well and alright.